My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 1008 to Chapter 1073. This kind of coldness wasn't because she didn't know him, but it wasn't like in the past, where the two of them had a tacit understanding and a tender gaze filled with affection. It was as if, to her, he was just a casual acquaintance. Yang Qing's heart tightened. This was clearly an unusual performance. How could he suddenly feel such a big change in just a few days? Taking a closer look, Rose's eyes were filled with a sense of emptiness that was different from how it usually was. It was as if the woman's mind had suddenly gone blank. Xianxia, darling, what's wrong? Yang Qing stepped forward and grabbed the woman's arms, muttering. Xianxia seemed a little indifferent as she lightly said, "You're here." This seemed to be a question, but it also seemed to be a straightforward statement. Yang Qing couldn't help but feel nervous and anxious. This was even more terrifying than being injured. "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you remember me?" Xianxia shook her head. "I know you, you are Yang Qing." There was no emotion in his tone. Yang Qing's heart turned cold. He immediately turned his head and stared at Misty Rain, who had already landed not far away. "Damn it. What did you do to my woman?" Misty Rain was on guard as she replied, "What does this have to do with me? This girl's talent is peerless, and she is a rare seedling that only appears once in 100 years. Her perception is excellent, and she came to my Misty Rain nunnery to cultivate. Out of kindness and love for talent, I accepted her as a direct disciple. You keep saying that you are her man, so why did you let her come to my place to cultivate for a few days? Now that she has abandoned her love and focused on cultivation, taking me as her master will only be beneficial to her cultivation." Yang Chen was shocked. Abandoning love, that's impossible. How can the feelings between a man and a woman be abandoned just like that? Misty Rain coldly snorted and said, "What's impossible about that? You men are all bad things. You said that she is your woman because she is still young and has the looks of a flower and the moon. If she was old, with white hair and full of wrinkles, would you still like her so much? The so-called love between a man and a woman was just a fleeting cloud. Only the cultivation path was the right path that she should pursue. If you really care about her, you shouldn't have come here to cause trouble. Her Yuanine body was likely destroyed by you previously. If she was still a virgin, her cultivation speed would be at least 30% faster. You've already harmed her. Do you still want to delay her cultivation path? F***ck off." Yang Qing was infuriated, and said with a murderous look, "Not only did you turn my woman into such a numb doll, you even dare to fart here. With your cultivation, do you think I need you to teach my woman? No man wants you, you stinking B***tch, and you don't dare to admit it after being dumped. You're just lying to yourself, saying that you've seen through love in the world. I hate people like you who don't have the guts to face it, but still think you're standing on the moral high ground. What did you say?" Misty Rain was so angry that her face turned red, and her eyes were full of murderous intent. Yang Qing was not afraid at all. At this moment, he just looked at the lifeless Xianxia with infinite guilt, and said in a sad voice, "Baby Xianxia, when I kill this nun, I'll definitely cure you." With that, Yang Qing used the power of heaven and earth to gently lift Xianxia to an open space in the distance. During this process, Xianxia seemed to be at a loss and didn't answer anything. Yang Qing felt more and more distressed, but he gritted his teeth and turned around with a gloomy face. When he faced Misty Rain again, he didn't have the slightest intention to restrain himself. Yang Yu also felt a huge pressure filling the entire mountain. It was so heavy that she almost couldn't breathe. But she still stubbornly held on. The difference between the early stage of the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation and the early stage of the 3 yang fire tribulation was obvious. Yang Chen took a step forward without changing his expression. The heaven and earth restoration energy on the peak of the mountain started to ripple violently, causing a huge wave to rise from within. In the waves, the Nanmingli fire appeared again, but this time, it formed a sea of fire that was hundreds of feet wide. Countless fire snakes surrounded Misty Rain, and she had no way out. Yang Qing's divine sense was locked onto Misty Rain. Even if Misty Rain wanted to dodge, Yang Qing was faster than her, and there was no chance for her to escape. Misty Rain looked around in fear. She didn't expect that Yang Qing had held back so much of his strength, and the pressure that came crashing down on her instantly made it impossible for her to resist. The anger he felt just now had turned into a deep sense of fear. If you let my woman return to her original state, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll turn you into ashes in the next second. Xianxia said coldly. Misty Rain's gums trembled, and she gritted her teeth. Come at me if you have the guts. I will never bow to a demon like you. Demon? Humph, Xianxia sneered. You really know how to give me a title. Then, Xianxia didn't want to waste any more time. The reason why Xianxia had become like this was most likely because of some kind of cultivation method or medicine. He didn't believe that his endless resolve restoration scripture couldn't cure her. This old nun was really despicable. She wanted to take Xianxia as her disciple, but she used such a cruel method. It would be better if she burned her soul to ashes. Following Xianxia's thought, the Nanmingli fire that covered the entire mountaintop suddenly began to spin rapidly. As it circled, the fire snake swallowed and spat out, forming a huge flame vortex. Although the blazing high temperature didn't touch anything on the mountaintop, it directly turned the plants on the mountaintop into ashes. The rocks also began to crack. Under Misty Rain's horrified gaze, this huge vortex filled with powerful and strange true essence swallowed her in the blink of an eye. It was as if a devil's huge mouth had opened in the sky, wanting to tear her apart and devour her completely. In Xianxia's eyes, this old nun was no different from a dead person. But at this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed in Misty Rain's hand. After the earthen yellow light flickered, the nun's figure disappeared in an instant. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't expect that Misty Rain actually had a way to escape. She was obviously pretending to be unable to resist. After subconsciously swearing in English, Xianxia could only guess that the old nun had some magic weapon to escape. Xianxia's divine sense spread out for dozens of miles, but he couldn't find her trace, so he had to give up. In fact, Xianxia's guess was not wrong. Misty Rain did use the only Earth Escape talisman, but this kind of talisman was passed down by the ancient great practitioners. It was an extremely precious one-time tool. If she didn't have such a talisman because of her special background, it would be difficult for her to escape today. Xianxia withdrew the endless sea of fire on the mountain. Almost 70% of this Misty Rain's nunnery was destroyed. Most of the female disciples of Misty Rain had escaped down the mountain, so no one was hurt. Quickly flashing in front of Xianxia, Xianxia grabbed one of Xianxia's hands. Looking at the woman with a blank expression, Xianxia felt a strong sense of self-blame. Darling Xianxia, let me show you what kind of vicious trick that damned nun used on you. As Xianxia spoke, he began to use his divine sense to carefully examine the condition of Xianxia's body. As for Xianxia herself, she looked at Xianxia in confusion. Xianxia, I'm fine. Where's my master? She's not your master, Xianxia said in a hoarse voice. Xianxia tilted her head, looking very puzzled. Xianxia attentively examined each and every one of Xianxia's meridians. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now that he had clearly examined it, Xianxia couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This? Darling Xianxia, how did your inner force cultivation suddenly increase so much? No wonder Xianxia was surprised. It had only been a few days since they last met, but the true energy in Xianxia's Dantian had actually accumulated to the point where she was about to break through to the Xiantian realm. Such a deep Xianxi, it was as if a woman had been practicing inner force for more than 20 years. Inner force? Xianxia was a little confused. I don't know, I practice every day. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Xianxia was very clear that even if Xianxia cultivated a cultivation method that she had figured out herself, it would still be impossible for her inner force cultivation to improve so quickly in such a short period of time, not to mention without the help of pills. The only possibility was that her realm had increased. Previously, during the thunderstorm in the morning, Xianxia had said that she seemed to have comprehended something, but she hadn't been able to grasp it at once. It was hard to guarantee that the little germination at that time had borne fruit during this period of time. On the path of cultivation, epiphany was always more effective than diligence. Therefore, this also violated the law of heaven rewards the diligent, which was why it was a heaven-defying move. Obviously, Xianxia had comprehended her own Tao, which was why her true qi, which was a quantitative change during cultivation, made rapid progress. Yang believed that as long as he gave Rose 2 Bodhi pills to absorb more spiritual energy, it wouldn't be impossible for her to enter the Xiantian stage within a day. Judging from the speed of Wei's progress, some of the things that this woman had comprehended were not ordinary. But the most urgent thing now was to let Wei return to her previous appearance, instead of becoming like a beautiful Barbie doll, as if she had lost her soul. Yang grabbed the woman's hand, searched her whole body, and carefully sensed Wei's brain. After this investigation, he finally found something fishy. Near Wei's Baihui acupoint, there was a small ball of unusual true core force, which, together with an unknown medicine, was entrenched there and affected the nerves in Wei's brain. This was obviously a crooked method that specialized in controlling people's thoughts, and it must have something to do with Misty Rain. She said that she wanted to accept Wei as her disciple, probably because of Wei's speed of progress, or even because she wanted to take the cultivation method that he taught to Wei. He only regretted that he came back too late, and didn't know whether the nun had succeeded or not. If he had a chance to see her next time, he would torture her to death. In fact, Yang didn't know that Misty Rain did have such an idea. Since the day Wei came to the nunnery of Misty Rain, she had marveled at what kind of cultivation method Wei had cultivated. Unfortunately, she was interrupted by Yang before she could completely control Wei's thoughts. But now that he had found the problem, it was not difficult for Yang to remove it. After all, Misty Rain's cultivation was much lower than his, and the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture was best at detoxification and treatment, so he just needed to spend some time to deal with it carefully. Baby Wei, bear with it and sleep first. Because Wei was not very sober now, she might not listen to him no matter what he said. Therefore, in order to prevent Wei from using her true qi, Yang had to stimulate Wei's shoulder and neck to make her fall asleep first. Then, he held her in his arms and relieved her of the true essence and medicine that were entrenched around her Baihui acupoint. It was unknown what kind of cultivation technique Yu cultivated, but it seemed to be quite extraordinary. The true essence that was left in Wei's acupuncture point was bone-chilling and thick. It was obvious that it was left behind by an extremely profound cultivation technique. It was a pity that her comprehension was slightly lacking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only been able to cross the 3 Yang real fire tribulation. After spending more than half an hour and concentrating all his attention, Yang finally expelled the poison and ice-cold true essence from Wei's body. Almost at the same time, the woman's long eyelashes fluttered, and her drowsy eyes opened. She looked at Yang with a naive expression. When Yang saw that Wei had finally returned to her normal demeanor, he heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Silly girl, what are you looking at? Don't you recognize me?" Wei's beautiful eyes were filled with thoughts, as if she was trying to recall what had happened. "I think I had a dream," the woman murmured. "Is that so? It seems like you still remember something. What did you dream of? You're clearly standing in front of me. I want to call out to you, I want to hug you, but it's as if I've lost my body. I can only think about it, I can't do anything." Yang picked her up, held her in his arms, and kissed her cheek. "Who told you to run into such a deep mountain forest? If I had come a little later, who knows what would have happened?" Yang blamed her. Wei smiled sweetly, "I didn't think too much about it. I checked on the internet and said that this place is relatively quiet and has fewer people, so I came and asked around at the foot of the mountain. The locals all said that the nun in this place has a lot of prestige, so I came to stay here for a while. Who knew that she would do something to me? You're not allowed to be so rash in the future. You're no longer an ordinary person. Those with cultivation bases will most likely target you when they see you, so you have to be extra careful." "Got it, but seeing you worry for me, I'm still very happy." Yang scratched the woman's nose. "I'm not just worried. When I saw that you didn't seem to recognize me, I almost went crazy." "Really? Nonsense, if I suddenly lose my memory one day and don't remember you, would you be able to accept it so easily?" Yang face was filled with bitterness. However, Wei suddenly pouted, "Then I'll be so happy." "What?" Yang was stunned. The woman bit her plump red lips. "If you lose your memory, I'll have the chance to elope with you." That way, other women won't be able to snatch you from me. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This logic was outrageous, but it made him feel especially guilty and helpless. He caressed Xiangwei's cheek and said softly, "Promise me, in the future, if there's anything you need to discuss with me, don't worry too much. Don't worry about what I'm busy with or who I'm with. Even if you want me to eat breakfast with you, go shopping with you, or even talk to you, I will try my best to satisfy you. Don't be too hard on yourself. Let me know what you want and what you want to do. Don't think too much about me, think more about your own safety." "Why are you suddenly saying this? It's as if I'm very pitiful." "It's just that it's rare for me to come out for a walk." Xiangwei giggled. "I'm not joking, I'm serious," Yangqing said seriously. Xiangwei stared at him blankly for a while before nodding. She then leaned on Yangqing's chest and asked, "Is the wedding done? When did you return to Zhonghai?" Yangqing scratched his head and said with a wry smile, "We'll go down the mountain first and walk slowly for a while. What happened these days is a bit complicated, and I also have some new information to tell you. Your cultivation. It seems like you have to speed up the process." Xiangwei was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that she didn't understand what he meant, but she felt that it wasn't a simple situation. She obediently got up and held hands with Yangqing as they slowly walked down the mountain. The sky in early September wouldn't turn dark too early. Accompanied by the slanting sun, the two of them walked while Yangqing recounted what had happened these days. When Xiangwei heard that Yangqing had actually planned to become enemies with the entire Hongmeng and the hidden families, and had even killed 2 special envoys, she couldn't help but open her red lips and widen her eyes, revealing a rare adorable expression. Yangqing asked a little apprehensively, "Darling Xiangwei, do you think I'm too cruel?" Xiangwei blinked and then shook her head, "No, you're doing this to protect us, so that we can be like you, become stronger and live longer. I can understand. But I might have to kill countless people, and they might not have any enmity with me." Yangqing sighed. Xiangwei smiled cheerfully and said, "It's fine. At most, when I become stronger, I'll help you kill them. Or you can bring the person you want to kill to me and I'll help you take their life." Yangqing was overjoyed. "This is what I like the most about you. It's just killing people, the weak are prey to the strong. If they refuse to cooperate with me, then they will all die. They can only blame themselves for blocking our path. I won't be lenient, so you don't have to worry too much." "Yes, I believe you." Xiangwei smiled warmly. Yangqing carefully sized up Xiangwei's eyes. Compared to the past, her sparkling eyes were as gentle as before, but there seemed to be a bit more indifferent and ethereal. "Xiangwei darling, your realm seems to have reached a whole new realm. When we return, I'll give you a few of the Bodhi pills that I stole. If you use them properly, you should be able to reach the Xiantian realm." Speaking of this, Xiangwei couldn't hide her joy. "Hubby, I understand what I was thinking about on the mountain last time. That thunderstorm made me understand a lot of things, but you can't say it, right?" Yangqing smiled. Xiangwei nodded in distress. "I can't say it. I clearly know a lot, but I just don't know how to describe it." "That's right. Everyone's comprehension of the Tao is different. It can't be described with words." Yangqing sighed with emotion. "I told you that Grandma Yan of the Yang family in Yanjing used some shallow methods to barely guide me in breaking through to the deity transformation stage. But that also depends on my own luck. For now, my comprehension of the Tao is much stronger than hers, but she was the one who guided me. That's why I said that this thing can only be understood and not explained." With regards to Yang Chen's words, Rose agreed with him. Furrowing her brows, she said, "What I feel now is that I can perform some amazing techniques, but I just don't have the energy to support it. Maybe it's because my cultivation and realm don't match." Yangqing smiled. "I'm looking forward to seeing what my Xiangwei has learned. I'll check it out for you when we get back. Try to make a breakthrough in 2 days." Xiangwei asked curiously, "Hubby, are you leaving again? You seem to be in a hurry." Yangqing said helplessly, "It's all because of Li Dun from the Li family in Beijing. His wedding with Miss Tang is in a few days. I'll be back when I'm done." "With the Empress?" Xiangwei asked with a mischievous smile. Yangqing smiled awkwardly. don't mention it. I'll be thankful as long as you don't bring our daughter. Daughter? Xianxia exclaimed. Hubby, when did you have a child? This was what women were most concerned about. Yangqing quickly told her about Lanlan's adoption and introduced Lanlan. Only then did Xianxia understand. She couldn't help but giggle. I'm going to meet her when we get back. Since she's adopted, she's our child. What are you talking about? Even if she's your biological child, no matter who gave birth to her, everyone else has to treat her as their own. Yangqing pretended to be angry. You're thinking so far ahead. Xianxia pouted. But based on the current situation, I think adoption is more reliable. I want to adopt one too. I'll talk to Sister Lin about raising a child. Yangqing laughed. Hee, you're not afraid of Ruashi. Anqing is very sneaky. When she sees Ruashi, she'll break out in cold sweat like a mouse seeing a cat. Xianxia curled her lips. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't you say that you have a 1-year appointment with the Empress? That's true, but the 1-year deadline is almost up. It'll expire in March next year. It's already September. Yangqing sighed. Time flies. But I don't think Ruashi will do anything overboard when that time comes. After all, we've all changed. Xianxia nodded and smiled. Let's go back. Qianni should be off work soon. Your mother-in-law should be back too. Yang Chen's head started to hurt at the mention of Ma Guifeng, but when he thought of the Kai sisters and Jiangshan, he decided that it was better to stay here. Bringing Xianxia back, his speed was always affected. By the time they returned to the courtyard in the western suburbs of Zhonghai, it was already night time. Knowing that Yangqing and Xianxia would come back together, Mo Qianni specially asked her mother to buy a lot of fresh ingredients when she went home. The mother and daughter were already busy in the kitchen. When Xianxia entered the door, Mo Qianni happily went forward, wiped her hands on her apron, and hugged Xianxia. You're back. Did you run into some trouble? It could be seen that the two women had become as close as family during the days they lived together. Xianxia nodded. I'll tell you at the dinner table later. I'm fine. On the other side, Ma Guifeng hadn't seen Yangqing for a while, so she coughed and said, Yangqing, I don't know how busy you are, but even if we don't participate in the wedding, we can't not contact each other for such a long time, right? Yangqing's forehead immediately beaded with sweat. It seemed that the fact that her daughter couldn't have a wedding made her mother, Ma Guifeng, feel quite unbalanced. Yangqing nodded respectfully. Mom is right, this is also an old problem of mine, I can't always remember to call. Ma Guifeng stopped there. After all, things had already come to this point, so she accepted it. She then called for Yangqing to sit down and make tea for him. It was rare for him to have a quiet meal with his two beloved women, and one of his mother-in-law was sitting next to him. Yangqing's dinner was more of a warm feeling. Although Ma Guifeng didn't give him a good look, she was a typical mother-in-law who doted on her son-in-law. From time to time, she would put food in Yangqing's bowl, and she even specially made 2 pots of rice for Yangqing. She really looked at Yangqing as a pig. Fortunately, Yangqing's appetite was also huge, and the big table of food was almost finished. However, Ma Guifeng was really annoyed with Yangqing's flirting, so she didn't really laugh from the beginning to the end. Especially when she heard that Lin Ruashi had adopted a child, her heart became heavier. Yangqing, if you have a child with this girl in the future, you can't let the child be bullied by you and General Lin's child. Ma Guifeng had already started to worry about her future grandson. Yangqing's face was full of embarrassment, while Mo Qianni's face was red. Mom. What are you talking about? How far away is that? The woman couldn't restrain her embarrassment. Yangqing smiled foolishly and said, Mom, you're thinking too much. Ruashi likes children more than she likes me. No matter who gave birth to the child, she will like it. I believe that. I heard from Qianni that General Lin has been doing charity work with the old CEO since he was young, and he even volunteered at the orphanage. It's such a pity that such a good daughter is related to you. Ma Guifeng shook her head and sighed. Yangqing's face was bitter. Why does it seem like I'm a toad eating swan meat? Mo Qianni pouted and said, Mom, what are you talking about? How can you say that about your son-in-law? Ma Guifeng turned her chopsticks and knocked on her daughter's head. Silly girl, if you weren't a couple with General Lin, would you not be at the wedding? Mo Qianni stuck out her tongue. Even if there's no Ruashi, it should be little sister Qiangwei. She knew Yangqing before me. Is that so? Ma Guifeng looked at the quiet Qiangwei curiously. Qiangwei pursed her lips and smiled. I won't marry Yangqing. I'm not suitable. Yangqing was full of uneasiness. Ma Guifeng's words were nothing more than to arouse his guilt. There was no doubt that she succeeded. He really didn't have the face to face his beloved women. Thinking about it carefully, if he hadn't married Lin Ruashi by accident, perhaps it would have been Mo Qianni who had been with him earlier and was more suitable to be his real girlfriend. But there were no ifs in the world. He could only be thick-skinned and try his best to take care of every woman. He smiled and accepted Ma Guifeng's complaints. At the same time, on the hilltop near Jinshan village, the misty rain nunnery that had been burned and collapsed. Two figures, a man and a woman, quietly landed on the open space under the night sky. This woman, dressed in a long gown, was beautiful and elegant. Impressively, she was Abbess Misty Rain, who had taken off her nun's hat and let her black hair down. The man's appearance and outline were somewhat similar to Misty Rain, but he was tall and dignified. He was dressed in a black robe and looked quite arrogant. Damn it. He's already gone. We're too late. Misty Rain stomped her feet angrily. The man's face darkened. Don't worry, Feiyu. Since you've seen the real person, with your photographic memory, no matter how exquisite your drawing skills are, you can just draw the person's appearance and send those Huang stagers to check it out. There aren't many young men with cultivation outside of Xianxia, so there should be some clues. Abbess Misty Rain's eyes lit up. Big brother, you're so thoughtful. I'll draw it later. That damn brat, how dare he destroy my place of cultivation. Our Yan Feiyu has never been humiliated like this. When you find that person, I'll go with you. My sister, Yan Feiyun, can't be bullied by anyone. But be careful not to let too many people know about this. If it gets to my father's ears, he cares about his reputation the most. If you're humiliated like this, it'll be a disgrace to him. You and I can't avoid a lecture. Humph, I'm me and he's him. What does it have to do with him? Plus, he doesn't care about me, Yan Feiyu said disdainfully. Sister, don't talk about father like that. He's been thinking about you and third sister all these years, hasn't he? Don't quarrel with father anymore. Haven't you had enough about what happened back then? Yan Feiyun frowned. If he was thinking about us, he wouldn't have ignored me for so many years. He didn't even look for third sister. Is it so hard for you to apologize to father? Yan Feiyu said coldly, Big brother, I asked you to help me, not to listen to you. If you don't agree, I'll think of a way myself. I don't want to apologize to that old man. I didn't do anything wrong. Yan Feiyun sighed. Fine. If that's the case, go ahead and look for him. Tell me when you find him. I'll return to the All Heavens Island first. Then, the man's figure flashed and disappeared from the mountain peak. Only Yan Feiyu was left standing quietly by the broken wall. She looked at the stars and the dark sky and seemed to be reminiscing about something. In Xiangwei's bedroom in the Shijiao villas of Zhonghai. The air was filled with the fragrance of roses, mixed with a woman's perfume, and he could smell a faint warmth. On Xiangwei's big and soft bed, a woman in a thin black lace nightdress was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She was immersed in her own world. Beside her, Yangqing sat quietly on the edge of the bed. Even his breathing seemed to be soundless. Just now, Yangqing took out a Bodhi pill and gave it to Qiangwei. Then, he asked Qiangwei to use the method he taught her to digest the efficacy of the Bodhi pill and speed up the absorption of spiritual qi to nourish and expand the meridians in her body. Although the Bodhi pill was a low-level elixir, it was very effective for cultivators in the postnatal realm. Once Qiangwei digested the elixir, she could use the spiritual qi more efficiently. Yangqing used his divine sense to check on her, only to find that the true qi in her body was being purified and refined more than 10 times faster than usual. It was like a machine that refined oil suddenly had a new core component. Not only did the refined oil increase, but the efficiency and quality of the refined oil also increased. No wonder Xiao Qiqing said that elixirs were more attractive to cultivators than Dharma treasures. The Bodhi pill was not only a one-time use treasure, but it was also very effective. It was a pity that the efficacy of the Bodhi pill was almost negligible for cultivators in the tribulation passing stage. Otherwise, Yangqing would have tried one. The aqua-blue spiritual qi around Xiangwei was very rich. Maybe it was because the Tao this woman learned came from the thunderstorm, so it was more inclined to the water attribute of the 5 elements. However, there was nothing special about it. Different paths led to the same goal, so it didn't have much of an impact on one's cultivation. As time ticked by, Yangqing didn't dare to disturb him and silently stood guard by the side. Gradually, Xiangwei's skin became more and more lustrous, as if it was covered by a layer of moist film. It was white and tender, as if water would drip out if someone touched it lightly. Along with the expansion of the realm, the unique charm of a woman brought with it a new ethereal charm. Yangqing couldn't take his eyes off Xiangwei, who was quietly sitting cross-legged in the middle of so many halos. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Originally, a woman's appearance was not as exquisite as Lin Ruoxi's. However, at this moment, Xiangwei's beauty was not inferior at all. No wonder that nun was so obsessed with cultivation. Women's cultivation could indeed improve their beauty. Yangqing thought unscrupulously. Just as he was looking at the woman in a trance, Xiangwei seemed to have receded from her cultivation, and her dantian had reached an unprecedented level of fullness. She subconsciously withdrew from her immersion. Opening her almond-shaped eyes in a daze, Xiangwei saw that Yangqing was staring at her eagerly. Even the corner of his mouth was about to drip with saliva. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Hubby, you. What's wrong with you?" Yangqing hurriedly sucked in his saliva. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. In any case, he wasn't looking at other people's women on the street. "Darling Xiangwei, let's not cultivate tonight." "Why? Didn't you say that you were in a hurry to wait for me to break through?" Xiangwei asked, puzzled. Yangqing grinned and rubbed his hands. Life must be full of joy. It's been a while since we've been intimate. How can we waste such a beautiful scene? Xiangwei immediately understood what the man was thinking. She felt that it was funny, but at the same time, she also felt helpless. Without waiting for her to say anything more, Yangqing had already pounced on her and hugged the beauty's soft waist, causing Xiangwei's soft and plump body to squeeze into his embrace. With one hand on his face, he bent his head from the side and kissed her heavily. His other hand went around the woman's chest, and through the thin translucent lace, he gently rubbed the towering fullness, teasing the raised captivating redness. Crushing the woman's sweet and delicious lips, after a wet and passionate kiss, Yangqing only felt refreshed, while Rose, on the other hand, was panting from the sudden burst of passion. Everyone says that those who succeed in cultivation shouldn't be enlightened and have a pure heart and few desires. Why is our family's mind always filled with these shameful things? Xiangwei jokingly scolded as she poked the man's forehead. Yangqing chuckled and said, "What's on TV is all lies. If you don't have any desires, then what's the point of cultivating? I don't care if others want to live forever or become invincible. I want you to cultivate so that you can always be healthy and beautiful. If I want to become stronger, it's nothing more than to not be bullied by others. If I don't have fun in my life, then what's the point of cultivating? No matter what, you're right. Not only do I have reason, I also have physical strength. Tonight, you and Qianni won't be able to escape." Hearing that, Xiangwei's beautiful face paled. "Yeah. You still want 2 people together?" Without waiting for the woman to say anything, Yangqing had already pressed her down on the big bed and pressed her down heavily from behind. He lifted the hem of her nightgown, revealing her full and round buttocks. What made Yangqing go crazy was that the woman was not wearing any underwear. A deep, soul-stirring honey seam was already exposed in front of his eyes. Swallowing his saliva, Yangqing clicked his tongue and said, "Darling Xiangwei, if it was in ancient times, you would be a witch of the devil sect. You even said that my thoughts were impure, and that the 2 of us. Isn't it all because I want to cooperate with you?" Xiangwei closed her eyes tightly, her eyelashes trembling. Yangqing was overjoyed. He removed the restraints on his body and quickly entered the woman's body. Although they hadn't been intimate for a while, the 2 of them already had a tacit understanding. As they were familiar with each other, they quickly entered a state of flirting. Entangled, spirit and flesh fused. After enjoying 3 full waves of the scarlet rhythm, Xianxia finally let go of the woman who was already in a daze and was about to leave her body. After checking the villa, Ma Guifeng had already fallen asleep in her room. He hurriedly went to Mo Qianni's room next door and brought the woman, who was still in her pajamas, back to Chengwei's room. Before Mo Qianni could cry out in alarm, she was blocked by Yangqing's mouth. The woman originally thought that Yangqing would only accompany Chengwei to sleep tonight, so she planned to sleep after reading for a while. Although she also liked to be with men, it didn't mean that she was obsessed with doing things at night. In fact, spiritual satisfaction was more important to Mo Qianni, but she didn't expect that she still couldn't be spared. What made her even more embarrassed was that she actually had to be carried to Chengwei's bed. The feeling of being tormented by Yangqing on the other side was much more intense than just the two of them. Although the two women had been with Yangqing more than once before, it didn't mean that they could get used to this kind of thing so easily. When Mo Qianni only had a silk pajamas with all the buttons undone, Yangqing held her slender waist tightly and entered from behind. Chengwei smiled generously and looked at Mo Qianni's expression with great interest. It seemed that she had been tormented enough. When Chengwei saw that Mo Qianni suffered the same treatment as her and kept moaning, she was very satisfied. "Qianni, you look so beautiful like this. Your face is so red." Chengwei giggled. Mo Qianni was immersed in a state of struggle between heaven and earth. On one hand, Yangqing's rush came like a tide, and on the other hand, she felt the sense of shame and excitement of being watched by Chengwei. This kind of erotic feeling caused the woman to continuously contract her body, causing Yangqing, who was behind her, to also enjoy a more wonderful taste than usual. When Yangqing completed the first round of sprint, Mo Qianni was like soft mud, completely lying on the big bed. She opened her pink lips and looked at Chengwei with a bitter expression. "You can laugh at me, you know that my physical strength is not as good as yours." Chengwei lay down and hugged Mo Qianni's pink long neck. Suddenly, she very naturally kissed her on the face, and then kissed Mo Qianni's red lips. Mo Qianni also seemed to be very cooperative. Her cherry lips wriggled, and her tongue intersected with Chengwei's. The delicate lilac tongue nimbly touched each other, slightly entangling. The two charming and beautiful women were naked, their full breasts slightly pressed against each other, lying on the bed and kissing each other. Yangqing, who was planning to let Mo Qianni rest for a while and continue the second round, immediately stared blankly when he saw this scene. This scene was too ambiguous. Looking at the way the two women kissed, they were not very unfamiliar. They were cooperating with each other, and it seemed like they had done this often on a daily basis. After the two women's pink lips parted, they even pulled open a sparkling silk thread in a daze. At this time, the two women subconsciously turned their heads to look at Yangqing. Only then did the two women realize that there was a man watching them with great interest from behind. Yangqing recovered from his admiring gaze and smiled evilly. "Good. The two of you secretly hid it from me and found a new lover." The two girls blushed, and Mo Qianni complained, "Isn't it all because of you? You insisted on us being together, and in the end, when you left that morning, Chengwei woke up and said that she wanted to play kiss. I was still dreaming when she kissed me." "What? You clearly agreed to it, why are you blaming me for it?" Chengwei, who came from the underworld, was like a shy young girl at this moment, full of hidden bitterness. Yangqing laughed out loud. "What are you guys explaining this for? It's not like I said that you guys can't do this. Seeing you guys love each other, I can't be happier. Darling Chengwei, since you are also interested in women, why don't you find a chance to pull on Xin and Mingyu over as well? When the time comes, the 5 of us will be together?" I didn't." Chengwei became anxious. "Hubby, don't believe it. It's all Qianni's nonsense. I only want to kiss her because I have a good relationship with her and we are very familiar with each other. I'm not that." "That? Which one is it?" Yangqing smiled evilly. "It's..." Chengwei clenched her teeth, "the kind of relationship between a woman and a woman." Hearing this, Mo Qianni, who was weak, also burst out laughing. She pinched Chengwei's face. "Silly Chengwei, hubby is just teasing you. Besides, even if you like women, what does it have to do with him? Qiang Wei looked at Yang Qing's mischievous eyes and realized that she had been tricked. She couldn't help but clench her teeth and pounce on Yang Qing to strangle his neck. You guys ganged up to bully me. Yang Qing didn't expect that Qiang Wei would have such a crazy side to her. While laughing, he pressed the woman down on the big bed without backing down. Originally, Xiao Qianxian was helping you block it, but you came to me yourself. Fine, then I'll take turns. Ah. Sister Qianni, save me. Woo. A night of spring breeze and rain, begonia blooming. After spending a night in Qiang Wei's boudoir, Yang Qing woke up in high spirits early in the morning. Mo Qianni and Qiang Wei were still naked, and most of their enchanting figures were exposed to the air. Fortunately, their physical fitness had been greatly improved, so they wouldn't catch a cold. Yang Qing kissed his children's cheeks a few times in satisfaction, but the two women were murmuring in a daze. He didn't know what they were talking about, but they were too lazy to open their eyes. They must have been very tired from the battle that lasted until the early hours of the morning. Leaving the two women sleeping in each other's arms, Yang Qing put on his clothes, hummed a tune, and ran home to eat breakfast. Yang Qing felt that he was very wise to gather the women in one place. Such a life of living like an immortal was what he dreamed of. Of course, if Lin Ruoxi was more sensible, such as not sleeping with Lan Lan, it would be more to his liking. As soon as he entered the living room, the air was filled with the strong aroma of breakfast. To Yang Qing's surprise, it was reasonable to say that the family hadn't started eating at this time, but it was surprisingly early today. All the women in the family were already eating at the dining table. Lin Ruoxi was dressed neatly. She was wearing a European-style chiffon top and a layered lace skirt. Her white stockings outlined her slender and tight calves. She looked elegant and refined. She didn't look like she was going to work, but she was particularly pleasing to the eye. Although Hui Lin, who was now a big star, was also dressed very well, regardless of appearance or temperament, compared with this sister, there was always a gap. She seemed to be a foil. At this moment, sitting next to Lin Ruoxi was Lan Lan, who was holding a big soup bowl and eating noodles. The noodles seemed to be specially made for the little girl, and no one else had it. She changed into her favorite blue skirt. For Lan Lan's physique, she didn't need to worry about keeping warm in the cold autumn, so it didn't matter to her. With Lin Ruoxi's love for her daughter, she probably let Lan Lan like these. If she really liked to wear blue skirts, she could simply buy a bunch of them and wear them one after another. The little girl just finished a big bowl of noodles with pickled cabbage and shredded pork, and saw Yang Qing enter the door. Bad uncle is back. Lan Lan raised her head and shouted in her sweet voice. Yang Qing was embarrassed. He originally planned to sneak upstairs and pretend to spend the night at home, but he didn't expect everyone to wake up early today. All of a sudden, the women in the house looked at Yang Qing strangely. Obviously, everyone knew that Yang Qing went out to spend the night again last night. Guo Shuihua and Mother Wang just found out that the couple had gotten married, but they didn't expect that because Lan Lan and Lin Ruoxi slept together, Yang Qing immediately went out to sleep. This was actually a coincidence, but in the eyes of the women, Yang Qing was very thirsty. Guo Shuihua glanced at Yang Qing reproachfully and said without a change in expression, "Why did you go out for a stroll so early in the morning? Come and have breakfast." Yang Qing was stunned, and he admired his mother's eloquence. Yes, he went out for a stroll early in the morning, not to sleep with another woman in the middle of the night. Although everyone knew it, at least it sounded better. Yang Qing sat on his seat with a smile, and Mother Wang also calmly served him millet porridge. Lin Ruoxi only glanced at Yang Qing when he entered the door and didn't say anything. She just took the breakfast that Lan Lan wanted to eat, and did all the work of the nanny Minwan. After eating 2 mouthfuls, Yang Qing couldn't help but ask, why did everyone wake up so early today? Didn't they usually wake up half an hour later? Xianxia pouted and said, "It's all because of Lan Lan. She woke up very early and shouted that she was hungry downstairs. Sister Ruoxi woke up to make breakfast for her. How could she be so busy?" In the end, Mother Wang and Aunt Wu got up, and we were also called up. Hiss. Yang Qing sucked in a breath of cold air. This little girl's treatment was way too high. He said sourly, "Ruoxi, you can't spoil her too much. How can you make breakfast for her immediately? She'll be spoiled if you do that. She's still growing up." It's not like she's so poor that she has no food to eat. Do you want her to starve? Lin Ruoshi said without looking up. Yangqing was speechless. That's not what I mean. If you get up early and want to eat, I will also make breakfast for you. Of course, if you are at home. Lin Ruoshi said coldly and glanced at Yangqing. Yangqing immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This woman was indeed extremely unhappy in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. Thinking about it, he had just made substantial progress, and in the end, he immediately ran out to fool around with other women. There was nothing he could do. Who told him to come all the way like this? He could only bury his head and continue eating. He couldn't afford to offend her, but he could at least hide. After breakfast, Lan Lan, a little girl, ate a whole 3 cages of meat buns, half a pot of millet porridge, a bowl of noodles, and negligible side dishes. She almost took care of most of the food. Although Yangqing didn't eat freely, he estimated that if he really did, he would only eat so much. Any more and he would feel tired. On the other hand, Lan Lan only touched her little belly and jumped off the chair. After taking the panda plushie from the nanny, Minwan, she skipped over to watch TV. She didn't seem to be out of the ordinary at all. Mother Wang and the others already knew Lan Lan, so they weren't too surprised. She smiled at Yangqing and said, "Young master, with Lan Lan's appetite, being your daughter is too compatible." Yangqing's face twitched. This doesn't make sense. When I was her age, I couldn't eat so much. This is called the student surpassing the master, Huilin interrupted with a smile and a serious expression. Xianxia rolled her eyes. Sister Huilin, your singing is great, but your use of idioms is more reliable. How can this be considered a good thing? If Lan Lan goes to school and the children see her appetite, not to mention the children, even the teachers will be scared to tears. Hearing this, the adults were worried. Indeed, Lan Lan was too special. It would be troublesome to raise her in the future. They couldn't let a child stay at home all day, not interacting with the people around her, not entering society. How could she become a real adult? Lin Ruoshi frowned, looking at Lan Lan who was watching cartoons on the sofa. She was worried. At this moment, Yangqing reached out and held the woman's shoulder from behind, squeezing it gently. Lin Ruoshi turned around and saw the man looking at her with a warm and comforting gaze. Don't worry, my daughter, Yangqing, doesn't need to be compared to ordinary people. No one can make her suffer, right, my wife? Lin Ruoshi's heartstrings trembled. She was enveloped by a sense of harmony and blushed unconsciously. No. It's not your daughter, Lan Lan is my daughter. Lin Ruoshi took Yangqing's hand away, turned around and hurriedly walked over to Lan Lan. Yangqing curled his lips, shook his head and sighed. What a woman who doesn't follow the script. At least give me a kiss or something. The acting on TV is indeed unreliable. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Guo Shuihua and the rest were puzzled. Why would someone come so early in the morning? It can't be someone looking for Sister Huilin to talk about work, right? Could it be that the reporters found out that Sister Huilin is living here? Xianxia asked curiously. Lin Ruoshi sat on the sofa and hugged Lan Lan. She turned around and said, "Impossible, I've already issued a warning in private. If any media dares to come here to do an interview and harass Huilin's private life, I'll make them go bankrupt." Xianxia stuck out her pink tongue and felt a chill run down her spine. Mother Wang shook her head helplessly and said, "You've said so much, won't you know when you open the door?" As she spoke, Mother Wang walked to the door and looked through the peephole. She was slightly startled, but she still quickly opened the door. When everyone saw it, their expressions changed. They saw the neatly dressed and radiant Mo Qianni and Cheng Wei standing outside the door with smiles on their faces. The two women were even carrying large shopping bags, but no one knew what was inside. "Qianni, Cheng Wei?" Guo Shuihua recovered from her daze and revealed a gentle smile. "Why are you two here?" Yangqing's eyes widened. They had only been apart for less than an hour. What were they playing at? Because Guo Shuihua and Ma Guifeng had been living together for a period of time, and she had a good relationship with Guo Shuihua in private, she often met Mo Qianni and Cheng Wei. Although they weren't official daughters-in-law, in Guo Shuihua's eyes, those who were sincere to Yangqing were all good women, and they had a good relationship. At the same time, because they weren't daughters-in-law, it was convenient for her to talk to them. She really enjoyed chatting with the two sensible women. Aunt Gua, we heard from Yangqing that Ruashi adopted a daughter. We were curious, so we came to take a look, Xianxia said as she glanced at Lan Lan who was sitting on the sofa. Xianxia had been the president of the Red Thorns Society for many years, so she was quite skilled in speaking. She directly said adopted by Ruashi, which meant that this daughter had less of a relationship with Yangqing. From their point of view, Yangqing's first child naturally hadn't been born yet, so even if Lin Ruashi adopted a daughter, there was no point in taking the lead in the issue of children. When Lin Ruashi heard this, she couldn't help but frown, but there was nothing she could say. It was obvious that Gua Shuihua liked the two girls, so she could only tolerate it. Mo Qianni only knew about this after hearing Xianxui's words, so she was naturally filled with anticipation. Normally, the two women would be too embarrassed to come over so early in the morning, but the fact that Yangqing suddenly had a daughter was enough to make them treat it as an emergency. Lan Lan grabbed the panda and lay on the sofa. Her big black eyes blinked as she looked at the two women. Although the girl was young, she had a sense of beauty. It was obvious that the two beautiful big sisters had aroused Lan Lan's interest. So cute. Mo Qianni couldn't help but cover her mouth. It was no wonder that women couldn't resist. Lan Lan's appearance, coupled with her outstanding innocent temperament, was simply a killer for both men and women. Xianxui's eyes also revealed a bit of love. I heard from Yangqing that her name is Lan Lan. Hearing this, Lin Ruashi glared at Yangqing. She didn't need to think to know that Yangqing had been with Xianxia last night. After Gua Shuihua understood the two women's intentions, she felt that it was quite funny. She pushed Yangqing's lower back from behind, and the meaning was very clear, you're in a mess now. Then she said, that's right, we'll see each other often in the future, so it's good to get to know each other first. With that, Gua Shuihua beckoned to Lan Lan. Come, Lan Lan, come over to Grandma's side. Let's, Gua Shuihua paused in the middle of her sentence. Oh right, what should I call them? On the other hand, Xianxia spoke quickly, call her Yinyang. Gua Shuihua was stunned. That was too direct. Wasn't this directly establishing their relationship as sharing a husband? In ancient times, there was a difference in status between the concubines of the first branch and the concubines of the second branch. But now, it was obvious that there were a few more lovers. Lin Ruashi gritted her teeth and glared at Yangqing with resentment. And Yangqing helplessly spread out his hands. This was not something he could control. Xianxui's personality was originally more untamable. When she was gentle, she was like water, but when she was strong, she was also very persistent. Lan Lan listened to Gua Shuihua's words. After putting down the panda, she nimbly jumped over the sofa and rushed in front of Gua Shuihua in the blink of an eye. She hugged Gua Shuihua's thigh and tilted her little head, looking straight at Xianxia and Lin Ruashi. Gua Shuihua touched her granddaughter's soft hair and sighed with a smile, Lan Lan, let's get to know each other. This is Auntie Xianxia, and this is Auntie Qianni. Lan Lan's little face was a little confused, Grandma, what is an auntie? Gua Shuihua also didn't know how to explain to a child. For a moment, the atmosphere was stiff. It's the other mothers of the same generation as your mother, Gua Shuihua said after thinking for a while. Lan Lan pouted and looked at the two girls who were full of anticipation, but Lan Lan only has one mother. Xianxia and Mo Qianni were slightly disappointed, but Lin Ruashi's eyes flashed with joy. Lin Ruashi walked forward and bent down to touch Lan Lan's face. If Lan Lan doesn't want to say it, then don't. It's okay. Just when Lan Lan was about to nod, she saw Xianxia suddenly take out a large teddy bear from the big shopping bag in her hand. The soft fur matched with exquisite workmanship, and the color was bright and soft. Obviously, it was a very high-quality doll. Of course, its charmingly naive look was very cute. Lan Lan, Auntie's gift for you. Lan Lan, who was about to return to Lin Ruashi's side, couldn't take her eyes off the big toy when she saw it. Mo Qianni looked at Lin Ruashi embarrassedly, but she also took out a big box from the big shopping bag. But this time, it was an exquisite Barbie doll gift box. Lan Lan blinked her bright eyes. She looked at the big bear and the Barbie, and her little face revealed a happy smile. Suddenly, Lan Lan rushed forward and grabbed the gifts from the two girls' hands. Because Lanlan's hands were small, she could only hold a corner of the gift and drag it on the ground. But it was obvious that Lanlan had already accepted the gift. Then, to everyone's surprise, Lanlan raised her head and called out sweetly, "Auntie Chengwei, Auntie Chenni." Cough cough cough. Yangcheng coughed violently because he had choked. Everyone else had different expressions on their faces, especially Lin Ruoxi, who was on the verge of breaking down. If it wasn't for the strong mental fortitude of women, not only would they be in disbelief, they might even collapse to the ground. Lan. Lan. Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but scream, "You unlucky child. How could you be bought over so easily?" Mother Wang and Guoshuahua looked at Lin Ruoxi strangely. Xianxia mumbled, "Sister Ruoxi, why does your words sound like what Sister Tangwan would say when she scolds Tang Tang?" She called Tang Tang an unlucky child. Who would be like her? She didn't even invent this. At the mention of Tangwan, Lin Ruoxi was extremely angry. Her face was red, and she bit her lower lip. She was so angry that she was about to cry. Lan walked to Lin Ruoxi's calf and hugged it. She rubbed her face against Lin Ruoxi's thigh and said coquettishly, "Mommy is mommy, auntie is auntie. Mommy is the best." This child, why do you know how to flatter and take bribes at such a young age? Lin Ruoxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Guoshuahua and the others giggled, while Chengwei and Mo Chenni looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Yangcheng, who was watching from the back, rubbed his chin and nodded to himself. This child is indeed suitable to be my daughter. She's so cooperative. A certain someone thought unscrupulously. But this way, the atmosphere became much more harmonious. As it was the weekend, other than Xianxia who went for military training, Hui Lin who went to rehearsal, Lin Ruoxi and Mo Chenni were not in a hurry to go to the company. The family sat in the living room, drinking black tea, chatting and laughing, talking about Lan. A child's senses were the most direct and sensitive. She could easily feel the kindness of Chengwei and Mo Chenni towards the little girl. Soon, Lan was able to run back and forth among the three women. This change made Lin Ruoxi feel a little uncomfortable. It was as if her heart was divided into three pieces. Fortunately, Lan only knew how to call her mommy, which allowed the women to comfort themselves. After more than an hour, someone rang the doorbell again. With the previous experience, the women had their own guesses. Sure enough, when Mother Wang opened the door, there stood no one but Choi Yun, Anqin, and Lu Mingyu. And without exception, the three women were holding gift bags of different colors in their hands. Obviously, they were gifts for the children. Guoshuahua smiled speechlessly, "You guys are really fast. It seems that Lan will have 3 more concubines." Choi Yun and the others had just greeted Guoshuahua. Hearing this, they realized that Chengwei and Mo Chenni were also there. For a moment, the 3 women blushed with embarrassment. Lin Ruoxi couldn't be angry at Guoshuahua. She could only secretly pinch Yangcheng's waist and said coldly, "Are you trying to make me angry on purpose? Why are all of you here?" Yangcheng smiled bitterly, "Baby Ruoxi, let's be reasonable. You told Yonyan yourself. Then why are Mingyu and Anqin here? With Yonyan's carefree personality, isn't it just a matter of 2 or 3 minutes to build a good relationship with others? Of course, she would tell everyone about it." Yangcheng said innocently. In fact, Yangcheng's guess was not far from the truth. Originally, Choi Yun wanted to come alone. But it was awkward to face Lin Ruoxi alone. So, she simply told Lu Mingyu and Anqin. Since the women had opened the window, there was no need to hide anything. It was almost impossible to get anything from Lin Ruoxi. It was better to build a good relationship and advance and retreat together. Lan was very clever. She grabbed the corner of Guoshuahua's clothes and asked sweetly, "Grandma, what kind of concubines are they?" Hearing this question from her daughter, Lin Ruoxi almost fainted. This little traitor was addicted to taking bribes. At this time, Guoshuahua couldn't care less about Lin Ruoxi. In her opinion, Lin Ruoxi, as the eldest wife, should be more magnanimous. After all, a lot of things had been said in Beijing. She had already given the family bracelet and the old man's commander's seal, so it was only right for her to endure it. Thus, Guoshuahua smiled and introduced Choi Yun and the other 2 girls to her granddaughter. Of course, after Lon Lon happily called out the 3 new ants, the gifts she received also made the little girl beam with joy. Anqing complained to Yangqing, "Hubby, you're too biased. You live so close to me, but you didn't even tell me that you adopted your daughter. You still had to wait for Yonian to tell me." Yangqing grinned, I just adopted her, so I didn't have the time to tell her." Lin Ruoshi coldly snorted and said, "What does this have to do with you? Don't misunderstand, Lon Lon is my daughter." When Anqing heard that it was Lin Ruoshi who spoke, she immediately shrank back and didn't dare to say anything. It seemed that the shadow in Lin Ruoshi's heart was not light. "Ruoshi, don't scare Anqing. She told me that you forced her to play games with you. Seriously, when you were young, you would only stop when the other girls had cramps in their legs. You were born an idiot at sports, and all your former classmates know that. Why bother?" Choi Yun said sympathetically. I'm not a sports idiot." Lin Ruoshi's face immediately turned red when she was exposed to the embarrassing things that happened in middle school. "Yonyan, don't talk nonsense. Also, you're actually helping her." Only then did Choi Yun realize that their relationship was different now. She covered her mouth in embarrassment. However, the other women had already heard it. Lu Mingyu had always regarded Lin Ruoshi's business methods as her idol. Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh and say, "So General Lin's weakness is sports. No wonder the company has never organized sports activities." Yangqing interrupted abruptly, "There's another one. Ruoshi's class teacher told me that she has never passed her music class." "Yangqing. You, go to hell." Lin Ruoshi completely lost her ladylike demeanor. She turned around and pounced on Yangqing, trying to strangle Yangqing's neck. Yangqing, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue as if he was about to die. Lon Lon immediately shouted, "Mommy, all the best. Mom, you can do it." All the women in the family laughed until they were rocking back and forth, and the house became a lot more lively. After a round of fun, everyone was immediately pulled closer to each other. Ever since Yangqing brought Lin Ruoshi to the wedding, the girls hadn't gathered together for a while. Everyone intentionally avoided that part and focused their attention on Lon Lon. It had to be said that while Lon Lon was easy to buy, she was also very dedicated. After giving the gifts, a group of aunties kissed and hugged her. The little girl did not refuse any of them, and very quickly, she rolled around on top of the girls' bodies in satisfaction. The group of women were already extremely beautiful. Lon Lon smelled the different body fragrances of the different aunties and hugged them happily. Lin Ruoshi looked at this scene and simply did not think too much about it. She secretly planned to give her daughter a lesson on loyalty at night. This daughter was too disloyal. Wasn't this the same logic as whoever has milk is a mother? Just as the group of women in the living room were laughing and chatting, Yang Cheng's phone vibrated. The girl's attention was immediately drawn over. Every woman was very interested in knowing who the man they liked usually picked up the phone from. Yangqing was stared at by everyone. He stiffly picked up the phone and saw that it was actually Tang Wan calling. "Humph, it's Tang Wan. Comrade Yangqing, you're really busy." The busybody Choi Yun peeked over and saw it clearly. Yangqing coughed dryly, picked up the phone and asked, "Tang Wan. You're not coming to see Lon Lon, are you?" On the other end of the phone, Tang Wan was silent for a moment. "It's the adopted girl, right? I do want to see her, but I'm not in the mood right now." "What do you mean?" Yangqing felt that something was wrong with the woman's tone. "Didn't anyone tell you that the Yang family didn't inform you?" Tang Wan asked. Yangqing was stunned. "What message?" "Right now, if you have a computer beside you, go online and look at a few domestic and foreign portals, and directly look at the headlines. I'm in Beijing with Tang Tang right now, and I just saw the news. We found out about it quite late, but it's already spread all over Beijing." Yang Cheng's expression changed slightly. He suddenly thought of something and hung up the phone. Lin Ruoshi saw that Yang Cheng's expression was not good, and asked with concern, "Hubby, what happened?" In the eyes of a woman, Yang Cheng was definitely the type of person who wouldn't be worried even if the sky fell down. Guo Shuihua and the others also looked over in confusion. Yang Cheng did not make a sound. Instead, his figure flashed and he went to the second floor. He took out his laptop from his room and went downstairs to open it. When Yangqing opened the web page and logged into a Huaxia news portal, all the women who saw the headline all revealed shocked expressions at the same time. This. How is this possible? Guo was the first to shout out. The woman's face was deathly pale as she stood up in fear, clenching her fists tightly. Lin Ruoxi quickly got up and held onto Guo shoulders, comforting her. Mom, don't be so agitated. This. Something must have gone wrong. The women were also extremely worried. Even Lu Mingyu, Anqin and the other girls, who didn't understand politics, understood the seriousness of this news. Their gazes converged on Yangqing. Yangqing, whose face was as calm as water, sat quietly. From his deep eyes, one could not see the slightest bit of excitement, but it was as if there were raging waves hidden in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, the headlines on the internet were already so important that they were interspersed at a special time as an independent title. Furthermore, there were already detailed reports on major websites, especially those in the United States and Europe. The title was similar, but it was eye-catching and shocking: Huaxia's national humiliation. The content was straightforward and to the point. In general, it was that the former chairman of Huaxia, the vice premier, and the only remaining old Marshal Yang Gongming of the army, was actually not the biological son of the previous old Marshal Yang Yi. Instead, it was the son that his mother had given birth to after being annihilated by the invading army of the enemy during the war. What was even more shocking was that a few of old Marshal Yang Yi's old subordinates clearly knew that during the anti-Japanese war, Yang Yi had been discovered and outflanked by the enemy in advance, and was once shot in a vital part. Therefore, before Yang Yi officially married his wife, he was already infertile. As proof, there was even a DNA test report between the DNA left behind by Yang Yi and Yang Gongming's DNA posted on the internet. From the report, the two of them were not father and son at all. In addition, there were also memoirs left behind by a few old guards of Yang Yi, about the time when Yang Yi was shot, and when he returned to Yanjing and found out that his wife was pregnant. Most of these manuscripts had already turned yellow, and they looked extremely real. What was even more impossible to ignore was that those old guards who were far away from Yanjing were indeed the old subordinates of Yang Yi back then. In other words, they were the guards who knew about this past. Without exception, all of them were far away from the core circle of the central government, and were not put in an important position. Without a doubt, these meritorious elders were all leading their families to decline, which was very unreasonable. At the same time, it also proved that the situation was not false. The news on the internet was already overwhelming. Many websites were trying their best to delete the news that had obviously been leaked by hackers. However, it was too late. In this era of globalization, once such sensational news came out, it was impossible to hide it. At least, foreign websites would not let it go so easily. The United States, Europe, Japan, and other countries had already begun to broadcast this news on physical news and television. As an important leader of Huaxia's army for decades, and one of the core military power, the Yang family was actually a child left behind by the invaders. What was even more ridiculous was that because Yang Gongming's birth mother was raped by a group of allied forces, even the woman herself did not know which country had left this child behind. The only thing that could be confirmed was that Yang Gongming was a child left behind by the invaders of Asia. But even if he was a puppet army of Huaxia, he was still a bastard. Huaxia's army actually called a bastard their marshal. This was undoubtedly a slap to the entire Huaxia's army. This meant that the country that was reclaimed with blood still fell into the hands of the enemy's bloodline in the end. Although it could be said that this was not the Yang family betraying their country, from the perspective of the country's reputation and the people's psychology, how could they accept this? Wouldn't they become the laughingstock of those countries? After watching more than a dozen major web portals and a few news videos, Guo face was as white as a sheet. She kept shaking her head with tears in her eyes. Yangqing closed his notebook, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply. What he was worried about had happened, and it was even worse than he had imagined. Yesterday at Zhonghai University, Yu Weibing had already told him this secret, but Yangqing did not think that Yu Weibing would really spread this news at the risk of his life. Moreover, Yangqing did not dare to completely guarantee that this was true. That was why Yangqing said that he would give him one day to think about it, and that he had to change the principle. But he did not expect that the news would be spread so early in the morning. Xianxia was very experienced in identifying the authenticity of photos. The photos on the internet were obviously taken directly with a camera without any retouching, and the documents and manuscripts seemed to be 90% authentic. In other words, Yang Gongming was indeed not the flesh and blood of the Yang family. Since Yang Gongming had completely broken away from the Yang family bloodline, it meant that he, Yang Lai, and Yang Pijuan were no longer the descendants of the Yang family. Xianxia could ignore this, but the Yang family couldn't. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xianxia. For a traditional big family, this was no different from a disaster. No matter how famous the Yang family was, they were just a family. If they had to face the dissatisfaction and protest of the whole nation, then no matter how much credit they had made, they would inevitably be disbanded. Guo Shuihua was almost speechless. She wiped her tears and said, "Son, what do you think is going on? Looks like someone took advantage of the situation." Xianxia murmured. After thinking for a while, he looked at Choi Yan and said, "Yonian, you know Yu Weibing and his son, right? They are the principal of Zhonghai University." Choi Yan knew the seriousness of the situation. She nodded carefully and said, "The Yu family is an old family in Jiangnan. Of course I know them. What's wrong? Help me check the situation of Yu Weibing and his family. I suspect that something has happened to them," Xianxia said. Choi Yan was curious why Xianxia would say that, but she didn't dare to ask. She immediately made a call and asked the police on duty to check. But just as she asked, the police on the other side reported an important news that they had just received. Choi Yan hung up the phone and said with her eyes wide open, "The Yu family, all died last night. From Yu Weibing and his son Yu Ziping, as well as their women and direct blood relatives, all died. They were shot to death." The entire house was silent. Even Xiao Lanlan, who was pulling Barbie's hair just a moment ago, had obediently nestled in Lin Ruoxi's arms due to the heavy atmosphere, not daring to make a sound. Xianxia rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "You're really resourceful. Killing with a borrowed knife without leaving any traces." "Hubby, what do you mean?" Lin Ruoxi asked in confusion. Xianxia smiled bitterly and briefly told him about the secret he learned from Yu Weibing yesterday. The group of women were all shocked. They never thought that things would develop so quickly. Then the Yu clan's people, didn't you send people to kill them?" Choi Yan asked confusedly. Xianxia stretched out his hand and tapped on the woman's forehead. He scolded with a smile, "What kind of brain do you have? If I wanted the Yu clan's people to die, wouldn't I be able to kill them? As for using a gun to solve it? This is obviously someone who also knows this secret but doesn't want to reveal it, so he's deliberately using someone else to do his dirty work. Who would do such a thing? Who knows what happened back then? Other than the Yu clan, are there any other descendants of the old marshal's bodyguards? There definitely are, but it might not be those descendants who did it." Xianxia sneered, "If they didn't think that they could survive under my hands, no one would dare to do such a stupid thing." The more the women listened, the more confused they became. They didn't know what Xianxia was thinking. Suddenly, Xianxia stood up and said to Lin Ruoxi, "Ruoxi, prepare some simple luggage." Lin Ruoxi put Lan Lan on the sofa, stood up and asked, "Are we going to Beijing?" "That's right." Xianxia turned to Guo Shuihua and said, "Mom, you have to go back too." "This? Do you want to inform your grandfather that we're going back like this? Beijing must be in an uproar right now." Guo Shuihua said anxiously. Xianxia shook his head, "It's useless to say anything. Li Dun is getting married in 2 days anyway. We'll have to go sooner or later. Let's go today." Lin Ruoxi didn't ask any more questions. She nodded quietly and went upstairs to pack her luggage. Xianxia looked at the women with a comforting gaze, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. It's just that I have to leave right after coming back. Once I'm done with Beijing, I'll teach you how to quickly improve your cultivation. Don't slack off when I'm away." The women forced a smile, but it was difficult to erase the gloomy atmosphere in the living room. At the same time, in the laboratory under the North Pole, the huge Mystic Ice laboratory had been expanded a lot, and the equipment designed by Yan Buwen was operating as usual. At the operating table in the middle of the room, Wen Tao, who had already changed into a white coat, looked coldly at the experimental on the operating table, who was twisting and struggling but was restrained. This test subject was none other than Ning Guodong. Ning Guodong was lying naked on the white operating table. His face was ferocious, and his veins were bulging all over his body. His muscles looked explosive. Ugh. Ah. Ning Guodong's throat made the sound of grinding gears. The pain was unimaginable, as if his body was being torn apart. What are you screaming for? You want to turn yourself from a eunuch back into a man, and you want to become stronger? Do you think it's possible that you can't even endure this little pain? Wen Tao sneered, reached out his hand, and waved at Luo Tsuishan, who was watching from afar with a smile. Luo Tsuishan had changed into a fiery red nurse uniform, but her chest was purely lace, and her lower body was a miniskirt. No one knew if she was wearing underwear or not. Seeing Wen Tao's signal, Luo Tsuishan picked up a syringe filled with some kind of red drug and handed it to Wen Tao. After Wen Tao took the syringe, he took a look at Ning Guodong's crotch. He saw that between his legs, which had become a lump of rotten meat, a new huge thing had grown out of Ning Guodong's clone. It was this new huge thing that made Ning Guodong's life worse than death. This is the last dose. I modified the gene modification fluid left behind by Yan Buwen. You are the first person to receive a new level of modification. You should feel honored. Wen Tao smiled proudly and was about to insert the needle into Ning Guodong's artery. At this time, Luo Tsuishan grabbed Wen Tao and pouted, "Little cripple, are you sure there's no problem? I only have this one son." Wen Tao snorted coldly and said in disdain, "What, you're starting to protect your son now, you bitch? Didn't you say you were going to cure him? He said he wanted to become stronger, but he couldn't even carry out the first step of body modification. How could he hope to accept the antimatter power of the divine stone? No. I was just thinking. You just fused with Yan Buwen's memory chip, would it?" Luo Tsuishan hesitated. Wen Tao said unhappily, "You think I'm not as good as Yan Buwen? What a joke. What do you know? All of Yan Buwen's memories and knowledge are in his brain chip. Not only have I fused them according to his method, I have also done an improved experiment that he didn't have time to do. Don't you believe me?" No, no, no. Luo Tsuishan hurriedly smiled and caressed Wen Tao's chest. "I know little cripple is the strongest. Then Guodong, just endure it for a while and it will be over soon." Seeing that Luo Tsuishan didn't stop him, Ning Guodong could only close his eyes and endure the next wave of pain. When Wen Tao injected the entire medicine into Ning Guodong's body, Ning Guodong's entire body spasmed and he fainted from the pain. "Humph, useless," Wen Tao said disdainfully. Luo Tsuishan reached out her hand to feel Ning Guodong's breathing and pulse. After confirming that there was no problem, her gaze fell between her son's legs. When she saw that Ning Guodong's new organ was so huge and thick, the woman couldn't help but stare at it. Wen Tao laughed mockingly, "What's wrong, bitch? Have you taken a fancy to your son's goods?" Luo Tsuishan's face flushed red. "How could that be? No matter what, this is my son." "That might not be the case. You've already died once and changed your flesh and blood. Even in terms of bloodline, you two are no longer mother and son." Wen Tao grinned evilly, "You're only mother and son in name." Luo Tsuishan swallowed her saliva, a hint of desire flashed in her eyes and she started to pant. Wen Tao seemed to be very happy to see this happen and hoped to see the mother and son put on an erotic show. He continued to tempt her. Right now, Ning Guodong's body is in a state of extreme excitement. "Look, that rod of his has been growing there. If you go and try it now, I'm afraid you won't be able to rest for at least 2 hours. Don't you like strong men? This is just right." Luo Tsuishan's eyes shone with excitement. Just as she was about to reach out to touch Ning Guodong's body, she suddenly retracted her hand and shook her head. "No. He's my son." Wen Tao curled his lips, feeling extremely bored. He snorted coldly and turned around to continue his research. At this moment, the laboratory door was opened and Yang Lai rushed in from the outside. He scolded, "What the hell are you guys doing? Are you guys trying to completely destroy the Yang family?" Seeing how aggressive Yang Lai was, Wen Tao still walked to a row of huge screens in an orderly manner. On the transparent electric keyboard, he dexterously operated the genetic engineering pattern on the screen. What happened now? Wen Tao said casually, bored to death. Yang Lai's facial muscles trembled. You're still pretending not to know. Right now, the Yang family is a joke to the entire world. My grandfather suddenly became a bastard. Then what is the Yang family? What am I? Oh. Is that so? Wen Tao grinned coldly, isn't that good? Haven't you always hated Yang Gongming for not handing over the Yang family to you? Now that the Yang family is going to be finished sooner or later, you don't have to feel unbalanced anymore. What I want is a complete Yang family with military power. Not a broken pot that will be laughed at by others. What does this have to do with us? If you have the ability, go save the Yang family yourself. That way, maybe Yang Gongming will consider letting you take over as the patriarch, Wen Tao said. Yang Lai's face flushed red. You. Are you guys planning to watch a good show? Do you think I don't know that other than you guys, who else would send people to massacre the entire Yu family in one night without batting an eyelid? You guys must have known about the Yang family's past, right? Luo Zuishan chuckled, so what if I am? This method of borrowing a knife to kill someone has hit the Yang family's weakness. Didn't you always hate Yangqing? Now that Yangqing is definitely troubled by this matter, you should be happy. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Even if you want to make a move on Yangqing, you shouldn't make a move on the entire Yang family. Do you guys even put me in your eyes? Yang Lai roared. Wen Tao suddenly turned around and reached out to grab Yang Lai. Before Yang Lai could react, his body suddenly changed from where he stood, and in the next second, he was already in Wen Tao's hands. Wen Tao's steel-like palm grabbed Yang Lai's neck and lifted Yang Lai's burly body up without any effort. Yang Lai only felt a terrifying coercion, even more than the antimatter energy of Yan Buwen's coercion. It imprisoned him, and he could not resist at all. Who do you think you are? Why should I put you in my eyes? Wen Tao said coldly. Yang Lai opened his mouth with difficulty and spoke intermittently in a hoarse voice. You fused with God's stone. It's not just fusion, I have completed the perfect fusion plan left by Yan Buwen. Now, I am God's stone, and God's stone is me. I am absorbing the antimatter energy in the universe all the time. Now this little power is just the beginning, humph humph. Even without a divine spark, I am already above the law of space. You better not make me angry, otherwise I can send you directly into the space crevice and disappear from the earth forever. To be honest, I really want to experiment. With that, Wen Tao threw Yang Lai back to the ground, snorted coldly, and turned to continue his simulation experiment. Luo Zuishan glanced proudly at Yang Lai on the ground, who was sweating profusely. You don't know what you're talking about. Even Yangqing was plagued by us, and you think you can do it? You'd better obediently be your dog slave. Maybe if the Yang family is gone, I can still reward you with a dog bone. You. Yang Lai was furious, but just as he was about to act ruthlessly, he stopped. What's wrong with me? Luo Zuishan looked at Yang Lai's angry expression and said disdainfully, with your virtue, no wonder Yang Gongming doesn't like you. If you don't want to be a dog, you can go and tell Yangqing that we did this, and we are at the North Pole. Do you think I don't dare? If you dare, the first one to die will be you. Luo Zuishan sneered. Yang Lai's face was gloomy. Indeed, he had nowhere to retreat to. He cursed in his heart that this witch was just a bitch, yet she came to mock him. However, there was nothing he could do. Sneaking a glance at Wen Tao, who was minding his own business with other experiments, Yang Lai felt a chill in his heart. Originally, this fellow was just a beggar on the streets of Zhonghai, and he was also a cripple. Unexpectedly, in less than a year, he miraculously survived the Ning family, and even managed to survive step by step. After surviving, he even obtained all of Yan Buwen's painstaking efforts. It could be said that before that, as long as anyone had the slightest intention, he would die a tragic death. However, under such a risky move, he survived. Today, he seemed to have obtained all of Yan Buwen's previous research through the chip in his brain. On top of that foundation, he was exploring other terrifying fields that Yan Buwen was unable to complete. This person's scheming and shrewdness made Yang Lai shudder just thinking about it. If Yangqing's speed of growth was frightening, then Wen Tao's was simply a leap, completely exceeding the limits of imagination. Perhaps he could really kill Yangqing? With this thought in mind, Yang Lai could only swallow all of his anger. To him, as long as he could see Yangqing die, what harm was there in enduring the humiliation? At the same time, Beijing, in the Ning family's mansion, inside Ning Guangyao's study. Ning Guangyao sat on the office chair, his face as dark as ink. His brows were full of murderous intent, like a judge of the Grim Reaper. If anyone else saw Ning Guangyao at this moment, they would definitely find it hard to imagine that this was the gentle and cultured Premier Xianxia. In front of Ning Guangyao's desk, kneeling on the ground was the head of the Ning family's bodyguards. He was a strong man in a suit, but at this moment, he was trembling. "What did you say? You can't find him?" The head replied with a trembling voice, "Master, really searched everywhere. There are no records of him entering or leaving Beijing, and we can't contact him at all. It's like he disappeared from the face of the earth. I told you to take good care of the young master when I wasn't around. You guys actually told me that he's gone. Who do you think he is? A stray dog or cat on the street? That's my only biological son." Ning Guangyao angrily slammed the table and stood up, pointing at the leader and cursing, "What's the use of me raising a bunch of idiots like you? How do you want me to explain this to the outside world? The only son of my dignified Ning family actually disappeared right in front of my eyes." The leader wanted to cry, but he couldn't respond to any more words. At this moment, a seemingly illusory voice came from outside the room. "All right. Guangyao, tell everyone to disperse." The man's voice carried a hint of laziness. Ning Guangyao immediately calmed himself down and gave the guards around him a few glances. All the bodyguards and maids inside and outside the house immediately retreated far away. As soon as Ning Guangyao turned around, a man with long black hair and a white jade dragon accessory hanging from his waist was already standing there. He was dressed in a long white robe with a white dragon emblem hanging from his waist. The man stood in front of the wall. On the wall, there was a slender painting. It was a painting of mountains and rivers. "Aya. This is Huang Gongwang's Fuchin mountain residence. Half of it is missing. This is an imitation, right? However, the imitation is very good. It should also be a fine work from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty." "Not bad, not bad." Ning Guangyao hurriedly flattered, "The fourth is right, this is also an antique item. If the fourth likes it, Guangyao will give it to the fourth." "Sai, what do I want this fake for?" The man called the fourth turned around. His face was fair and beardless, and he looked quite handsome. He smiled contentedly and said, "I've lived for almost 200 years, what good things have I not seen? If I really liked it, I would have gotten the original work back then. Our Ning family has been around for tens of thousands of years, we don't lack any antiques. It's just a small hobby in our spare time." "The fourth is right," Guangyao spoke too much. Ning Guangyao lowered his head humbly. The man took out a folding fan out of nowhere and lightly patted his palm. He paced around and said, "Your son is called Ning Guodong, right?" "That's right." Ning Guangyao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Can't find it?" "The fourth, I will definitely send more people, please give him a few days." "Sai, there's no rush, there's no rush." The man patted Ning Guanyao's shoulder comfortingly, "Since Guodong is also a descendant of our Ning family, it's only right for me to treat him." "Thank you, the fourth, for your tolerance." Ning Guangyao wiped his cold sweat. The man smiled calmly, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. "However, Guangyao, if you can't find it, it means that your bloodline has no successor. Do you understand what I mean?" Ning Guangyao sucked in a breath of cold air and nodded, "Understood, Guangyao understands." "It's good that you understand. Of course, I don't want to give up on you, but if you don't have any children, you won't be able to continue leading the Ning clan in the secular world. It's better to find someone to replace you as soon as possible. So, you better hurry up." The man patted Ning Guanyao's shoulder with his fan. "The fourth, you have to put in a good word for me in front of the patriarch. Guangyao has been racking his brains ever since he took over the position of patriarch from his father. He has done many things for the family over the years. The man waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm just saying. After all, you haven't seen him yet. What if you find him tomorrow? Isn't that right? Yes. Ning Guangyao wiped his sweat again. However, the man changed the topic. If your son Wudong really can't be saved and can't have children, then it means the same ending. So, I can only say this much. You have to take care of yourself. Deep fear flashed in Ning Guangyao's eyes, but he could only nod silently. The man didn't continue this topic. After a moment of silence, he said, I heard. The Yang family is in trouble? Ning Guangyao heaved a sigh of relief and forced a smile. That's right, Yang Gongming's background has been doubted by the outside world. Back then, there were indeed similar rumors, but after all, old Marshal Yang Yi was a person of virtue and prestige, so it disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that after so many years, when the old people were almost all dead, there would be their descendants who would restore the truth? How credible do you think this is? Guangyao thinks that this matter is definitely true. However, according to the time of Yang Gongming's birth, it shouldn't be the information on the internet. His mother was seized by the invading army. After all, it should have been during the civil war in Xianxia. I'm afraid it was done by opposing warlords. After those people described Yang Gongming as a woku pirate, it was probably just to stir up the public's disgust. It doesn't matter if he's from Xianxia or from another country. As long as he's not from Yangyi, there's nothing to say about the Yang family. The man stared at Ning Guangyao evilly. You haven't told me why you're so sure. Ning Guangyao smiled and said, this matter can be guessed from the cripple I took him previously. Cripple? The man was confused. Ning Guangyao immediately told him about Wen Tao. This Wen Tao disappeared after the incident with Yan Buwen. He had met the descendants of the Shui family in Zhonghai, and the Shui family was the descendants of Yang Ye's personal guards. He kept saying that he knew a secret that could destroy the Yang family, but he didn't tell me in order to save his life. I guessed that it might be Yang Gongming's past, but I didn't show it. Now that he suddenly disappeared and the Yang family is in trouble, it's most likely related to him. The man's eyes lit up. You did well. You didn't do anything and let them fight while we reap the benefits. That's what Guangyao thinks. This is a good thing. It's worth using him for the benefit of our Ning family. This military power has been in the hands of the Yang family for a long time, the man mumbled. Ning Guangyao nodded. Guangyao knows what to do. The fourth, don't worry. The man turned his fan and said, the Yang family has a kid called Yang Qing. I heard that his cultivation is not ordinary. According to the rules, cultivators above the soul formation stage can leave Hongming's system. Therefore, Hongming most likely won't care about him. Be careful. Ning Guangyao's expression was somewhat complicated. The fourth, Yang Qing defeated Yan Buwen by himself. His strength seems to be extremely terrifying. Is it really okay to let him go on like this? The man coldly snorted, what's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong he is, he's just a kid in his 20s. It's already heaven-defying for him to reach the early stage of tribulation transcendence. How could the old monsters of Hongming's heaven stage be pushovers? What's more, our ancient family's cultivation techniques are mysterious, there are many magic treasures, and there are many experts. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than my third sister and big brother? Ning Guangyao nodded, and his expression became slightly calmer. The fourth is right. This time, even if the Yang family has Yang Qing, they will definitely suffer a great loss. Even if we don't do anything, they will probably lose their military power. At that time, the Yang family members in the Beijing, Jiangnan, and Northwest military regions will all be removed. This way, our Ning family will be able to rise to a higher level, and the Yang family will also be removed from the ranks of the four major families. You don't have to tell me about this in detail. Just do as you see fit. The man waved his hand. The situation now is different. According to Big Brother's instructions, I will send 2 soul formation stage disciples to protect you. As for the rest, it will depend on your own luck. Thank you. The fourth. The warm autumn sun enveloped the city of Yanjing. In this dry season, people felt sleepy early in the morning. In the hustle and bustle of the city, people went about their daily lives, but this morning was different from usual. Almost all the streets and alleys, from the dignitaries to the rich and powerful families, to the common people, were all discussing the explosive news of the Yang family in public or in private. As one of the important representatives of Xiaxia's army for decades, and the previous chairman of Xiaxia, who often appeared on television, was the only old man with the rank of marshal. Yang Gongming was actually born after his mother was defiled? And Marshal Yang Yi was actually infertile. If this was in a TV series, it could be seen as heroes don't care about their origins. But in reality, when someone suddenly told you that the person that everyone respected and loved was actually a bastard, or even a child left behind by an invader, it was definitely something that most people couldn't accept. In this ancient country, most of the time, the illusory bloodline was more important than the reality that they could see with their own eyes. Moreover, the impact of this news had already spread to the entire world. What made the public and the international media curious was that Huaxia's government didn't respond, and neither did the major families. As for the Yang family and Yang Gongming himself, they didn't respond at all. Even if this matter had become an arrow that had left the bow, there was no turning back. The entire world was waiting for an answer from Yang Gongming, or rather, an acknowledgement and explanation. At the same time, in the main hall of the Yang family's mansion, Yang Gongming wore a plain Chinese tunic suit and sat on the main seat, his expression calm. Yan Sanyang's eyes were filled with sadness as she stood quietly beside the old man. On the two sides of the table, there were more than 10 representatives of the various branches of the Yang family. Most of them were white-haired elders. The only one who was relatively younger was Yang Pejuan, who had just rushed back from the military hospital. His injuries hadn't fully recovered, and his hand was wrapped in bandages. The injuries on Yang Pejuan's face seemed to have recovered, but his expression was gloomy. It seemed like the shadow in his heart was still hard to erase. However, with such a huge incident happening in the Yang family, no matter how much he didn't want to see his father, he had to rush back to find out the truth. Gongming, everyone is waiting for you to give us an answer. Is it true or not? Asked an old man. Everyone's gaze was focused on Yang Gongming. Yang Gongming closed his eyes and sighed deeply, but he didn't answer immediately. Yang Pejuan couldn't help but say, "Third uncle, are you really going to believe it? How can my father not be Grandpa's biological son? If he's not the blood of the Yang family, why would Grandpa give such an important position to my father? Also, have you all forgotten what my father has done for Huaxia all these years? No matter how cruel he was to himself, his father was still his father." Yang Pejuan couldn't accept that Yang Gongming was being questioned by everyone in the family. "Pejuan, don't misunderstand. We're all from the Yang family and we naturally wish for the best for the Yang family," another elder said. "However, during the war, your grandfather was leading the troops and your grandmother was in the rear. The Yang family was scattered all over the place and no one knew what happened. Your father was born in the midst of the war and the elders of the branch families weren't sure either. In fact, more than 40 years ago, there were some rumors in Beijing, but they disappeared because there wasn't any evidence. But now, with so many documents and information, we can't help but be suspicious. If the head of the Yang family isn't a descendant of the Yang family, wouldn't we be the joke of the world?" Yang Pejuan's face turned red and white, and he couldn't help but turn to look at his father. "Dad, say something. There's already a huge commotion outside. If this goes on, our Yang family will completely fall." Yang Gongming opened his eyes and slowly glanced at the people in the room. A faint smile appeared on his face. "I thought that I would bring this story to the grave for the rest of my life, but I didn't expect that there would still be a day when the clouds and fog would be lifted." As soon as he said this, everyone present was shocked. "This? Gongming? You mean, all of this is true? How is that possible? If Uncle knew that you weren't his biological son, how could he have raised you and given you the position of the head of the family?" Yang Pejuan was dumbfounded, and his face turned pale as he slumped on the chair, as if he had lost his soul. The distant relatives of the Yang family started to feel uneasy. After all, the backbone of the Yang family was still Yang Gongming. If Yang Gongming fell, it meant that they, the distant relatives, would lose their positions. "Gongming, you can't joke about this. You How could you not be a descendant of the Yang family? That's right, Gongming, have you lost your mind? How could something like this happen to the Yang family? Yang Gongming looked at the frightened elders and gestured for them to quiet down. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't want to hide it anymore. Actually, I've known since I was young that I'm not my father's biological son. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Yang Pijuan clenched his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he was extremely nervous. Yang Gongming, on the other hand, was as calm as usual, as if the person he was talking about wasn't him. Everyone, you're also from the older generation of the Yang family. Third great uncle, you're a few years older than me, so you should have heard about my birth. Everyone held their breath and looked at third great uncle, who was the oldest in the room. Third great uncle, you must remember what happened back then the most. Why don't you tell us? Yang Gongming said with a faint smile. Third great uncle's face was stiff. He took a deep breath and his eyes flashed with memories. He said slowly, my father once said that Gongming was born prematurely at 8 months. He was worried that he would die prematurely. After all, during the war, when the warlords were fighting each other, we, the Yang family, as the People's Army, took the lead. Our family's belongings and food were all replenished for the military. It was during that time that we, the Yang family, established unparalleled prestige in the army. Only when our own people shed their blood and shed their lives will the soldiers sincerely listen to us. Gongming's mother was at the base in the southwest back then, while his uncle was leading the army in Jiangnan. The two families had decided to get married, but it wasn't until the civil war in Jiangnan was over that the uncle went to the southwest to pick up his aunt and returned to Yanjing to get married. Back then, someone said that auntie was bullied by the local warlords when she was in the southwest base, but everyone treated it as a rumor. After all, auntie returned to Beijing safely, and the two of them got married without any problems. Indeed, after Gongming's premature birth, some people said that auntie got pregnant before marriage and was already pregnant in the southwest, but who would believe that? At that time, our Yang family was in the limelight, and all the armies in the country looked up to us. The moment this rumor came out, it was immediately extinguished. At this point, the third uncle seemed to have lost the energy to continue. He looked at Yang Gongming with difficulty. Gongming, could it be that, the rumor? I've already said that I'm not my father's biological son. Yang Gongming nodded. So the rumor is true. My mother was indeed raped by a warlord in the southwest base, and she got pregnant with me. What? Everyone stood up in shock. Even though they had already suffered a few blows, they were still shocked again. Yang Pijuan's eyes were already brimming with tears, and he closed his eyes dejectedly. Yang Gongming gestured for everyone to calm down. I know that it's hard for you to accept. This is also the reason why I haven't said it out loud, and why the Yang family hasn't made it public. Although I wasn't born by the invading army, I'm not my father's flesh and blood. Even my mother didn't know who that warlord was. Back then, the civil war in Xianxia was coming to an end. All the warlords fled in all directions, and the local warlords were considered bandits. They rushed into the base and took my mother by force, but they couldn't escape alive. They were surrounded by an army that just returned from outside. My mother fought back with all her might, and used a hidden dagger to stab the warlord when he was trying to escape. However, she couldn't change the fact that she was raped. That means that you weren't born prematurely, but because you were pregnant long ago. Prematurely is just an excuse to cover up the truth. That's right. Yang Gongming admitted. You still have the cheek to say it. An old man stood up. Yang Gongming. You don't deserve to be named Yang. How dare you, an outsider, sit in the position of our Yang family patriarch for decades? Now, our Yang family's reputation is in tatters. You still have the cheek to say such a thing so calmly? Old Six is right. Since you already knew that you weren't the flesh and blood of the Yang family, you shouldn't have kept it a secret until today. You didn't even care about the Yang family. We've been trying to clear your name, but you're such a despicable person. The old men were filled with righteous indignation, and they began to curse at Yang Gongming. Yang Pijuan looked at his father sadly, but he didn't know what to say. Yan Sanyang also frowned slightly, and she wanted to say something, but Yang Gongming stopped her. At that moment, a servant ran into the hall and bowed. "Master, the Ning family, the Li family, and a few old leaders are here." Everyone's expression changed, and they didn't know what to do. Yang Gongming said lightly, "You're just in time, please invite them in." Seeing the servant invite the guests in, the old men were about to go crazy. "Yang Gongming, what are you doing? If the other families find out about this scandal, we won't have the face to stay in Beijing anymore. How can the Yang family still have the face to hold the military power? I think he's trying to drag the Yang family down with him." Yang Gongming didn't say anything, and picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip, as if nothing mattered. This made the old men grit their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Not long after, Ning Guanyao brought a group of government officials, Li Mozhen brought his son Li Yunpeng, grandson Li Dun, and a few military officers into the hall of the Yang family with solemn expressions. Suddenly, the spacious hall felt a little cramped. Fortunately, the servants had set up enough mahogany chairs, so they didn't feel neglected. Ning Guanyao was dressed in a formal suit, and his face was solemn, looking a little worried. Li Mozhen, on the other hand, looked amiable, as if he was just here to visit and drink some tea. When everyone sat down, most of their eyes were focused on Ning Guanyao. After all, among those present, he had the most say, and as the premier, Ning Guanyao was the one who had to respond to all of Xianxia. Ning Guanyao seemed to be a little sad, and sighed, "Sir Yang, about this matter. We've all heard and seen it, it's a pity, but we still have to be responsible for the people of Xianxia. What does Sir Yang have to say?" "Before you came, this old man had already said everything. The truth is the truth, there's nothing more to say." With Yang Gongming's confession, the faces of the officials who came in were tense. A strange look flashed in Ning Guanyao's eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Since Sir Yang has admitted it, then there's nothing to talk about. Old Marshal Yang Yi has a good reputation, and we shouldn't talk about some shameful things after he passed away. However, the Yang family has an extraordinary status in Xianxia, especially since Sir Yang was once a leader of the older generation. I'm afraid that if we don't deal with this matter, it'll be difficult to appease the anger of the people. If you have something to say, just say it, don't hesitate." "Humph," Yang Pejuan said disdainfully. Ning Guanyao ignored him, and only looked at Yang Gongming with sparkling eyes. Yang Gongming thought for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, he saw a servant run out of the hall. "Master, Madam and Young Mistress are back." Everyone present had different expressions, and most of them were puzzled, wondering what the two women were doing here at this time. Yang Pejuan frowned, and Ning Guanyao seemed to be in a dilemma as well. Yang Gongming laughed and said, "Great, they're back at the right time. Let them in." Amidst the chatter in the hall, Guo and Lin Ruoshi, who looked travel-worn, walked in nervously. Especially Lin Ruoshi, who rushed to Beijing early in the morning. She was wearing a pair of goatskin boots, black lace stockings, and a grey-knitted hooded coat. Her hair was slightly messy. She seemed to be exposed to the autumn sun, and her face was flushed. No matter how calm she was, she could not help but stick close to Guo when she saw a group of central leaders that could only be seen on TV. When she realized that Ning Guanyao was also present, Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but think of the scene after the banquet that night. She bit her thin lips tightly, and at the same time, it was difficult for her to raise her head. But it was precisely this kind of delicate and cold beauty that made the eyes of the slightly younger men present shine a little uncontrollably. Because the wedding banquet of the Yang family was strangely not publicized, they only knew that the Yang family found their eldest grandson and got married, but it was the first time that they saw Lin Ruoshi. Most of them only hated that the grandson of the Yang family was so lucky with women, but they could only look on. Now that the Yang family was in a precarious situation, it was not to the extent that they could touch the women of the Yang family. Guo appeared to be much calmer. After all, she had been honed for many years. She glanced at the silent Yang Pejuan and saw that his injuries seemed to have recovered a lot, and a trace of comfort flashed across her eyes. Yang Gongming said with a smile, "Xianxia, Ruoshi, it's good that you're back. But, why don't I see Yangqing?" Guo tugged at Lin Ruoshi's sleeve when she saw how nervous she was. Lin Ruoshi was nervous. She looked at her mother-in-law in confusion. Guo Shuihua looked at her encouragingly and said with a smile, "Grandpa is asking about your husband. Why are you so nervous?" Lin Ruoxi nodded and said, "Yangqing got off the plane. He said the traffic was too heavy, so he came back first." "Huh, too much traffic? Could it be that he flew back?" an official said with a smile. The others also laughed mockingly. After all, with Ning Guanyao around, it was not a big deal to make a joke. At this moment, a voice floated into the house. "Hey, how did you know I flew back?" Who? Who is it?" Everyone present felt a chill down their spine. Was there a ghost in the middle of the day? "Yangqing? Where are you?" Guo Shuihua looked around with a smile on her face. Yang Gongming looked at Yen Sanyang, who smiled helplessly and pointed to the roof. "Master, it seems like young Master Chen has been here for a long time. However, his cultivation is much higher than mine. I didn't notice him when he was on the roof." Yang Gongming couldn't help but scold, "Brat, you've learned to eavesdrop. Come down." Only then did everyone realize that the person who spoke was Yangqing. They saw a young man in a blue low-collared sweater and light brown loose pants outside the hall. He was chewing on a tomato in one hand and another in the other. No one knew when he had arrived, but he was walking slowly into the hall. This was the first time most people saw Yangqing. They frowned. His clothes were branded, but his appearance was ridiculous. He was eating a tomato? What kind of time was this? "You brat. You ruined my garden as soon as you came back." Yang Gongming, on the other hand, recognized that the tomato in Yang Chen's hand was personally planted by him. He instantly yelled in displeasure. Yang Chen curled his lips and took another bite of the juicy tomato. There was still red juice at the corner of his mouth. "Old man, you're still so stingy at your age. I told you last time, I only ate a few of your tomatoes. You flew from Zhonghai to Beijing early in the morning and didn't even prepare lunch. What's wrong with me eating a few of your tomatoes?" Yang Chen walked in front of Lin Ruoxi and handed another tomato to her. Lin Ruoxi stared blankly at the man. Although they had been together for 2 years, and this guy had a strong resistance to all kinds of looks, she didn't expect him to walk into an occasion like this while munching on a tomato. "Hey, baby, why are you in a daze? It's fresh. Eat one, it's a vitamin supplement." Yangqing giggled. Lin Ruoxi still hadn't reacted. She only felt that the scene in front of her was a dream. Yangqing had no choice but to hold the tomato in his mouth and open Lin Ruoxi's soft palm with his hand. Then, he stuffed the tomato in for the woman to grab. The entire audience was deathly silent. Many of the Yang family's elders had already started to twitch. It was obvious that they were quite angry. As Yangqing's elders, the elders naturally wouldn't take the initiative to see Yangqing. Therefore, they hadn't seen him in the past few days in Beijing. This was the first time they met, and they were already gnashing their teeth in hatred. Everyone glared at Yang Gongming with extreme dissatisfaction. A few traces of anger flashed across Yang Pejuan's eyes, but he didn't show it like before. "He is Yangqing? Your grandson?" Third great uncle asked angrily. Yang Gongming nodded and said with a smile, "That's right, it's him. It's indeed a bit out of place, but this child isn't too bad." "Not too bad? That wasn't too good either?" Such an evaluation coming from Yang Gongming's mouth was enough to cause everyone present to be taken aback. "Humph, I think you're old and muddled. It's fine if you're not a descendant of the Yang family, but you still want to hide it from us and pass it down to this little ruffian. Are you trying to put our Yang family in a pit of fire?" Yang Gongming raised his eyebrows and said, "Sixth brother, what are you saying? How could I let the Yang family enter a pit of fire? I am the same as you, a member of the Yang family. Yangqing is my grandson, and also a member of the Yang family. Of course, it's all for the good of the Yang family. Cut it out. You've already admitted that you're not uncle's biological son. That's fine too. Pejuan, Yangqing, Yang Lai, all of them are no longer members of the Yang family. Today, all of you have to get out of this house. We're going to appoint a new head of the family." For a moment, everyone echoed loudly, pointing angrily at Yang Gongming and Yangqing. Guo Shuihua and Lin Ruoxi stood aside quietly, looking worried. But in this kind of situation, as the women of the family, they couldn't say anything. Yangqing, on the other hand, calmly finished his tomato, as if he hadn't heard anything. He just looked at the group of people present with interest. Yang Gongming seemed to be lamenting something. After a sigh, he raised his voice and said, "Everyone. If you have any thoughts or decisions, why don't you wait until I finish talking about what happened in the past? What's there to talk about? Since you're not a member of the Yang family, what right do you have to sit here and talk?" Old Six said disdainfully. Yang Gongming smiled and said, "Whether I'm a member of the Yang family or not, it's not up to you to decide. My father knew that I wasn't his biological son, but he still passed the position to me, so I'm a member of the Yang family." "Humph. That's because uncle is biased. He can't be a real man, and he even hid it from everyone and gave a bastard like you to the position. It's a disgrace to the Yang family." Old Six shouted. Yang Gongming's face turned green. "Old Six. I've tolerated you a few times, but you dare say that about my father. Don't get too carried away." Speaking of his late father, Yang Gongming's face darkened for the first time. The old man, who had been in a high position for a long time, finally became serious. Suddenly, the pressure from his aura made it hard for the people nearby to breathe. Ning Guangyao and the others also looked serious. They knew very well that Yang Gongming wasn't as kind as he looked on the surface. The old man had the rank of marshal, and that was earned when he was young. Naturally, he had his iron blood. The corner of Old Six's eyes twitched a few times. Looking at the other elders of the Yang family who were all looking at him encouragingly, he threw caution to the wind and said fiercely, "What? You're showing your true colors now that I've hit your sore spot. Isn't that the truth? You father and son worked together to deceive everyone in the Yang family. The Yang family's face has been completely lost because of you," I said. Yangqing suddenly raised his voice and covered up Old Six's words. With a somewhat cold look in his eyes, Yangqing turned to look at Old Six and said, "Can you stop shouting? I said we'll talk after the story. Do you have dementia? You little bastard, you dare to say." Old Six was about to point at Yangqing and scold him, but he didn't have the chance to finish his words. Everyone only saw a blur, and Yangqing's figure disappeared from where he was standing. When he appeared again, Yangqing was standing next to Old Six. "Ah!" Guo and Lin Ruoxi screamed. Only to see Yangqing's right arm was raised high, and in his right hand there was a shocking bloody head with a frozen expression. This head was Old Six. Because the head had been forcibly pulled off the old man's neck, blood kept flowing out of the arteries. As if pushed by an invisible force, the headless body froze for a moment, and then collapsed. "Kill, murder. He killed Old Six. Quick. Catch him." The whole place was in an uproar. Ning Guangyao, Li Mo's hen, and the rest looked solemn, while the officials around them were all pale with fright, and some even wanted to vomit. Although they knew that Yangqing was not a kind person, they didn't expect him to twist the head of the old man from the Yang family without saying a word. As for the elders of the Yang family branch, they all looked at Yangqing in fear, and did not dare to move a muscle. The servants and guards outside the Yang family were excited. They were naturally loyal to the main family of Yang Gongming, so Yangqing's ruthless killing attracted more people. Yangqing casually threw Old Six's head away, and the head rolled a few times on the stone floor, staining it with blood. Shaking off the blood on his hand, Yangqing said to the servants, "If there's a dog in the house, just feed it. Don't waste money on cremation." A few retired soldiers' guards quickly came forward to dispose of the severed body, very clean. Seeing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat, and no one dared to say anything. Facing such a temperamental person, they were afraid that they would be the next to die. Yang Pijuan looked at Yangqing's back with a complicated expression on his face. Emotionally speaking, he felt extremely relieved that the old man who dared to insult his father and himself was killed. What Yangqing did was exactly what he didn't dare to do. But the more he did it, the more humiliated he felt. Even though Guo and Lin Ruoxi had seen many bloody scenes, they were still women after all, and they still felt disgusted. Li Mo's hen and his children looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Li Dun, who was unusually quiet, rubbed his chin and gave Yang Qing a thumbs up from afar. Yang Gongming acted as if he didn't see someone die at all. He said emotionlessly, "Since you can calm down, then continue to listen to this old man's rambling. I haven't finished talking about what happened back then." This time, no one dared to interrupt him. Yang Gongming leisurely took another sip of tea before continuing his story. "Everything I know was personally told to me by my father after I became an adult. Back then, after my mother was defiled, she suffered a fate worse than death. Not long after, she found out that she was pregnant. She didn't have the face to see my father, who came from Jiangnan to the southwest base to bring her back to Yanjing. So in private, she asked my father to give up the engagement. After all, she was no longer a virgin, and she felt guilty to my father. And my father actually lost his fertility in a war before that. Originally, he wanted to call off the engagement with my mother so that she wouldn't become a widow. But after knowing that my mother had suffered such a trauma, my father changed his mind at the last minute and decided to marry my mother as planned. Because my father knew very well that if he still chose to give up the engagement at the lowest point of my mother's life, it would be tantamount to ruining my mother's life. Actually, my parents had only met each other a few times before that. However, their engagement and how much they cherished each other made me feel deeply moved." Hearing this, Guo and Lin Ruashi's eyes became moist. Their emotional thoughts allowed them to immerse themselves in the simple feelings of war. Yang Gongming continued, "It's like two people sucking on each other's wounds. When my father was in the most pain, he met my mother at the lowest point. The two of them returned to Beijing and encouraged each other, accompanied each other, and slowly, they got over the difficulties. When I was born, just as you all know, in order to protect the reputation of the Yang family, my father dismissed the guards who knew the inside story and used the power of the family to cover up a lot of rumors in the outside world. My mother once asked my father why he was willing to accept her, who was no longer pure. Didn't he feel unhappy because of my birth? My father said to her, 'You are my betrothed, the wife I am going to marry, and the children my wife bears are naturally my children. Even if this child isn't my blood, it's because I failed to protect my wife. I will raise this child with more love than my own flesh and blood, to make up for my mistake.' Because of those words, my mother gave birth to me with peace of mind, and she and my father became a husband and wife, living together for the next 20 years. The hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Old Yang, when did you find out that you're not the biological son of the old marshal? Li Mozhan asked softly. Yang Gongming smiled and said, "My father told me that when I was 10 years old." What? The old marshal told you? Li Mozhan was surprised as well. Yang Gongming nodded. At that time, I was just starting to understand things, and I was shocked that my father would tell me such a thing. Now that I think about it, it might be my father's foresight. Paper can't hide fire, and some things will be exposed sooner or later, just like today. Uncle, it's really hard to fathom. Third great uncle sighed. Yang Gongming smiled and said, "When my father told me, I cried on the spot. I cried very hard. I'm just a 10-year-old child. Even if I understand things early, I'm still a child. How big of a blow was it to know that my parents weren't my own? I asked my father, 'How can I not be your biological son? If I'm not a descendant of the Yang family, how can I survive in this family? Everyone will laugh at me and look down on me.' My father caressed my head and told me sincerely, 'Gongming, whether or not you're a descendant of the Yang family has nothing to do with whether or not you're his biological son. You're the child I love the most, because you're the only child my wife gave birth to. Do you know, when you were a baby, your mother didn't have enough milk, so I carried you and asked the servants and other families I didn't know, asking them to feed you. Every time I saw you sleeping soundly, I felt the happiest, happier than when I won a war. Every time you fell sick, even if it was a small cold, I felt my heart drop. I might as well bear the pain for you. That's how I got here. In my eyes, there's no one more precious than you. I believe that when I'm old and pass the Yang family to you, you'll definitely be more outstanding than me." Yang Gongming's eyes reddened as he said this, and there was a deep sorrow in his eyes. Yan Sanyang sighed as she patted the old man's shoulder. After resting for a while, Yang Gongming continued, "I was terrified at that time. I told my father that I was worried that I wasn't your biological son, and that I wouldn't be able to bear such a heavy burden. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to do well. My father told me solemnly that as a descendant of the Yang family, it's not because I'm related to the Yang family that I'm a descendant of the Yang family. If you want to become someone that the world trusts and respects, you must first believe in yourself, that you're the most precious person in the world. The reason why a family can maintain its glory for hundreds of years is not because it's related by blood. Yang Gongming paused and turned to look at Yang Pejuan, who was listening quietly. Pejuan, I've always been teaching you, but you never really understood. Until today, do you know what is the true glory of a family? Yang Pejuan heaved a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. Father, I don't know. My mind is in a mess, I'm going crazy. The elders of the Yang family were also confused, and the atmosphere in the hall was heavy. Yang Gongming couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes. He looked at Yang Qing, who was silently leaning against the doorframe, and asked with a smile, Yang Qing, what do you think it is? Everyone's gaze turned to Yang Qing. The afternoon sun shone on the young man, giving off a faint glow. Yang Qing laughed self-deprecatingly. You're asking me? How could I know so many great principles? I only know that bloodline, background, and tradition can't compare to the toughness of a fist, and even more can't compare to having a backbone. I only know that only those who don't admit defeat can survive. It's that simple. Ha 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 ha. Yang Gongming laughed heartily. Li Mozhan and the other elders also shook their heads and laughed. What a tone! Yang Gongming patted the armrest of the chair, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The glory of a family isn't maintained by generations of bloodline. Bloodline? That's nothing. Our Yang family relies on every generation. The members of this family must understand that they are the glory of this family. Only when you think highly of yourself will others respect you. A descendant of the Yang family must believe that you are the pride of this family at all times. Only with this kind of belief and this kind of you can continue the glory of the family. Ever since I, Yang Gongming, took over as the head of the Yang family, I have been promoted to the rank of marshal. My achievements have pushed Huaxia's economy forward by at least 20 years, and I have students all over the world. Who among you is more qualified than me to sit in my current position? Who among you dares to say that I have let down my father's expectations? I have a clear conscience. His solemn and resonant words shook the hearts of everyone present. Ning Guanyao gripped the armrest of the chair tightly, his face ashen, while the other officials seemed to be fascinated. Li Mozhan turned around to look at Li Dun, who was in a daze, and chided softly, silly boy, now you understand why I agreed to marry Tang Xian. Li Dun was startled, and a trace of emotion appeared in his eyes. He nodded with a smile. The elders of the Yang family's branch family all looked ashamed. They collapsed in their seats, looking extremely lonely. Yang Pejuan sat on the chair in a daze, his lips trembling. He couldn't help but feel both excited and regretful. Pejuan. Yang Gongming smiled at his only son and said, do you know now the pain in my heart when Yang Qing was called a bastard? You look down on Yang Qing, but Yang Qing is at least your own flesh and blood. As for me, I'm not even my father's flesh and blood. Back then, father was able to raise a child like me who had nothing to do with him, but you didn't even dare to admit that you were his own flesh and blood. Do you know how disappointed I was? Father, I know that you think you are looking at the big picture, and this is also my fault. But back then, I did it for the sake of the Yang family, for the sake of Huaxia's political stability. You, on the other hand, are unwilling to admit Yang Cheng's identity for the sake of your own standing committee seat. You can't deny the difference. Yang Pejuan's face darkened. He lowered his head silently for a long time, as if he had let go of some knot in his heart. He sighed and said, Dad, I know I was wrong. Guixuehua, who was at the side, wiped away her tears. She looked at her husband, who had finally admitted defeat under the continuous blows and stimulation, and seemed to have vented her anger. At this time, Ning Guanyao, who had been silent for a long time, spoke again. Master Yang, you have a deep father-son relationship with the old marshal, and you have a deep sense of righteousness. We have all seen it and remembered it. However, the current situation is not something that we can calm down by admiring the Yang family's true feelings and glory. Right now, the media and the people of the entire country are watching us, the Yang family, in the eyes of the people of Xianxia. Since you have already confirmed that you are not a descendant of the Yang family, then in the eyes of the people of Xianxia, the Yang family is no longer that trustworthy. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became tense again. Many officials and generals also nodded silently, they also deeply agreed. Although Yang Gongming's words had won everyone's respect, it was impossible for him to convince everyone in the country and the whole world. It would only be seen as an excuse. If he ignored it, things would definitely get out of hand. After all, Huaxia was being ridiculed by the media all over the world because of the Yang family. Everyone in the Yang family looked embarrassed. Now that things had come to this, they didn't have the face to fight with Yang Gongming anymore. After all, their wealth and glory were all bestowed by Yang Gongming. Ning Guangyao had a righteous look on his face. Eunuch Yang, there has to be a conclusion to this matter today. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold a press conference at the State Council and explain it to the people of the country. Everyone looked at Yang Gongming, while Yang Gongming looked at Yang Qing, who was leaning against the door frame. Yang Qing, what do you think? Everyone looked at Yang Qing again. Just now, when Yang Gongming asked Yang Pejuan, he couldn't answer Yang Pejuan. Although Yang Qing was a little inaccurate, it was obvious that he was closer to Yang Gongming. Everyone admired Yang Gongming's foresight. Logically speaking, this eldest grandson hadn't been by his side since he was young and had just been found not too long ago. Yet, Yang Gongming had decisively eliminated all objections and wanted to hand the Yang family over to this young man. Now, it seemed that Yang Gongming had not made a wrong judgment. Yang Qing already felt bored. Hearing that he was being asked, he turned to Ning Guangyao and said, "Premier Ning, what do you think we should do?" "Just say it." Ning Guangyao seemed to have expected this. He gestured to the other officials present and said, "I've discussed it with a few of my colleagues. Right now, what the people are most disgusted with is that the Yang family has concealed their background, but still occupies most of the military power in Jiangnan, Yanjing, and the Northwest. Moreover, the generals of the Yang family are all over the country. This kind of situation made the people of all places feel uneasy. After all, the Yang family had already lost their integrity, bloodline, and international reputation. If we want to give the people an explanation, this military power, we need to deal with it. Li Mozhen snorted coldly, "Premier Ning, why didn't I participate in the discussion you mentioned? I remember that I, Old Li, am still considered a member of the standing committee." Ning Guangyao wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "Old Li, I'm sorry. This matter was rather rushed. Old Li is in the Security Bureau, so I didn't have time to inform you." "Humph. Why don't you just say that you want to remove the military power? Why waste so much breath?" Yang Pejuan said disdainfully. Ning Guangyao had a helpless look on his face. "Pejuan, you and I have known each other for many years. I have always been impartial, don't think too much about it. Whether it is or not, you know it in your heart." Yang Pejuan sneered. "Enough." Yang Gongming shouted in displeasure, "What Premier Ning said is also one of the ways to deal with it. Everyone discuss it, what are you arguing about?" Yang Pejuan seemed to be especially unconvinced by Ning Guangyao, so he turned his head away and didn't say anything else. At this moment, the people in the lobby saw that Yang Qing, who was standing at the door, had his hands in his pockets and was laughing by himself. Yang Qing laughed very happily, as if he had heard some particularly funny joke. He laughed until his stomach hurt. "Yang Qing, what are you laughing at?" Ning Guangyao squinted his eyes and asked. Yang Qing waved his hand, took a deep breath, stopped laughing, and said, "I just feel that your words make it seem like you understand the common people very well. I really wonder if you are giving an explanation to the news media or the common people. What's the difference? We give an answer, the media will inform the people, it's nothing more than that," Ning Guangyao said indifferently. Yang Qing shook his head, "Save it. The internet is so developed now, which country's leader isn't teased? The President of the United States took liberties with an intern in the White House and asked a woman to give him a dumpling. He wasn't even pushed off the stage, and he didn't see how much the Americans wanted to revolt. Now, it's just a retired old man who suddenly found out that his father isn't his own. Do you think the common people will run to your state council to shoot you because of this? You're right, but this is Xianxia, not the United States. The situation and culture are different, Ning Guangyao said. It is indeed different. As far as I know, their income is much higher than the residents of Xianxia, and their lives are also monotonous. They are the type of people who have nothing to do all day long, so the president's family is still like monkeys, kept in a white room and watched. Unlike the common people of Xianxia, we are afraid of being investigated when we give birth to a child, and we have to fight for a place to go to school. We are worried that our children won't be able to study well, and we are even more worried that our children will graduate from famous universities with low wages. We are afraid of being laid off from work, afraid of being caught in the unspoken rules when we take up a job, and we have no place to live if we live, and we have no place to put our ashes if we die. In some places, even eating is a problem. It's already a blessing that we don't starve. How can we have so much time to pay attention to this country's affairs? Could it be that the Yang family is all biological, and they can grow a piece of meat? Besides, you people hold a meeting and come up with some ideas, and you only show it on TV. Do you think the common people know what it is for? If I remember correctly, in the previous dispute with the island, you guys ignored the people's demonstrations and kept shooting empty cannons. That's called the people's grievances, the people's anger, but didn't you guys handle it well? This time, there are no demonstrations or demonstrations. It's just the whole world ridiculing him. A retired old man is really innocent. Although my old man didn't tell you that he's not my biological son, no one has ever asked him about it before either. What, we, the group of people who were ridiculed and implicated, didn't say anything, and you guys are going to make a move? Ning Guangyao's face alternated between red and white. He clenched his teeth, but couldn't say anything. A few officials from the Ning faction looked troubled as well. After hearing what Yangqing said, it really seemed like the matter wasn't that big of a deal. Yang Gongming leisurely picked up his teacup and took a sip. He said to Yan Sanyang, "Sanyang, the tea is cold, add some hot water." Yes, master." Yan Sanyang was listening happily, and nodded with a smile. Everyone finally understood that the grandfather and grandson of the Yang family weren't anxious at all. They were just watching the show. Guo Shuihua and Lin Ruoshi looked at Yang Cheng's nonsense, and they were both angry and amused. Such a serious matter was almost turned into a comedy by Yang Cheng's words. Yang Cheng continued, "I know it's not easy for you guys. People will die in wars with foreigners, and it's not good to have people die. Although it wasn't your son who died, it's fine to drag it out. After a long time, people will naturally forget about it. But I'm puzzled. You guys can drag out that kind of thing, why are you so anxious when it comes to the Yang family?" Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. In the end, it was Ning Guangyao who frowned and said, "Yangqing, then how do you think we should explain this matter?" Yangqing yawned. "It's simple. Tell the truth, and explain the situation as it is." "What?" an official exclaimed. "How can we do that? If the outside world confirms it, there will be more people coming out to cause trouble." Yangchen rolled his eyes. "You bunch of people with ulterior motives. You're all standing there in a daze after listening to the old man's story. If this part of the past is made public, the people will definitely be more convinced." Everyone was silent. Yang Cheng's words seemed to make sense. The two generations of the Yang family were indeed inspiring, but they still didn't look too good when they were called all in a daze. Seeing that no one said anything, Yang Cheng sneered. "No matter what, even if the Yang family hands over the military power, it won't fall into the hands of the commoners. The commoners won't get any benefits at all, so who would really care about it? I think, those who are unwilling to give in are most likely trying to seize the military power. As for who it is, everyone knows." Things had been made very clear, and many people knew what was going on, but they still intentionally didn't look at Ning Guangyao's side. Indeed, if the Yang family really handed over the military power, not only would they fall out of the ranks of the four major families, but they would also be in a worse situation than the Tang family, which had suffered a great loss. Although the Tang family had lost Tang Zhichen, at least they didn't suffer any losses in business. But if the Yang family lost their military power, they might even be inferior to a second-rate family. And the military power couldn't belong to the Li family alone. After all, the Li family had a large number of special forces and a security bureau, and the other families couldn't possibly be a match for the Ning family. In the end, the ones who were trying to seize the military power were the officials of the Ning family. The scene was quiet for a moment, and everyone was discussing how to end the situation. At this time, Yangqing smiled and said, "Everyone, I won't hide it from you. My wife Xulei International has set up an entertainment company and a movie department. I was worried about not having enough material to make a blockbuster. I plan to first write a memoir about my old man's story, and then make a movie. It'll be the story of 2 generations of the Yang family. You see, we have all kinds of gimmicks, popularity, gossip, war, love, family, suspense, you name it. If this movie is made, how much money will it make?" Everyone was petrified, looking at the young man who was laughing proudly at the door, as if they had seen a ghost. Guo Shuihua was just praising her son, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but scratch her face, unable to bear to watch. Yangqing happily ran to Lin Ruoxi's side, hooked his arm around Lin Ruoxi's shoulder, and said proudly, "Wife, what do you think of my idea? This time, you have to say that I have a business mind, right?" Lin Ruoxi blushed when she heard this. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. At this critical moment, this guy was talking about work. "Let's talk then, why drag me into it? It makes me seem like a capitalist who values money as much as my life." In fact, Yang Cheng's idea was not nonsense. Since the matter of the Yang family had already been made public, it would be more suspicious to hide it. If this period of history was embellished in the form of a famous family's biography, it would be given more heroism and the brilliance of humanity. On the contrary, it would be possible to turn the disgraceful past into a glorious history. A trace of darkness flashed in Ming Guanyao's eyes, but the situation was already under Yang Cheng's control, and he couldn't think of any way to force Yang Gongming to hand over his military power. Helpless, Ming Guanyao could only say, "In that case, let's draft a plan and hold a press conference to explain the matter, but Master Yang must be present." Yang Gongming didn't object. "This is my own matter, of course I won't shirk it." But Ming Guanyao changed the topic. "After this matter, if anyone in the military raises any objections, I hope that Master Yang can face it calmly. After all, many generals are serving in the Yang family's troops because they admire old Marshal Yang. Now that Master Yang is no longer old Marshal Yang's blood relative, they may choose to make changes. In other words, since you, Yang Gongming, are not a true descendant of the Yang family, there is no need for those people to follow you." Ming Guanyao's words were tantamount to openly trying to poach him. Yang Qing sneered, "Premier Ning, I feel that anyone with a normal brain wouldn't have such unnecessary thoughts, unless they're tired of living." Ming Guanyao's face tightened, he frowned and said, "Yang Qing, are you threatening those generals?" "Threat? Who am I threatening?" Yang Qing laughed sinisterly, "I didn't say who it was, unless someone is deliberately courting death." Everyone present felt a cold air fill the air. Yang Cheng's smile was completely telling everyone that whoever dared to take advantage of the situation or betray would probably be no different from death. Just now, Yang Cheng didn't say a word, and killed the old man from the Yang family's branch family without any scruples, causing everyone to not dare to have the slightest bit of disloyalty. Especially the old men from the Yang family's branch family. They all hardened their hearts to go back and tell their juniors not to have any second thoughts. Although Yang Gongming was also an iron-fisted person, he wouldn't kill them as casually as Yang Cheng. Yang Gongming, on the other hand, was happy to see this scene. He rapped his knuckles on the table and said, "Since the matter is almost settled, I won't send you off. Everyone, please leave." Everyone was also tactful. Originally, they had come to the door to denounce the crime, but they had long since disappeared. If they stayed any longer, they would only feel afraid. One after another, after Ning Guanyao left with a group of officials, the members of the Yang family also left. However, Li Mozhan and his 2 grandsons stayed behind and walked to Yang Gongming with a smile on their faces. "Old man Yang, you're really lucky to have a grandson like this. I think you can rest easy now," Li Mozhan said with a meaningful look. Yang Gongming glanced at the lazy Yang Qing and shook his head with a sigh. Fortune and misfortune come hand in hand in this world. This brat is quite capable, but the trouble that comes with him will definitely not be small. I'm just taking a gamble. Li Mozhen nodded in agreement. Even an idiot would know that the enemies that Yangqing would have to face would definitely be on a different level from those that ordinary people like them would have to face. Let's not talk about these troublesome matters. Tomorrow is our Li Dun's wedding. Although it's a little rushed and not very grand, your whole family has to come. Yang Gongming couldn't help but laugh. You stayed behind just to talk about this? What else is more important than our only grandson's wedding? Li Mozhen said matter-of-factly. Yang Gongming laughed heartily. Fine, but I'm an honest man. I'm not like other people who want to suck up to you. There's no way you'll get a big red packet from me. Li Mozhen smiled slyly and looked at Lin Ruoxi. You don't have money, but your granddaughter-in-law is one of the richest women in Xianxia. She'll definitely be very well off. Lin Ruoxi didn't know how to react when she was suddenly mentioned. When Yangqing heard this, he immediately said unhappily, I was wondering why Li Dun was so stingy. So it's because you taught him. How dare you call me stingy? Old Yang, you're too much. I even treated you to ramen last time. Li Dun yelled. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it. Now that he did, Li Mozhen and Li Yunping's faces turned green. For a moment, the members of the Yang family couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere in the hall was joyous and harmonious. At that moment, Yang Pejuan didn't participate in the conversation. He looked a little dispirited as he silently walked back to the backyard. Guo Shuihua was also amused by Li Dun. But when she saw him walking back from the corner of her eye, she couldn't help but turn around and follow him. In the hall, Yangqing and Li Dun were bickering and the atmosphere was heated. Behind them, the courtyard of the Yang family was quiet. Yang Pejuan had suffered too many ups and downs in the past few days. The turmoil in his heart had impacted his life and values like never before. He suddenly realized that the world wasn't what he imagined it to be. He suddenly realized that he didn't understand the people around him. It wasn't a good feeling. The wasted years had smoothed out his edges, making the man look a little handsome despite his thinness. He was not as sharp, mighty, and strict as he was when he was the commander-in-chief. Walking through the garden path, they entered the pavilion in the backyard of the Yang family. Yang Pejuan looked at the towering old locust tree in a daze. What are you thinking about? A voice came from behind him. Yang Pejuan turned around and looked at his familiar yet strange wife, the woman who had accompanied him for more than 20 years. Why are you here? It's the Li family's wedding tomorrow. Although we're close, you still have to prepare the gifts. Guo Shuihua smiled. It's the same old routine. Just tell the servants to do it. Yang Pejuan nodded. He didn't know what to say. Before he met Guo Shuihua, he had so many questions. But now that they were alone, he didn't know where to start. You. The two spoke at the same time. They couldn't help but look at each other and smile. Have you been feeling better recently? Have you recovered from your injuries? Guo Shuihua asked first. Yang Pejuan nodded and moved his arm. Almost. The medical care in the military hospital is good. How about you? How are you doing in Zhonghai? Guo Shuihua smiled. It's just living, it's quite peaceful. A few days ago, Ruoxi adopted a girl named Lan Lan. It's like having a granddaughter. It's been interesting. Speaking of this, Guo Shuihua felt that it was inappropriate. After all, Yang Pejuan was alone in the hospital. Yang Pejuan understood and smiled. It's okay, as long as you're happy. I suddenly feel that it doesn't matter anymore. Guo Shuihua was stunned. Pejuan. You really think so? Why would I lie to you? Yang Pejuan shook his head and mocked himself. I've been through so much and I've thought it through. It's been half my life. It's time to stop and rest. Guo Shuihua was touched. I've been talking about you for so many years and you've finally thought it through. What power, what position, aren't they just asking for trouble? If you can't even live a good life, you really don't know what's the point of asking for it. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Then, what do you plan to do in the future? Live with us? Looking at Guishuahua's anxious eyes, Yang Pijuan was stunned. He asked with a trembling voice, "Shuahua, you don't hate me?" Guishuahua smiled and shook her head. "It's impossible to say that I don't hate you at all. When you wanted to kill Yang Chen, I even wanted to poison you to death. But a day as husband and wife means a lifetime of love. We've been together for so many years, and now that I've calmed down, I can't help but think of you." Shuahua. Yang Pijuan's eyes were a little red. "I'm sorry, but I still can't be with you." "Why?" "Men are weird. I don't hate Yangqing now, but I think Yangqing is the same as me. He doesn't want me to be by his side." Yang Pijuan smiled. "I plan to accompany my father more in the future and teach in the military school when I'm free. I won't be going back after I retire from the army." Guishuahua wanted to say something, but she thought about it carefully. This might not be a bad thing. She nodded and said, "All right, I'll travel between Beijing and Zhonghai in the future. When I'm free, I'll bring Lanlan to visit you. After all, you're that kid's grandfather." "Grandfather?" Yang Pijuan sighed. "I'm really old." Guishuahua giggled. "You look like you're suffering from dementia." Yang Pijuan smiled awkwardly. The autumn wind blew. The two of them stood at opposite ends of the pavilion in silence. After a long time, Guishuahua ran her fingers through her hair and smiled. "If there's nothing else, I'll head over first. I don't know what's going on outside." Yang Pijuan nodded. Seeing that Guishuahua was about to leave, he called out again, "Shuahua." "Huh?" Guishuahua turned around. I want to apologize. I've always doubted you." "I know." Guishuahua understood and smiled. "Have you always suspected that I've always put Ning Guangyao first because I liked Ning Guangyao back then? Did you think that I married you because I couldn't be with Ning Guangyao?" How did you know?" Yang Pijuan was shocked. "Silly. You always go against Ning Guangyao in front of me. Do you think I can't tell?" Guishuahua said helplessly, "Don't think too much about it in the future. We're already in our 50s. We've been through so many ups and downs for so many years. Don't you know me?" Guishuahua, it's not like no one wanted me in the past. Why didn't I look for someone close to me? Why did I choose a stranger like you?" Back then, the Yang family was in a precarious situation. "If it wasn't for you, would I have looked for your identity?" Yang Pijuan was embarrassed. But now that the knot in his heart was resolved, he smiled sincerely as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. The change of events was just like the good and bad relationship between a husband and wife. No one could predict what would happen in the next second. Early in the morning, the whole of Xianxia, even the whole world, was ready to see the Yang family make a fool of themselves. But in the afternoon, everyone immediately realized that things were not as bad as they thought. After his retirement, Yang Gongming made a rare appearance on the live broadcast screen. He slowly and methodically told the truth of the past. Yang Gongming narrated in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. It was impossible for people to look at him with disdain. It was the first time for Xianxia that a descendant of a founding father, such a wealthy family, gave such a speech in front of the whole country and the whole world. Such a frank attitude made the majority of the people lean towards the side of support. Especially the concept that there was no distinction between nobility and inferiority, and that heroes should not be questioned about their origins, it made the public feel that the Yang family was closer to the people's hearts. Since they had won a good reputation, the so-called situation of being deserted by family and friends would naturally not happen as the ill-intentioned people had expected. Even more wonderful things were yet to come. That afternoon, the oil price of the whole of Xianxia was lowered by 7%. When such a thing happened at a time when the oil price had been high, the attention of the whole country was quickly drawn to it. Later, the neighboring countries that were in conflict with each other all made a gesture of retreat. They issued a series of documents to admit defeat and withdrew their respective fleets. This matter was much more meaningful to the people of Xianxia than the fact that Yang Gongming was the son of someone else. For a moment, everyone shifted their attention away from the Yang family, and this hot topic gradually faded away. The one who made this series of plans behind the scenes was, of course, Xianxia. It was actually relatively easy for those countries to issue some documents to admit defeat and withdraw their fleets. After all, there was enough deterrence, and those countries had essentially not suffered any losses. On the contrary, the drop in oil price had made Xianxia spend a lot of money. The whole country consumed billions of liters of oil every day. To maintain the low oil price for a while, it was impossible to do without spending tens of billions. This money seemed a little excessive, but in Yang Cheng's view, it was nothing more than buying influence. As soon as Yang Gongming finished the press conference, the national oil price dropped by 7%. Even if everyone thought that it was nothing, it was inevitable that they would be involved. This drop continued for a few days. For the Yang family, this was tantamount to sticking a layer of gold paper on them. The people did not care who gave birth to you or whose family you belonged to. As long as there was something tangible, it was a good thing. Therefore, when Xianxia gritted his teeth and asked Ron to allocate the funds, he was quite determined. However, when he spent the money, he hugged Lin Ruoxi and wailed that he was going bankrupt, and no one knew about it. As for Xianxia's idea of writing his memoirs and making a movie, Xianxia assigned it to the people of Yanjin Entertainment Company. He still hoped to make some money by making a movie. While this matter was being forgotten, the wedding between the Li family and the Tang family, as well as Li Dun and Tang Xian, went ahead as scheduled. Even though the Tang family was not as powerful as before, they were still much stronger than the average second-rate family. Needless to say, the Li family's status was almost unshakable. Therefore, even though Tang Xian was the daughter of the Tang family's branch family, it was enough to attract many people's attention. On the day of the wedding, the Li family's usual style was simple and elegant, but not extravagant. Only those who were considered influential in Yanjin were invited to the banquet. Most of the others were relatives of the Li family. Ordinary second-rate families and ministers didn't have the chance to attend. In the wedding hall of the state guesthouse in Yanjin, Tang Xian's father held the hand of Tang Xian, who was wearing a white wedding gown, and walked gently to Li Dun in a white suit. Even though there weren't many people, the applause was very enthusiastic. After all, they had to show respect to the Li family. However, Tang Xian wasn't holding a fresh flower in her hand. Instead, she was holding a colorful ice cream cone. The guests were completely confused by this. Only Yang Chen and a few others who were in the know felt that it was fresh and interesting, and also deeply touched. Although Li Dun was wearing a white suit and was tall and strong, he still wore a black eye mask, which made him look out of place, but also special. The moment the bride and groom looked at each other from afar, there was a mixture of emotions that only the two of them could clearly understand. Along the way, everything that had happened in the past was like a dream or a smoke. Before Lin Ruoxi came, she had asked Xianxia about the two of them. Even just listening to it, she felt that it wasn't easy. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but feel touched. Not far away, Kai Ning, who came with her father, Kai Yunqing, looked at Tang Xian with envy. From a woman's point of view, even though Tang Xian had taken a detour, her ending was the one that all women yearned for the most. She wanted to find a man who loved her more than she loved him, a man who could love her enough to forgive everything. In comparison, even though she had bravely found her true love, she couldn't be like Tang Xian and have a wedding like this. On the other hand, Tang Wan, who was attending the wedding with Tang Tang and the other members of the Tang family, was very open-minded. At her age, Tang Wan didn't feel any regrets about getting to know Xianxia. After all, she didn't have much hope in the past. Seeing that her beloved cousin, Tang Xian, was finally able to find happiness again, her face was filled with joy. Before attending the wedding, Xianxia was conflicted about whether he should give Li Dun a suitable gift. But no matter how he thought about it, the Li family couldn't possibly be poor, so buying a few rare treasures wouldn't make much sense. In the end, it was Lin Ruoxi who reminded him that Xianxia prepared a gift, but the gift had to be given in private. This made Xianxia a little impatient in his seat. For Xianxia, socializing and exchanging pleasantries were extremely boring. Hence, the wedding and the banquet were busy from morning to night, making it especially difficult for Xianxia. Fortunately, not many people dared to take the initiative to speak to Xianxia, which saved him a lot of trouble. However, Lin Ruoxi seemed to pay more attention to such occasions. Together with Guo Shuihua, she accompanied Yang Gongming to meet many of the rich and influential people in the military and government. To Lin Ruoxi, this was no different from a kind of training. Although she was indeed good at doing business, she was still lacking in social skills. Yangqing initially wanted to take the time to give the Bodhi pills to Kaining and Tang Wan. However, the two women were busy with their own things and had no intention of leaving. So, he could only give up. When it was late at night, most of the guests had left. Tang Wan and Kaining also went back with their families. With Lin Ruoxi around, the women were too embarrassed to talk to Yangqing. Yangqing was a little helpless, but he finally let out a sigh of relief. He brought Lin Ruoxi to Li Dun and his wife. Li Dun had been drinking for the whole day, but he did not seem to be getting drunk. It would be a miracle if a Xiantian full-cycle cultivator could get drunk. Tang Xian's wine was almost all stopped by Li Dun. After all, Tang Xian was pregnant. This was something that most of the guests knew. When he saw Yangqing and his wife, Li Dun curled his lips and said, "Old Yang, you're too much. I haven't seen you for the whole day. Why are you only showing up now? It's not like you don't know that I'm the center of attention wherever I go. How can I steal your limelight?" Listening to the man's shameless words, Lin Ruoxi's gums were sore. Li Dun hesitated for a moment, then he chuckled and said, "Since it's my big day, don't disgust me. Let's talk about something practical. How many red envelopes did you give me?" "0, Yangqing said without hesitation. "What? 0, that means I didn't give you a red packet," Yangqing said proudly. Li Dun yelled, "Damn you, Yang. I'm only treating you to a bowl of ramen because I'm a poor wretch, but you, a rich bastard, aren't willing to pay a single cent. I don't have any red packets, but I do have some other things." Yangqing smiled mysteriously. Li Dun's eyes lit up. "What is it? Take it out and see if it's a big diamond of more than 10 carats. Yangqing smiled and turned to Lin Ruoxi. "Honey, Li Dun is the same as you. He also wants a gem as big as a cow's eye." "I don't want it." Lin Ruoxi mumbled, but she did mention it in her memory. Tang Xian felt a little embarrassed. She couldn't help but pinch Li Dun's waist, but Li Dun couldn't care less. Yangqing pointed outside the hall. "It's outside. We'll have to drive there. If the bride and groom aren't in a hurry to consummate their marriage, let's go for a walk." "Still keeping me guessing?" Li Dun pouted unhappily. He turned to Tang Xian and asked, "Xian, are you tired? If you're tired, we won't go." Li Dun was a cultivator, so he didn't feel tired. But Tang Xian had never practiced martial arts and she was pregnant. She needed to take good care of her. Tang Xian felt a tinge of sweetness in her eyes. Li Dun was always thinking about her, and she cherished him very much. She had almost missed out on a man like him for a long time, and even now, she felt like a fool. Fortunately, both of them were satisfied with the outcome. "Let's go and have a look. I'm curious too." Tang Xian smiled. After making the final decision, Yangqing gave some instructions to the Li family. The four of them left the guest house together. Since Li Dun and Tang Xian had returned to their white suits and wedding gowns, they wore festive clothes so they didn't look awkward when they went out. Although Lin Ruoxi didn't get along well with Tang Wan, she seemed to have a good impression of Tang Xian, Tang Wan's cousin. They chatted a lot along the way, which was rare for Yangqing. The traffic in Yanjin wasn't too heavy at night. After half an hour, they arrived at a commercial area outside the Third Ring Road. After getting out of the car, the two young couples held hands and walked on the neon pedestrian street. The bleak night breeze brought with it a variety of smells from the street. Amidst the hustle and bustle, there was a unique rhythm that made people feel at peace. After walking for about 10 minutes, Li Dun remembered business and asked, "Old Yang, where's the gift you mentioned? You're not trying to trick us, are you?" Yangqing glanced at him and pointed at a coffee-colored shop with white LED lights about 10 meters away. There was only one word on the sign, ice cream. "That's it." Li Dun and Tang Xian looked at each other, confused. "Isn't that an ice cream shop? Is the gift the ice cream?" Tang Xian asked. Li Dun's face twitched. Xianxia, old Yang must know that you like ice cream, so he purposely gave it to you. Alright, let's go in first. Yangqing ignored him and led Lin Ruoxi into the shop. When the four of them entered the ice cream shop, Li Dun and Tang Xian realized that the interior of the ice cream shop was luxuriously decorated. It was purely retro and nostalgic. Paired with Italian style, the design of flying arches and cross tiles, coupled with the rich colors of Baroque style, it was a dazzling sight. In the middle of the shop was an ice cream processing station. Two Caucasian ice cream chefs and a few helpers were busy preparing ice cream for the customers. All the ice cream was stored in exquisite glass containers. From afar, they could smell the rich fragrance of vanilla and cocoa. It was obvious that the quality of the ice cream was excellent. Mrs. Li, do you like this place? Yangqing asked jokingly. Tang Xian blushed and nodded, her eyes sparkling. I've been here before, but I didn't know there was an ice cream shop like this. It opened not long ago. It's owned by a French ice cream chef. After working for the Vivoli family in Italy for more than 10 years, he came to Xianxia to open this shop. The quality of the ice cream here is very high, Yangqing explained. Old Yang, you're not really here just for ice cream, are you? Li Dun was hurt. Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi looked at each other and smiled at Li Dun's sad face. Honey, tell him. I can't bear to see his face anymore. Yangqing shook his head helplessly. Lin Ruoxi smiled. I heard from Yangqing that Tang Xian likes ice cream. Li Dun, I'm sure you'll like it too. There's no point in giving you jewelry, so we found this ice cream shop and bought it as a gift for you. This shop? Li Dun was stunned. Tang Xian didn't know how to react either. After a while, she waved her hands and said, I don't think that's a good idea. It's too expensive. The shop alone costs more than 5 million and this ice cream shop is so high-end. This gift is too expensive. Haha. Xian, you don't have to save money for them. It's not even a drop in the ocean for old Yang. Li Dun smiled. I was wondering why you're so stingy. Hee hee. It's fine. Even if you don't want to give me a red packet, I can just give it to the ice cream shop. I'll just sell it and it'll still be money. Don't you dare. Tang Xian reprimanded, how could you do such a rude thing? This is their kind gesture. Li Dun smiled awkwardly. Xian, I was just joking. Tang Xian scoffed. You wouldn't dare to. Li Dun lowered his head and looked like an obedient child. He was just joking. If Tang Xian really panicked, he would lose more than he gained. Yangqing secretly despised him. He was indeed a henpecked man. But it seemed like he wasn't any better. Alright, stop fooling around, Lin Ruoxi said in a clear voice. I've asked someone to leave the shop's name blank. You can just think of a name you like and install the LED lights. Ruoxi, you're so thoughtful. Tang Xian smiled gratefully. Seeing that both husband and wife were satisfied with the gift, Lin Ruoxi felt a sense of accomplishment. Then, the four of them sat in a booth by the window, ordered their favorite ice cream, and chatted enthusiastically. Perhaps it was because Tang Xian was young, had the temperament of a young girl, and had a pure mind, but Lin Ruoxi was very relaxed when they talked. The two women started talking about Hello Kitty's collection, then the hottest Korean dramas. They discussed which man deserved to die, which woman was a bitch, and all sorts of indignation. They completely ignored the two men. Tang Xian used to be responsible for taking care of Tang Zhichen. She had nothing better to do in her free time, so she had a lot to talk about with Lin Ruoxi. Later on, they talked about the child in Tang Xian's stomach. They talked about how to raise and educate a child. Initially, Tang Xian was a little embarrassed that the child in her stomach wasn't Li Dun's, but Li Dun didn't care about it anymore. Yangqing and Li Dun could only stare at each other and order 2 more ice cream. When it was almost midnight, Tang Xian took out her phone and showed Lin Ruoxi some photos. Ruoxi, look, this is a photo of Li Dun when he was young. Grandpa showed it to me. Isn't he very honest? Tang Xian giggled as she pointed at a chubby boy in a pair of baggy shorts holding a wooden rifle on his shoulder. Li Dun wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. He cried, Xian, you can't bully your husband like this. I'm just looking, it's not a big deal. It's not like we're going to the newspapers. Tang Xian rejected Li Dun's complaint and continued showing Lin Ruoxi other photos. Later on, Tang Xian even shared her own photos with Li Dun. She even made a composite of her and Li Dun's childhood photos. It was clear that Tang Xian had a lot of free time on her hands. Lin Ruoxi's interest was piqued as well. Women were still full of gossipy nature. Things that were meaningless in the eyes of men were full of topics to talk about. In the end, Lin Ruoxi took out her phone and showed Tang Xian the photos she had collected. Most of them were old photos from when she was young or when she was still a student. They were saved on the internet so it was easy to find them. Tang Xian couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Ruoxi, you were so beautiful when you were young. If you were a child star, you would be famous." Yangqing was naturally interested as well. He looked at the photos of young and inexperienced girls and said proudly, "What are you talking about? Do you think those celebrities can compare to our Ruoxi?" "That's true." Tang Xian nodded in agreement. "Oh right, Yangqing, where are your photos?" "We've all taken them out. You're the only one left. Don't you dare run away." Yangqing's face froze. The smile on his face disappeared and he fell silent. All of a sudden, the atmosphere turned cold. Lin Ruoxi suddenly realized something and looked at Yangqing with a pained expression. Yangqing lowered his head and smiled. "I would like to show you, but I really don't have any." Tang Xian also realized that she had asked something she shouldn't have. She looked at Li Dun awkwardly. "Old Yang, don't take it to heart. Xian heir doesn't know about your past," Li Dun said sincerely. Yangqing waved his hand. "I'm not blaming her. A normal person would have some photos as a souvenir. I just remembered it. I'm really special." He left the Yang family when he was a baby and joined Zero. He grew up in a dog-eat-dog environment. A souvenir? He would never have thought of it even in his dreams. A soft and delicate hand gently caressed Yangqing's thigh. Yangqing turned his head and saw Lin Ruoxi looking at him with teary eyes. "Don't worry, I'm not that weak," Yangqing comforted her, but he did feel terrible inside. After the silence, the four of them were no longer in the mood to chat. Seeing that it was getting late, they left. Yangqing drove the couple back to the Yang family with Lin Ruoxi. Along the way, Lin Ruoxi looked at Yangqing who was driving quietly. She said softly, "You don't feel good, do you?" Yangqing didn't deny it. He nodded. "A little, but it's no big deal." "You know I'm not a big deal." Lin Ruoxi was silent. She wanted to make Yangqing feel better, but she didn't know where to start. She didn't want to make a woman feel good either. When they got home, Yang Gongming and the rest were already asleep. The servants didn't dare to disturb them. The entire Yang residence was quiet. When they walked back to their room, Lin Ruoxi coughed lightly. It was probably because of the sudden drop in temperature that her throat felt uncomfortable. Seeing this, Yangqing took off his jacket and draped it over Lin Ruoxi. He then held Lin Ruoxi's hand and carefully checked her body. Lin Ruoxi knew that Yang Chen was giving her a checkup. Smiling, she said, "I'm fine. It's just a cough. I've been training for a long time, and I even practiced the technique you taught me. I won't catch a cold, will I?" "That's hard to say. Your foundation isn't stable. If you overwork yourself, you might catch a cold." After Yangqing finished checking, he smiled. "There's no problem. Actually, even if there's a problem, with me around, you'll recover immediately." Lin Ruoxi said sweetly, "Then I'm really lucky. I married a husband who can be a bodyguard and a doctor at the same time." "That's true." Yangqing smiled proudly. He walked to the door and opened it, inviting Lin Ruoxi in. Lin Ruoxi was about to enter the room when she paused. She turned around and looked at the sky above the courtyard. There were a few stars in the sky. "What's wrong?" Yangqing was puzzled. Lin Ruoxi looked back. "Hubby, let's watch the stars for a while." "I don't want to sleep yet." Yangqing thought to himself that he wasn't going to sleep. He still had serious matters to attend to. However, a woman's romantic nature began to take effect again. Yangqing couldn't be cruel and interrupt her. Feeling a little regretful, Yangqing held Lin Ruoxi's hand and walked to the pavilion in the courtyard. He sat on a bench and let Lin Ruoxi sit on his lap. He gently hugged her. The night was as cold as water. The courtyard was silent. Only the husband and wife sat in the silence of the night. It was quite comfortable. The location of the Yang residence was quite far from the brightly lit city center. Thus, they could still see quite a few stars. However, it couldn't be said to be the Milky Way. Rather than saying that they were watching the stars, it would be better to say that they were enjoying their time in the cold wind. After a long silence, Lin Ruoxi suddenly turned her head and leaned on Yang Cheng's shoulder. She muttered, "Hubby. I miss Lan Lan." Yang Cheng didn't expect that the woman's first words would be about her daughter, Lan Lan, who was in Zhonghai. "Is that chubby little girl really that nice? Do you really miss her that much?" Yang Cheng was a little jealous. "She's not a chubby little girl. Lan Lan can eat a lot, but she's not fat. That's baby fat. It will slowly disappear when she grows up," Lin Ruoxi defended her daughter. Her pretty face was filled with longing. "I don't know why either. I just like Lan Lan. I think if we have our own children in the future, I can only give them this kind of love." Yang Cheng stroked the woman's hair. "Is it because you saw that Tang Xian is pregnant that you want to have children again?" "A little." Lin Ruoxi didn't deny it. In the darkness of the night, she pretended that no one saw her blushing face. Even Yang Cheng could see it clearly. Yang Cheng sighed. "This matter can't be rushed. For someone like Li Dun who's at the full cycle of the Xiantian realm, the chance of him having another child with Tang Xian isn't too small. But for people like us, it's really hard to wait until you reach the semi-god realm." "Yeah. I know. I'll try my best." Lin Ruoxi nodded. After a moment of silence, Yang Cheng asked, "Do you still want to sit? Do you want to go in?" Lin Ruoxi shook her head. "Let's sit for a while longer. I like it this way. It's quiet. And I can hear your breathing. You can still hear me screaming when you're in bed." Yang Chen muttered in his heart, and whined a little bitterly. A hard-working tiger and wolf man married a literary educated girl. Even if he couldn't help it, he had to endure. Lin Ruoxi, on the other hand, was lost in her own little world. She asked leisurely, "Hubby, what do you think of the employees of Yulei? What's their family life like? Aren't they very different from us?" Yang Cheng smiled bitterly. "How can it be the same? They live in commercial housing, unlike our CEO Lin who can buy a house worth tens of millions." "No, it's not about the house they live in," Lin Ruoxi corrected him. "I'm talking about the rhythm of their life." "Rhythm?" "Yeah, like, the women go home from work first, then go to buy groceries and cook while waiting for the men to come home. Or they go to school to pick up their children and have parent-teacher conferences from time to time." Yang Cheng was confused. "Why did you suddenly think of this?" Lin Ruoxi mumbled, "I don't know either. I just suddenly feel a little envious of the lives of ordinary people. Although they live a very ordinary life, they don't have to be afraid or worry about it." Yang Cheng reached out and pinched Lin Ruoxi's cheek. "Silly girl, you'll probably get tired of that kind of life in 2 days." "How could that be?" "It's very warm," Lin Ruoxi said in disbelief. Yang Cheng smiled and said, "If we were an ordinary couple, I reckon that we would only need to say 3 sentences a day." 3 sentences? N. Yang Cheng nodded. "Which 3 sentences?" Yang Cheng said, "When I get home, I will first say, 'Let's eat.' Then, I will ask, 'Where's the child?' Finally, I will say, 'Let's go to sleep.' Then, the day will pass." Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but burst out laughing. She rolled her eyes at Yang Cheng. How could it be so exaggerated? It's just an analogy. After all, life repeats itself every day. Lin Ruoxi pursed her lips and said with a smile, "If that's the case, then my answer will definitely be 3 sentences. Hurry up and eat, the child is asleep, and hurry up and go to sleep." Yang Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Although he was joking, it was also quite sarcastic. Just as Yang Cheng was about to carry Lin Ruoxi back to his bedroom, his divine sense suddenly sensed movement from afar. Yang Chen frowned and raised his head to look at the horizon in the south. Lin Ruoshi also noticed Yang Cheng's strangeness and asked curiously, "Hubby, what's wrong?" "It's already so late at night, looks like I won't have any peace," Yang Chen sneered. "Two VIPs seem to be looking for me tonight. Speaking of which, maybe I'll get something good again." Lin Ruoshi did not know what was going on. She followed Yang Cheng's gaze and looked to the south. Nothing seemed to be out of place, but suddenly, two figures appeared on the roof in front of her. It was a man and a woman. The man was tall and wore a black robe. He looked cold and arrogant. The woman was beautiful and had a gloomy expression. She was dressed like a nun and held a horsetail whisk in her hand. The man and woman were Yan Feiyun and Yan Feiyu, who were looking for Yang Cheng. After all, Yan Feiyu remembered Yang Cheng's appearance. After she described it in detail, the people of Huang Stage and Hongmeng found out that it was a perfect match for Yang Cheng. "Hubby, who are they?" Lin Ruoshi asked worriedly when she saw that they didn't look friendly. Yang Cheng patted the woman's hand and asked her to stand behind him. "I can't explain it in a short time, but I'm sure they're not here to treat me to supper." On the roof, Yan Feiyun frowned when he saw how calm Yang Cheng was in the pavilion. He realized that he could not see through Yang Cheng's cultivation level. They had investigated Yang Cheng's background before they came. The people of Hongmeng did not care about his identity as a disciple of the Yang family. However, Yang Cheng was only in his 20s. For a cultivator, this was not something that could be achieved with ordinary comprehension. However, no matter how high Yang Cheng's comprehension was, he was just a cultivator. The two siblings had their heaven stage father in Hongmeng and the entire Hongmeng behind them. Naturally, they were not afraid of Yang Cheng. "Feiyu, is he a good person?" Yan Feiyu said with a murderous look, "That's right, big brother. This is the guy who destroyed my Misty Rain nunnery and almost killed me." "Hey, old nun, you were the one who tried to kill my woman. I tried to talk you out of it but you didn't listen. Why are you accusing me?" Yang Cheng sneered. "Shut up. It's your fault for barging into my cultivation ground. Brother, ignore him. He's an arrogant brat. He's taking advantage of us." Yan Feiyu scolded. Yan Feiyu nodded and said in a deep voice, "Brat from the Yang family, I'm Yan Feiyun, an earth-rank elder of Hongmeng. My sister, Yan Feiyu, had a misunderstanding with you and you destroyed her place of cultivation. You even tried to kill her. As her brother, I'm here to make you pay." Yang Cheng sized Yan Feiyun up. Yan Feiyun's cultivation was indeed much higher than Yan Feiyu's. Although Yang Cheng did not have a clear concept of cultivation, he was certain that Yan Feiyun had completed the Kuei water tribulation of the Six Frost water tribulation. In other words, he was a level higher than Yan Feiyu. However, since he could see through the depth of his cultivation, he should be able to deal with him. It was a pity that the other party was an earth-rank elder of Hongmeng. He must have an extraordinary background. If Yan Feiyun were to attack recklessly, he might not be able to kill him. It would not be worth it if he caused trouble. It seemed like he had to be careful. The commotion here had already alarmed the guards of the Yang family, and many of them had already started to move closer to this place. The retired guards of the Yang family were all armed. At this moment, there were more than 10 rifles aimed at the two people on the roof. At the same time, snipers were already in position in a few hidden corners. Yan Feiyun snorted. "You haven't been in the secular world for a long time. How dare a mere Yang family act so arrogantly? Young Master Chen, who are they? Should we ask Master to come?" One of the guards from the Yang family asked. Yang Cheng frowned. There was no reason for Yang Gongming not to know about the commotion. Moreover, Yan Sanyang was here. She would definitely come over soon. They could not be dragged into this mess. "Everyone, disperse. Don't interfere," Yang Cheng ordered sternly. This was not a confrontation that ordinary people could participate in. Yang Cheng did not want his loyal subordinates to die in vain. The guards were puzzled, but they did not forget to obey. They quickly retreated far away. Yang Cheng thought for a moment before he raised his head. "I've already destroyed the nunnery. If you want to rebuild it, I can build one for you. However, my woman was ambushed by you. You even tried to steal my techniques. What should I do about that?" "Nonsense. I only wanted to take Xianxia as my disciple. I only used the medicine to make her forget about the secular world and focus on her cultivation. I don't have such filthy thoughts. Yan Feiyu said disdainfully. Yangqing sneered. Since you refuse to admit your mistake, there's no need for us to continue this conversation. Just tell me why you're here. I'll play with you. Yan Feiyun said, we, the people of Hongmeng, don't care about worldly affairs. However, it's different this time. First of all, you're not from the secular world. You've already passed the soul formation realm. You should be under Hongmeng. However, you're from the 4 major clans, so you're an exception. Secondly, you're not just an outsider. She's my biological sister. If you don't apologize for what you did to my sister this time, others might think that our Yen family is easy to bully if they hear about it. Therefore, not only do you have to agree to rebuild a Misty Rain nunnery for my sister, but you also have to hand over your cultivation techniques as compensation. What a black-hearted pair of siblings. How could they say something like that? They clearly think that I don't dare to go against Hongmeng and that I'm a rookie in the cultivation world. They're purposely making things difficult for me. They don't want anything else but the cultivation techniques that I came up with. They must think that I can use the Nanmingli fire technique because I taught it to Xianxia and the rest. It seems like they have nothing to do with the hidden clans that tried to snatch the endless resolve restoration scripture. What Yangchen didn't expect was that for the Yen siblings, there was no need to talk about principles at all. To them, getting the benefits as soon as possible and going back to cultivate was the right thing to do. A disciple of a secular family, even if he was in the tribulation passing stage, couldn't go against them. Why would they beat around the bush when they didn't care about someone at all? What if I don't hand it over? Are you going to kill me? Yangqing sneered. Yan Feiyu sneered, you think we don't dare to? My brother's cultivation is much higher than mine. You used the Nanmingli fire to beat me last time, but that was a trick. My brother isn't afraid of that. We, Hongmeng, don't interfere with the secular world, but since you've reached the soul formation realm, you should be excluded. Moreover, you offended us first, so no one would dare to say anything even if we killed you. How can a robber be reasonable? I think Hongmeng is just a den of robbers. Although Yangqing had his considerations, he knew that a kind person would be bullied. Since the other party clearly had no intention of negotiating, he wouldn't give them any face. How dare you? It seems like you're going to do this the hard way. You've humiliated Hongmeng, so it's not too much to kill you today. Yan Feiyun was filled with righteous indignation. Suddenly, the sumera ring on his hand flashed, and a unique-looking longsword appeared in his hand. The longsword's body was like moonlight, and there was a gap in the middle that was as wide as a finger. The 2 ends were narrow, and the middle was wide. Under the starry sky, it shone with a faint glow like a glazed sword. Yangcheng's heart skipped a beat. The grade of this sword was definitely not low, especially its strange shape. There must be some kind of special magical treasure hidden in it. Initially, when my sister was bullied by you, I only needed to give you a warning and compensate you with some compensation. However, you're not willing to give in and even spoke rudely. Don't blame me, Yan Feiyun, for enforcing justice on behalf of Hongmeng. Yan Feiyun had already known that Yangqing did not use any magical treasure, so he guessed that Yangqing, as a rogue cultivator, did not have any magical treasure. Yan Feiyun, on the other hand, had a higher chance of winning since he had a mid-tier magical treasure. Yan Feiyu saw that her brother had taken out the sword, and her eyes flashed with confidence. She looked at Yangqing mockingly and said, "Kid, you'd better hand over your cultivation technique and kowtow to apologize. My brother's Kongming sword can even defeat a cultivator in the 2nd stage of the 6 Frost Water Tribulation. A cultivator in the 2nd stage of the 6 Frost Water Tribulation would have to be at the Dark Water Tribulation. Could Yan Feiyun rely on a magical treasure to defeat a cultivator of a higher level?" Yangcheng's heart was racing. There's no need to say more. After we kill him, we'll capture his woman. We'll find a way to get the cultivation technique. Yan Feiyun was straightforward. He had even thought of what he would do after killing Yangqing. Yangcheng's face darkened. Although he was indeed a strong enemy, he could not tolerate such humiliating words. Without another word, Yangqing leaped into the air. You'll be the ones to die. Yangqing suddenly appeared a few feet away from Yan Feiyun. He turned into a shadow in the air and swung his right hand at Yan Feiyun's head. Although they were both at the crossing calamity stage and not the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation, it was impossible for Yan Feiyun to kill the two siblings as easily as killing ants. Even though Yangqing's body was 10 or even 100 times stronger due to his experience and special cultivation technique, his opponent had the true core strength of a crossing calamity stage cultivator. His body was protected, so he wouldn't have the upper hand. If it was an ordinary human body, Yangqing could crush it into powder with the power of heaven and earth. However, it was difficult for him to deal with someone above the innate realm. It was impossible for him to deal with someone above the soul formation realm. The two siblings in front of him had to fight fiercely. Yan Feiyun retreated quickly and dodged Yangqing's attack. Then, he swung his Kongming sword at Yangqing's waist. A translucent ray of light swept past. Yangqing suddenly jumped up and dodged the attack. Yan Feiyun, who was standing at the side, took out her tiny horsetail whisk without hesitation. The horsetail whisk turned into thousands of white hair whips that flew toward Yangqing's body. 1 against 2. You're courting death. Although Yangqing was burning with anger, his state of mind during the battle was extremely calm. Unhurriedly, a ray of Nanmingli fire surrounded his body and suddenly exploded. Countless white hair whips were scorched and blasted away, scattering in all directions. However, the Tai horsetail whisk was indeed mysterious. After it was damaged, new white hair grew out from the damaged parts and danced in the wind. Second sister, there's no need to do anything. I can handle it myself. Yan Feiyun said with a relaxed expression. Yan Feiyun giggled. Since you're so interested, I'll just watch from the side. The people in the courtyard who were watching the battle in the sky were dumbfounded. How could an ordinary person imagine such a scene? Flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground? Is this young Master Chen an immortal? Lin Ruashi's hands were tightly clenched in front of her chest. The thrilling battle in the sky made her extremely worried. She couldn't care less about the gorgeous battle scene. She only hated that she could only stand there and not be of any help. At this moment, the woman deeply understood why Yangqing kept urging her to cultivate diligently and not be lazy. This was not only for the sake of beauty and longevity, but it was also a matter of life and death. In the air, Yangqing was fighting with Yan Feiyun with Li fire burning around him. He kept attacking the latter's vital parts. Although Yan Feiyun was not as fast as Yangqing, he could force Yangqing back a few inches with his Kongming sword and always find a chance to counterattack. Yangqing was a little annoyed. Although the Nanmingli fire was a heavenly fire, it was only the lowest heavenly fire among the 3 Yang real fire tribulations. It could restrain Yan Feiyun, a cultivator at the tribulation crossing stage, who was at the first level of the 3 Yang true fire tribulation. However, it was difficult to restrain Yan Feiyun, a cultivator at the first level of the 6 frost water tribulation, the Kuei water tribulation. The Kuei water that Yan Feiyun encountered during the tribulation transcendence was more powerful than the Li fire. Even if Yan Feiyun was burned by the Li fire, it wouldn't have much effect on him. Moreover, Yan Feiyun couldn't burn him at all. Yan Feiyun didn't use his full strength at all. He waved his sword and released a wave of glazed sword energy, which brought along gusts of cold wind. Yangqing created a Li fire shield and was only pushed back a few feet. He wasn't hurt. It seems that your cultivation technique is really miraculous. It can really use the Nanmingli fire continuously. It's a pity that you haven't mastered it yet. This cultivation technique should be more powerful. It's such a waste to give it to you. I must take it today and find a suitable owner for this cultivation technique. Yan Feiyun sneered arrogantly. If you want to fight, then stop talking nonsense. Yangqing spat and locked his eyes on his opponent. At the same time, he wiped the sweat that appeared on his face. He hadn't sweated because of a battle for a long time. It wasn't because of the heat, but because he didn't feel confident. Indeed, he was better than Yan Feiyun in terms of cultivation and cultivation technique. However, he couldn't unleash the true power of the heaven and earth even though he had the cultivation and the endless power of heaven and earth. According to the old man who possessed him, the true power of his current cultivation should be the Tai Ching heavenly thunder that helped him pass the tribulation transcendence. Similar to the Tai Ching heavenly thunder, the last stage of the 3 yang fire tribulation, karmic fire, and the second stage of the 6 frost water tribulation, Ming water, were all powers that he should be able to master. As for the more powerful Ruo water, Shang Qing, and Yu Qing heavenly thunder, they weren't something that he could use with his cultivation. However, he had only comprehended Li fire, Samadhi true fire, and Kuei water, which were a level higher, were still in the dark. How could he talk about the Tai Ching heavenly thunder? Damn it, if he could comprehend the heavenly fire and mystic water, he wouldn't be suppressed like this. Forget it, I'm not interested in wasting time with you. You're just SOSO. Yan Feiyun saw that Yangqing wasn't taking the initiative to attack. The Kongming sword in his hand began to emit a special true essence. Yangqing's pupils shrank. The Kongming sword was disappearing. Not only was the sword disappearing, but Yan Feiyun also suddenly disappeared in the air. This was definitely not a clumsy concealment technique. If it was just a simple concealment technique, Yangqing could still use his divine sense to detect him. However, even his divine sense couldn't detect where Yan Feiyun was. However, Yan Feiyu, who was watching from afar, laughed mockingly. It's useless. Although my brother's Kongming sword isn't very destructive, it can block divine sense and hide its tracks. Even if your cultivation is higher than ours, it's still not enough for you to detect him. At this moment, a vast voice came from higher up in the sky. Dark North Soul, 1,000 feet ice seal. Yangqing knew this was bad, but it was too late. A huge ring-shaped icy sword aura suddenly appeared around him. The sword aura formed by Yan Feiyun's special true essence was so thick and sharp that it seemed to have a physical form. The countless thick and sharp blades emitted a murderous aura that covered the sky and earth. The deep blue, bone-piercing cold air whizzed toward him like a huge snowstorm, trying to drown him. In the night sky, the people below only saw Yangqing's figure being instantly engulfed by a ball of azure light. The wind blew, and the snowstorm fell. The sky above the Yang mansion turned into a murderous sea of ice and snow. Yangqing. Lin Ruoshi couldn't open her eyes because of the cold wind. However, when she saw this scene, she was so anxious that her eyes turned red. However, before her tears could flow out, they were blown away by the wind. In the sky, Yangqing was surrounded by a huge ball of icy sword aura. He tried his best to open the Li fire shield so that the huge sword aura wouldn't touch him. Even so, his qi and blood were gradually flowing slower. Yan Feiyu's wild laughter came from outside. Ha 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 ha. Brat. I forgot to tell you that my brother's Kongming sword can make his true essence invisible as well. While you were in a daze, my brother had condensed countless sword auras around you, but you were still standing there in a daze. How do you feel now? Yangqing was furious. This Kongming sword was so difficult to deal with? Although this spiritual treasure didn't have any destructive power, its absolute stealth effect allowed Yan Feiyun to stand in front of cultivators with similar cultivation strengths. No wonder he wasn't afraid of cultivators at the Darkwater Tribulation passing realm. It turned out that he had such a skill. Fortunately, Yangqing kept injecting the heaven and earth essence into his body. He activated a ball of fire, and the countless ice blades around him finally began to crack. Ah! With a furious roar, Yangqing leaped out like a huge flaming man. In front of him, Yan Feiyun looked at him disdainfully with the Kongming sword in his hand. It seemed like he didn't care that Yangqing could break out of his shell. Yangqing didn't care about that. Now that he had finally seen Yan Feiyun, he immediately attacked him. He had to catch Yan Feiyun before he went into hiding. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defend himself if he was sneak attacked again. He punched out, and a violently fire dragon whizzed toward Yan Feiyun's face. At the same time, Yangqing's figure flashed and appeared behind Yan Feiyun, grabbing the back of his neck. However, something strange happened. When Yangqing was about to grab Yan Feiyun's neck, Yangqing found that it was an empty space. He reached out to grab Yan Feiyun's neck, but the person in front of him was just an indistinguishable shadow. Idiot. Yan Feiyun's voice came from behind Yangqing, and it was full of disdain. Yangqing's battle instinct made him leap forward, but it was too late. The Kongming sword slashed across half of his back. His flesh was pierced by a bone-chilling icicle, and a large piece of his flesh was cut open. Countless icicles pierced into his meridians. Xianxia couldn't imagine what kind of injury his back had suffered. But he was sure that if his wound had been any deeper, it would have pierced his internal organs. If his instincts had been any slower, he would have been half dead. The Kongming sword was stained with Yan Feiyun's true core force. The true core force in his body was extremely domineering, and it kept drilling into his meridians. Although his wounds weren't bleeding, they couldn't be healed by the endless resolve restoration scripture. Your body is quite tough. You're still able to hold on after being hit by the true core force of my Northern Dark Ice Soul technique. Not bad, not bad. Yan Feiyun sneered, I'd like to see how long you can hold on. After that, Yan Feiyun disappeared into thin air again. Xianxia was prepared this time, so he was on high alert. However, the true core force in his back kept corroding his meridians, and he had to use the endless resolve restoration scripture to resist and repair the damage. It was extremely painful. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him on the right, and the shadow of a sword slashed at Xianxia again. Xianxia dropped down, raised his hand, and blasted a ball of Li fire at the figure. Boom! The flames exploded into a dazzling display of fireworks, but the figure only dissipated without a trace. Another fake? Before Xianxia could react, he suddenly found countless icicles rising from his feet. Northern Dark Ice Soul, vast sea ice wave. While he was speaking, the true core force that he had set up condensed into countless sharp sword energies that shot into the sky from the ground like countless ice arrows. For a moment, Xianxia's body was drowned by thousands of ice arrows. Although his body was extremely tough, there were still countless small wounds on his body, and blood splashed everywhere. Xianxia clenched his teeth and condensed a Li fire shield to block the remaining ice arrows, but he had also suffered a lot of injuries. The people on the ground were terrified, and they didn't make a sound anymore. Lin Ruoshi saw that Xianxia was surrounded by danger. She was paralyzed on the ground and her heart was in pain. Xianxia didn't have time to care about the situation on the ground. The small wounds on his body were already occupied by the true core force, and he had to divert more energy to resist the invasion of the cold. Xianxia found that Yan Feiyun's Northern Dark Ice Soul technique was quite vicious. The true core force was obviously freezing the opponent's meridians from the inside out. If an ordinary cultivator was injured like this, they would feel 100 times worse than him. What made Xianxia even angrier was that he couldn't tell that it was an illusion. If it was an ordinary illusion, he should have been able to see through it with just a little bit of perception. However, Yan Feiyun's illusion was no different from the real person, which caused him to be fooled twice. Don't be surprised. My emptiness sword is derived from the emptiness mirror. What you saw wasn't an illusion but a mirror image. Yan Feiyun was proud of himself and said, the person in the mirror is me, but it's not my real body. You're just a little rogue cultivator, so you won't understand. I'll let you die knowing. Xianxia really couldn't understand. After all, the Kongming sword was a mystical artifact left behind from the ancient times. It was originally a high-tier mystical artifact. If it wasn't for the fact that it had been damaged over the past tens of thousands of years, it wouldn't have been reduced to a mid-tier artifact and given to Yan Feiyun. Even so, if it wasn't for the Yan siblings' special status in Hongmeng, Yan Feiyun would not have been able to take advantage of them. In fact, Xianxia also had a golden blood Wyrm blade, which was also a mid-tier treasure. Unfortunately, the golden blood Wyrm blade's power lay in its ability to attack the opponent. That was why the opponent couldn't heal the wound in time. On the other hand, the Kongming sword was a weapon that gave the opponent the upper hand. Moreover, Xianxia knew that if he took out the treasure, it would only cause more trouble if he exposed the fact that he killed Taoist Master Huang Yun. Xianxia knew that he couldn't just sit around and wait for death. He immediately used his divine sense to lock onto Yan Feiyun's body to prevent him from escaping again. Then, he flew. Over again. Yan Feiyun didn't dodge. He stood in the air with his sword and watched mockingly as Xianxia rushed toward him. Li fire erupted from Xianxia's body like a huge fireball. It enveloped Yan Feiyun with a terrifying aura. Let's see how you escape now. Just as Xianxia was about to grab Yan Feiyun's head, Yan Feiyun disappeared again. The mirror image is me, but I'm not the mirror image. This time, Yan Feiyun appeared on the left side of Xianxia again. He raised his sword and slashed Yang Cheng's waist again. Yang Cheng dodged in a hurry and touched the wound that was caused by the frost true essence. His face turned pale as his injury worsened. Even his divine sense could not see through his concealment method. Yang Cheng couldn't think of a better way. He could only grit his teeth and try to increase his speed to see if he could hit Yan Feiyun before he could hide. With that thought, Yang Cheng charged at Yan Feiyun again. However, his attacks were even more ferocious. However, Yan Feiyun stood there without any intention of moving. Yang Cheng's heart skipped a beat when he saw that he was not moving at all. Could it be another mirror image? Yan Feiyun laughed mockingly at that moment of hesitation. Sorry, I guessed wrong. It's real this time. As he spoke, the Kongming sword slashed through Yang Cheng's chest again. Yang Cheng's eyes widened in anger. Yan Feiyun had gained the upper hand again. Yan Feiyun didn't stop there. The moment Yang Cheng was hit, he kicked Yang Cheng's chest. Puff! Yang Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew in a parabola like a cannonball that ran out of fuel and fell to the ground. No matter how strong the recovery ability of the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture was, it couldn't heal all the wounds in a short period of time. In addition, the Frost True Essence was eroding his meridians, and he couldn't use the power of heaven and earth smoothly. Blocked from both inside and outside, Yang Cheng's body finally couldn't withstand the high-intensity load anymore. He fell miserably. When Yang Cheng's body fell into a flower bed, he smashed through some shrubs and landed on the muddy ground. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking up at Yan Feiyun who was falling from the sky, Yang Cheng couldn't muster enough strength to fight him again. His entire body was filled with Frost True Essence. It was as if his blood was freezing. Hubby! When Lin Ruoxi saw Yang Cheng falling, she quickly ran over. Yan Feiyun, who was watching from afar, laughed loudly. You overestimate yourself. You think you can defeat my brother? Yan Feiyun looked around and locked her gaze on Lin Ruoxi who was running towards Yang Cheng. In a flash, she landed behind Lin Ruoxi and grabbed Lin Ruoxi's neck. Not far away, the guards saw this scene and naturally could not tolerate it anymore. The leader of the guards shouted, "Let go of young mistress. Otherwise, we'll shoot." Before they could do anything else, Yan Feiyun swung the tiny horsetail whisk in her hand. Several white whips were as hard as steel, smashing the guards into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. You're just a bunch of slaves. How dare you bark like a dog? Blood flowed like a river, causing Yang Cheng's veins to bulge. At this moment, Yang Gongming and Guo were nowhere to be seen. It was most likely that the guards or Yan Sanyang had taken them somewhere far away. Luckily, they didn't show up. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If this went on, would he really be killed by this pair of black-hearted siblings? Lin Ruoxi had no time to think about it. She felt her body leaving the ground and was immediately grabbed by Yan Feiyun. Yan Feiyun choked her neck, making it difficult for her to breathe. Let go of me. Cough, cough. Lin Ruoxi's face turned red and tears rolled down her cheeks. She couldn't break free no matter how hard she struggled. However, her own pain was nothing compared to the heartbreak she felt when she saw Yang Cheng fall to the ground. This man, there was actually a time when he was defeated. In the past, even if Lin Ruoxi knew that Yang Cheng had gone out to fight and kill, she would only worry about him. She wouldn't even worry that Yang Cheng would be hurt. However, after witnessing it with her own eyes, Lin Ruoxi felt as if her world was collapsing. The man who seemed invincible in this world, the man who could hold on even if the sky collapsed, had fallen. Lin Ruoxi had never thought that such a day would come. Everything that happened so suddenly was extremely difficult for her to accept. This guy is lucky. Last time, Situ Changwei was already a beauty. This girl is even better than her, Yan Feiyun sneered. It's a pity that she doesn't know what's good for her even though she's not capable. Since she's your wife, she has to suffer with you. Yan Feiyun released a trace of divine sense to check Lin Ruoxi's body. Yan Feiyun could not help but look delighted. Brother, there are signs of the special method in this girl's body that I've seen earlier. She should know about this fella's cultivation method too. All we have to do is capture her and interrogate her. Yan Feiyun nodded. Second sister, What do you think we should do with this kid? With that said, Yan Feiyun held the sword above Yang Chen's chest. Yan Feiyu's eyes flashed with malice. Humph, since this kid is the eldest grandson of the Yang family, killing him will affect the situation in the secular world. Why don't we spare his life and destroy his cultivation in case he causes trouble again? That's great. We can settle our personal grudges and it won't go against the principles of Hongmeng. Yan Feiyun smirked. I'll destroy his dantian now. Then, a thick icy sword aura condensed on the Kongming sword and was about to pierce into Yang Cheng's Qihai. While the siblings were talking, Yang Cheng had used the heaven and earth energy to heal his injuries. After all, his cultivation was higher than Yan Feiyun's. Although the icy ethereal force was difficult to deal with, he could force it out of his body with time. Once the ethereal force was gone, Yang Cheng's self-recovery ability would be beyond Yan Feiyun's imagination. At this moment, Yang Cheng tensed his body and activated the meridians that could still be used. He planned to counterattack the moment Yan Feiyun swung his sword. Success or failure would be decided in an instant. Yang Cheng knew that he had no way out. After all, it was too difficult to find a way to destroy Yan Feiyun's Kongming sword in a short period of time. But at this moment, a voice broke the silence. Stop. A gray figure suddenly appeared and walked into everyone's field of vision. A white-haired Yan Sanyang walked in from the backyard. Her eyes were filled with heartache as she looked at the pile of broken limbs and corpses. And Yang Gongming's figure also came in from the back, but the old man's face was full of sorrow. When he saw Yang Cheng being pointed at with a sword and falling to the ground, and Lin Ruashi being grabbed, Yang Gongming could not hide his intense emotions. However, Yan Feiyun and Yan Feiyu were like ice sculptures. They stared at Yan Sanyang with stiff expressions on their faces. Third sister. Flying spirit. Yan Feiyun and Yan Feiyu stared at Yan Sanyang in disbelief. Yan Feiyu was so shocked that she let go of Lin Ruashi and threw her to the ground. Although Lin Ruashi was confused, she ran to Yang Cheng's side and helped Yang Cheng up. Although Yang Cheng did not need help, he pretended to be in pain in order to confuse Yan Feiyun. Looking at Lin Ruashi wiping her tears, it was the first time Yang Cheng felt that a woman had so many tears, but he could not bear to see it. Yan Feiyun glanced at Yang Cheng, but he did not seem to be in the mood to care about Yang Cheng. He walked towards Yan Sanyang with Yan Feiyu. Everyone's attention was focused on Yan Sanyang. Yang Cheng had no choice but to put aside his thoughts of fighting and squinted at the three of them. Yan Sanyang's surname. Yan? Could it be? Flying spirit, is it really you? Yan Feiyun looked at Yan Sanyang with a complicated expression. His facial muscles were twitching. Big brother, do you even need to ask? Even if third sister has become like this, how can you not recognize her since we grew up together? Yan Feiyu's eyes were filled with tears. Yan Feiyun sighed and took a deep breath. No wonder we didn't see you. You were hiding your cultivation, right? Yan Sanyang nodded. Her wrinkled face showed a hint of helplessness. That's right, but I didn't expect you to come out. Yang Chen was jolted awake. That's right, I didn't notice it earlier. After the siblings arrived, not only did Yan Sanyang not come out, her cultivation was also concealed. It seemed like she was hiding on purpose. Are you still not willing to meet us? Are you still not willing to go back to see father? Yan Feiyun asked solemnly. Yan Sanyang shook her head. If I wanted to, I wouldn't have stayed here until now. Failing, even if you don't want to go back, why did you disguise yourself like this? You're already in the mid-stage of soul formation. Why did you deliberately age? Yan Feiyu started sobbing. Are you trying to break my heart by letting me see you like this? Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Ever since you left home, I've fallen out with father. I've been cultivating in the secular world and I've been looking for Xianxia everywhere. I didn't expect you to be hiding in the Yang family in Beijing. Yan Sanyang looked at Yan Feiyu emotionally, tears welling up in her eyes. Second sister. Failing, let me take a good look at you. Hurry up and change back. Don't make yourself look old, Yan Feiyu begged. Yan Sanyang looked back at Yang Gongming with much difficulty, then at Yan Feiyu who was full of anticipation. She sighed softly. Forget it. Yan Sanyang nodded and channeled her true essence. Yangqing, who was standing not far away, was convinced that the three of them were family. The true essence that Yan Sanyang was using was of the same nature as Yan Feiyun and Yan Feiyu. However, Yan Sanyang had yet to reach the tribulation passing stage and was relatively weak, so he did not notice it. As Yan Sanyang channeled her true essence, her entire body began to change. Her skinny and wrinkled face suddenly tightened and became fair. The crow's feet at the corner of her eyes began to disappear, her eyes became clear and her brows began to thicken. Following that, his hair began to turn black, and his entire body straightened up. Looking closely, the skin around Yan Sanyang's neck began to resemble that of a young girl. Gradually, an old woman in her 70s miraculously returned to her youthful appearance and became a young lady dressed in plain clothes. Her cheeks were rosy and her teeth were white. Her figure was exquisite and plump. Her eyes, which could speak, were especially moist and glossy. Not only Yangqing, but Lin Ruoxi was also in a daze and she stopped crying. Yan Sanyang, Granny Yan, was a girl who looked like she was in her 20s? Yangqing knew that it was understandable. After all, Yan Sanyang was in the mid-divine transformation stage. If she had entered the Xiantian stage at such a young age, it was normal for her to retain her appearance. However, as they were used to Yan Sanyang's appearance, it was difficult for them to call her Grandma Yan in front of them, who looked like they were peers. Yan Sanyang seemed a little shy and did not dare to look at Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi. Not far away, Yang Gongming saw that Yan Sanyang had returned to her original appearance. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and a faint smile appeared on his face. Failing. It's really failing, my sister. Yan Feiyu cried tears of joy and hugged Yan Failing. Yan Failing bit her lips and said, Sister. It's all my fault. I made you suffer. Yan Feiyu shook her head and said, It's all right. As long as you're well, I'll be fine. Failing, why are you in the Yang family? What's your relationship with the Yang family? Yan Feiyun asked solemnly after she recovered from her surprise. That's right. Yan Feiyu thought of this too. She looked at Yang Gongming with hostility and asked, Failing, did you purposely age because of that old man? What's your relationship with him? Yan Failing looked troubled. Sister, brother, please don't ask me. It's a long story. No. We've been looking for you for more than 40 years. How can we not find out what happened when we finally met you? Just tell us. Did the Yang family do something to you? With brother and sister around, do you still need to care about the Yang family? Sister, don't misunderstand. Yan Failing shook her head and said, I stayed in the Yang family willingly. I'm indebted to Master and Madam and I don't want to go back to Hongming to meet that person. So I stayed here. Indebted to you? What do you mean? Yan Feiyu was puzzled. Yan Failing turned around and looked at Yang Gongming. She saw Yang Gongming nodding and smiling at her. She let out a sigh and said slowly, It all started from 40 years ago when I just left home. In the depths of the courtyard, the bleak night wind blew through the treetops, bringing with it a strong smell of blood. The courtyard was full of bloody corpses. The entire courtyard was like a slaughterhouse. It was unknown when Yangqing was standing there. His wounds had already healed under the powerful recovery ability of the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture. Only his torn clothes were left. Yangqing had destroyed all the icy True Origin. At the same time, when he was fighting against the icy True Origin, Yangqing suddenly had a thought that he had never had before. Lin Ruoxi quietly snuggled up to Yangqing. Seeing that Yangqing's face was no longer so ugly, she felt a little relieved. It didn't matter if he lost, as long as his body was fine. Lin Ruoxi didn't have time to think about other things. What she didn't know was that Yangqing was currently immersed in a strange thought, thinking about something. In the middle of the courtyard, the three siblings of the Yan family were talking about the past. They didn't notice that Yangqing, who was in so much pain just a moment ago, had a trace of joy in his eyes. As for Yang Gongming, he was standing not far away. His thin clothes made him look very thin. His face was gloomy and full of nostalgia. Yan Failing had already told him many stories after she left the dreamland. It wasn't too complicated. From a few words, he could roughly understand the reason. I met Master and Madam at the border of Xianxia and India, which is the border of Tibet. At that time, I came out of the dreamland and decided to walk my own path. More than 40 years ago, Xianxia was in troubled times. Although they had repelled the invaders, the situation at the border was still chaotic. Whether it was the northeast border or the southwest border, the neighboring countries exchanged fire almost every day. Hong Meng, as an outsider whose purpose was to protect Xianxia, thought that the people of Xianxia who died in the war at the border didn't need to care. This was because this was a war in the secular world, and it wouldn't affect the foundation of Xianxia. If they interfered, it would only disrupt the normal development of the secular world. Before that, when Xianxia was bullied by the foreign countries for decades, Hong Meng just watched from the side. Although the people of Xianxia lived in misery, there were always resistance forces rising, and the country didn't really perish. Throughout history, Xianxia had experienced many wars. When the Mongols unified most of Asia, Hong Meng didn't do anything because of the change of dynasties. Of course, Hong Meng was already used to it. Hong Meng had never been wrong. For example, the Mongols returned the throne to the Chinese in just a few hundred years. Therefore, as long as it wasn't a genocidal massacre of the Xianxia people, Hong Meng felt that it was an acceptable war and transitional phase. Yan Feiling grew up in Hong Meng, and she didn't know much about the secular world. But for the people of Hong Meng, once they entered the Khanate realm, they had to travel around the secular world to prepare for the soul-forming realm. Yan Feiling was already in her 20s at that time, and was in the middle stage of the Khanate realm. When she first entered the Khanate realm, she had already traveled around Xianxia and seen countless battles. Yan Feiling suddenly asked herself, was Hong Meng's choice the right one? She had seen so many dead bodies lying on the ground, homeless, and broken families. Even after returning to Hong Meng, Yan Feiling still couldn't forget the battles in the outside world. She felt that she couldn't just sit back and watch. So when she entered the middle stage of the Khanate realm, Yan Feiling finally decided to leave the illusion. Even if she couldn't change much, she had to try her best to save some ordinary people. But the rule of Hong Meng was that the people of Hong Meng had to get involved in the affairs of the secular world. Even though Yan Feiling wasn't even in the soul-forming realm, she knew the secrets of Hong Meng, so she was restricted. But Yan Feiling's identity was too special. The father of the Yan siblings was one of the few heaven stage elders in Hong Meng, Yan Wuchen. Yan Wuchen's daughter wanted to go to the secular world to participate in the war. She wasn't someone the Huang stage elders in Hong Meng could decide to capture. Moreover, Yan Feiling was only in the middle stage of the Khanate realm. Even if she went out, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Yan Wuchen had a huge argument with Yan Feiling. Seeing that Yan Feiling wouldn't listen to him, he said that if she dared to leave the illusion, they would no longer be father and daughter. In the end, Yan Feiling, who thought that her father was too cold-blooded, left the illusion without hesitation. Of course, Yan Feiling wouldn't tell them everything. But Yan Feiyun and Yan Feiyu knew about it. Because she felt that their father was too cruel, Yan Feiyu also left Hong Meng to cultivate in the outside world. At the same time, she searched for Yan Feiling's whereabouts. Because of this, the Yan siblings had been at loggerheads for the past 10 years. At that time, there was a war with India near Tibet. Xiaxia's army and the Tibetan herdsmen were in a passive position because their equipment was outdated and they couldn't keep up with the logistics. At that time, the commander of Xiaxia's army was Old Master Yang Gongming. He led his troops deep into the enemy's territory and took a risk to encircle them. That was how they managed to turn the tide of the war. At that time, I saw the Indian army slaughtering the Tibetan herdsmen, so I started a massacre and killed an entire company of Indian soldiers. But I didn't expect that there was an organization like Brahma in India. Because they had been suppressing Xiaxia's dragon team, they were at a disadvantage in the war. Even though I was in the middle phase of the Khanate realm, they caught up with Shiva and Azura. Although I managed to force them to retreat, I was severely injured. Yangqing, who was standing not far away, regained his senses. He was stunned when he heard Yan Sanyang's words. Brahma? He didn't expect them to have a grudge against the Yang family. Luckily, he had killed all of their important figures. Yangchen was in an extremely good mood at the moment. In just a short while, he had actually comprehended a few things without saying a word. Severely injured? Then, what happened next? Yan Feiyu asked. Yan Feiling replied, I wanted to rush back as soon as possible to avoid the Indian soldiers. My internal injuries were so severe that I couldn't recover in a short period of time. But I didn't expect the Brahma to be so vicious. They poisoned me during the battle. I didn't manage to run far before I fainted. My life was hanging by a thread. Yan Feiyun and Yan Sanyang frowned when they heard this. Yan Feiling smiled faintly. It was then that Madame discovered me. Before Yang Gongming's wife married into Yang Gongming's family, she was a military doctor in the logistics department of Yang Gongming's army. Even though she was from a prestigious family, she studied Western medicine overseas and returned to Xianxia to become a battlefield doctor. It was also because she was engaged to Yang Gongming that she chose to work in Yang Gongming's army. Even though she was married to Yang Gongming, she followed her husband's orders even when they were on an expedition. Back then, during an emergency retreat, old Madame met Yan Feiling, who was unconscious. The others felt that the sudden appearance of this woman was strange. Since they were on the run, it was best to leave her alone. However, old Madame stood her ground and insisted on bringing Yan Feiling along. Finally, after Yan Feiling was brought to the logistics base, she was treated by Western medicine and the toxins were removed. Coupled with the constant care, she managed to survive. When Yang Gongming returned to the base and found out that his fiancée saved a young girl of unknown origin, he was suspicious. After all, Yan Feiling appeared at the border between the two armies. The civilians had already been evacuated. Where did she come from? After being questioned, Yan Feiling didn't tell him where she was from. She only said that she was called Yan Sanyang because she was the third child in her family. She didn't even have an identity and only had a name that was unknown. She was poisoned on the battlefield and recovered quickly with simple treatment. Yang Gongming would definitely be worried. Therefore, Yang Gongming wanted to ask Yan Feiling to leave the army camp. He even wanted to kill her to prevent her from being a spy from India. It's funny. When I first met Old Master, we were mortal enemies. Old Master insisted that I was a spy, but I didn't know where to start. In the end, Madame was always the peacemaker. She even protected me and said that I didn't look like a bad person. Yan Feiling smiled, but her eyes were a little moist. How could she forget the woman who took care of a stranger like her and protected a lonely girl like her? She was like an elder sister to her. Yan Feiling remained silent for a while before she continued. Later on, when I had regained some of my strength, someone from the dragon team came over and told them that I had cultivated and wasn't from the Hindustan Empire. However, I had yet to regain my cultivation and the people from the dragon team thought that I was only an acquired martial artist. At that point in time, I thought of lying to them that I was an independent martial artist. Later on, Master personally came to apologize to me and even took me in to help Madame in the logistics department. Initially, I wanted to leave after the war was over, but as my relationship with Madame got better and better, she felt that I was lonely and wanted to continue to take me in. She even said that she would ask her parents to accept me as their goddaughter when I returned to Beijing. Yan Feiling's story was intermittent, but she managed to get the gist of it. As she didn't want to return to Hongmeng and meet her father, who claimed that heaven and earth were heartless, she chose to stay by Madame Yang's side. Although the two of them treated each other like sisters, a big family had its own rules. If they wanted to stay together, it would be best for Yan Feiling to be a maid. 40 years ago, it wasn't unusual for a big family to have a maid when they got married. Of course, Yang Gongming and his wife didn't really treat Yan Feiling as a maid. However, Yan Feiling was responsible for many of the things that a servant had to do in order to repay the debt of saving her life. Yan Feiling's real background was only revealed to Yang Gongming and his wife a few years later, after the war had ended and their relationship had deepened. It was then that Yan Feiling became the real Yan Sanyang. Big brother, second sister, I'm indebted to the Yang family. I've treated this place as my home all these years. You've already killed so many people, please don't kill any more, Yan Sanyang advised. Yan Feiyun narrowed her eyes and pondered for a while before she chuckled. Third sister, although the Yang family saved you before, you have been a maid for the Yang family for over 40 years. You should have repaid the debt of gratitude long ago. In my opinion, the Yang family actually dared to use you as a maidservant and let you appear in public as an old woman. How hateful. Yan Sanyang hurriedly shook her head. No, big brother, I volunteered to serve master and madam. I only let myself grow older to fool people. No one forced me to do so. That won't do. If father finds out that you're a servant of a secular family, he'll wipe out the entire Yang family. Yan Feiyu said sternly. You. How could you do this? Yan Sanyang had thought that she would be able to resolve this crisis if she were to step forward and explain things clearly. She did not expect that her elder brother and sister would not take action. Humph, failing, we don't owe the Yang family anything. On the contrary, this kid from the Yang family destroyed my Misty Rain nunnery and humiliated me and Hong Ming. Even if you come to intercede today, you must pay the price. But. No buts. Yan Feiyun turned around and said firmly, I can promise you that I won't harm the lives of the Yang family members, but this brat's cultivation technique must be given to me in exchange for his life. Otherwise, I will destroy his cultivation. Yan Sanyang was furious. If you dare harm young Master Chen, I'll die in front of you. Failing, are you crazy? Haven't you had enough? You don't have to care about what happens today. Once this is over, you'll come back with us to see father. Yan Feiyun said angrily. Yan Sanyang shook her head stubbornly. I've decided to cut ties with him years ago. I can do it again now. If you treat me like your own sister, don't do such shameful things. How dare you say that we're shameful? Yan Feiyu looked incredulous. Isn't that so? You stole a junior's cultivation technique, and he's the descendant of my benefactor. Has Hong Meng become so corrupted? Shut up. Yan Feiyun roared. Sanyang. Yang Gongming came forward and dissuaded her. You don't have to do this. You've done enough for the Yang family. It's time for you to be yourself. Humph, Sanyang, did you hear that? I'm already embarrassed, Yan Feiyu sneered. Yan Sanyang turned around and smiled at Yang Gongming. Master, I promised madam that I'll take good care of master and the Yang family. That's the promise. You. Sigh. Why are you doing this? Yang Gongming was anxious but he didn't know what to do. At this moment, Yang Qing, who had been silent all this while, sneered. Granny Yan, don't stop them. If they want my cultivation technique, they can come and take it. Yang Qing looked calm as if he wasn't injured at all. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Lin Ruoshi tightened her grip on the man's arm and said worriedly, Hubby, don't force yourself. That person is stronger than you. Although she knew that Yang Qing had a strong self-recovery ability and he seemed to be much better now, Lin Ruoshi was still worried that Yang Qing was fighting with his life because he refused to admit defeat. Yang Qing reached out and caressed his wife's face. Be good and stand beside the old man. Just watch. But. Yang Qing's expression turned serious. Lin Ruoshi, don't you trust me? Lin Ruoshi saw Yang Qing's piercing gaze and was a little angry. She quietly let go and looked at the man bitterly. Xianxia retreated to Yang Gongming's side. Yang Gongming patted his granddaughter-in-law's shoulder and sighed, but he didn't say anything about Yang Qing's stubbornness. Yan Feiyun and his sister looked at Yang Qing curiously. Magical. How magical. I didn't notice that you've recovered. It seems like your cultivation technique is quite powerful. Yan Feiyun smiled sinisterly. The more powerful Yang Qing was, the more valuable the cultivation technique was. Yan Sanyang's face was full of worry. Young Master Chen, stop fighting. You're no match for my brother. Our Yan family's northern dark ice soul cultivation technique combined with the Kongming sword is no less destructive than a cultivator in the second layer of the six frost water. You have no chance of winning. Granny Yan, that's where you're wrong. Yang Chen let out an evil smile. To me, as long as I'm still alive, I won't admit defeat. Haha. How arrogant. Yan Feiyun was so angry that he laughed. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish today. I was going to let you go for my sister's sake and just take the cultivation technique. But now, I can't tolerate it anymore. Yan Feiyun's face darkened. He held the Kongming sword again and slashed it diagonally, releasing a large amount of sword rays that looked like ice crystals. Yangqing leaped into the air and dodged the sword rays. When he looked down, Yan Feiyun had disappeared again. This time, Yangqing was not surprised. He stood quietly in the air and waited for Yan Feiyun to show himself. Suddenly, a vortex of icy true essence condensed in all directions. The murderous sword aura was like a roaring tornado. The moment it appeared, it surrounded Yangqing. Yangqing did not dodge, nor did he use any of his Nanmingli fire. He just stood in the center of the sword aura that was condensed from countless true essence. The violent sword aura swept in all directions and destroyed many of the Yang family's roofs. Yang Gongming and Lin Ruoxi, who were on the ground, could not open their eyes. "You're courting death." Yan Feiyun appeared not far away. He sneered when he saw Yangqing being swallowed by one move. But then, Yan Feiyun suddenly felt that something was wrong. The ice-cold tornado of sword energy that was flashing with a bright blue glow was actually shrinking rapidly for no reason. It was like a long dragon that was used to shaking the heavens and earth. It was shrinking rapidly and was about to disappear. Gradually, Yan Feiyun could see where the true essence was going. Yang Chen's right hand was held up lightly with his index finger erected. On top of his index finger was a blue and white ball of light the size of a basketball. It was spinning rapidly, absorbing all the true yuan into it. At this moment, there was a lot of frost surrounding him. It was a mysterious scene. Yang Cheng's body seemed to be at ease in the cold wind. He was not injured at all. This is... Yan Feiyun was shocked. Yang Gongming and Lin Ruoxi were overjoyed. Yan Sanyang and Yan Feiyu, who were also cultivators, were shocked. Yang Chen seemed to be looking at the ball in his hand with relish. "I really want to thank you for fiercely injuring me a few times with your sword, and sending me so much cold true yuan into my body. If it wasn't for your generosity, I might need a lot more time to comprehend the mystery of this Kuei water." Kuei water? The first level of the Six Frost Water Tribulation, the mystic water of the Kuei Water Tribulation. Kuei water? The shocked Yan Feiyun carefully sensed it and suddenly realized that the blue ball of light in Yang Cheng's hand did indeed have a strong aura of Kuei water. He had successfully reached the tribulation passing stage after passing the Kuei water tribulation. He had a deep understanding of the terror of the Kuei water. In order to pass the tribulation, he had relied on his father's protection and consumed a high-grade elixir to strengthen his true essence for a short period of time. He had also destroyed a mid-grade defensive magic artifact to pass the tribulation. However, if he really encountered the Kuei water again, how could he deal with it so easily? It was just like how Yan Feiyu had passed the Nanmingli fire tribulation, but she still had to hide far away when she saw the Nanmingli fire. Unless he was a realm higher, he would not be able to contend against it. At this moment, the reason why Yangqing could control the icy true essence was because of the power of the Kuei water that he had just comprehended. Yan Feiyun's true essence came from his family's northern dark ice soul, which was a water elemental cultivation technique. Coupled with the fact that he had refined his body with the Kuei water, his true essence already contained a trace of the Kuei water's profound principles. After being severely injured, Yangqing used the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture to resist the true essence. However, he suddenly remembered what the mysterious old man had said. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth is not as good as turning into heaven and earth. Everything in heaven and earth had its own rules and characteristics. Since he cultivated the Tao of integrating all things in heaven and earth, why not carefully comprehend the Tao contained in the other party's true essence? As he thought about it, it was as he expected. The Endless Resolve Restoration scripture seemed to have heard the call and began to devour and fuse with the remaining true essence in his body. As a result, not only did the icy true essence quickly disintegrate and heal his wounds, but he also truly experienced the profoundness of the Kuei water. Of course, not everyone could do this. Firstly, Yangqing's comprehension was extremely high on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to quickly cultivate the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture to such a high realm. Secondly, Yangqing's physical strength was enough to support such thoughts. No matter what, Yan Feiyun's sword qi was no longer a threat to Yangqing. In front of the Kuei water, Yan Feiyun's ice quintessential essence was like a stream meeting a raging river. It could not resist at all and was obediently absorbed by the river, letting the waves wash over it. Impossible. Impossible. Yan Feiyun was filled with anger and disbelief. How did you comprehend the Tao of Kuei water in such a short time? It was already shocking enough that he could use the Nanmingli fire. Now, he could use the Kuei water, which was an even higher level. Yan Feiyun didn't dare to imagine that such a cultivation technique existed in this world. I'm sorry, I'm not good at anything else, but I do know a thing or two about fighting. Yangqing winked playfully. Humph. False bravado. So what if you comprehended the Kuei water? You can't break my emptiness sword at all. Yan Feiyun waved his long sword, and after a wave of sword light, his figure disappeared again. Lin Ruoshi, who was not far away, revealed an anxious expression after witnessing this move injuring Yangqing twice. Yangqing stood on the spot and closed his eyes in a relaxed manner. His eyelids drooped, as if he had given up resisting, and he stood there leisurely. Only the light ball in his hand, which was condensed with a large amount of true yuan, illuminated Yang Chen's indifferent expression. After everyone held their breath for a few seconds, Yan Feiyun appeared. An angry figure landed behind Yangqing on the right. The emptiness sword in his hand glowed with a blue light, and thick quintessential essence was mixed together as it slashed down. Yangqing moved at the same time. The light ball in his right hand was pushed forward almost at the same time. Boom! With a violent muffled sound and a strong shock wave, the entire courtyard was on the verge of collapsing. Everyone saw Yan Feiyun's face filled with shock and pain suddenly appeared in the void in front of Yangqing. Before he could swing down his emptiness sword, his chest was hit by the quintessential essence of the entire ball. I was seen through? How did he know my real position? Yan Feiyun was completely dumbfounded. The quintessential essence that Yangqing had condensed wasn't very powerful, but because it was condensed and infused with a certain amount of Kuei water, Yan Feiyun couldn't resist it at all. In the brilliant blue light, the black-robed man's figure was sent flying like a cannonball. After knocking over two towering trees, he fell on the stone floor under the eaves. A large piece of white ice froze on Yan Feiyun's chest, and the blood that he spat out froze into blood crystals. His entire body was numb, and he couldn't even hold his sword firmly, causing it to fall to the ground. There was dead silence. The guards of the Yang family who had just arrived were dumbfounded, and they didn't dare to come closer. Big brother! Yan Feiyu came back to her senses and dashed to her brother's side. However, when she was about to help Yan Feiyun up, she immediately withdrew her hand. It was too cold. Not to mention Yan Feiyun's body, he would feel a bone-piercing chill if he got close to it. He was a cultivator at the Tribulation Crossing realm who had passed the first level of the 3 Yang True Fire Tribulation, but it was so difficult for him to get close to the Kuei water. Although Yang Gongming and Lin Ruoshi were stunned, they were relieved. Yangqing walked slowly toward Yan Feiyun, and a crystal-clear ball of azure Kuei water condensed in his hand. It looked like a wriggling ball of life. However, even from a distance, they could feel the deadly power contained in this ball of Kuei water. I told you that I'm not dead yet. How can it be considered a loss? It's too early to be happy. Yangqing played with the Kuei water in his hand. For him, the Kuei water was like the Li fire, and he knew it very well. What did you do to my big brother? Yan Feiyu asked angrily. Yangqing shrugged. Your big brother has experienced the Kuei water tribulation himself, so he should be very clear about it. It's just. The cold air from the inside out entered his body and gradually froze. You. Don't worry, he won't die like this. I didn't kill him. Yangqing grinned and said, I just returned the true essence he gave me. I haven't given him what I wanted to give him yet. Hearing the killing intent in Yangqing's words, Yan Feiyu's heart was pounding, and she said with a trembling voice, You. If you dare, my father will definitely not let you off. Just wait to be killed by Hongmeng. Second sister. Stop talking. Yan Sanyang finally couldn't help but step forward and say, Haven't you caused enough trouble? Right now, young Master Chen can kill you and big brother with a few casual moves. Why do you still want to anger him? Do you want to die in front of me? Yan Feiyu was stunned. Third sister. I. Yan Sanyang's eyes were red with anger, and she turned to Yangqing and said, Young Master Chen, for my sake, let my big brother and second sister go. With your current cultivation, they won't be able to pose a threat, right? Granny Yan, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but your second sister pinched my wife in front of us. That's not a small matter, she killed so many loyal soldiers of the Yang family, and they died without a whole corpse. It doesn't matter if I'm injured, or if Ruashi is wronged, but if I let them go, wouldn't it disappoint the other members of the Yang family? Yang Qing said. Yan Sanyang's expression was bitter. Young Master Chen, I know this is very shameless. But young Master Chen, if you really kill my second sister and big brother, my father will definitely come looking for you. When that time comes, there will be even more deaths. Moreover, my father's cultivation is one of the best in Hongmeng. Even if young Master Chen can use the Kuwei water, you definitely won't be a match for him. Of course, I'm not threatening you, I just want you to be safe. Yang Qing was silent, and many thoughts flashed through his eyes. Indeed, Yan Sanyang was thinking for his sake. Although he had mastered the Kuwei water, she was only a tribulation passing stage cultivator who had mastered the first stage of the 6 frost water. What if she was at the dark water or weak water stage? He was still not strong enough. If he really fought with Hongmeng, he would be the only one at a disadvantage. He could escape, but how could his family and women escape? He couldn't always hope that the mysterious old man could possess him again and help him defeat the strong enemies, could he? Didn't he not come during the crisis this time? He said that the extent of one's cultivation depended on one's own comprehension. Strength. Strength. Yang Qing had never been so desperate for cultivation. Ever since he killed Zero, obtained the god of hell's imprint from the previous Pluto, and mastered the law of space, he could do whatever he wanted. Even when he returned to China, he didn't take the Chinese cultivators seriously. As for the endless resolve restoration scripture, it was only natural for him to improve over time. So Yang Qing almost never practiced, preferring to sleep. In terms of cultivation level, he had always been at ease, never demanding himself. Once the opportunity presented itself, he would naturally comprehend it. But now, it seemed like this speed of advancement was not enough. At least, logically speaking, the first stage of the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation should have required him to understand the powers of the dark water and hellfire, but he still had no clue. Yan Sanyang was afraid that Yang Qing would get hot-headed and kill again, so she tried to persuade him, young Master Chen, if you can let them go this time, I will go back to Hongmeng to plead on behalf of my father, and we will most likely be able to resolve the situation. After all, my eldest brother and second sister came looking for me, and they definitely wouldn't tell my father. Moreover, they killed someone, so if you let them go, my father won't find trouble with you. Yang Qing looked up. Granny Yan, you want to go back to Hongmeng? Yan Sanyang looked back at Yang Gongming bitterly. What else can I do? I've been discovered by big brother and second sister. I'll have to go back sooner or later. If I go back now, it'll be worth it. Yang Qing sighed. Yan Sanyang had already put it this way. It would be stupid of him to try and be domineering. Yang Qing put away the Kuwei water and walked over to the siblings. Yan Feiyun had a strong foundation after all. He managed to stand up after some time to recover. He looked at Yang Qing fearfully and viciously. Yang Qing ignored his gaze and said, I've understood this since I was young. If you want to live, you have to rely on your own strength. If you rely on others to save you, you'll die sooner or later. That's why I won't let Granny Yan save me even if I die in your hands today. But you're different. I'll spare your lives today for Granny Yan's sake. Of course, if you think it's humiliating and you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Qing's words were straightforward, but there was no hint of intimidation in his tone. It was also because of his calm tone that the siblings felt that he was telling the truth. If they refused to be saved, they would really die. Even if they thought that their father would avenge them after they died, what was the point of revenge if they died? That was why they had to live. Even if they were unwilling, they would have the chance to avenge themselves sooner or later. You win, Yan Feiyun said with a pale face, I've lost today, but I have to ask you why you could see through my Kongming sword's mirror image. That was what he was most unwilling to accept. His Kongming sword actually failed? Yang Qing chuckled, I didn't use it to see. As he said that, he pointed at his head. I use my senses. Feel? That's right. Yang Qing said, even if I tell you, you might not understand. Even if your mirror image is flawless, as long as you exist, you can't hide from heaven and earth. Any change in the power of heaven and earth will cause some fluctuations because of your movements. I just followed that trace of abnormality. This was also an idea that Yangqing came up with after comprehending the Kuei water. If Yan Feiyun knew that Yangqing came up with a solution on a whim, he would probably vomit blood. Yan Feiyun couldn't figure it out and could only give up. He turned to Yan Sanyang and said, "Failing, since you've agreed, come with us." Yan Sanyang nodded. "You can leave first, I have to bid farewell to old master." "Fei Ling, you can't be. Second sister, since I've agreed to return, I won't lie to you," Yan Sanyang said seriously. Yan Feiyun nodded and signaled Yan Feiyun with her eyes. Then, they left together. Before they left, Yan Feiyun turned around and glared at Yangqing. Of course, Yangqing ignored her. After the siblings left, the courtyard became quiet again. Yang Gongming ordered the servants to clean up the corpses of the guards and cremate them before handing them to their families. He also gave them the best compensation. Once everything was settled, he walked over to Yan Sanyang with a warm smile. "Sanyang, let's go to the back courtyard to talk." Yan Sanyang was waiting for this moment. Even though she was sad, she agreed with a smile and followed Yang Gongming to the backyard. Yangqing left the courtyard with Lin Ruoshi. When they returned to their courtyard, he asked, "Ruoshi, where's mother? Why don't I see her?" Lin Ruoshi finally recovered from her nervousness. She looked haggard and said, "It was very dangerous just now. Grandfather was afraid that mother would be affected, so he sent someone to bring her out to hide. I believe she'll be back soon." Yangqing praised the old man for being so calm in the face of danger. Suddenly, Lin Ruoshi bit her lips and hugged Yangqing's waist tightly. Yangqing was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, "What's wrong? Why are you so passionate all of a sudden?" "I'm still stained with blood. It's not good to dirty you." Before he could finish, Yangqing couldn't continue. The woman was crying. Lin Ruoshi was like a helpless little girl. With her head on Yangqing's chest, she tried her best to hold back her tears. However, she couldn't hold them back no matter how hard she tried. Tears kept flowing out of her eyes, drenching her shirt. Her shoulders trembled. The woman's body fragrance mixed with the smell of blood on her body was like a drug that made people cry. It was impossible to resist. Yangqing tried his best to smile and gently patted the woman's back. "Wife, why does it seem like I didn't win? I lost." Yangqing wanted to make the woman laugh, but he found that it was useless. I thought you were going to. You want. You think I'm going to die?" Yangqing said what a woman couldn't say. Lin Ruoshi sobbed and didn't say anything. Yangqing felt helpless and ashamed. He had actually fallen to the point where his wife needed to worry about whether he would die or not. If this matter were to be spread to his subordinates abroad, would he still be able to survive? "In the future, I will work hard to train." Lin Ruoshi raised her head and gently wiped the corner of her eyes. Fortunately, women usually didn't put on makeup, otherwise, their faces would definitely be painted. Cultivation cannot be rushed. It requires accumulation and comprehension. Yangqing caressed his lover's hair. "I also want to raise my cultivation as soon as possible, raise my realm, and comprehend more of the mysteries of heaven and earth." However, hard work was hard work. If you were to blindly train, it would only be counterproductive. So you just need to obediently follow my plan and you will definitely be able to do it. Lin Ruoshi nodded and blinked her beautiful eyes. Under the moonlight, her cold appearance seemed to be extremely beautiful and refined, delicate and pitiful. "I'm very stupid about this kind of thing. If I'm not as good as other women in the future, you're not allowed to look down on me." Yangqing smiled. "Is that possible? If that's the case, then Ning Er and Changwei, which one of them isn't 100 times stronger than you? I'm not biased towards them. You really think they're 100 times stronger than me?" Lin Ruoshi pouted. The corner of Yangqing's eyes twitched. "This is only in terms of cultivation." "Liar." Sigh, I was fine just now, why are you jealous again?" Yangqing gloomily scratched his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The couple laughed and joked around for a while, but it was also to adjust their mood. Just as Yangqing was about to grab Lin Ruoxi's hand and return to his room, he was stunned when he touched the Fengxiang bracelet on Lin Ruoxi's hand. Lin Ruoxi saw Yangqing's strange expression and thought that something had happened. "Hubby, what's wrong?" Yangqing raised Lin Ruoxi's wrist and looked at the jade bracelet that was glowing with a green light. His eyes were filled with doubt. At the same time, it was quiet in the backyard. Yang Gongming sat on a stone bench beside a small pond. Beside him was the young-looking Yan Sanyang. Yang Gongming looked at Yan Sanyang for a long time with a gentle expression on his face, causing Yan Sanyang's face to blush. "Master. I'm leaving," Yan Sanyang said after a long time. "Yes, I've always said that you might leave, but I didn't expect it to be now," Yang Gongming smiled faintly. Yan Sanyang's eyes were a little red as she looked at the grass and trees around her with longing. "I really can't bear to leave. I've lived for 60 to 70 years, but this is more like my real home. I still remember when Madame was still here and when young Master Pijuan was born, this house was so lively. It's lively now, but that brat Yangqing doesn't listen to me," Yang Gongming laughed. Yan Sanyang smiled knowingly. "Yes, with young Master Chen around, Master won't be bored. It's a pity that young Master Chen is still in Zhonghai most of the time, but it's convenient for him to go back and forth. Most importantly, after Sanyang leaves, there's still someone to protect Master." The two of them fell into silence, as if they were reminiscing about something or waiting for something. Finally, Yang Gongming spoke. "Sanyang, thank you." Yan Sanyang's body trembled, but she sounded a little bitter. "Master, there's no need to thank me. Thank you for pretending to be old all these years so that you could stay by my side unnoticed and protect me. Thank you for being willing to lower yourself to do so many menial tasks for me and the Yang family. I also want to thank you for allowing my madam to be so on-sheen when she leaves." Yan Sanyang's tears flowed down her cheeks. "Master, this is what I should do." "No, this isn't what you should do." Yang Gongming shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm a shameless, thick-skinned, heartless old man who harmed you." Yan Sanyang hurriedly shook her head. "Master, please don't say that. How could you harm me? I'm very happy here." Yang Gongming said with difficulty, "Sanyang, I only hope that you don't hate me. I know why you stayed for so many years, but I can't betray her. I couldn't accept you back then, and now that I'm so old, I can't harm you." Yan Sanyang closed her eyes in agony. On the other hand, Yang Gongming seemed to be relieved after he finally said it. "Luckily, you're still as beautiful as before, hee." Yang Gongming smiled and said, "I'm afraid we won't see each other again after you go back this time. I don't have many years left to live, but you still have a lot of time. You've wasted too many years on an old man like me. You have to be yourself in the future. Don't worry about this place anymore." The more Yan Sanyang spoke, the harder it was for her to hold back her tears. Yang Gongming seemed to have used up all his strength. In the end, he gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words. "Take care." Time seemed to freeze under the starry sky. The world changed in the blink of an eye. The handsome man from back then was now silver-haired. It felt like a lifetime had passed. "Hubby, you've been staring at it for so long, why are you in a daze?" Lin Ruoxi was a little angry when she saw Yangqing staring at her Fengxiang bracelet without replying. "You, say something. Let go of my hand if you don't say anything." "Yangqing. I'll sleep in separate rooms if you don't say anything." "Ah. Don't." Yangqing woke up immediately and smiled embarrassedly. "How can I say that?" "How can we sleep in separate rooms in the middle of the night?" Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes. Was there some kind of mechanism installed in this guy's head that he wouldn't react unless it was related to that kind of thing? "What are you looking at?" Lin Ruoxi asked gloomily. Yangqing sighed. "Ruoxi, your Fengxiang bracelet is supposed to be a protective artifact, but why didn't it react when you were attacked by the old nun?" Lin Ruoxi was puzzled when she heard that. Indeed, her bracelet was supposed to protect her. It was also because of this artifact that she was almost violated by Ning Guodong. Could it be that I wasn't in enough danger earlier? Lin Ruoxi guessed. Yangqing shook his head. Yan Feiyu is more of a threat than Ning Guodong. It shouldn't have reacted this way. The couple stared at the Fengxiang bracelet in a daze. At this moment, Yan Sanyang slowly walked over from the corridor. Yan Sanyang's expression had already calmed down and she smiled sweetly. "Young Master Chen, young mistress, what are you thinking about?" Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi turned around and saw the younger version of Grandma Yan. They were not used to it. Yangqing thought that the old man must have been so clingy to Yan Sanyang because she was pretty. He really did have a hereditary trait. "I'm innocent." Lin Ruoxi, on the other hand, thought that she must cultivate well. She was already in her 60s or 70s, but she was still so young. Cultivation was indeed more reliable than any beauty products. "Granny Yan, it's great that you're here. Before you leave, analyze this Fengxiang bangle for us," Yangqing said. "Fengxiang bracelet?" Yan Sanyang was puzzled. "What's wrong with this bracelet?" Yangqing did not hide anything as he explained that the Fengxiang bracelet was a Dharma treasure and that it did not activate this time. As expected, Yan Sanyang was astonished. "When Madam was still alive, I never heard that this bracelet was a Dharma treasure. I didn't expect it to be so mysterious. Granny Yan, I've always been curious. Why can't you tell that this is an artifact?" Yangqing asked. "Young Master Chen, not every Dharma treasure is easy to identify," Yan Sanyang said. "If the grade of the Dharma treasure is too high and it has the ability to conceal spiritual energy, not to mention a mid-divine transformation cultivator like me, even a tribulation passing stage cultivator might not be able to identify it." Yangqing understood that it was because he was exceptionally sensitive to the spiritual energy between heaven and earth that he noticed the uniqueness of the bracelet. At the same time, he was certain that the grade of the bracelet was not low. According to young master, the reason why the Fengxiang bangle failed to protect its owner must have something to do with young mistress herself, Yan Sanyang said. "The higher the grade of the Dharma treasure, the more spiritual it is. If the Fengxiang bangle is a high-grade Dharma treasure, it would require someone of similar cultivation to use it. Young mistress does not have any cultivation and can only be considered as an ordinary person. The condition for the Fengxiang bangle to activate is that the opponent must be an ordinary person as well. If a tribulation passing stage cultivator like my second sister attacked, the Fengxiang bangle would definitely be able to sense it. Even if it tried to defend itself, it would not have enough true yuan to support it. Hence, it chose to give up on defending itself." Yangqing was enlightened, but he felt a little gloomy. Even if he gave the Dharma treasure to Lin Ruoxi, it would only be effective if Lin Ruoxi could use it. Lin Ruoxi was a little disappointed. It seemed like she had to make use of her time to cultivate. Otherwise, she would be a burden to Yangqing even though she had such a good Dharma treasure. After explaining the reason, Yangqing suddenly remembered and asked, "Is Granny Yan leaving? Are you here to bid farewell?" Yan Sanyang smiled and nodded. "Yes, but before I leave, I have something to say to young Master Chen." Lin Ruoxi was about to enter the house when she heard that. Yan Sanyang said, "Young mistress, there's no need to leave. You can listen to what I have to say, it's fine." Lin Ruoxi was a little confused, but also a little curious, so she stayed. "Granny Yan, don't tell me you want me to take good care of my old man?" "You don't have to tell me that, I'm not going to abandon him." Yangqing smiled. Yan Sanyang shook her head and looked serious. "No, I want to talk about Hongmeng." "Hongmeng?" "That's right." Yan Sanyang said dejectedly, "Young Master Chen, you know why I escaped from the illusory realm back then. In fact, my father, Yan Wuchen, was one of the heaven-rank elders of Hongmeng. He was also one of the leaders of Hongmeng. His cultivation was unfathomable. When I left, I was already at the second stage of the Six Frost Water Tribulation, the Dark Water stage. If I'm not mistaken, I'm at least at the Weak Water stage now. As for an elder like my father, his cultivation is almost at the peak of Hongmeng. No one has heard of the 9 Heavenly Thunder Tribulation beyond that in the past few thousand years. No one knows if there's a cultivation technique that can reach it." Yangqing was happy to hear this. It seemed like he had picked up a treasure. Moreover, there was no one in Hongmeng who could pass through the 9 Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, so he could relax a little. Legend has it that to reach the peak and break through the void, one needs to pass through the jade-clear Heavenly Thunder Tribulation of the 9 Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Even a cultivator at the Weak Water stage cannot live more than 1,000 years. Therefore, everyone in Hongmeng and the hidden clans are trying to break through the shackles and obtain the true inheritance of the ancient cultivation technique so that they can advance to the stage where they can challenge the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation. Yangqing felt suffocated. The people from the Luo clan who wanted to snatch his cultivation technique must have known that he had a cultivation technique. However, he had only met people from the Luo clan who wanted to snatch his cultivation technique. It was obvious that the Luo clan were not stupid. If others knew that he was a fat meat, it would be difficult to target him. However, how did the people from the Luo clan know that he had the cultivation technique they wanted? Yan Sanyang continued, it was because of this that the people of Hongmeng became more and more uneasy and fearful after thousands of years of hard work and failure. Initially, everyone entered Hongmeng to not disturb the secular world and to focus on enlightenment in order to break through the void. However, everyone realized that no matter how hard they cultivated, they could not reach the stage of immortality. This way, they would not be able to focus on enlightenment after suffering so many setbacks. Therefore, the people of Hongmeng gradually became selfish. Everyone was thinking about how to live a few more years and improve their realm and cultivation in order to find a cultivation technique that could allow them to break through to the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation. As for the secular world and the people of Xianxia, no one cared too much about them. This situation had been going on for thousands of years. In the past few hundred years, the situation had become more and more serious. If it wasn't for the fact that many of the yellow-ranked people had just joined Hongmeng and were still concerned about the situation in the outside world, the envoys from Hongmeng would have already left. This was also why General Lin Jigua of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade did not even believe in the existence of the Hongmeng envoys. Hongmeng is already rotten. Everyone is selfish and fights for resources to improve their cultivation and increase their lifespans. No one cares about the lives of the common people anymore. Moreover, some of the elders like my father are starting to think that the heavens and earth are heartless. The common people are just ants in the heavens and their lives are just fate. Humph, Yangqing sneered, I think they are just finding excuses for themselves. Everyone wants to shirk their responsibilities and focus on their own cultivation. No wonder the people of Hongmeng are so shameless and want to snatch anything good. They don't care about their image at all. Yan Sanyang nodded, that's right. Everyone has abandoned the will of their ancestors. Hongmeng is no longer the Hongmeng it used to be. But... Yangqing frowned, why is Granny Yan telling me all this? Yan Sanyang pursed her lips and smiled. Young Master Chen. I'm telling you all this because I feel that you are the only one who has the ability to change everything. Change everything? Yangqing was even more confused. That's right. Yan Sanyang said earnestly, I hope that one day, young Master Chen will be able to cleanse the entire Hongmeng. You'll be able to wipe out all those selfish people who claim that the heavens and earth are not benevolent and deliberately hoard Hongmeng's resources. Even if it's my father, if he is unwilling to repent, I have nothing to say. Yangqing's face stiffened, Granny Yan, this is a little too much. You don't have to be so serious. Even though I want to, I don't have the ability. Lin Ruoshi looked worried as well. She did not want her man to risk his life for the sake of the world. Everyone has their own selfish motives. Even though you are not strong enough to challenge the whole of Hongmeng, Hongmeng is already your enemy. Are you just going to sit and wait for your death? Of course not. Yangqing said, from today onwards, I plan to focus on my cultivation. Even though I can't make tremendous progress in a short period of time, I should at least correct my attitude. Yan Sanyang smiled in relief, that's the right thing to do, but it's not enough. Cultivation can't be achieved overnight just by being serious. Since I've said all this today, I naturally want to help young Master Chen. Yangqing's eyes lit up when he heard this, could it be that Granny Yan is hiding some sort of treasure? A supreme grade pill? Or, an immortal weapon? Yan Sanyang couldn't help but wipe her forehead. She looked rather cute in her youthful appearance, but she was not used to it. Of course not, an immortal weapon is not something someone like me can touch. Then what help is it? Yan Sanyang fished out a folded piece of paper from her pocket. The paper was folded in half, but it was obviously filled with words. Young Master Chen, this is the art of alchemy that I recorded before I came here. Please keep it well, and remember to destroy it after reading it. Just memorize it. Art of alchemy? Yangqing was puzzled. Granny Yan, you want me to refine pills? Yan Sanyang pursed her lips and smiled. That's right, young Master Chen, don't underestimate this art of alchemy. This is a method passed down from our ancestors. Although there are many methods of alchemy in Hongmeng, our Yan clan's method is one of the most well-preserved. Although normal pills are not very useful for a tribulation passing stage cultivator, if you can refine a supreme grade pill, it will definitely increase your cultivation rapidly. Unfortunately, alchemy requires the samadhi true fire. The reason why pills are scarce in Hongmeng is because the samadhi true fire requires a large amount of precious materials to be obtained. Normally, there are not many pills that can be refined with the samadhi true fire. But young Master Chen is different. If nothing goes wrong with your method, you will be able to use the samadhi true fire without end. When that time comes, with this art of alchemy, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Yangqing understood. Although he had not yet mastered the samadhi true fire, he had already mastered the kuei water. If he pondered a little more, he should be able to master it in a short period of time. In this case, alchemy would be a great help. But he hesitated. Granny Yan, even if I want to refine pills, I need the materials first. Yan Sanyang smiled bitterly. This is all I can do for you. Although the Yan clan's northern dark ice soul is profound, it will not be of much use to you. If young Master Chen wanted to concoct pills, he would have to settle the matter of ingredients by himself. Hongmeng and the hidden clans all had their own alchemy ingredients in the illusion. They also had some private collections, but the supply could not meet the demand. Why don't young Master Chen think of a way to search around the world? I believe that with young Master Chen's influence and understanding of the world, you might be able to find more. Yangqing asked doubtfully, Granny Yan, if there were medicinal herbs all over the world, wouldn't they have all been robbed by Hongmeng and the hidden clans? When will it be my turn? Yan Sanyang shook her head and smiled. I won't, young Master Chen. Have you forgotten that according to the Treaty of Gods, if a cultivator from Huaxia steps out of Huaxia's territory, it would be equivalent to going against the gods. An ordinary cultivator from Huaxia would not be a match for the 12 gods. Those who pass their tribulation would also be worried that they would run into powerful gods like Poseidon and Apollo. If they were to run into Athena, it would be a one-way trip. Even if Athena has not appeared for a long time, no one would dare to take the risk. But young Master Chen is different. In the eyes of the gods, you are not an outsider, and Hongmeng would not care about you. Therefore, if there really was a treasure outside of China, no one would necessarily fight with young Master Chen for it. However, young Master Chen does not know much about alchemy ingredients, and I don't know much about the recipe either. I did not dare to write anything down, so I only wrote down the method of concocting pills. When Yangqing heard this, he was both happy and depressed. He sighed with a complicated expression. I understand. There is hope, but I still have to find my own recipe and ingredients. Yan Sanyang smiled helplessly. I'm sorry, young Master Chen. This is all I can help you with. I believe that with young Master Chen's wit, you will find a way. The first person that came to Yangqing's mind was Xiao Qiqing in Zhonghai. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Qiqing once said that among the 3 great hidden clans, the Shao clan was the best at concocting pills. If she was really well versed in cultivation, he might be able to get the answers he needed from her. Thank you. Granny Yan, it will be a long time before we meet again. Take care. Yangqing bid his farewell solemnly, and Lin Ruoxi also bid her farewell sadly. Yan Sanyang's eyes were filled with tears of reluctance, but she smiled and left the Yang mansion in a flash. The woman who had accompanied Yang Gongming for more than 40 years left reluctantly, but she left without hesitation. After staring at the deep night sky for a long time, Yangqing turned around and hugged his wife's slender waist. Let's go back to the room. Lin Ruoxi knew that Yangqing must have a plan in mind, so she didn't say anything and nodded obediently. After entering the room, Yangqing let Lin Ruoxi take a bath first, while he memorized the pill concocting method that Yan Sanyang had given him. He studied it carefully before burning the paper to ashes. When Lin Ruoxi came out of the bathroom, she was already dressed in a translucent silk nightgown. Under the dim light, the woman's exquisite figure was like a beautiful jade, swaying in and out of sight. She couldn't help but lower her head, her wet hair swaying gently like a waterfall. Because the heater was on in the room, and the floor was cleaned by the servants, it was very clean. Therefore, the woman didn't wear shoes, and her snow-white bare feet stepped on the floor like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Now that Xianxia was in the mood to study the pill-concocting method, he took a big step forward and was about to make a move. "Stop right there." Lin Ruoshi seemed to have expected this man's temper, and her willowy eyebrows were raised, and her eyes were cold as she said, "You've been dirty all day, don't touch me until you take a bath." Left with no other choice, Xianxia smiled embarrassedly and rushed into the bathroom, whistling as he took a bath. After he was done, he came out of the door and saw that Lin Ruoshi wasn't lying on the bed, but was sitting at the study table outside, looking at something with her laptop open. Xianxia was wearing a pair of large underpants, and his upper body was bare. When he walked behind the woman to take a look, his face immediately fell. "Darling Ruoshi. Do you have to work so hard?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Ruoshi was actually using Yulei's company management system to review the official documents that Zhao Hongyan had sent to her. Lin Ruoshi's slender fingers slid on the touch screen, and from time to time, she marked something and made a few hooks, and replied without turning her head, "I've already fallen behind a lot of work, it's not like you don't know, I've acquired so many new real estate and small companies, there are a lot of things to do, I won't be able to finish all of them in half a year. Let others do it, Qianni and Mingyu are busy enough, why don't we hire a professional manager? Anyway, they'll pay more, and it'll be fine if they look at the reports regularly, right? How can I do that? If I lose my job, what will the employees think of me? What will the people who accompanied me all the way, who followed me no matter the difficulties, think? I know we don't lack money, and you don't care too much about Yulei, but it means something to me, my hard work can help tens of thousands of employees, and their families have a source of income, this is something very meaningful," Lin Ruoshi said seriously. But it's almost 2 in the morning. Xianxia was a little aggrieved. Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but find it funny when she heard the man's tone of voice, especially aggrieved. She turned around and hooked her finger at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia was overjoyed. He moved his face closer and snickered, "Wife, what do you want to whisper to me? It's just the two of us, yet we're still playing this game." Lin Ruoshi suddenly gave him a small kiss on the cheek and patted Xianxia's face, "Little hubby, be good. Your wife has to work. Can you go to sleep first?" After saying these words in a coaxing tone, the woman turned around again and continued to read the documents with a normal expression. All the conflicted expressions on Xianxia's face froze together, and he turned around and threw himself onto the big bed with a hidden bitterness. What a pity. The little brother of his lower body had been holding on for a while, but in the end, it was such a blow. It was completely soft. Although he had already forcefully pushed down a woman once in Yulei International, she was still his woman, not a street girl. How could he force her every time? Perhaps it was possible once, but how could it be done twice or thrice? Moreover, Lin Ruoshi clearly had a lot of things to do. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't know what to do, but the way the woman treated him almost made Xianxia go crazy. In desperation, Xianxia could only sit on the big bed and silently watch the woman review the documents while thinking about the Samadhi true fire. After waiting for nearly an hour, Lin Ruoshi finally finished all the necessary work. She stretched, covered her mouth and yawned cutely, then got up and turned around. Seeing that Xianxia was looking at her eagerly under the quilt, Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Does it have to be tonight? I've been tired for the whole day. The wedding is in the day, and there are so many things to do at night. Can we do it another day?" Xianxia was disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't force Lin Ruoshi to use his true essence to stimulate her and drag her to die with this woman. "Dear, what are you thinking about? I am waiting for you to sleep together in order to share the joys and sorrows." Xianxia's expression was full of seriousness. Lin Ruoshi chuckled, climbed onto the bed silently, and shrank into the quilt. Lying close to him, Xianxia could smell the fragrant jasmine fragrance on the woman's body, mixed with a faint milky fragrance. The pleasant smell was intoxicating. Under the bedside lamp, Lin Ruoshi's skin was like transparent white porcelain, pink with a hint of rouge, and her delicate red lips were seductive. "Why are you in a daze?" stop looking and turn off the light. Lin Ruoshi was indeed a little tired. After all, she was not Yangqing. Sleeping or not was actually a habit and lazy thought. After Yangqing quickly turned off the light, he lay down and hugged Lin Ruoshi face to face into his arms. The two of them faced each other and could breathe each other's breath. What made Yangqing even more satisfied was that Lin Ruoshi's full chest was tightly pressed against his body. The two exquisite pink flesh and protruding tips touched his skin through the silk nightgown. It was exceptionally smooth. Although Lin Ruoshi's body wasn't as soft as Xue Jiqing's, it was unusually supple and supple. It was as if every inch of her body was perfectly formed. Caressing her from her back down, she was in perfect proportions. Lin Ruoshi shrank back and muttered, "Stop touching. Sleep." In the darkness, Yangqing smiled and left one hand on the woman's full buttocks. It was as if his palm was covered with a fleshy hemisphere, very elastic. Although Lin Ruoshi knew that the man was still up to no good, she was not in the mood to care about it. She simply continued to close her eyes and tried to sleep. However, as the two of them continued to breathe, the hot air from their noses kept reaching Lin Ruoshi's eyelashes and cheeks. It was hot and wet. Lin Ruoshi couldn't sleep no matter how hard she tried, so she could only move her body and turn around. This way, Yang Chen's hand landed on empty air. Lin Ruoshi's back was facing him, leaving him a beautiful view of the back of her head. Yangqing smelled the fragrance of the woman's thick hair, but he couldn't be happy. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Yangqing reached out and turned on the bedside light. The dazzling light made Lin Ruoshi pout coquettishly. "What are you doing?" "I said I want to sleep." Yangqing sat up with a serious expression and said indignantly, "Lin Ruoshi, get up." Hearing the man call her name so seriously, Lin Ruoshi could only sit up obediently and ask with a pout, "What are you doing? What's with your attitude?" Lin Ruoshi looked at the aggrieved Yangqing and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with me? I already said that I'm too tired tonight. We'll talk about it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." Yangqing shook his head. "I'm not talking about that. I want to ask you, why do you have to turn your back to me when I'm hugging you to sleep like this? It's only been a few days since our wedding, and we've just started. You're already leaving me the back of your head. You're abusing your husband." Lin Ruoshi no longer had her usual cold temperament. She pouted in a daze and said, "I didn't. It's the heat coming out of your nose that makes me unable to sleep." "Heat?" Yangqing came to a realization. He quickly took out 2 napkins from the napkin box on the bedside table and kneaded them into 2 small balls. Lin Ruoshi looked at the man curiously, not knowing what he was going to do. Following that, she saw Yangqing stuff the 2 paper balls into his nose. Because the paper balls were too big, there were 2 white strips of paper floating outside. Yangqing said in a muffled voice, "All right, now that I can't breathe through my nose, I won't let my wife sleep with the back of her head facing me even if I have to suffocate to death." Lin Ruoshi was about to go crazy, but she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the man's strange expression and how he said those words so seriously, no matter how strong her drowsiness was, there was no trace of it. "Hey!" Lin Ruoshi removed the tissue from Yangqing's nose and threw it aside. She looked at the man in amusement and anger. "What are you doing? Didn't you dislike my breathing?" Yangqing asked unhappily. Lin Ruoshi reached out her hand and pinched Yangqing's face. "No wonder Mom told me that men are children who haven't grown up. Look at you, you used to look quite mature and elegant. Why are you becoming more and more childish recently? You even learned to act coquettishly with me. Am I your wife or am I going to be your mother?" Yangqing scratched the back of his head. "I'm fighting for the rights that a husband deserves." Lin Ruoshi sighed dejectedly, all right, stop pretending to be pitiful. I promise you, I won't turn around, okay?" Yangqing immediately beamed, "That's good. Come, lie down again, I'll turn off the lights." Thus, the two of them once again lay down in their original positions. Yangqing hugged the woman in satisfaction, not forgetting to put his hand back to its original position. However, after such a torment, not to mention Yangqing's drowsiness was mostly gone, Lin Ruoshi had already been tossed around and was no longer sleepy. The two of them listened to each other's breathing for nearly half an hour. "Wife, I can't sleep. What should I do? Xianxia asked. Lin Ruoshi weakly exhaled, me too. Hiss. Xianxia suddenly said, how about this, Ruoshi baby, sing me a lullaby. You know how to sing a lullaby, the kind that children sing. What kind of thinking is this? It's not as good as counting sheep. Sheep? That's food. It's easy to drool when you count it. If there's saliva on the pillow, I don't mind, but I can't let my wife smell my saliva, right? Lin Ruoshi was afraid that the man would say something shocking again, so she could only say, alright, I'll sing a lullaby, but I don't know the lyrics very well. You can make do with it. After listening to it, go to sleep obediently. N. Lin Ruoshi suddenly felt like she was coaxing a child to sleep, but she didn't have a booklet. She could only hope that the man would be more normal after dawn. Clearing her throat, Lin Ruoshi reached out and gently patted her husband's back. She sang softly, sleep, sleep, my dear baby. Mother's hands are gently rocking you. The cradle is rocking you. Sleep peacefully. The night is quiet, the bed is warm. As he sang, Xianxia's body suddenly trembled. Lin Ruoshi was startled and jumped in fright. She quickly asked, hubby, what's wrong? Xianxia suddenly sat up and hurriedly turned on the light switch. In an instant, the room was lit up again. Lin Ruoshi opened her innocent eyes wide and looked at Xianxia, who was panting. She was scared. After a while, Xianxia turned around stiffly and looked at Lin Ruoshi, who was still in a daze. He said bitterly, dear. I was wrong. What do you mean? I forgot that you're tone deaf. Lin Ruoshi gradually understood. She actually thought that her singing was bad. In fact, what the woman didn't understand was that it wasn't that her singing was bad, but that there was no rhythm at all. Humph, if you think my singing is bad, then don't listen to it. Sleep. Lin Ruoshi blushed and was about to turn around. However, Xianxia turned sideways and directly lay on top of Lin Ruoshi's body. He pressed his face tightly down and moved closer to Lin Ruoshi's eyes. Lin Ruoshi closed her eyes and didn't want to pay attention to the man. Wife, Xianxia said with a mischievous smile. Originally, I was really going to sleep, but the lullaby you sang was simply an alarm clock song. I'm very energetic now. I'm not sleepy at all. What does it have to do with me? Lin Ruoshi muttered. Xianxia swallowed his saliva. Of course it has to do with you. Look, it's almost 4 in the morning. If this goes on, it'll be dawn soon. There's no point in us sleeping anymore. Why don't we do something meaningful? Lin Ruoshi blushed and her heart raced. Actually, she already knew that the man was thinking about that again. Although they had already broken the barrier, she still felt that it was embarrassing to do such a thing. She pretended that she didn't know what Xianxia wanted to do. She tightened her body and pulled the blanket without saying a word. However, Xianxia licked his lips. The more shy and nervous Lin Ruoshi was, the more he wanted to conquer her. Xianxia smiled evilly and quietly crawled 2 steps back, retreating from Lin Ruoshi's body. Lin Ruoshi felt her body loosen up. She thought that the man had no choice but to retreat to the side. However, she immediately realized that something was wrong. Lin Ruoshi could feel a gust of cold wind coming from the back of her feet. She could clearly feel that the blanket had been lifted from beneath her feet. Following that, Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but let out a scream. Ah! You! What are you doing? Lin Ruoshi realized that Xianxia had crawled in from behind the blanket. His 2 strong palms were grabbing onto her 2 pink legs. He even pushed her nightgown up from below. It was as if a raging bull had pushed her dress open, leaving only a thin purple lace underwear underneath. Perhaps it was because she had entered the stage of a mature young married woman, but Lin Ruoshi was still wearing the sexy underwear that he hadn't had much contact with before. A thin ribbon was embedded into her plump buttocks. Wearing it was equivalent to wearing nothing. Xianxia was so excited that it was as if he had discovered a new continent. He crawled in from under the blanket and directly faced the woman's 2 long and elastic legs. He then broke through from the center. It was full of the strong impact brought by the female hormones. Between his nose and mouth, other than the fragrance of the blanket that had been basked in the sun, it was filled with the fragrance of a woman. Adrenaline secreted rapidly, causing Xianxia to involuntarily let out a low growl. Lin Ruoshi's face was flushed red. Her beautiful face seemed to be dyed with the sunset glow. Ugh. Itchy. Lin Ruoshi tried to intertwine her thighs to prevent the man from entering, but she couldn't muster any strength. The movement of his two legs made Xianxia feel extremely comfortable. His face was tightly pressed against the tender flesh on the inside of his thighs, like two bundles of elastic cotton. Unknowingly, Xianxia's breath had already appeared at the base of Lin Ruoshi's thigh. That sensitive and delicate area was suffering an unprecedented erotic attack. Lin Ruoshi didn't dare to lift the blanket and look down because the man's head was pressing against her private part. She didn't even need to think. She knew what he was doing just from the feeling there. Lin Ruoshi didn't even dare to imagine this kind of intimate method between a man and a woman, but Xianxia seemed to do it without hesitation. The woman could not help but tremble. Her tender skin revealed a captivating redness, and her eyes were filled with intoxication. Under Xianxia's teasing, the stream below quickly gushed out a trickle. Although it was unimaginable to be touched by a man's tongue, Lin Ruoshi shyly discovered that she actually felt an incomparably strong sensation. After a full 10 minutes, Lin Ruoshi finally reached the peak. After a long period of ecstasy, her body straightened up, her mouth opened slightly, and she panted tenderly. Her eyes were even a little empty. At this time, Xianxia crawled out of the blanket. His face was flushed red from holding his breath. He grinned and reached out to wipe the moisture off his face. "Wife, your fountain is too turbulent, hee. I let you feel good first, now it's my turn to feel good." Only then did Lin Ruoshi come back to her senses. Seeing the water stains on the man's face, she didn't even need to think to know that they were hers. Turning her head away, Lin Ruoshi's cheeks were burning. She simply closed her eyes and said in a weak voice, I don't know anything." Xianxia laughed out loud. If he said a few more words like this, the thin-skinned woman would probably cry. However, speaking of which, this was the first time he had done such a thing for a woman. Although he had touched so many women in the past, and they had all served him, he had never done it for a woman so carefully. However, Xianxia didn't have the time to think about this. The swelling down below made him unable to control himself. Lying on Lin Ruoshi's soft body, after finding his target, Xianxia finally entered the gentle land that he had been yearning for day and night. When the unique stimulation was filled, Xianxia couldn't help but let out a long breath. If it wasn't for his durability, he would probably be disarmed in a few minutes. As Lin Ruoshi unconsciously let out a beast-like moan from her throat, Xianxia moved wildly. Outside the house, the cold wave was rustling, but inside the house, it was full of spring. After a night of sex, the couple, who had officially shared a room, lay in bed until noon the next day. It was only after the servants had prepared the meal, and Xianxia especially came over to call them a few times before the two got up. Although Xianxia didn't need special sleep, looking at Lin Ruoshi sleeping like a koala in his arms, Xianxia naturally couldn't bear to get up. After being woken up by Xianxia, Lin Ruoshi realized that she had slept until lunchtime. Embarrassed and annoyed, she hit Xianxia's chest a few times. She felt that in front of everyone in the Yan family, she had completely become a lazy woman. She might even be regarded as a vicious woman. Sure enough, after washing up, on the way to the dining room, the servants of the Yan family looked over with strange smiles. Of course, it could also be Lin Ruoshi's own psychological effect, but for someone as thick-skinned as Xianxia, he naturally didn't feel anything. When they arrived at an antique dining room in the backyard, Yang Gongming and Xianxia were already waiting. What surprised the couple was that Yang Pejuan was also there. The man who had taken off his military uniform and was wearing a plain sweater and long johns looked less profound and more rustic. The only thing that didn't change was that he still looked at Xianxia with a sour expression. Seeing Xianxia enter the door, Yang Pejuan snorted coldly, "You let the elders in the family wait for more than half an hour for lunch. You have no respect for your elders." Xianxia frowned but didn't say anything. Instead, it was Lin Ruoshi who weakly said, "I'm sorry." Xianxia gave Yang Pejuan a look and said, "You are really too much. Young people are always more sleepy. Do you think everyone is like you, living like a soldier every day and not letting others have a good night's sleep?" Ruashi, come and sit by my side. Don't be afraid of him. Your father-in-law is like this. He didn't really scold you. Yangqing heard the meaning behind her words. It seemed that his mother had reconciled with Yang Pejuan, and they might have slept together again last night. Actually, after experiencing so much, Yangqing was more open about whether Yang Pejuan was his biological father or how he treated him. It wasn't because he was broad-minded, nor was it because he longed for fatherly love. It was just that standing at his level, a harmless Yang Pejuan could be nice to him. Even if he wasn't, what could he do? Instead of being angry with him, he might as well turn a blind eye to it so that his mother and his wife could have their own sheen. No matter what, the relationship between people wasn't a one-to-one relationship. Especially after he decided to return to the Yang family, Yangqing gradually realized that he had to consider the people around him before making a decision. Yang Gongming asked the servant to pour him some white wine. He took a sip and chuckled, "It's been a long time since I've had lunch with so many people. I'm in a good mood." Haha, don't laugh at me. Looking at the old man's glowing face, he didn't seem to be affected by Yan Sanyang's departure. However, be it Guishuahua or Yang Pejuan, they weren't used to the sudden absence of a woman at home. They looked a little sad. Yan Sanyang had watched Yang Pejuan grow up and watched Yang Pejuan get married. It was impossible that she didn't have a deep relationship with him. When everyone started eating, the atmosphere became harmonious. Guishuahua knew that her son and daughter-in-law were already in the same room. She was very happy and kept putting food into Lin Ruashi's bowl, praising her. Yangqing ate quietly. He only answered when Yang Gongming asked questions. He didn't want to look at Yang Pejuan. When they were almost done, Yang Gongming suddenly asked, "Yangqing, Ruashi, when do you plan to go back to Zhonghai?" Lin Ruashi looked at Yangqing. She had to let Yangqing make the decision in front of the elders. There's nothing much to do in Beijing. Let's go back this afternoon or tomorrow. Yangqing smiled and asked, "Why? Old man, are you lonely? Do you want me to introduce you to Sunset Love?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Pejuan reprimanded. Yangqing rolled his eyes. "I'm not introducing you. What's the rush?" "You." "Enough." Guishuahua tried to smooth things over. "Yang Pejuan, what are you doing?" "Dad didn't say anything. Yangqing has always been a playboy. You'll get used to it if you listen to him more." Yangqing was confused. Was she helping him or hurting him? As expected, Yang Gongming did not care at all. He continued, "What I mean is, you guys have to leave after tomorrow." "Why?" Sigh. Young people nowadays don't even remember the Mid-Autumn Festival? Yang Gongming said with some pity. Mid-Autumn Festival? Yangqing was stunned. It was almost the middle of September. It really was the Mid-Autumn Festival. In the past, he was single and didn't care about the Mid-Autumn Festival. Now that he had a family, it seemed that celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival was something new. Lin Ruashi's eyes were filled with excitement. This was the first time she would be celebrating with her in-laws after she got married. For someone like her who valued family ties, it was naturally meaningful. "How about this?" Yang Gongming said, "We didn't celebrate this festival in the past, so we didn't prepare anything. Since you guys are staying at home this year, we should go buy some mooncakes. Shuahua, after you finish your meal, go out with Pejuan. This is a festival for our own family, so it's better to buy things ourselves. It won't be fun if we let the servants do it." "Okay, got it." Guishuahua responded with a happy smile. Yang Pejuan was surprised. "Dad, why do I have to go too?" Yang Gongming raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you unemployed? The lectures in the military academy haven't started yet. You have nothing to do anyway. Can't you do something like this?" "That's not what I meant." Guishuahua said impatiently, "Why? Did I delay your important matters by asking you to go shopping with me?" Yang Pejuan quickly waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. "Of course not, I was just asking." "That's more like it." Guishuahua was pleased and winked at Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi understood. It seemed like her mother-in-law was good at taming her husband. She couldn't help but feel amused. In the past, when Yang Pejuan was still the commander of the Jiangnan military district, he was domineering and had a scary face. However, now that he had retired, he became somewhat innocent. In fact, it was mostly due to the change in Yang Pejuan's state of mind. After going through all kinds of huge changes, Yang Pejuan gave up many of his obsessions and returned to his original self. Yang Gongming brought up his son personally, so he naturally wouldn't be too bad. Oh, right. Yang Gongming turned to look at Yang Qing, who was wolfing down his food. He didn't react to his grandson's ugly table manners at all. Yang Qing, bring Ruashi and go with your mom. It's good for women to have a companion. You can be their driver and help them carry their things. Yang Qing heard this. Wasn't he asking him to go shopping with Yang Pejuan? This was clearly arranged by the old man. Hey, old man, you. Before Yang Qing could finish, Lin Ruashi kicked Yang Qing under the table and smiled. Grandpa, don't worry, he will be happy to go. As he spoke, he turned around to look at Yang Chen with a fake smile. Isn't that right, hubby? Yang Qing swallowed his saliva and nodded with a stiff smile. Of course, I'm happy to go. He couldn't help but have an uncomfortable thought in his heart. It seemed that he did have Yang Pejuan's genes. Otherwise, why would he be so afraid of his wife? After lunch, Yang Qing obediently ran to the Yang family's garage and drove a relatively ordinary Chevrolet family car. It was spacious and could store a lot of things. In fact, although the Yang family had a lot of money, they were pragmatic, so there were no super luxury cars in the garage. Except for a few sports cars, most of them were cheap and easy to use. Guo Shuihua and Lin Ruashi were talking and laughing excitedly. They sat in the back seat and talked about some interesting topics that only women would find interesting. And Yang Pejuan naturally wouldn't choose to sit in the front with Yang Qing. He directly sat in the last row and closed his eyes to rest. Yang Chen drove all the way to a shopping mall outside of Beijing's 4th Ring Road. It was bustling with traffic and it was bustling. After all, tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival and many companies were on holiday. It was the peak of the crowd. After parking the car, Guo Shuihua and Lin Ruashi got out of the car arm in arm. Yang Qing also got out. But when he looked at Yang Pejuan, he seemed to be frowning and didn't want to get out of the car. What's wrong with you? Get out. Guo Shuihua turned around and said. You guys go ahead, I'll wait in the car, Yang Pejuan said uncomfortably. Guo Shuihua looked unhappy and said sourly, Yo, Commander-in-Chief Yang, don't put on airs. Come out and take a walk. This is a place for commoners to go shopping, and you're dirtying your feet? Or is it a disgrace for you to go shopping with us women? Lin Ruashi almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Her mother-in-law was really not to be trifled with. As expected, Yang Pejuan was so embarrassed that he hurriedly got out of the car for fear of being heard by passers-by. What are you talking about? I didn't think that much. Humph, it's good that you didn't. Guo Shuihua rolled her eyes at him. She turned around and pulled Lin Ruashi's hand with a smile. Let's go, Ruashi. Men care about their pride. Just ignore him. Lin Ruashi nodded in understanding. But when she turned around, she saw Yang Qing was already eating fried rice cakes and ham sausages at a stall selling fried skewers. Her smile froze instantly. Mom, some men don't care about their pride. Guo Shuihua was confused. She followed Lin Ruashi's gaze and saw that her son had slipped to the food stall. Guo Shuihua couldn't help but feel a headache when she saw him happily taking out his money to buy fried skewers. Didn't he just have lunch? What's wrong with this kid's stomach? As they were talking, Yang Qing suddenly waved at the three of them and shouted, Wife, do you want 2 skewers? It's spicy. The moment he shouted, many passers-by looked over in surprise. Guo Shuihua hurriedly dragged Lin Ruashi towards the market. She turned her head and said, Let's go. Let's pretend we don't know each other. Lin Ruashi nodded in agreement. Yang Pejuan frowned, but there was nothing he could do. He could only follow Guo Shuihua to the market. Yang Qing, who was left behind, wasn't disheartened. He smiled and paid for the food. He grabbed a few fried skewers in each hand and strode towards the market. The reason why they didn't go to a high-end department store and came to a place like this was mainly because they wanted to experience the lively atmosphere. After entering the market, Guo and Lin Ruoxi walked in front. As long as they were interested in the small shops, they would go in and take a look. Yang Qing, on the other hand, wanted to try everything that was delicious and fun. Only Yang Pejuan kept a straight face and felt uncomfortable, so he followed them silently without saying a word. Unknowingly, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law began to buy things that were originally just to buy moon cakes and some other things for the Mid-Autumn Festival. At first, Yang Qing could still carry snacks in his hands, but later on, he could only carry all kinds of bags with both hands. Yang Pejuan wasn't spared either. However, the man's hands hadn't fully recovered yet, so he couldn't carry too much, so he carried less. Even so, Yang Pejuan had never done something like carrying a woman's bags in his life. When he first carried the bags, his face was burning. He was afraid that Guo would be unhappy, so he could only endure it. It wasn't easy for him to reconcile with his wife. Yang Pejuan was worried about the gains and losses, so he was more tolerant than before. Ruoxi, you're in the fashion industry, so you must know more than me. But I think that the clothes and bags made by those LV and Prada brands are really not as good as those from the street stalls, don't you think so? Guo rubbed a leather bag of a small brand in her hands and said happily. Although Lin Ruoxi knew that it wasn't that simple, after all, the use of those luxury goods wasn't just a matter of whether they looked good or not. Of course, she picked what her mother-in-law liked to hear and said, in fact, the materials of those famous brands aren't that special. After all, it's just a brand effect. Moreover, there are many people who can design in this world. Those works that have just been designed by famous designers are copied and modified, so it's normal that they look better than the original. That's right, I look down on those young ladies and madams who love to show off branded bags all day long. They're covered in luxury goods from head to toe, and they even wear clothes that cost tens of thousands of yuan when they go out. So, I can't be bothered to go to gatherings when they invite me. I'm so happy that I'm being cheated of money. Isn't that crazy? Yes, you're right, Mom. Lin Ruoxi replied with a faint smile. She felt a little wronged in her heart. Wasn't she one of those women who only used luxury goods? However, it wasn't to show off. It was just that those things weren't expensive to her. They were all things that she could use from her own department store. It seemed that it was rare for the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to go shopping together. Moreover, it was an area that was frequented by ordinary people. The two women enjoyed the crowded atmosphere very much. It was a pity that it was autumn and winter, and the days in the north were short. After shopping for nearly 3 hours, the sky in Yanjing gradually darkened. Seeing that it was almost time, the two women walked to the mooncake shop at the entrance of the market. Looking at the luxurious packaging and exquisite mooncake gift boxes, Guo naturally shook her head. These boxes are too wasteful. The money saved is not as good as making better quality mooncakes. I wonder how the mooncakes inside are wrapped up so tightly. Lin Ruoxi pointed to the loose mooncakes at the side and said, Mom, buy that. I bought that mooncake before. It's quite delicious and not greasy. You've bought it before? Guo was stunned at first, but then she came to a realization and said, You bought it for the children in the orphanage. Right? Lin Ruoxi nodded. I used to send it over every year, but this year in Yanjing, it's too late. Guo smiled in satisfaction and said, It said that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are also fated in their previous lives. I'm opening an orphanage, and you're volunteering. If this isn't fate, then what is? Lin Ruoxi blushed and was too embarrassed to say anything. She pulled Guo along to choose some simple packaging and different flavors of mooncakes. She was also very happy in her heart. Hearing the conversation between the two women, Yang Pejuan looked at his daughter-in-law, who he wasn't familiar with. He used to work in the Jiangnan military region, so he knew that Lin Ruoxi was one of the richest women in Zhonghai. She was also a cold-blooded CEO who was feared by many businessmen. She had quietly destroyed the Su family and the Xing family's company. Although he had met her a few times before, he didn't have a deep conversation with her. He only thought that such a woman was spoiled and cruel. He didn't expect her to do volunteer work in an orphanage. However, he didn't care much about charity work, so he thought that Lin Ruashi was too young to do proper work. As a matter of fact, he didn't really support Guo Shuihua's charity work. First of all, there was a special department to do it. Second of all, the wife of the Yang family didn't hang out in the circle of wealthy ladies. Instead, she went around doing charity work and raising money. However, since Yang Gongming always said that he supported her, Yang Pejuan didn't dare to say anything. In any case, the women went back after picking out the mooncakes. Yang Pejuan was greatly relieved. He already had 3 or 4 bags of women's clothing in his hands. After walking for 2 or 3 hours, his face was turning green. Yang Qing was holding at least 10 bags of miscellaneous things in his hands. He was sniffing the mooncakes as if he was trying to find the most fragrant ones. As for what he could smell, only he knew. After the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law finished picking out the mooncakes, they walked out of the store and headed to the parking lot. When they were about to cross the road, a dark green Jeep suddenly stopped on the side. The car window was rolled down, and 2 unfamiliar middle-aged men appeared in the car. "Hey, no wonder you look familiar. Isn't that Commander Yang?" Yang Pejuan looked at the 2 men in military uniforms in the car and his face darkened. However, he still said reluctantly, "Oh, it's General Ning and General Zhou." Yang Qing noticed the military ranks on the shoulders of the 2 men. One was a lieutenant general, while the other was a major general. He then looked at the license plate of the Jeep. It was from the Yanjing military region. He didn't even need to think to know where it came from. "Old Zhou, that's where you're wrong. Brother Yang stopped being a commander a long time ago. He's planning to teach in a military school now. He should be called Professor Yang," General Ning said seriously, but it was clear that his tone was full of mockery. As expected, Yang Pejuan's face darkened. He put on a fake smile and said, "If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Looks like Brother Yang is in a hurry." General Ning glanced at Yang Qing and the others on the side. "I really envy you, the happiness of a family. Younger Brother Yang, you are really lucky to have the time to accompany your wife to go shopping. Look at what you bought. Hey, it looks like women's clothes. Brother, you really love your wife." "Haha, old Ning, Yang Si. Oh no, if Professor Yang didn't love the fairer sex, would he have retired so early?" General Zhou laughed weirdly. "I think we shouldn't waste his time. I'm afraid that helping women carry clothes is an unknown hobby of Professor Yang." The veins on Yang Pejuan's forehead bulged, but he couldn't say a single word. Yang Qing stood there as if nothing had happened. Lin Ruashi nudged his waist and asked softly, "What? You? Why don't you help him?" Yang Qing chuckled, "What does it have to do with me?" Lin Ruashi pouted, but she didn't know what to say. All right, General Ning waved his hand and said, "Younger Brother Yang, Old Zhou, and I still have to attend a banquet. Old Zhang from the General Staff Department has a grandson. He's treating us to a drink. Sigh. I'm really busy. Goodbye." After saying that, the window was rolled up again and the Jeep drove away. Vaguely, before the window was closed, a disdainful bastard could be heard from inside. Needless to say, it was referring to the current Yang family. Although Yang Gongming had dealt with the matter decisively and calmed down the Yang family bloodline storm, the real high-ranking officials must have secretly looked down on the Yang family's bloodline. Yang Pejuan took a deep breath, but his face was still red like a pig's liver. As the saying goes, when people leave, the tea cools. After losing his position and power, he was filled with unwillingness and helplessness from being ridiculed. What was more painful was that the bloodline that he was once proud of no longer existed. Guo Shuihua saw that her husband was so upset and said sadly, "Don't be angry, it's bad for your body. Just ignore them. Now that they have the entire power of the Beijing military, of course they have to show off. They're just petty people, they won't amount to much." "Humph." Yang Pejuan scoffed coldly, "Where did Lier go? He's the only one from the Yang family in the Beijing military, but he disappeared without a trace." At the mention of Yang Lai, Guo Shuihua was also a little worried. Who knows, they didn't even contact him. The Kunlun sect's Daoist Yujizi also said that he didn't go to the sect. "That kid, it's fine as long as he's fine. Suddenly remembering that Yangqing and his wife were still next to them, Guo was afraid that Yangqing would be angry, so she quickly smiled and said, all right, cheer up. What's done is done, let's go back to the car. Yangqing didn't care, he was just a clown who could be killed if he wanted to. Anyway, he didn't say these words to him. Seeing Yang Pejuan's bitter face, he felt it was a little funny. Thinking back to his majestic appearance and calling him a bastard, it must be especially hard for him to accept being humiliated now. Mom, those two people are too rude, aren't they? Aren't they afraid of the Yang family? Lin Ruoxi said. Guo sighed, didn't you hear the surname of one of them just now? That General Ning is a collateral relative of the Ning family, and that Zhou is also from the Ning family. Right now, the Beijing military is under the control of the Ning family. Lin Ruoxi finally understood, but she still didn't feel good. The Ning family, to her, it was still a little special. From this incident, although it didn't seem like it was open on the surface, secretly, the Ning family had completely turned against the Yang family. After crossing the road, the four of them walked to the car in silence. At this moment, from the corner of the street, a few little girls with dirty clothes and messy hair suddenly ran out. These little girls looked to be around 7 or 8 years old, primary school age. They were wearing thin sweaters, and because of malnutrition, their eyes were big and their skin was a little tanned. All four of them were holding black plastic bags in their hands, and the bags seemed to be filled with something. Uncle, Auntie. Let's buy some mooncakes. The children surrounded them noisily and opened the black plastic bags in their hands, revealing all kinds of mooncakes with simple packaging. The children's eyes were full of hope and begging, and they widened their watery eyes, looking very pitiful. Guo and Lin Ruoxi were immediately filled with sympathy as they looked at the children with heartache. Little girl, don't be anxious. How much are these mooncakes? Guo asked as she patted the little girl's head. When the little girl heard this, she was overjoyed. She grinned and said sweetly, 1 yuan for one. How many do you want, Auntie? The price was cheap. Guo looked at the big bags, and there were at least 100 mooncakes in them. She exchanged glances with Lin Ruoxi, and Lin Ruoxi nodded understandingly. Let's buy all of them. Lin Ruoxi said. Wait, Yangqing shouted. He took out a mooncake from one of the bags and showed it to the woman. Look carefully, these mooncakes have expired and are moldy. The quality must be bad, or there's something wrong with the formula. You might die if you eat them. Guo and the others took a closer look, and there were indeed signs of moldy. When they took a closer look, even the manufacturer's print on the mooncake was blurry. The little girl was anxious. She sobbed and tears rolled down her face. Big brother, I beg you, buy a few mooncakes. I beg you. Aya, don't cry, Guo said sadly, we'll buy them, don't cry. It's expired, so be it. At most, we won't eat them. Lin Ruoxi couldn't stand this scene and was about to take out money from her bag. Yang Pejuan was a little impatient. Although these children were pitiful, he wouldn't say anything. He just wanted to give them some money and go home as soon as possible. Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you an idiot if you don't know what's going on? Yangqing held Lin Ruoxi's hand and said. Lin Ruoxi raised her head angrily. Yangqing, do you have a conscience? This child is so skinny from hunger, what's wrong with buying some mooncakes out of pity? If you don't want to eat them, I'll eat them. It's none of your business even if they die. Yangqing was speechless. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Madam Lin Ruoxi, General Lin, Miss Lin, Empress Lin. Please don't misunderstand me, okay? What I mean is, these children were obviously forced to sell these inferior and expired mooncakes. Don't you think that instead of giving them money, it's better to find out who's behind the scenes? Otherwise, do you think the money to buy mooncakes would fall into the hands of these children? Lin Ruoxi and Guo were stunned and looked at each other. It seemed to make sense. The two women weren't stupid. It was just that when they encountered such an emotional scene, they only cared about crying and sympathizing. They didn't think too much about the situation behind them. Yes, Yangqing is right. We can't just ignore it. Guo quickly lowered her head and asked a girl, "Little friend, don't be afraid. Who asked you to sell these mooncakes? Did some bad guy bully you?" When the little girl heard this question, her originally sallow and dark face turned extremely ugly. A deep trace of fear flashed through her eyes. After exchanging glances with the other three little girls, she suddenly turned around and ran towards a corner of the street. However, Yang Chen had already expected this to happen, not to mention the children. With a few quick steps, he blocked the girl's path and looked at the children with a faint smile. "You have to answer the adults' questions. If you run away, you'll be spanked." The girls were startled and retreated while trembling. "Aya, why are you running?" Guo and the rest chased after them and continued to ask, "Little girl, tell us quickly, who ordered you to sell mooncakes?" Yang Pejuan also walked over curiously. He was obviously more interested in finding evil people than pitying the little girls. We don't know," the dark-skinned girl said. "How can you not know?" "Don't be afraid, tell Auntie, it'll be fine," Guo said patiently. "We really don't know," another girl said while crying. Yangqing squinted his eyes and lowered his head. "How about this, if you tell us, we'll buy all the mooncakes. How about that?" When the girls heard this, they were instantly tempted. However, they seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly shook their heads. Yang Cheng's face darkened and said, "If you don't tell us, then I won't let you go back today. Little girl, you're selling low-quality mooncakes that have expired. If I call the police later, the police will come and arrest you." "Police?" Sure enough, the little girls were scared. Their watery eyes were wide open, full of pitiful expressions. "That's right." Yang Qing continued to play the role of a bad uncle. "You should know that if you're arrested by the police, you'll go to jail. Jail, do you understand? It means being locked up, not being able to eat, and getting beaten up." The little girl was so scared that she even forgot to cry. She could only choke on her tears. Lin Ruoshi couldn't bear it anymore. She blocked Yangqing and smiled gently. "Little girl, don't be afraid. As long as you tell us who told you to sell mooncakes, everything will be fine. Big sister promises you. Pinky swear, okay?" The tanned girl seemed to be infected by Lin Ruoshi's kindness. She murmured, but if I say it, I'll be beaten." He was beaten. Guo and Lin Ruoshi's faces turned serious. Sure enough, there was a criminal behind this. These criminals who used children to make money appeared in social reports. She didn't expect to bump into them today. As someone who ran an orphanage and did charity work, of course, she loved children very much. Guo naturally hated this kind of thing. Hearing this, Yang Cheng's eyes flashed with a strange light. He walked forward and grabbed the little girl's thin arm. "Don't. Yangqing, don't be rough. Let the child speak slowly." Guo thought that Yangqing couldn't wait any longer, so she anxiously dissuaded him. The little girl's face was also full of fear as she shrank back. Speechless, Yangqing smiled. "Do I have to be serious with this child? Mom, you've underestimated me." "Then you are." Guo was a little embarrassed and anxious. Without saying a word, Yangchen rolled up the girl's sleeves, revealing her skinny and weak arms. "This is..." Guo and Lin Ruoshi's eyes reddened. They couldn't bear to look at it. They could only see that the girl's arm was covered with shocking scars of different old and new. Some of the scars were left behind because the skin and flesh had been torn open and they couldn't be treated in time. How can there be such a cruel person? She's still a child. "Little girl, did the people who forced you to sell mooncakes beat you up?" Lin Ruoshi forced a smile and asked. The little girl didn't seem to understand why the woman in front of her looked like she was about to cry. She nodded blankly. "No, we can't just stand by and do nothing. I want to see what kind of monsters they are." Guo said angrily to Yangqing, "Son, let's not go back now. We must go and investigate this matter." Naturally, Yangqing didn't have any objections. In fact, seeing such a young child beaten up like this, he was more emotional than anyone else. "Little girl, bring us to the people who forced you to sell mooncakes. Don't worry, they won't beat you up as long as we're here. But if you don't bring us there, we'll have to call the police." Yangqing smiled. The tanned little girl had no choice. She glanced at the other girls and nodded obediently. However, it was obvious that her eyes were filled with worry. Since the sky was getting dark, and they were walking on the crowded streets, nobody noticed Yang Chen and the others following the little girls as they walked around the streets. After passing through a few crossings, they gradually left the bustling city and arrived at a relatively quiet old street. Not long after, the little girls stopped in front of a two-story old house and pointed at the rusty iron door covered in moss. "Aunts and uncles are here," the little girl said. Guo frowned. She looked around at the trash and dirty gutters. "The environment here is too bad. Why isn't anyone doing anything?" Yang Qing walked forward and opened the iron door. The scene inside was somewhat surprising. In the courtyard in front of the house, there were all kinds of cardboard boxes, plastic bags, and a series of messy plastic film strips. There were 7 or 8 little boys, who looked to be about the same age as these little girls. They were small and thin, and they were sitting on a row of small stools. Each of them was doing some work. Some of the boys were in charge of pulling out some of the discarded plastic films and organizing them. Some were sorting the plastic bags one by one, and some were even in charge of cutting the thick cardboard boxes with scissors and squeezing them. If these were not children around 7 or 8 years old, they would have thought that they had come to a small abandoned processing workshop. When the door was opened, the few boys looked up curiously. When they saw the little girls, their dull faces revealed a hint of doubt. "Xiaojia, are you sold out?" a little boy with messy hair asked. The tanned little girl squeezed through the door, shook her head and said softly, "No. Something happened." "Ah, then hurry up and sell it. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat dinner." The little boy was very anxious. The little girl called Xiaojia turned around awkwardly and looked at Yangqing and the others, not knowing how to explain. Guo, who had walked into the courtyard, looked around and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why are there so many children doing this kind of work here?" "Humph," Yang Pijuan snorted, "is there a need to guess? Isn't this child labor?" Yang Pijuan's expression was also very ugly. After all, this scene was really worrying. At this moment, a hoarse shout came from the door of the house. "Who is it? It's so noisy." A plump woman in her 40s with permed hair and lipstick came out. Wearing a floral sweater. She was cracking melon seeds with one hand and spitting out the shells casually. When she saw that Yangqing and the others didn't know her, she immediately said with an unfriendly expression, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Guo asked coldly, "Are you the one who forced these children to do child labor? Do you know that this is a crime?" The plump woman looked at Guo from head to toe, then glanced at Yangqing, Lin Ruashi, and Yang Pijuan, and sneered, "Yo, who do I think you are? Are you here to pretend to be a philanthropist? Humph, I've seen too many people like you who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Know your place and get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being vicious when you can't leave later." What did you say?" Guo was very angry. She naturally argued for what was right, but how could she be reasonable when facing such a shrew? Seeing that his mother couldn't take it anymore, Yangqing touched his forehead and was about to say something when the plump woman started to scold the little girl. "Little things, isn't it enough for you to eat and drink? How dare you bring people to make trouble for me today? I think you guys are itching for a beating again." The plump woman picked up a broom made of bamboo from the doorway and charged toward Xiaojia and the other girls in a menacing manner. Xiaojia and the other girls were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. They hurriedly squatted down and hugged their heads. They threw the bags of mooncakes on the ground as if they were prepared to be beaten. Seeing that they were ready to be beaten, not to mention the 2 women, Guo and Lin Ruashi, Yangqing's heart twitched. How many times had they been beaten up that they didn't even dare to instinctively dodge? Naturally, Yangqing would not let the fat woman do it. He grabbed the broom with lightning speed and used the handle to slap the fat woman's right cheek. "Ouch!" The fat woman screamed. The broom handle was made of hollow bamboo and could not be used to hit the face. However, it was still very painful. She staggered and fell to the ground. She covered her burning face and got up in a daze. She pointed at Yangqing and screamed, "Someone come quickly. I was hit. Come out." A few men and women who were in the house rushed out. Hearing the commotion outside, they knew that the situation was not good. In an instant, 3 rough-looking, tall men ran out of the house. A gorgeously dressed middle-aged slut also ran out. "Sister Hua. What happened to you? What happened to these people?" a bearded man asked. The fat woman, Sister Hua, covered her face and cried, "It's all because of Xianxia and those stinky girls. Not only did they not work properly, but they also provoked these bastards. They said that we hired child labor. I wanted to teach them a lesson, but they beat me instead. Damn it, they don't want to live. Brothers, let's go," the muscular man shouted. The other 2 men also rushed toward Yangqing. However, it was not difficult to deal with these boorish men. Yangqing casually took the broom and hit their legs 3 times. The 3 men fell to the ground. Yangqing threw the broom away and grabbed the collar of the muscular man, lifting him up completely. The muscular man felt his legs were in the air. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He weighed close to 100 kilograms. How could he be lifted up so easily? Big brother, spare me. Spare me. Xiao Jia and the other girls raised their heads cautiously when they saw Yangchen taking care of so many people on his own. Their eyes shone brightly. The boys had already stopped what they were doing and were watching nervously. The gorgeously dressed woman, on the other hand, secretly pressed the button on her phone to send some message. "Shut up." Yangqing was a little impatient and casually threw the man to the ground. The man immediately rolled away, not daring to come forward again. Yangqing said indifferently, "What are you shouting for? I'm asking you, where did these children come from?" This time even the fat woman, Sister Hua, was well behaved. Knowing that Yangqing was not someone to be trifled with, she quietly retreated to a distance before replying, "Brother, please don't misunderstand, we really are not bad people." "Ha," Yang Pujuan said in a loud voice, "you still have the cheek to say that you're not bad people? Don't tell me that these children volunteered to do this work?" After all, Yang Pujuan had been a commander for many years. His authoritative appearance made the others feel a little numb. "Sir, we are really not bad people. These children all have a father and a mother. It was their parents who placed them with us. The work they do is all what their parents want. We are just looking after the children for someone else," Sister Hua said, feeling wronged. "Impossible. What kind of parents would let their children sell expired mooncakes and deal with these plastic bags here? Also, you beat these children, we all saw the wounds on their hands." Guoshuahua's eyes widened with righteous indignation. The few men and women had bitter expressions on their faces, while the group of children shrank there, not daring to speak. At this moment, the sound of a car suddenly came to a halt outside the door. A pickup truck and a van stopped outside, and the words "urban management" were stuck on the side of the car. Soon, 5 or 6 men in urban management uniforms ran out of the 2 cars. They were holding electric batons in their hands, and they looked unfriendly. The bald man in the lead glanced at Yangqing and the others, and couldn't help but look at Lin Ruashi a few times, revealing a hint of greed. "What's wrong? I heard that someone trespassed into a private house and caused trouble," the short bald urban management officer screamed. "Hubby! Help me!" The gorgeously dressed woman suddenly rushed over and hugged the bald urban management officer's arm. She pointed at Yangqing and the others and said, "It's them. They trespassed and beat up Sister Hua and the others, and they even said that we hired child labor." The bald urban management officer laughed evilly and said, "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How could he spout such a thing that was against the law and regulations? This is called disturbing the peace. Trespassing." Yangqing finally understood why these people were so daring. It turned out that there was a government official behind them. Guoshuahua and Yang Pujuan looked at each other, and both of them were indignant. Compared to Yangqing, they had grown up in Beijing, and it was inevitable that they would be especially angry when they saw such a foul situation in Beijing. Although Lin Ruashi was so angry that her pretty face was bone-chilling, there was nothing she could do at this time. She stood behind Yangqing and looked at them coldly. "You urban management officers really have a long reach. You even abduct children and hire child labor, and yet you still act so righteous. Could it be that you guys are the most powerful in Beijing? Hee hee, the bald man laughed evilly and said, you guys came from outside, right? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. I, Lu Yu, am the most powerful in this land. So your name is Lu Yu. Why don't you call yourself Miscarriage? TSK, your mother really wasted a baby by giving birth to you, Yangqing said seriously as he shook his head. Brat, are you trying to be cheap? Let me tell you. Look at you guys, I'm afraid that you guys think that you can play legal games with me just because you're educated. To be honest, I'm not afraid even if I bring this matter to court. These children were placed here by their parents. Even if you poke a hole in the sky, it has nothing to do with us. What Sister Hua and the others did was with the consent of these children's parents. If you want to talk about responsibility, it's their parents. We have no problem at all. Lu Yu said proudly. When they heard Sister Hua say that these children were not abducted, they didn't believe her. Now that Lu Yu said it again, Yangqing and the others were puzzled. Guo furrowed her brows and said, are you guys joking? These children are at most 7 or 8 years old. How could their parents not care about them and let them work here? It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. In any case, it's best if you guys scram. If you want to play hard with us, we brothers aren't pushovers. Even if we cripple you guys in jail, no one will dare to say anything. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with a vicious light. How dare you? I, Yang Pijuan, don't believe that these city enforcement officers who aren't even civil servants can be so arrogant. Yang Pijuan was furious. After all, he had been in the army for many years. How could he tolerate a bunch of bullies? As he shouted, Yang Pijuan dashed forward and kicked Lu Yu in the chest. Although he was not an expert, he was still trained. Even though he had not moved his legs for many years, Yang Pijuan's kick was enough to make Lu Yu fall to the ground. Boss. Are you all right? Lu Yu clutched his chest and said angrily, what are you guys still standing there for? Go and beat him to death. The city enforcement officers came back to their senses and picked up their stun batons to attack Yang Pijuan. Yang Pijuan was having a hard time dealing with 4 to 5 people and dodging the stun batons at the same time. Guo pulled Yangqing's shoulder anxiously. Son, don't just stand there. Go and help him. Yangqing did not expect Yang Pijuan to be so chivalrous. He was even willing to fight with the city enforcement officers for the sake of these kids. When he heard Guo words, he laughed. Don't worry. With me around, nothing will happen. I'll help him now. He might even think that I'm a busybody. Sigh. It's right to say that you two are father and son. Both of you are just trying to save face. Guo scolded angrily. Right at this moment, Yang Pijuan felt a sharp pain in his arm, which had not fully recovered from Yangqing's attack. At this moment, a few stun batons were about to hit the man's head. Yangqing reacted quickly. Just as the stun batons were about to hit Yang Pijuan, he blocked all the batons with one hand. The stun batons hit Yangqing's arm but did not have any effect. Yangqing did not say a word. He grabbed a baton from the side and hit the city enforcement officers with it. Bam! 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 Every hit landed squarely on the lips of the city enforcement officers. Along with it, the city enforcement officers' teeth were all knocked out. Yang Pijuan broke out in a cold sweat. He had not fought for many years and his injury had flared up earlier. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Yangqing had taken care of everyone. At the same time, he felt relieved. Of course, it was impossible for him to thank Yangqing. His hand was injured by Yangqing. Luckily, Yangqing did not expect Yang Pijuan to thank him. He just didn't want to put Guo in a difficult position. Lu Yu watched as Yangqing easily defeated his subordinate. He covered his bloody mouth and fell to the ground. He was so shocked that he almost peed his pants. Sister Hua and the others were especially timid and ran to a corner to hide. On the other hand, the group of children were filled with admiration and excitement when they saw Yangqing defeating so many people on his own due to their childlike nature. Yangqing pointed the stun baton at Lu Yu's chin and said, "What exactly is going on here? You better tell me word for word. Whether it's true or not, we have our ways to investigate." If you dare to lie, I'll smash your head into pieces right now. I believe that you are the boss here, but I also believe that you will not joke around with your life. Yangqing took out the stun baton and poked it on Lu Yu's bald head. Lu Yu could clearly feel the cold aura that Yangqing was emitting. It was like a stinging bee's venom that was coursing through his body. I will tell you everything. Lu Yu's bald head was covered in cold sweat as he started to narrate everything that had happened. It turned out that the parents of these children were migrant workers who came to work in other cities. In a big city like Beijing, these migrant workers did not have a fixed job. Even when they got married and had children, their children were not registered. Some of them were even born without birth control. They had no money, no house, and even food was a problem. How could they afford to raise these children? Not to mention school. Although some kindergartens allow students to enroll without a household registration, how could they afford it? As for Hope Primary School and the like, not everyone had the chance to go there. Many parents had no choice but to send these children who had just become more sensible here. Most of the residents in this area would take some simple jobs from the nearby small factories, and they would also do some shady businesses. For example, they would sell expired mooncakes. Sometimes, they would sell low-quality clothes or some small items for clearance. As for the plastic bags and cardboard boxes, they were sorted out by the small factory nearby. It was easy to do, so they handed it over to the children. As compensation for the children's work, their parents could get a small sum of money. These children could also eat and sleep here. At least they could support themselves. Of course, since they were the ones begging them to come over, it was as if they had signed a contract to sell their bodies. Sister Hua and the others could beat or scold them as they pleased. It could be said that the adults on both sides benefited, but the children suffered. It wasn't just this family. There were at least a dozen households in the surrounding area that employed these child laborers. It could be said that it wasn't strange at all. As Lu Yu and the other city enforcement officers, it was natural for them to cover up the situation here. They had to make money from both the factories and the residents. After listening to Lu Yu's words, Guo and Lin Ruoxi's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at these emaciated children and the smelly plastic products in the yard, it was no different from slowly poisoning these children to death. Brothers and sisters, this really isn't our fault. If it wasn't for us, these migrant workers might not be alive now. Although they are suffering now, it's better than those babies who were secretly drowned as soon as they were born. Lu Yu muttered softly. Shut up. Guo eyes reddened from anger. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she said, how can you say such heartless things? Sister. This isn't our fault, we didn't do those things. Lu Yu said with a tearful face. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll smash your mouth, Yangqing said coldly. When Lu Yu heard this, he immediately covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound. Lin Ruoxi wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and walked to the little girl, Xiaojia. She squatted down, grabbed Xiaojia's hand, and rolled up her sleeves. Looking at the little arm that was full of scars, Lin Ruoxi smiled bitterly and asked, Your name is Xiaojia, right? Yes. Xiaojia nodded. Do you get beaten often? Where do they beat you? Tell big sister, don't worry, with big brother here, there's no need to be afraid. Xiaojia looked at the terrified sister Hua and the others, then looked at the calm and composed Yangqing. She mustered up her courage and suddenly lifted her old sweater, then turned around. On the little girl's back, there were also shocking traces of whipping, and there were even bloodstains on her underwear. Xiaojia put down her clothes and turned around. If you can't sell all the things you want to sell, or if you can't finish your work, you won't be able to eat, and you'll be beaten. Scum. Scum. Yang Pejuan couldn't help but curse as he looked at those people. I didn't expect there to be such a place in Beijing. Wouldn't it be worse if it was outside of Beijing? Guo was also full of worry, and she said dejectedly, I've been doing charity for so many years, and I've opened so many orphanages, but I don't even know the situation in my own hometown. Lin Ruoxi, who had been silent, held Xiaojia's hand and said softly, Xiaojia must be in pain after being beaten so many times. Xiaojia shook her head and replied straightforwardly, It doesn't hurt, just a little. It's mainly because I can't eat, and I'm very hungry. It's bleeding, and you still say it doesn't hurt. It really doesn't hurt. Xiaojiao lowered her head. Yangqing sighed and said, Ruashi, this child is telling the truth. She really doesn't feel much pain. What do you mean? Lin Ruashi and Guo looked over curiously. Yangqing's expression was a little complicated, and there was a hint of deepness in his eyes. If I'm beaten like this every day, and it hurts so much every time, as I get used to it, it naturally won't hurt anymore. It's just like eating and sleeping. When being beaten has become a daily habit, what's so special about it? As he said that, Yangqing laughed self-deprecatingly. Didn't he walk all the way here? His skin was torn and his flesh was torn? If it wasn't for this incident, he really wouldn't want to recall this memory. It was as if he had returned to the steel training ground under the ice and snow in Siberia, and the time when a weak child stubbornly struggled to survive the cruel beatings. Lin Ruashi, Guo and Yang Pejuan all understood that what Yangqing was talking about was his own experience. Hearing this, the one who was the most moved was naturally Guo. It was as if her heart had been struck by lightning, and her body trembled as she sobbed uncontrollably. Yangqing. It's all Mom's fault. Lin Ruashi bit her lips, but she didn't dare to look at Yangqing's smiling face. Yang Pejuan silently watched Yangqing's self-deprecating words, and his fists unknowingly clenched. Then, he looked at the children who didn't seem to understand this situation at all, and his eyes were filled with pain. Yangqing suddenly realized that his words had filled his mother and wife with sadness, so he quickly smiled and said, Why are you crying? Aren't I doing well now? Only those who have endured the most bitter of hardships can rise to the top. Isn't that how the ancient saying goes? If I didn't grow up being beaten up like a dead dog, how would I be able to beat people up so badly that they wouldn't even know what a dead dog looks like in the future? Kid, is this something you can joke about? Guo said as she wiped her tears. Yangqing shook his head and smiled. He turned around and bent down to pat the head of a little boy beside him. It was the boy who was talking to Xiaojia. Little fella, what's your name? I'm Liuzi, the boy replied softly. Yangqing nodded and winked at the boy. Liuzi, it's okay to be beaten up, and it's okay to not have food to eat, but don't give up the determination to fight back. When you grow up and have the strength, you'll have to beat them back for me. Whoever bullies you today, you'll bully them tomorrow. When I was young, I was also beaten by many people. Those people relied on the fact that they were older and stronger than me, so they beat me all day long and snatched my food. But when I grew up, I beat all of them until they couldn't eat anymore. Remember, as long as a man is still alive, never admit defeat. Liuzi was still young after all. Even though he was listening attentively, he didn't fully understand. He blinked and asked, Big brother, you were beaten up when you were young? Yangqing nodded with certainty. Liuzi and the other boys around him had their eyes lit up, as if they were full of hope. Obviously, they were looking forward to the day when they grew up to seek revenge for all the grievances they had suffered, just like Yangqing. Lin Ruashi looked at her husband who was encouraging the children casually, but she couldn't help but feel suffocated. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people watching, she would have rushed up and hugged the man from behind. Xiuhua, what do you think we should do? Yang Pejuan came back to his senses and started thinking about how to deal with this matter. Guo wiped her tears and said, We can't let these people go. We have to bring them to be interrogated and sentenced according to the law. Lu Yu and the other city enforcement officers broke out in cold sweat when they heard that. They didn't know what to do. Why did it sound like the police station was owned by their family? Big sister. Spare me. We didn't commit murder or arson. What happened today wasn't something we could have done. Lu Yu cried and begged. Guo snorted coldly, Don't worry, everyone who is involved in this shady business will be arrested. Then, she turned to Lin Ruashi and said, Ruashi, I remember that your Yulei group has some mass media, right? Lin Ruashi seemed to understand something. She nodded and said, Mom, you want the media to report the situation here? That's right, Guo said, although the Yang family has some power. We can't interfere with all the government affairs and laws. We need the government's help to punish these people and find a way for the children and their parents to live. The best way is to let the media report on this matter. Only then will those people be anxious to deal with it. Otherwise, God knows how long it will take. Lin Ruoshi understood and agreed with him. Actually, this kind of thing wasn't difficult. It was just that without the support of the Yang family, the media would probably be banned by the government if they reported on it. Now that he had a strong backing, he could freely report on these dark things. Although we can spend money to open orphanages and primary schools, there's always a limit to our manpower. In the end, we still have to rely on the operation of the entire system. Guo Shuihua sighed helplessly. The more we see these sad scenes, the harder it is to calm down and put down the things that we have to do. Hearing Guo Shuihua sigh, everyone could only remain silent. Guo Shuihua was very good at dealing with this kind of situation. After that, she called people from various departments to search the entire area. As expected, they found serious cases of child abuse. Because Guo Shuihua and Yang Pejuan both grew up in Beijing, they naturally knew the officials from various departments. Everyone knew each other well, so of course they were eager to please the Yang family. Although the Yang family's reputation had been affected by the incident of Yang Gongming's birth, it was still an old tree that was deeply rooted in power, so it didn't have much of an impact. Even if everyone looked down on them behind their backs, they didn't dare to slack off on the surface. Xiao Jia, Lu Zi, and the other children were sent to the nearest welfare homes. Guo Shuihua sent people from the charity organization she founded to send them all kinds of things they needed. She also contacted the children's parents and arranged for them to go to school in the future. These things were done with ease, but it was already night when everything was done. After saying goodbye to the group of reluctant children, Yang Qing drove all the way back to the Yang family. Yang Gongming had already received the call, so he wasn't in a hurry. Seeing that the children were back, he naturally asked the servants to start the meal. Shuihua, you did the right thing. These children need your help. Yang Gongming praised his daughter-in-law while drinking a little wine. Guo Shuihua forced a smile. Dad, although the problem is considered to have been solved, I can't stop worrying. Tell me, is there anything this old man can help with? Guo Shuihua analyzed, I think the biggest problem now is that the gap between the rich and the poor is too big. The children's parents came to the city to earn some money to support their families, but in the end, they can't even afford to raise their children. Moreover, these people from other places don't have a registered residence in Beijing, so they don't even have an identity. Their children won't even have a legal identity. But these children grew up in Beijing, and the children they met on the streets have food, clothes, and even school. Their parents have cars and houses. If this goes on, when they grow up, they will still have no education, no background, and no identity. Then, they won't be able to survive. They were still young and did not understand much, so they did not think too much. But when they grew up and became sensible, what should they do? Isn't this forcing these children to have no way to survive in the future? Yang Gongming sipped the wine and nodded in silence. I can give them a place to live, food, and opportunities to study, but there's a limit to what I can do. There are so many big cities in the country, not only in Beijing, but also in Zhonghai. I feel suffocated when I think about all the places I haven't seen, and all the children are suffering. Guo Shuihua put down her chopsticks, but the food was tasteless. Lin Ruoshi bit the tip of her chopsticks and said, Mom, now that you mention it, I'm reminded of our Xianxia. When Xianxia used to set up a stall on the street, she probably thought that there was no hope at all. But that child is better. I heard from Yonian that she was a bad girl for a period of time, but she turned over a new leaf. I think we should worry about those children if they feel that society is unfair in the future. Will they do something stupid? After talking for a while, the atmosphere in the dinner suddenly became heavy. Honey, have some chicken drumsticks. This black-bone chicken is very fragrant, it's good for nourishing yin. Yang Qing suddenly picked up a chicken drumstick and put it into Lin Ruoshi's bowl. He was holding another drumstick in his hand. Lin Ruoshi looked at the man who had been eating heartily without a care in the world. If it was in the past, she would have glared at him long ago. Nourishing yin. How could he have such a good appetite at such a sad time? But after hearing what Yang Qing said in the afternoon, she didn't think that Yang Qing's situation was strange. This was all normal. To Yang Qing, there was no tragic life in the world that could make him feel too deeply. Perhaps only those who had experienced the deepest despair and pain would be able to face everything cheerfully. Don't you have anything to say, eating so happily? Lin Ruoxi asked. Yang Qing said slowly, it's been less than 2 years since I returned to Huaxia, how can I have any thoughts? Anyway, I only know that this matter can't be changed by talking. If you can see it, then help it. If you can't see it, then you can't do anything about it. These children have indeed suffered a lot, but there are many children in the world who can't eat and whose lives are in danger. How can I care about all of them? Yang Gongming laughed weirdly. You're quite open-minded. So according to you, we're just worrying for nothing? That's not it, but I really have nothing to say. Yang Qing looked at Guoshuahua and said with a smile, how about this, Mom, if your charity fund is short of money, I can lend you some. The interest will be lower. Pfft, who cares about the interest? Guoshuahua rolled her eyes at her son. Naturally, she was just joking. When they were about to finish eating, Yang Qing moved closer to Lin Ruoxi's ear and said, Honey, I'm going out to take care of something. I might be back late. If you're tired, you can sleep first. Lin Ruoxi thought for a while and said calmly, You're going to look for Sister Kaining and the others. Yang Qing was stunned. How did you know? The reason you didn't tell anyone is because you don't want me to know. That's the only reason you don't want me to know. Lin Ruoxi glanced at him disdainfully. If I'm tired, of course I'll sleep first. Who would wait for you? Although she was very unwilling, Lin Ruoxi couldn't stop him now that things had come to this. However, she still felt a little sour in her mouth. Yang Qing smiled and scratched his head. After all, he was going back to Zhonghai after tomorrow. Kai Ning and Tang Wan probably wouldn't go back. He might as well send the Bodhi pill to them tonight. Especially since Kai Ning had reached the Xiantian realm, he wanted to see if it could help her reach a higher level. After dinner, Yang Qing eagerly went to the Tang family. After the incident with Yan Buwen, everyone in the Tang family was already afraid of Yang Qing. Naturally, they welcomed him with smiles. Although Tang Zhichen had passed away, the Tang family was still the wealthiest among the 4 major families. Their business assets were spread all over the world. The death of an old man in politics did not have much of an impact. Tang Huang and Tang Wan were surprisingly peaceful when it came to the issue of the successor of the Tang family. Tang Wan took the initiative to let Tang Huang be the head of the Tang family, and Tang Huang did not touch Tang Wan's maple group in the south at all. The two of them occupied half of the family as usual. It had to be said that such a change was mostly thanks to Yang Qing. As long as Yang Qing stood on Tang Wan's side, naturally no one dared to belittle Tang Wan's position in the family. After dismissing the servants who were fawning over him, Yang Qing went straight to the independent villa where Tang Wan lived. Before he came, he had already contacted Tang Wan. She was already waiting in the house. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Tang Wan wearing a loose cotton nightgown. She was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, looking at something on her tablet. Looking down from the side, the woman's wide collar, although she was wearing a violet lace bra, was still unable to cover a small part of the ball. Her flawless white neck was as delicate as a young girl's. A few strands of hair hung down, adding a hint of elegance and charm. What made Yang Qing drool a little was that Tang Wan was actually wearing a pair of big black-framed glasses. This casual dressing added a touch of intellectuality to a mature woman, making her especially attractive. Coming. When Tang Wan heard the door open, she raised her head and smiled lightly. Why are you still wearing glasses? Yang Qing thought to himself, is he trying to seduce me? Oh, it doesn't have a prescription. It's easier to focus. Tang Wan took off her glasses and put the tablet aside. She leaned against the back of the sofa and smiled. Lin Ruoxi didn't come with you? Yang Qing was stunned. Why do you ask? Of course, Ruoxi won't come. Oh. I thought she would be worried that we would do something, so she followed us. Yang Qing was speechless and said with a bitter smile, it's not that exaggerated. It's precisely because you like to joke with her that Ruoxi is especially hostile towards you. I'm not joking. If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely divorce you. I wouldn't want to be your lover. Tang Wan bared her teeth and said. Yang Qing walked forward and wrapped his hands around the woman's soft waist. With a light lift, he put Tang Wan's entire body on his shoulders. Aya! What are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to guide me in my cultivation? Tang Wan's pretty face turned red. One of Yang Cheng's big hands slapped the woman's plump buttocks, causing a wave of buttocks to roll. Who told you to speak nonsense? It's still early anyway. I'll go to bed and punish you for an hour before I start cultivating. After saying that, he strode upstairs. After more than an hour, on the big bed in Tang Wan's bedroom, there was a burst of flirting. When Tang Wan was about to turn into a pool of soft spring mud, lying on the bed and panting, Yang Qing proudly patted the woman's plump buttocks. You're not allowed to be lazy. Get up and sit down to cultivate properly. Ignoring the woman's coquettish pout, Yang Qing took out the bottle of Bodhi pills from the mustard seed storage ring. After taking out one, he placed it next to Tang Wan's sandalwood mouth. Naturally, Tang Wan was curious about this kind of thing. She playfully sniffed it with her delicate nose and looked up. It smells like herbs. Yang Qing smiled stiffly. These elixirs are mostly made by mixing all kinds of medicinal materials. Do you think it smells like butter? This time, Tang Wan got up obediently. After sitting down cross-legged, she took the Bodhi pill. After persisting in exercising and cultivating the cultivation method that Yang Qing gave her for a while, Tang Wan's physical quality was greatly improved. There was a trace of internal force in her dantian, but it was still thin and couldn't be counted as true qi. Although the Bodhi pill was a low-quality elixir, it was a great tonic for cultivators who hadn't even reached the Khanate realm. Yang Qing was worried that such strong spiritual essence would have too much impact on a woman like Tang Wan, who didn't have a solid foundation. That was why he had to protect her. About 10 minutes after Tang Wan took the Bodhi pill, the meridians in her body began to swell. She had never felt so much spiritual energy rushing through her meridians. It was like countless needles were constantly pricking her meridians. Tang Wan couldn't help but frown. Concentrate and circulate the cultivation method that I taught you. Channel it into your dantian according to the acupoints. Yang Qing was also teaching her nervously. Compared to Changwei, Tang Wan was much more exhausted. If she could endure it, she would have a great improvement. If something went wrong, she would at least suffer serious internal injuries. As more and more spiritual essence evaporated, Tang Wan's skin became hot and red. Yang Qing knew that it was because her capillaries were starting to burst. Helplessly, Yang Qing guided a wave of heaven and earth force into Tang Wan's body to repair and protect her. Although it wasn't good for Tang Wan's self-cultivation, it was better than being injured. In fact, if it wasn't for the lack of time, Yang Qing wouldn't have given the pill to Tang Wan and the others at this time. He would have waited for at least a year to be safe. Fortunately, Tang Wan's willpower was extremely strong. She was also quite ruthless to herself. She gritted her teeth and persisted in circulating the cultivation method. After more than an hour, she finally began to circulate it. Steadily. Yang Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Based on this speed, it would take about 3 hours for the pill to be completely absorbed. At that time, Tang Wan should be able to reach the end of the Hotian stage. This speed could be considered as a leap, but it was nothing to be surprised about. After all, this was a medicinal pill for cultivators in the Xiantian and soul-forming stage. Tang Wan was a beginner in the Hotian stage. Without Yang Chen's protection and the cultivation technique he gave her, she definitely wouldn't be able to survive. More importantly, ordinary cultivators wouldn't have the chance to obtain the pill from Hongmeng. Yang Qing was even more determined to follow Yan Sanyang's instructions to find the ingredients for the pill. Of course, he also had to understand the Samadhi true fire as soon as possible and find a cauldron for the pill. Seeing that Tang Wan was fine, Yang Qing didn't stay any longer. After saying goodbye to her gently, he put on his clothes and left the Tang residence. Although Tang Wan knew that Yang Qing was leaving, she didn't have time to care. She was already immersed in the feeling of constantly absorbing the spiritual energy to nourish the meridians in her body. It was as if her entire body was going through a metamorphosis of peeling off the old shell and revealing a new and tender body. Everything outside was becoming more and more clear to her. On the other side, Yang Qing quickly drove to the Kai residence. The Kai residence in the military was much more deserted. Yang Qing drove the Yang family's car with a military plate, so he didn't have to go through the time-wasting inspection. Just as he stopped the car and was about to walk towards the main door, Kai Ning's figure happened to walk out. Yangqing was slightly stunned. Ning you've been waiting all this time? Kai Ning made a shushing gesture and waved at Yangqing. Follow me, we'll go through the back door. Yangqing was puzzled. What's wrong? Why do we have to go through the back door? After Kai Ning closed the door carefully, she said, if my mom sees you at the front door, she will definitely drag you to talk about many things. She just said that tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and she wants my dad to bring me to the Yang family to celebrate it. Yangqing was embarrassed. Jiangxian's mother-in-law was really someone who could do such things. If she wanted to come, he wouldn't be able to stop her. But if that happened, he wouldn't be able to rest during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Sighing, Yangqing walked forward and grabbed Kai Ning's cold hand. He smiled. You're really thoughtful. Thank you. This woman was always meticulous, quite different from her younger sister. Yangqing didn't need to think to know that Kai Ning had been waiting for him inside to not cause trouble for him. This woman always did things that warmed his heart. Kai Ning was still very shy about such contact and whispers. Her pretty face blushed, but she didn't know what to say. She pursed her red lips and turned to leave. He followed Kai Ning around the courtyard and entered her room from the back door. Yangqing took a breath of the fragrance in the room and said casually, Ning you've reached the Xiantian realm, right? This actually didn't mean anything else. Yangqing had already seen it during the battle with Yan Buan. But when these words fell into Kai Ning's ears, it had a completely different meaning. Kai Ning's delicate face was instantly dyed with a layer of mountain red. Her head was almost touching her chest as she said something that made Yangqing dumbfounded. You want to do it today? Yangqing thought about it for a while before realizing that he had been warned by Kai Ning's master, Tang Lui, that he could only touch Kai Ning's virginity after she entered the Xiantian stage. He had almost forgotten about it, but Kai Ning still remembered it. Kai Ning noticed Yangqing's blank expression and gradually realized that she was overthinking. For a moment, Kai Ning was extremely embarrassed. She turned around and her heart was beating wildly. Her usual calm and demure demeanor was nowhere to be seen. She was like a helpless little girl who had her first awakening of love. Yangqing smiled and walked forward, hugging the woman's slender waist from behind. He pressed his face against Kai Ning's ear and said gently, What are you shy about? We're not outsiders. I didn't mean anything else. Kai Ning weakly defended herself. I know, Yangqing followed the woman's words and said, Today, I mainly came to deliver the pills. As for such an important matter, let's wait until you're mentally ready. I think you're about to cry from nervousness. No. Kai Ning felt that it was too embarrassing. She turned her head and said with a pink face, I won't cry. Looking at the woman's serious face, Yangqing suddenly felt that Kai Ning had a rather cute side to her. Involuntarily, Yangqing laughed out loud. Kai Ning became even more embarrassed. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Just as Kai Ning was panicking, Yangqing suddenly turned the woman around and held her delicate face. He lowered his head and kissed her thin pink lips. Ugh. Kai Ning's watery eyes widened and her eyelashes trembled. She was completely dumbfounded. After sucking for a full 10 seconds, Yangqing's lips parted in enjoyment. Looking at the blushing and dazed Kai Ning, Yangqing laughed heartily. All right, go to bed. It's time to get down to business. Kai Ning was a little stunned by the sudden change. She nodded meekly and moved onto the bed. After calming down, Kai Ning finally returned to normal when it came to cultivation. As for Kai Ning's cultivation, Yangqing didn't need much guidance. In terms of basic theories, Kai Ning didn't seem to be any less knowledgeable than him. After Kai Ning consumed a Bodhi pill, she only needed to watch as the woman slowly absorbed the pill's effects. Kai Ning had just entered the Xiantian realm not long ago, so the effects of the Bodhi pill were still very obvious. For Kai Ning, such dense spiritual energy could allow the Xiantian true qi in her dantian to rapidly expand and solidify. Yangqing estimated that if there were no accidents, 2 Bodhi pills would allow Kai Ning to advance from the Xiantian initial stage to the Xiantian Great Circle. From this, it could be seen that spirit pills were indeed much more important than magic treasures to some cultivators with low cultivation. It was a pity that he only had low-grade Bodhi pills. For a tribulation transcendent stage cultivator like him, even high-grade pills might not be of much use. Only legendary top-grade pills could help him. However, in order for his women to quickly improve their cultivation, he had to work hard to get some pills. Currently, the Bodhi pill could allow the women to quickly advance to the peak of the late Xiantian realm. For Qiangwei and Kai Ning, it shouldn't be difficult for them to reach the Xiantian Great Circle. Different people had different qualifications. The women would probably reach the Xiantian realm one after the other. As for the soul-forming stage, Yangqing knew that he couldn't rush it. He could only leave it to fate. No matter what, he couldn't wait for the women to reach the soul-forming stage before getting the pills. He had to prepare in advance. When Kai Ning had completely entered a meditative state, Yangqing didn't disturb her. He left a Bodhi pill in front of Kai Ning and quietly left the room. He believed that with Kai Ning's qualifications, after tonight, she would be able to reach the Xiantian Great Circle with enough true qi. After confirming that there was no one around, Yangqing flashed to his car and drove back to the Yang family. At this time, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The late autumn night seemed cold and frosty. In the backyard of the Yang family, Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi's room. Under a few dim yellow lights, Lin Ruoxi sat in front of the desk. After finishing all the documents on her laptop, she stretched her body gracefully. She looked at the ancient clock on the wall. It was already 1 in the morning. Stupid Yangqing, stinky Yangqing, I knew you couldn't hold back. I'm not going to wait for you. The woman muttered a few curses, but her heart felt heavy. As time passed, she unknowingly became indifferent to the fact that Yangqing had other women outside. But this wasn't what she wanted. Lin Ruoxi knew that she didn't have the courage to leave her man. She kept arguing and struggling, but in the end, it was as if she was stuck in a swamp, sinking deeper and deeper. His feelings could no longer return, and his body had already sunk into depravity. When she was with him, except that there was no single love, it seemed that she could experience everything that all women wanted. He always made people hate him, but he made you love him so much that you couldn't extricate yourself. However, if there were other people in the marriage, it would be an irreconcilable contradiction. It was fine when she didn't think about it, but once she thought about it, she would have a terrible headache. The agreement between the two was 1 year, which was March next year. But Lin Ruoxi also knew that even by then, she couldn't change anything. Yangqing wouldn't give up other women for her, and she wouldn't leave Yangqing for other women. This was an irreconcilable contradiction, which was equivalent to a law. Lin Ruoxi was very puzzled about how those women in the Middle East solved the problem of polygamy. How did they get along in the process? While she was thinking about this, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Lin Ruoxi was stunned, and a trace of joy emerged in her heart. She walked to the door and opened it. But when she looked at the person, Lin Ruoxi was full of surprise. Yangqing. He hasn't come back yet, right? The person standing in front of the door was Yang Pejuan with a smile on his face. Lin Ruoxi was a little at a loss, and her tongue was tied. After a while, she nodded, yes. Not yet. Are you busy? Yes. I just finished dealing with the company's matters. Are you very tired? It's all right. The more Lin Ruoxi listened, the more strange she felt. Yang Pejuan seemed very amiable. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to look for him, I'm here to talk to you. Me? Come out for a walk, this is just a chat between father-in-law and daughter-in-law. Father-in-law and daughter-in-law. Lin Ruoxi only felt that there was something wrong with her ears. How could Yang Pejuan say such a thing? But obviously, she wasn't that old, and there was nothing wrong with her ears. She closed the door numbly and followed Yang Pejuan to the backyard. Most of the servants had gone to rest at this time, and only a few patrolmen on night duty would walk by from time to time. The courtyard was quiet, and the temperature was relatively low, making Lin Ruoxi a little regret that she didn't wear a scarf when she came out. Yang Pejuan walked in front with a calm expression, and suddenly said leisurely, I heard that you took over Ulay International before you graduated from university? Lin Ruoxi had also calmed down from her nervousness at this time, and replied softly, I graduated from undergraduate, but didn't finish my master's. That's about the same. Nowadays, many places require a master's to become a civil servant, and you're already very outstanding. Although I used to be in the army, I heard a lot about your successful business operations. I've always been curious about how such a young CEO, and a girl, could do so many big things, but I never had the chance to meet you. I didn't expect that the first time I met you, you would become a member of our Yang family. Lin Ruoshi was somewhat flattered and didn't know how to respond. Yang Pejuan didn't seem to want Lin Ruoshi to express her opinion, and continued, because of Yang Qing, I didn't talk to you much before. I know that I've done a lot of things to make you hate me in the past, and you must look down on me in your heart. When Lin Ruoshi heard this, she hurriedly shook her head. No, I didn't think that way. Yang Pejuan turned around and looked at Lin Ruoshi's serious and somewhat anxious expression. He smiled and said, I told you not to be nervous. If you don't have it, then you don't have it. I believe you. You're not Yang Qing. That kid doesn't mean a single word he says. Lin Ruoshi looked at Yang Pejuan's smile again. Although she felt it was strange, she also relaxed a lot and said, not really. Sometimes what he says makes sense. Yang Pejuan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, can I ask a question? Please ask. In my opinion, you and Yang Qing have nothing to do with each other. You're so outstanding, how could you marry such a frivolous kid? Yang Pejuan's face was full of doubt. This question seemed to have troubled him for a long time. However, Lin Ruoshi's face turned as red as a ripe tomato the moment she asked. How could she get married? She couldn't tell him that it was because she went to the bar that day, got drugged, and slept with that stinky man in a daze. Yang Pejuan looked at Lin Ruoshi's distressed expression and smiled. Forget it. Since it's not convenient for you to tell me, I won't ask. It's not a big deal. Thank you. Lin Ruoshi heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Pejuan said, Ruoshi, although I know it's shameless of me to say this, I'm still your father-in-law. Although, I'm really sorry for making you and Yang Qing hate me. Lin Ruoshi shook her head. It's okay. Isn't everything fine now? People always make mistakes. Yes, people always make mistakes. But once I made a mistake for decades. Yang Pejuan smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. When I was young, although I married your mother-in-law, I always thought that Xue Hua chose me because she couldn't get together with Ning Guangyao. Since then, I've been working hard to prove to her that I'm better than Ning Guangyao. Gradually, even I myself have forgotten why I've worked so hard. I value power and reputation more and more. Even because of these. I've been at odds with Xue Hua for so long. If it wasn't for Yang Qing's appearance, I'm afraid I'd still be stuck in that vicious circle, unable to get out. Speaking of which, although this kid is despicable, he helped me break those obsessions that I shouldn't have. Lin Ruoshi was surprised. She didn't expect Yang Pejuan to have such a plot. She thought about her mother-in-law. Although she was a beautiful woman, she was still old. She never thought that for Yang Pejuan, Xue Hua was the woman he sacrificed everything for when he was young. In that case, Yang Pejuan was just a poor man who lacked confidence in relationships. I've thought it through now. Fortunately, Xue Hua is still by my side. She didn't give up on me and gave me a chance to make up for it. Yang Pejuan smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, I can't have a good relationship with Yang Qing anymore. Lin Ruoshi blinked and said, why? As long as you say it to him, Yang Qing isn't a stingy person. You don't understand. Yang Pejuan smiled. Things between men are simple, but they're also complicated. This isn't something that can be forgiven just by saying it out loud. Moreover, I really can't stand that kid's way of doing things, and he won't accept a person like me as his father. So, let's forget about this matter. The current situation is pretty good. Lin Ruoshi felt it was a pity, but she could only nod silently. Speaking of which, I called you out today because I have something to ask of you, Yang Pejuan said seriously. What, is it? Lin Ruoshi was puzzled. It's about Liar. Yang Lai? That's right. Yang Pejuan didn't hesitate and frowned. I just heard from Xue Hua that Yang Qing has made up his mind. If he sees Liar again, he will kill him. I know that Liar can't win against Yang Qing. Lin Ruoshi smiled bitterly. You want me to stop Yangqing? Although this is very shameless, as a father, I can only come here to beg you, Yang Pijuan said sadly. Liar is also a pitiful child. I know that he has made many unforgivable mistakes. I hope that Yangqing can at least not harm Liar's life on account of their blood relationship. Lin Ruoshi sighed helplessly. I want to help too, but he can't change his mind once he has made up his mind. So I can only ask you to do your best. The only person who can stop Yangqing now is you. Looking at Yang Pijuan's sincere expression, Lin Ruoshi's heart couldn't help but soften. I can only promise to try my best to persuade him. But the premise is that Yang Lai is not allowed to do anything to harm my husband. Otherwise, even I will want him dead, Lin Ruoshi said seriously. Yang Pijuan smiled in relief. It seems that you really like Yangqing. I am already very satisfied that you can say that. Liar can only depend on himself as to how far he can go. Lin Ruoshi nodded, but in her heart, she didn't think that Yang Lai had a chance to survive. Yang Pijuan raised his head and looked at the blurry moonlight. The clouds slowly drifted past, and his face couldn't help but show a touch of vicissitude. I have already discussed with Xuehua. When she goes with you to Zhonghai, I will help her with some charity fund matters in Beijing. We may not see each other much in the future. Lin Ruoshi was surprised. Mother is still going back with us? Why, you don't like your mother-in-law living with you? Yang Pijuan smiled. Lin Ruoshi hurriedly shook her head. Yang Pijuan said, I know that I am not qualified to say this, but I hope that in the future, you can take good care of Xuehua and Yangqing. Although Yangqing doesn't seem to need anyone to take care of him, he actually needs someone to accompany him more than anyone else. Lin Ruoshi looked at Yang Pijuan in a daze. Suddenly, she felt that the man in front of her was somewhat unfamiliar. Alright, if you continue, you will become a long-winded old man. Yang Pijuan laughed at himself and waved his hand at Lin Ruoshi. I am going back. You should also go and rest early. Looking at Yang Pijuan's back as he walked away, there was actually a trace of desolation. This made Lin Ruoshi slowly turn around after a long time and return to her room in a daze. However, what Yang Pijuan and Lin Ruoshi didn't know was that on the roof of a room at the side, the main character of the conversation was already lying on the tiles, looking up at the night sky. When Lin Ruoshi walked into the room, she subconsciously rubbed her cheeks that were dry because of the cold. Just as she was about to turn around and close the door, she saw a figure quietly appear outside the door. Ah! You scared me. When did you come back? Why didn't you say anything? Yangqing looked at the woman's pouting face and reached out to touch Lin Ruoshi's face with a chuckle. I thought you weren't coming back tonight, Lin Ruoshi said as she closed the door. Why does it sound like you want me to spend the night outside? That's good, I'll be alone. Yangqing walked to the side of the bed and took off his clothes one by one. He said with a faint smile, Alright, we're already an old couple, I still don't know what you're thinking. Hurry up and wash up and sleep. Lin Ruoshi still wanted to say something, but she saw that Yangqing had already walked into the bathroom, so she could only give up. After the two of them finished washing up, Lin Ruoshi thought that Yangqing would definitely do something, but she discovered that Yangqing was actually lying there quietly, looking up at the ceiling in a daze. Only then did Lin Ruoshi realize that the man was a little different tonight, but she couldn't tell what was strange about it. At this time, Yangqing turned his head and asked, What's wrong? Why aren't you turning off the lights? Do you still need to work? Oh. Lin Ruoshi suddenly came to her senses and turned off the bedside lamp. When the room became dark, the two of them could hear each other's breathing. After a long time, Lin Ruoshi realized that Yangqing really didn't have any thoughts. What are you thinking about? Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but ask curiously. Yangqing let out a long sigh, turned around, and reached out to pull Lin Ruoshi into his arms. I'm thinking about life. Liar. Lin Ruoshi giggled. The man's hand was especially honest today. He only placed it on her waist and didn't touch any sensitive parts. And the bad thing below didn't raise its head as it usually did. Lin Ruoshi could sense that Yangqing had something on his mind, but he didn't want to tell her frankly. Then don't ask me. Let me sleep quietly with you in my arms. The night was uneventful. The next day was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Everything that happened last night didn't seem to affect them at all. Lin Ruoxi happily followed Yang Gongming around the vegetable field for most of the day, while Yang Qing went to the Li family to play with Li Dun. The newlywed Li Dun couldn't bear to leave Tang Xian, whose belly was getting bigger and bigger, so he hurried home before the sky turned dark. At night, the Yang family had a proper Mid-Autumn festival. After dinner, Yang Qing took Lin Ruoxi to the center of Yanjing City to watch the lantern show. After a comfortable day of relaxation, they had breakfast the next morning and returned to Zhonghai with Guoxuehua. Lin Ruoxi couldn't wait to go home to see Lan Lan. She was clearly addicted to being a mother. But as soon as they arrived at the door, Yang Chen and the other two were stunned by the scene outside. There were 3 unfamiliar Mercedes-Benz S600 parked in front of the house. It was obvious that they were not ordinary guests. Standing beside the cars were burly bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses. When they saw Yang Qing and the others, they bowed politely. Yang Qing looked at the faces of these people. They did not seem to be from Huaxia. He asked in Korean, "Korean?" One of the bodyguards nodded. "Mr. Yang, it's been a while." Yang Qing then remembered that these people were from the Starmoon group who came to look for Xianxia last time. Sure enough, the door opened and out came a figure whom he had only met once. Park Jong-yoon was as elegant as ever. He was dressed in a black casual suit, a white shirt, and an exquisite black bow tie. His hair was glossy and shiny. "Mr. Yang, General Lin, I heard that you were coming back this morning." Just in time. Yang Qing stepped forward and shook hands with this gigolo. Lin Ruoxi nodded out of habit. "Mr. Park, are you here to look for Xianxia?" Yang Qing asked with a raised brow. Park Jong-yoon nodded with a bitter smile. "Grandpa is at the end of his rope. I'm here on his orders to try my best to bring my cousin back to Korea to see him one last time." "President Park Cheon, is his illness still not getting better?" Lin Ruoxi asked with a hint of regret. As a businesswoman, Lin Ruoxi was well aware of Park Cheon's status as the founder of the Starmoon Group in Asia. This old man who was one of the top 10 wealthiest people in Asia was worthy of respect. Park Jong-yoon sighed. "Grandpa has liver cancer. It's in the late stage and the cancer cells have spread. If it weren't for the large amount of money spent on maintaining his health, he would have collapsed a few months ago." Guoxuehua said, "It sounds so sad, but let's go inside and talk." With this reminder, everyone returned to the living room. Mother Wang and Xianxia were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Xianxia's face was pale. When she saw Yang Qing and the others, she forced a smile. "Brother Yang, Sister Ruoxi, Aunt Gua, you're back." "Oh, Xianxia, are you all right?" Guoxuehua asked nervously. Xianxia shook her head with a smile. "I'm fine." Mother Wang smiled bitterly and said, "How could you say you're fine? You look so pale. You don't want Lan Lan to see what's happening here." "I asked Minwan to bring Lan Lan out for a walk." Mother Wang replied, "It's better not to let Lan Lan know about this, so I asked Minwan to bring Lan Lan out for a walk." Lin Ruoxi nodded in understanding. As long as Lan Lan's grandfather did not take her away, everything would be fine. After everyone was seated, Park Jong-yoon said, "Xianxia cousin, I know this is difficult for you, and you might not be happy about it, but I'm here today because I really hope that you can come back to Korea with me. Starmoon Group needs you, the family needs you, and Grandpa needs you even more. If you're willing to go back, I believe Grandpa will agree to anything." Xianxia was silent. Between the hatred of her parents and the call of her family, the girl who had just entered university did not know how to choose. Park Jong-yoon said helplessly, "I know I can't convince you. Maybe Grandpa did something that you can't let go of, but this is my last request. Before I came, Grandpa recorded a video when he was still conscious. I brought it here for you to watch." As he spoke, Park Jong-yoon stood up and retrieved a disc from his underling. He walked to the television in the living room and inserted it into the projector. No one said a word as they waited for the image to appear. Not long after, an old man lying on a sickbed appeared on the television screen. His face was as pale as wax paper. From the edges and corners of his face, one could see the shadow of his former self. The voice of the dying old man was trembling slightly, but it was barely audible. "Child, Xianxia. I'm your grandfather, Park Cheon. I know I've let you down, I've let your father and mother down. But please believe me, the pain of losing your mother, my most beloved daughter, has been tormenting me day and night. For the past 20 years, I've regretted it countless times and made countless wrong judgments. I don't have the chance to hesitate anymore. This must be God's punishment for me. But I can't erase the guilt I feel for you. I know you've had a hard time in Xianxia. Can I beg you, please come back and see me? Star Moon Group was your mother's to begin with. I want to hand it over to you. Xianxia, please forgive me. The old man's tears flowed down his cheeks as he spoke. Although they were speaking in Korean, Xianxia had been influenced by her mother when she was young. Although she couldn't speak fluently, she could still understand. At that moment, Xianxia's eyes were red. She was unable to shed tears due to her heartache, but she kept sobbing. Lin Ruoshi gripped Yang Cheng's arm tightly and whispered, "Aren't you very powerful and can recover quickly? Can't you think of a way to save Mr. Park Cheon?" Yang Cheng smiled bitterly. "If it's poisoning or something like that, there's a way. But it's a cancerous lesion and it's in the late stage. It's a deterioration of the human tissues. I can only remove some things, but I can't just erase a person's organs just to get rid of something, right?" Lin Ruoshi didn't quite understand either. Looking at Jinxia's pained expression, her heart ached even more. Then what should we do? Right, isn't there Miss Jane? Miss Jane is so powerful, her medical skills must be superb too. Yang Qing sighed. Jane does have great medical skills, but she's no god. If it was in the early stage or the middle stage, Jane might be able to complete the difficult surgery. But it was already in the late stage when she discovered it. No one in the world can cure late-stage liver cancer. If Jane could cure such a disease, she would have announced the method a long time ago. After all, it's for the benefit of all mankind. If that's the case, would there still be people dying of cancer in the world? I know, but Jinxiao. Lin Ruoshi's eyes reddened as she looked at Jinxiao. Yang Qing took a deep breath and sat beside Jinxiao. He hugged Jinxiao's trembling shoulders. Jinxiao couldn't hold it in any longer. She leaned her head against Yang Cheng's chest and burst into tears. The entire hall fell into deep sorrow. Mother Wang and Gua Shihuahua wiped their tears. After all, Jinxiao was like their daughter. When Jinxiao calmed down a little, Yang Cheng patted the girl's back. If you're sad, then go back to Korea. No matter what happens in the future, at least we have to see each other one last time. Jinxiao looked up with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry. Brother Yang. Why are you sorry? You and Sister Ruoshi have helped me so much. You let me go to school and get into university. But I have to leave so soon. Yang Qing smiled. Silly girl, it's fate that we met. It's all for you. Go back to Korea and be the heir of Star Moon Group. It's much better than going to university. Park Jong-yoon was overjoyed when he heard this. Cousin. You really want to go back? That's great. Grandpa can finally Anshin. Jinxiao smiled faintly at Park Jong-yoon. That's all I can do, but there's no way I can inherit Star Moon Group. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you're willing to return to Korea, we'll hire the best teachers in the world to strengthen your studies and training. I believe with your intelligence and the outstanding bloodline of the Park family, it'll be easy for you to take over the group. Park Jong-yoon said excitedly. Jinxiao looked at Park Jong-yoon's passionate eyes and subconsciously shrank back. Yang Qing clicked his tongue and glared at Park Jong-yoon. What are you so excited about? You scared Jinxiao so much that she won't go back with you. Park Jong-yoon scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm really sorry. Cousin is too important to us. Yang Qing felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't figure it out. He could only say, if I find out that you guys bullied Jinxiao in Korea, I won't let you have a good life. Do you understand? Park Jong-yoon was taken aback. It was a clear threat, but he had a good heart. He smiled and said, Don't worry, Mr. Yang. We won't let cousin suffer. She's the heir of the Park family. Just like that, Jinxiao's return to Korea was decided. God knew how long President Park Cheon could last, so she immediately prepared her things and left for Korea. Fortunately, Xianxia had nothing to pack. Starmoon Group had tens of billions of assets, what could it not have? Therefore, it was nothing more than a tearful hug. When it was time to say goodbye to Yangqing, Xianxia tiptoed and planted a kiss on Yangqing's cheek, which made Yangqing a little embarrassed. Why are you crying? It's just Korea. It's not too far away to visit you. Yangqing said with a smile. Xianxia's eyes were filled with hope. Really? Brother Yang, you and Sister Ruashi are coming to see me. Just don't be too lazy to talk to us when you become the young mistress of Starmoon Group. Yangqing joked. Xianxia pouted. I won't. I'm just afraid that Brother Yang has so many lovers outside that you won't even bother to return home, let alone visit me in Korea. Lin Ruashi couldn't help but give Yangqing a cold glare while Yangqing smiled bitterly. This girl. She's going back to her hometown and she even gave me a pot of wine before leaving. However, Lin Ruashi didn't have much time to deal with Yangqing. She stepped forward and hugged Xianxia. I didn't expect to be separated so soon. But this will always be your other home. Remember to study hard when you return to Korea. It's not as easy to become a qualified successor as an entrepreneur. Xianxia nodded solemnly. She was a little choked up and couldn't say anything. Thousands of words couldn't express her gratitude for the little things that happened in her past life. Material help wasn't the girl's greatest gratitude. The warmth of family was what Xianxia couldn't give up. However, President Park Cheon's days were numbered and Xianxia couldn't delay any longer. Not long after, she left the western suburbs villas with Park Jong-yoon and the others. Watching Xianxia and the others leave, the family members were a little sad. But at that moment, a white Land Rover came from not far away. As soon as the car stopped and the door opened, a delicate cry came from inside. Mom. Lin Ruashi was feeling sad, but when she heard Lanlin's cry, she was overjoyed. Wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with cartoon patterns and a blue denim skirt, Lanlan flew like a little raccoon and landed in Lin Ruashi's arms. Just that jump alone covered a distance of 4 to 5 meters. It was not a difficult maneuver that an ordinary child could pull off. Lin Ruashi opened her arms and was caught in a full hug. If it wasn't for the fact that she had been cultivating for a period of time and her physique was greatly enhanced, she might have fallen to the ground just like that. Lanlan, did you miss Mom? Yes. Lanlan wanted to go to Beijing to find Mom, but Grandma Wang wouldn't let me. Lanlan said pitifully. Yangqing, who was standing at the side, felt aggrieved. Fine, she only missed Mom and not Dad, even though he seemed to have a grudge with this girl. Child, didn't I tell you to listen to Mother Wang? Also, be gentle next time. Didn't Mom tell you not to play too hard? Lin Ruashi pinched her daughter's cheek and said affectionately. Lanlan hugged Lin Ruashi's neck and said with a pout, but Auntie Changwei said that Lanlan can play as much as she wants. Auntie Changwei? Lin Ruashi suddenly realized that it wasn't Minwan who drove here. Sure enough, as soon as she turned around, she saw Changwei walking out of the driver's seat. Minwan seemed to have a good relationship with Changwei and was smiling happily. Changwei was wearing a simple white t-shirt and skinny jeans. Her hair was tied up casually, making her look less charming and more youthful. She looked like she was going out to play with a child. What made Yangqing's eyes light up was that Changwei had broken through. Yangqing could clearly feel that Changwei had broken through and entered the early stage of the Khanate realm in the past few days. With the help of the Bodhi pill, coupled with Changwei's comprehension ability, her cultivation had indeed improved by leaps and bounds. What made Yangqing particularly happy was that Changwei's aura was clearly far beyond that of an ordinary early stage of the Khanate realm. It was a kind of aura that he could already see through. Obviously, Changwei's realm was far beyond the current strength of the Khanate true qi. Given enough spiritual energy and time, it wouldn't take long for her to reach the peak stage of the Khanate realm and enter the soul-forming realm. Changwei realized that Yangqing was looking at her happily. Knowing that Yangqing had seen through her breakthrough, she also winked at Yangqing happily. This gesture fell into Lin Ruashi's eyes and made her feel extremely sour. Miss Lin, you're back with Mr. Yang. Lanlan likes to go to Miss Changwei's place to play these 2 days. Miss Changwei just brought Lanlan to the nearby park for a walk, Minwan said with a smile. Lin Ruashi nodded and looked at Changwei coldly. Thank you for taking my daughter out to play. Xiang Wei knew that Lin Ruoxi would definitely not feel good, but she wasn't on Qin and wasn't afraid at all. She pursed her lips and smiled. Lan Lan is very cute. Anyway, I'm very free, so it's not bad to take my daughter out for a walk. As for you, if you're busy with work and don't have time to take care of your child, I can take care of her. Hiss. Yangqing sucked in a breath of cold air. Only Xiang Wei dared to say these words. Lin Ruoxi's entire body was already emitting a cold aura, as if the entire lawn had begun to hail. There was no smoke or fire in the war between women, but it was enough to freeze the people around them. Yangqing touched his face. It wasn't a good thing to help anyone at this time. Anyway, there was still a long way to go, and the women wouldn't fight for a day or two. It was better for him to silently pretend that he didn't hear anything. When the time came, he would go to whichever side was at a disadvantage, or else he wouldn't be able to live on. On the other hand, Lan Lan didn't care about this at all. She giggled and said, "Mom, Auntie Xiang Wei is so amazing. She can throw Lan Lan very, very high, and then jump up and hug Lan Lan again." Lin Ruoxi took a deep breath and stared at her daughter, saying, "You play these things with her?" Lan Lan realized that her mother seemed to be a little unwilling, so she played with her little fingers and asked, "Can't Lan Lan play?" "Of course not. What if I fall?" After Lin Ruoxi said it herself, she blushed a little. Anyone could fall, but not Lan Lan. But she couldn't go out to play with Xiang Wei, and she definitely couldn't play with Lan Lan. "You are a girl, so you should play games that girls play. Today, Mom will bring you to buy some toys, the kind of big toys that play house, and a few big dolls like that panda. In the future, you are not allowed to go out and find others to play with you." Lin Ruoxi hit her with a stick. But Lan Lan said eagerly, "Mom. Lan Lan wants to play with a big car, a remote control car." "Yeah, Lan Lan doesn't seem to like playing house." Xiang Wei interrupted, "Lan Lan, do you want Auntie to buy you a mountain bike?" When Lan Lan heard it, she nodded vigorously again, full of expectation. Lin Ruoxi gritted her teeth and didn't care about the difference between boys and girls. "Okay, Lan Lan, whatever you want to play, Mom will buy it for you, but without Mom's permission, you are not allowed to go out to play with other aunties." Lan Lan nodded even more vigorously, and her pink lips kissed Lin Ruoxi's face. "Mom is the best." Lin Ruoxi looked relieved and glanced at Xiang Wei with a slightly proud look. She turned around and returned home with her daughter. Xiang Wei covered her mouth and chuckled. She naturally knew that she couldn't really turn the girl into her daughter, but when she said that, she was able to make Lin Ruoxi feel conflicted for a while. As a woman, her special mentality was joy. Yangqing didn't follow them back. Instead, he waited for Guo and the rest to enter the house before walking to Xiang Wei's side. He reached out to grab the woman's hand and pinched it. "Not bad, Xiang Wei darling, I didn't slack off when I wasn't around." Yangqing asked with a smile, "How does it feel to be in the innate stage?" Xiang Wei rolled her bright eyes. "How do I put it? It's like all my senses are very fresh, but I still feel that I can't use my strength. It's like I clearly feel that I can do better, but I can only use less than half of my strength. This is because of your stage." I thought that only my cultivation was abnormal. I didn't expect my woman to be the same as me. TSK, it's indeed a match made in heaven," Yangqing said proudly. Hearing this, Xiang Wei felt quite comfortable. She smiled and asked, "You're standing outside with me like this. Aren't you afraid that the Empress will come out and make you kneel on the washboard?" Yangqing smiled bitterly. "Can't you see it clearly? Ruoxi only has Lan Lan in her eyes now. I reckon that she won't even think of me until dinner time. Let's go, let's find a secluded place. I want to see how much your innate chi has cultivated." Xiang Wei was puzzled. "Do I even need to see that? Is there anything else to pay attention to with innate chi?" As they chatted, the two of them walked towards the mountain behind the western suburbs courtyard where they usually cultivated. "It's not like that. It's just that there's a difference between how you comprehend and how you use it. I'll give you some pointers so that you can master it as soon as possible. I might have to go on a long trip in a while. Although I can teleport back very quickly and send some people to protect you at the same time, in an emergency, the more methods you have to protect yourself, the better." Xiang Wei was stunned. "Didn't you just come back from Yanjing?" Why are you going on a long trip again? Yangqing didn't hide anything and told her about his experiences in Yanjing. At the same time, he told her about his plan to cultivate and comprehend the Samadhi true fire, as well as his search for alchemy materials. As they chatted, they arrived at the back of the mountain. Xianxia furrowed her brows. According to what you said, the world is so big. You don't even know which ingredients are needed for alchemy, and you don't even know where to find them. You can't just blindly search for them like a headless fly, right? Yangqing sighed. I'm also worried about this. But you've experienced the enhancement effect of the elixir pills. This is definitely a risky thing, but if it succeeds, the rewards will be high. I'm going to look for someone. She might be able to give me some ideas. The Shi Yangqing mentioned was, of course, Xiao Qi. He had just returned to Zhonghai, so he didn't have time to look for her. As for whether Lin Ruoxi would be disgusted, Yangqing couldn't care less. Xianxia didn't ask who that person was. She didn't know if she knew, or she didn't want to ask. The mountain wind blew, and the cold air of autumn spread. Standing on a blue stone, Xianxia's hair was flying in the wind. Honey, how can I show you? Xianxia asked. Yangqing pointed at his chest. Try to use your Xiantian true qi to attack me. You can attack me however you want. Then, will it be okay? Xianxia furrowed her brows. Yangqing chuckled. Don't worry. As long as the true essence isn't too strong, Xiantian true qi won't have any effect on me. I have thick skin. Hearing this, Xianxia didn't hesitate. She held her breath and began to mobilize the Xiantian true qi in her body. Suddenly, a cone-shaped airflow emitting a pale blue halo fell from the top of Yangqing's head. Yangqing didn't dodge. He grabbed upward with one hand and scattered the Xiantian true qi. Rose's water attribute true qi was like countless splashes of water, drifting and disappearing in the sky. Is it over? Yangqing asked. Xianxia was a little embarrassed as she nodded. You really didn't give me any face. I used 70% of my Xiantian Jin qi to condense that ball of qi, and you just grabbed it in one go. Yangqing rubbed his chin and said, the Tao you've comprehended does have its merits. Your attack just now was very sudden, as if it had appeared out of thin air, and it was quite impactful. If it was an ordinary opponent of the same level as you, it would be very difficult for you to adapt. The chances of you being hit are very high, and you would have the upper hand. However, such an attack can be easily dodged and targeted if one is quick enough to see through it. I've only just comprehended it. If I practice more, I'll be able to come up with more moves sooner or later, Xianxia said confidently. Yangqing deliberated for a moment and said, Darling Xianxia, I can't tell you in detail how to use your own Tao, but I think that no matter how much you change, it will still be the same. Back then, how did you feel such a mysterious realm? Now, try your best to feel it in that direction, and then use it to mobilize your Xiantian Jin qi. Perhaps that way, you will have an unusual harvest. Xianxia silently pondered for a moment, then closed her eyes and opened her arms. Yangqing revealed a smile. It seemed that the woman understood his meaning very quickly. Yangqing wasn't in a hurry. He sat on the ground and quietly waited for Xianxia to comprehend something. Unknowingly, more than 10 minutes had passed. Xianxia maintained that posture, and her smooth face was filled with a calm and relaxed expression. But just as Yangqing was about to be lost in thought, the situation at the top of the mountain suddenly changed. Yangqing was shocked. He could only feel that countless needle-like, tiny, sharp true energy had suddenly appeared in the air. Without waiting for Yangqing to think carefully, the large amount of innate qi that was like a torrential downpour came crashing down. Boom boom boom. The sound of countless penetrating strikes on the ground caused the entire mountain peak to be filled with thunderous sounds. All of the azure raindrops dyed the entire mountain peak into a blue ocean. However, this was a fatal blue rain. Although the range was only about 100 square meters, such a dense and sharp attack was enough to instantly kill a large number of enemies, riddling them with holes. Yangqing's scalp went numb from the sharp Jin qi. He activated a protective shield to prevent his clothes from being damaged. Fortunately, this was only Xiantian Jin qi. If it was Jin qi, he would have to run far away to hide. The torrential rain only lasted for 5 to 6 seconds, but the mountain peak seemed to have been shaved off a layer. There were gravel and grass everywhere. When Xianxia opened her eyes, her face was a little pale. It was obvious that she had used up a lot of Xiantianjin qi. But from the smile on her face, it seemed that she had comprehended a lot. I understand now. I know what I comprehended that day. Rain. It's the power of rain. Even if the raindrops are so weak and insignificant, when they fall from the sky, they can also become a powerful attack. Just like gentle water, if you slap it hard, it will also give back a strong counterforce. Water is gentle, but it is also tough. Xianxia excitedly rushed in front of Yangqing, hugged Yangqing's neck, and jumped up. Yangqing patted the woman's butt. Don't be happy too early. If you really comprehended it, you wouldn't have said so many things. A true comprehension can't be described with words. Also, look at you, you only used one move and you're already as white as paper. Your cultivation is still far from it. Although your rainstorm-like attack is effective, it's still one-dimensional. I think there's still a lot of room for improvement. Although Xianxia also understood, for a beginner cultivator like her, this kind of result was already very gratifying. She smiled happily like a flower. Yangqing was still very satisfied. It was a pity that the other women weren't able to increase their cultivation as fast as Xianxia, but he couldn't rush it. Yangqing didn't limit Xianxia's divergent thinking. Seeing that the situation was okay, he went down the mountain with the woman. After calling home, Yangqing directly drove to Xiao Qiqing's residence. Xiao Qiqing happened to be staying at home. She was very happy that Yangqing was coming. As a matter of fact, for a woman who had lived in an illusion since young, there wasn't much kinship or warmth around her. After coming out, she didn't have many friends either. It could be said that Yang Chen was already considered a very close person to her, even if this man had taken her body. Walking into Xiao Qiqing's apartment, Yangqing found a sofa and sat down. He saw some computer magazines on the coffee table. He couldn't help but smile. It seems that you really like computers. I thought you would be interested in classical stuff. Xiao Qiqing came over to make tea. I've learned enough about classical stuff. The computers in the outside world are still more fun. The professors in Zhonghai University are too inferior. These magazines are just for the hardware. A real hacker needs to exchange blows with those extreme hackers to improve. Looking at your appearance, you don't look like someone who dabbles in technology, Yangqing said as he sized her up. Why? Do I look like a swindler? Xiao Qiqing pouted. Yangqing scratched his head and smiled. He remembered the last time he came here, Luo Xiaoxiao had made Xiao Qiqing unhappy. He asked, recently, how are you doing in school? Xiao Qiqing was stunned. Suddenly, she lowered her head and said bitterly, I dropped out of school. I didn't go to school. Why? You don't think there's a need to go to school? But if that's the case, you wouldn't have needed to go to school in the first place. Xiao Qiqing shook her head. That's not the reason. Anyway, I just don't want to go to school. Fortunately, I have computer skills. I can earn money even without going out. Don't worry, I'm not broke enough to pay my rent. Yangqing looked at the girl trying her best to force a smile and pretend that nothing was wrong. He felt bad. At the same time, he knew that this wasn't the time to show concern for Xiao Qiqing. They were already in a physical relationship. If they had feelings for each other, it would be hard to clean up the mess. Yangqing pretended to cough and said, I'm here today to ask you about alchemy. Alchemy? You want to make pills? Xiao Qiqing widened her watery eyes in shock. Yangqing rubbed his nose. Why? You seem surprised. Pills are really effective for cultivation. I gave them to my women to try. Their cultivation improved very quickly. That's why I want to get more. I know that pills are effective for people with lower cultivation. But you don't seem to understand the requirements of alchemy. Xiao Qiqing smiled bitterly. I'm here to ask you, what should I do to refine a pill that's as good as the Bodhi pill or even better? Yangchen was filled with anticipation. Xiao Qiqing sat down and her expression became more serious. She said in a clear voice, there are 3 difficulties in refining elixirs. The first difficulty is that the number of raw materials that can be used to refine elixirs is very scarce. Especially the materials needed for elixirs that are above the middle grade, they are almost extinct. As far as I know, in the past 50 years, Hongmeng and our Xiao family, who are the best at refining elixirs, have not been able to refine high-grade elixirs, let alone top-grade elixirs. This is because there are no precious medicinal ingredients. Even those ordinary medicinal ingredients are not something that everyone can get their hands on. The medicinal ingredients that you found in the mustard seed summer ring last time are not even enough to make a furnace of the lowest grade elixir. Xianxia nodded and said, I heard about it. However, the medicinal ingredients that Xianxia does not have may be found abroad. After all, there are no cultivators in foreign countries who can refine elixirs. Abroad? Xiaoqiqing thought for a moment. It is possible. I have never heard of anyone going to other countries to find medicinal ingredients. It seems to be related to the Treaty of Gods of the Western gods. There are various theories in the illusion. Some say that they are afraid of the Western gods, while others say that they are keeping the promise of non-aggression. I don't know who to believe. Xianxia did not mention this and continued, I will send people to find some places that may have elixirs. Tell me, what kind of places might have a lot of elixirs? Alright, you can send people to investigate which areas are inaccessible but not very desolate. It is best to find places with ancient civilizations because that means that those places have a certain amount of spirituality. After Xianxia noted it down, he asked, what about the second stage? That is even more troublesome. Xiaoqiqing sighed and said, refining elixirs requires an excellent furnace. This furnace is not ordinary and must be able to withstand the test of samadhi true fire. This kind of furnace is mostly made of special metal materials from ancient times, such as northern dark cold iron, polar black iron, and Tai gold. Most of these things are used to refine magic treasures, but how many rare metals are there in a magic treasure? A cauldron was almost entirely made of these precious metals. As far as I know, there are no more than 5 cauldrons in Hongmeng that can be used to refine elixirs that have been passed down since ancient times. As for the 3 hidden families, only our Xiao family has 2 cauldrons. The Luo family and the Ning family only have 1 each. Even if the others have them, they are all damaged. Since we've talked about this, I'm afraid you already know about the 3rd trial. It's the Samadhi true fire. This is the second tribulation of the 3 young real fire tribulation, the heavenly fire. In order to obtain this kind of heavenly fire in ordinary alchemy, the materials needed are extremely diverse. It can be said that the materials needed to concoct middle-grade and low-grade alchemy pills are not as precious as the materials needed to ignite this fire. Seeing that Xianxia was silent, Xiaoqiqing smiled and said, now you know why I don't recommend you to think about this. This isn't something you can do alone. However, Xianxia smiled and said, I was thinking that the samadhi true fire really isn't a problem, but where should I find a cauldron to refine pills? Xiaoqiqing was puzzled, why? Why do you think so? Xianxia could only briefly explain the fact that he was only 1 step away from the samadhi true fire, but it also caused Xiaoqiqing to be dumbstruck. Her expression was extremely cute. Just what kind of cultivation technique are you cultivating? This is too heaven-defying. I've never heard of it before. However, if that's really the case, you might be able to do it. I don't think the cauldron will be any harder to deal with than the samadhi true fire. Xianxia asked, why didn't you mention the method of refining pills? Isn't that some kind of difficulty? Xiaoqiqing smiled and shook her head, the method of refining pills is actually more or less the same. I've seen a few in the Xiao clan, and the Xiao clan is still very good at refining pills. The key is to control the temperature of the pill, but if you can control the heaven flame yourself, then you'll be able to refine twice the result with half the effort. Xianxia finally heard a piece of good news, and said, when I choose a place to search for medicinal ingredients, I will cultivate and search for the required ingredients at the same time. At that time, you can come with me. I don't know which medicinal ingredients are used for refining. Me? Together? Xiaoqiqing was quite surprised. It's more troublesome for you, but there's nothing I can do about it. After all, I don't know them. I don't think those medicinal ingredients can be explained with just a few words. Xianxia smiled bitterly, But you can rest assured, if you're with me, I'm still very good at surviving in all kinds of environments. There won't be any danger, and you won't be in too much trouble during the search." Xiaoqiqing hurriedly waved her hand and said, I'm not afraid of those things, I'm just very surprised that you're willing to bring me along." Speaking up to this point, Xiaoqiqing could not help but blush slightly and lower her head. Yangqing also felt a little embarrassed. Even if he explained this matter to Lin Ruoxi, she would probably find it hard to accept. After all, she might have gone out with Xiaoqiqing for many days. However, without Xiaoqiqing, he would definitely not be able to search for medicinal ingredients, so he could only bite the bullet and explain it clearly. That afternoon, Yangqing informed Solon to let people from all over the world search for the location that met the conditions that Xiaoqiqing mentioned. After all, it was a barren area that was rarely visited by humans, and it would be best if there was an ancient civilization that had not been destroyed by humans for the past 10,000 years. With all these conditions added up, it would be impossible to distinguish them without searching the local area. During this period of time, Yangqing also had other things to do. The most important thing was naturally to understand the concept of samadhi, true fire. Secondly, it was to teach his women how to cultivate. As for whether they could endure looking at their flushed faces and sweaty women during the cultivation process, that was another matter. What made Yangqing more discouraged was that other than Cheng Wei and Kai Ning, who were indeed making faster progress, including Lin Ruoxi, Mo Qianni, Choi Yun, Lu Mingyu, An Xin, Tang Wan, and other women, after reaching the peak of the acquired realm, found it difficult to make any further progress. Speaking of which, this speed was already ridiculously fast in the eyes of others. These women, who originally had no foundation, reached the peak of an ordinary martial artist's lifetime in a few months. However, in the eyes of Yangqing, this was far from enough. On the other hand, the women were extremely excited about the new power they suddenly obtained, especially the experience of jumping a few feet high, running 100 meters in 11 seconds, and punching 1,000 pounds with one punch. This experience was completely unimaginable in the past. Of course, pure internal force was not enough. Yangqing also specially sent the Sea Eagles members who were responsible for protecting them and taught them all kinds of effective fighting skills. Even if they had no chance of winning against cultivators, ordinary masters could not hurt them. Lin Ruoxi felt that after obtaining the physical quality and internal force of the peak of the acquired realm, the most useful thing was that she no longer had to worry about Lanlin's small body easily pouncing on her. In the past, Lin Ruoxi would still work overtime after work and work late at night. However, after having Lan, she was eager to accompany her daughter to play and go shopping after work. She also worked hard to learn how to cook so that Lan, who had a huge appetite, could eat the food she cooked. When they slept at night, they naturally slept in the same bed as Lan. Yangqing pitifully snuck back to his own bedroom. His sorrowful mood could only be described as extremely tragic. Fortunately, during the day, Yangqing used the excuse of guiding cultivation to release some of his emotions in front of other women. Lin Ruoxi also felt a little guilty, so she turned a blind eye and followed Yangqing. As for Yulei Entertainment, although Yangqing had the title of director, almost all the daily work had been handed over to Xianxia to handle. Xianxia seemed to have fallen in love with this new job and established simple friendships with some of the colleagues in the company. The cold-blooded female ninja actually yearned for such a normal life. Of course, when Yangqing was free, he would still participate in some important decisions, especially when it came to Hui Lin's work. Yangqing still asked about it himself. The Xianxia fantasy movie that Hui Lin and director Yu Shua were collaborating on had been named Sword Fairy. It was straightforward but easy to remember. The goal was to create a fantasy blockbuster produced by Huaxia that would impact Hollywood and the world. As the investor, Yulei had naturally invested a total of 1 billion in the filming and post-production funds. Of course, with Hui Lin and Yu Shua's current reputation, they would not suffer a huge loss no matter how bad it was. However, it also showed the outside world Yulei's determination. Lin Ruoxi was actually quite casual about this investment. She was spending money for her only sister. Moreover, 1 billion wasn't much for a rich woman like her. Time passed quickly and it was late September. Xianxia made a video call from Korea. After the girl returned to Star Moon Group and reunited with her grandfather, President Park Cheon's health improved and his mind became more alert. Over the phone, Xianxia sounded like she was in a good mood, which made her family heave a sigh of relief. It had been more than a week since Hui Lin's movie started shooting. Lin Ruoxi was more worried about whether Hui Lin was used to the filming and whether the filming was going smoothly. However, as the CEO, she had to go home to accompany Lan Lan. She really couldn't leave, so she asked Yangqing to find time to visit her. Yangqing had yet to receive the complete investigation report from Sauron and the others. Since he was quite free in Zhonghai, he followed Lin Ruoxi's instructions and went to the filming base near Zhonghai in the morning to visit Hui Lin. Before leaving in the morning, Lin Ruoxi did not forget to remind him, "Remember to come home for dinner. I just learned how to make corn ribs yesterday." Yangqing pouted sourly. "Isn't that for Lan Lan? I'll just have a bowl of ramen outside." Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes at him. "You're still jealous of a child. No wonder Lan Lan still refuses to call you daddy." Yangqing immediately covered his heart as if he had suffered another blow. He turned around and ran out the door dejectedly. Hui Lin's filming location was not far from Zhonghai City. However, because they needed to borrow some natural scenery, they specially chose a film base in a ravine. Renting such a filming base alone cost millions of yuan. This made Yangqing feel a little emotional. No wonder there were only a few famous directors every year. Could ordinary people afford to shoot a movie? At the same time, Yangqing could not help but admire the strategy of a certain island country to save money and shoot a small movie. It saved money and had high ratings. As his imagination ran wild, he unknowingly arrived at the film base. From the entrance of the mountain, the words "Sword Fairy's filming base" were pasted. Yangqing parked his car in the muddy parking lot outside. He slowly carried a bag of fresh apples and walked inside. This bag of apples was bought from a farmer's stall on the way. After all, he was here to visit. It was not good to come empty-handed. At least it was a token of goodwill, right? In the valley surrounded by mountains on three sides, there was a large open space. Many houses were built in this area to be used as a backdrop. Outside this backdrop was a grayish-white building. It was the entrance to the filming base. Yangqing saw many reporters squatting outside the entrance. However, because the film crew forbade them from filming, they could only wait in vain for fear of revealing the key content. Yangqing was no longer the rash young man who had just joined the company. Before he left, he asked his subordinate Zhao Teng to prepare an employee pass for him. Walking in front of the security guard, Yangqing took out his pass, waved it, and easily entered the door, causing the reporters who were waiting outside to be envious. After entering the filming base, Yangqing asked someone about Hui Lin's location and ran over excitedly. He had not seen Hui Lin for a long time. She had not returned home since she joined the film crew. He did not know how she was doing. In a makeshift dressing room at the side of the filming site, Yangqing finally saw Hui Lin, who was resting alone. But when he saw it, Yangqing was instantly dumbfounded. At this moment, Hui Lin was sitting on a dressing chair. Her black hair was tied up in a white feather bun, and her waterfall-like hair looked especially elegant and beautiful. Looking from the side, the girl's delicate appearance with light makeup was especially elegant and refined. Below her slender jade neck was a simple white dress with silver patterns. Her slender waist was tied with a jade buckle, and the blue and white flower-like patterns were elegant and beautiful, exuding a strong ancient style. This kind of attire, combined with the purity of Huilin who grew up on Mount Amei, made her look like an exiled fairy. She was indeed extraordinary. Since Yangqing was mainly in charge of this project, he had roughly read the script. Huilin was playing the role of the female lead in the drama. She was a talented female sword immortal who disobeyed the orders of her sect and fought against the evil with the male lead of the diabolism. No wonder director Yu Shua kept pestering Huilin to play this role. In terms of temperament, she was indeed the most suitable to play the role of a female sword immortal. But when Yangqing took 2 steps closer, he realized that Hui Lin was sitting there with her brows slightly furrowed, looking a little unhappy. Because she was lost in her thoughts, she didn't even notice Yangqing's footsteps. This was obviously not normal. "What are you thinking about?" Yangqing said softly and walked to Hui Lin's side. Hui Lin raised her head abruptly, and when she saw Yangqing, her brows relaxed and she stood up with a smile. Brother Yang, why are you here? Here, I bought some fruits for you. Yangqing placed the apple on the table. Hui Lin looked at the unprepossessing bag of apples and burst into laughter. This is really Brother Yang style. I've never received such a rustic gift before. Yangqing scratched the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. It's just a small matter. Your sister asked me to visit you, I can't possibly come empty-handed. Oh right, you haven't told me what you were thinking about just now. When Hui Lin heard this, she became a little depressed again. It's nothing much, it's just about acting. Yangqing realized that Hui Lin didn't seem to want to talk about it, so he asked, did you suffer any grievances? Tell me if that's the case. It's nothing much, it's just about acting. Hui Lin forced a smile. Brother Yang, did you say that my sister asked you to visit me? Don't tell me you don't want to see me? Yangqing still felt weird, and when he heard this, he felt a little strange. He had made his attitude clear during the incident at the Yuan family, and he hoped that Hui Lin wouldn't fall deeper into it. Although it was cruel, it was better to get the pain over with. But now, it seemed that the girl hadn't given up on him yet. It was a good thing that a beautiful girl had feelings for him, not to mention a beauty like Hui Lin, who was becoming more and more like a superstar. But this was a woman who was Lin Ruashi's younger sister, and he was already deeply in love with her, and it was hard for him to accept it. Husband and wife are one. If your sister wants to visit you, it means that I want to visit you too, Yangqing replied. A hint of disappointment flashed across Hui Lin's eyes, but she still nodded with a smile. Oh right, is this how you look like in the movie? You look pretty, and I'm afraid that the movie won't suffer a loss just because of your look, Yangqing said with a smile. When Hui Lin heard Yangqing complimenting her, a hint of joy flashed across her face. I quite like it too, but it's too troublesome to put on and remove makeup every day. I didn't know that filming a movie was so tiring. If it wasn't for my internal energy, I wouldn't have been able to adapt to such a high-intensity job. Just as they were chatting, a middle-aged woman in a black work suit ran into the makeup room, holding a phone in her hand. The woman was a little surprised to see Yangqing. She quickly hung up the phone and greeted him respectfully. Director Yang, you're here. Yangqing remembered this woman. She was the new manager that Hui Lin had assigned to her after she sent the team back to Europe. If he remembered correctly, her name was Yu Min. I'm here to check on the progress of the movie. General Lin is very concerned about Hui Lin, and he's worried that she might be wronged, so he's here to visit her. Yangqing tried to sound serious in front of his subordinates. Yu Min knew that Director Yang and Lin Ruashi were husband and wife, and their background was rather mysterious. She did not dare to slight him. Director Yang, it's great that you're here. I happen to have. Yu Min was about to say something when she saw Hui Lin, who was standing behind Yangqing, gesturing at her with her eyes. Yu Min's words stopped, and she could not continue. Yangqing sensed that something was wrong. He turned and glanced at Hui Lin. What's wrong? Why can't you just say it? Hui Lin bit her lip in frustration. She knew that she could not hide it from Yangqing. Director Yang, it's like this. Yu Min saw the situation and continued, we had some disagreements on the details of the script. The director hopes that Miss Hui Lin can follow the script and perform an intimate kiss scene with the male lead. Kiss scene? Yangqing frowned. Why haven't I heard of such a scene before? Yu Min smiled bitterly. Actually, there has always been such a scene, but it was agreed that the kiss scene would be performed by a stunt double. After all, there are only 2 intimate scenes in the entire movie, one in the middle and the other at the end. So it's fine to use a stunt double for a few seconds. However, the other members of the director team suggested that director Yu Shua not use a stunt double as it was a form of respect for the opposing actor. The male lead does not accept the stunt double as well. He thinks that it's disrespectful to him. His manager even argued with me just now. Yangqing immediately understood. He sneered, they don't want to accept it? If they don't want to accept it, why did they accept the role in the first place? Didn't they read the script? Didn't they read the requirements? That's right. Yu Min said indignantly, that's what I thought too. But the other party is an A-list celebrity in Xianxia and they have so many people supporting them. I'm too embarrassed to say it. I was just discussing with Miss Hui Lin if we should let the company handle it. But Miss Hui Lin doesn't want to trouble you and General Lin. She doesn't want you to worry, so she didn't let me say it. I'm still worried. Yang Qing frowned and looked at Hui Lin unhappily. You didn't even notice me coming in just now and you're already thinking about that? I've told your sister many times, don't keep everything to yourself. You're not letting us worry, you're just making us sad. If Ruashi finds out that you were forced to perform a kiss scene, what do you think she will think? Don't you know that 90% of the budget for this movie was paid for by your sister? She didn't spend $1 billion Huaxia dollars just to let them bully you. Seeing Yang Qing reprimanding her so rudely, Hui Lin was filled with grievances and bitterness. However, she also felt a warmth in her heart and tears welled up in her eyes. Although he was a little fierce, wasn't it because he cared about her? Yumin couldn't bear to watch and comforted him. Director Yang, don't be angry. You can't blame Miss Hui Lin for this. She's just thinking about the bigger picture. After all, there are too many people in the crew. If you offend too many people, not only will the filming be a problem, but if anyone gossips about us in the future, it will also affect Miss Hui Lin's and our company's reputation. It's not easy for her. Yang Qing snorted coldly, it's because you're overcautious that they're taking advantage of you. Yumin gulped, not daring to provoke Yang Qing. Yang Qing thought for a moment and asked, what's the male lead's name? Where did he come from? Yang Qing didn't care about the other actors apart from Hui Lin. He didn't even care who the other actors were. Yumin quickly answered, his name is Zhang Kaiwei. He's in his 30s and he became famous after acting in a few period dramas and palace dramas. He first became famous because he dated the second daughter of Hong Kong's property tycoon, the Wang family. Although they broke up later, it still helped him gain popularity. His acting skills have been well honed over the past 2 years. His looks and acting style fit the requirements of the male lead. Most importantly, he's now very popular in Huaxia. Coupled with his previous daring relationships, many people think that he's a model of a man who takes responsibility for his actions and works hard. Many young female fans especially like him. Director Yu Shua also wants to make use of his popularity to pair up with Miss Hui Lin. With a handsome man and a beautiful woman, this commercial-oriented movie will attract a lot of people's attention. What's Director Yu Shua's attitude towards kissing scenes? Yang Qing asked again. Yumin sighed bitterly. Director Yu Shua was discussing it with the producers and the other directors. Everyone supported the idea of having Miss Lin Hui in person. They felt that it was a professional attitude. Moreover, it would be hard to explain to the audience if she used a stunt double. Although Director Yu Shua promised us that he would use a stunt double, he's in a dilemma now. Yang Qing had a rough idea and said, I got it. Come with me now. I want to see who has such a professional spirit. Yumin clearly heard the hidden meaning in Yang Qing's words and felt a chill run down her spine. Hui Lin was slightly worried, but she did not dare to say anything after being reprimanded by Yang Qing. She could only follow them out of the dressing room quietly. The set was set up under a cliff, and all kinds of equipment were quite complete. After all, Yu Shua was an international director, and his team was definitely top-notch. At this moment, a group of people were gathered around Yu Shua, discussing something noisily. Seeing Huilin and Yumin walking over with an unfamiliar young man, everyone fell silent and felt a little puzzled. When Yu Shua recognized Yang Qing, he felt rather embarrassed. He stood up and shook hands with him. Mr. Yang, why did you come? Why didn't you inform us beforehand? Yang Qing shook hands with him and chuckled. If I didn't come, something would have happened to Hui Lin. How could I not come? Yu Shua let out a long sigh. I know that Mr. Yang might be angry, but please calm down. Please believe me, my colleagues and I are all aiming for a good film. Using a stunt double will indeed have some impact, so we're still discussing it. Director, this is... One of the leaders of the production team asked curiously. Yu Shua quickly introduced, everyone, this is Director Yang from Yulei Entertainment Company. Everyone had a look of realization, but they did not think that it was anything special. Those who could discuss with Yu Shua were the mainstays of the film and television industry. They were all hired by the investors, and they did not need to suck up to them. Therefore, they did not take Yang Qing too seriously. Moreover, the one who was spending the money was the CEO, Lin Ruashi. Yangqing was just an employee. One of the directors immediately said, "Director Yang, you're here at the right time. I hope you can persuade Miss Hui Lin." Although she was the queen of singing now, she was still a beginner in the film industry, a primary school student. In this line of work, there were rules of this line. Since she's a junior, she shouldn't put on airs. For the sake of the art of film, let alone a kiss, she's even a best actress. Yeah, we're not doing anything shady. It's just a kissing scene. If we use a stunt double, it'll limit the beauty of the scene. Another bearded leader said, "It's a blessing for a newcomer to be able to participate in a film like this. Don't make things difficult for everyone. If you keep dragging this, we won't be able to start working." The group of people spoke one after another. Many of the filming staff looked impatient. Of course, they were all facing Hui Lin. Hui Lin lowered her head and bit her lip, not saying a word. Yangqing's eyes flashed coldly. He sneered, "I don't know if your brains are filled with sh*t. Or piss. Since you've agreed to use a stunt double, you should keep your promise. Besides, I've never heard of a best actress being called a best actress by stripping off her clothes. And, the rules of this industry? Do you think you're lecturing a newbie in a prison cell? Or have you watched too many Hong Kong gangster movies? Do you think a newcomer has to be a lackey? What did you say? You. How can you be so rude? Why are you scolding us?" The bearded leader said angrily. "Then why are you spewing sh*t? Yangqing sneered. Yu Shua felt a headache coming on. He tried to mediate, "Director Yang, don't be angry. And everyone, what are you doing? Let's talk this out." He was good at making movies, but he wasn't good at dealing with disputes like this. "Director, you don't have to say anything. He's obviously making a personal attack. We want to appeal. Sue him, Su Yu Lei." "Yes. We're not doing this. What kind of hoodlum is this?" The group of hoarse voices and rednecks started swearing to Su Yangqing and Yulei International. Yu Shua's face turned pale. How could they make a movie like this? At this moment, a well-built man in a green robe walked out from the dressing room on the other side. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was quite handsome. There were a few assistants beside him. They looked burly and should be considered bodyguards. "Everyone, stop arguing. Listen to me." The man's magnetic voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Director Yang, he's Zhang Kaiwei." Yu Min whispered to Yangqing. Yangqing nodded faintly. The man looked rather familiar. He should have seen him on TV before. He did look pretty good. Zhang Kaiwei nodded politely at Yangqing with a smile, then smiled apologetically at Hui Lin. "Ms. Hui Lin, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble." "I'm sorry, I'm a very serious person when it comes to my work. I always feel that as an actor, I should give my all to give my best performance to the audience. So, ever since I started my career, I've spared no effort in doing anything to make the scene better. I know it's difficult for a girl to act in a kissing scene for the first time. But trust me, I'm a professional actor. We only need to achieve the desired effect. There are no other personal emotions involved. I'm begging you, for the sake of everyone here, can you take a step back so that we can continue acting properly?" Zhang Kaiwei sounded very sincere. Many people around him started clapping, especially some of the young female crew members. Their eyes were sparkling. "That's Zhang Kaiwei for you. He's so professional. Actors like him deserve respect." Someone exclaimed. "Oh my God. Kaiwei is so handsome. What is Hui Lin? How dare she put on airs? Which actress doesn't kiss when they're acting? She thinks she's a pure and innocent girl. I used to like her singing. I didn't know she was so pretentious. She didn't even cooperate with us when we're filming a movie. How dare she put on airs?" Some of the female crew members started gossiping. Huilin's face immediately burned. She was being glared at and ridiculed by everyone, but she couldn't say anything in response. Zhang Kaiwei's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. He looked at Hui Lin's shy face and a tinge of greed flashed in his eyes. With Hui Lin's temperament, she naturally couldn't bear being criticized by so many people openly and secretly. Although she was already in her 20s, she used to be a little nun who spent most of her time cultivating on the mountain. After all, she was still a little inexperienced. Fortunately, Yangqing was right in front of her. Hui Lin instinctively looked at Yangqing, blinking her big eyes without saying a word. Yangqing glanced at Zhang Kaiwei indifferently, then turned to Yu Shua and said, "Director Yu Shua, 90% of the investment for this movie is from my wife." About this. I'm sure you've already told these people. Yes, Mr. Yang. Our producer and the person in charge of the relevant funds are all here, Yu Shua said as he introduced the production team leaders around him. One of the people in charge frowned and asked, "Director, who's his wife?" Yu Shua said softly, "Director Yang's wife is General Lin from Yulei International. She's also the investor of this movie." Everyone was shocked. They looked at Yangqing strangely. They couldn't figure out how this ordinary-looking young man could be Lin Ruoshi's husband. Moreover, he was the director of Yulei International. Working for his wife? Yangqing didn't mind. He said, "We're the ones who are spending the money. The actors are from our company. It's your business how you want to film the movie. But if our Hui Lin doesn't want to do something, she won't do it. If you're not willing to follow the rules that we've arranged beforehand, you can leave the production team. If you don't want to do it, someone else will." Hearing Yangqing's words, someone in the crowd sneered. "Humph, don't think that you're so great just because you have some money. With director Yu Shua's reputation, what actor can't he hire? Even if you don't invest, other companies will. Also, Kaiwei's schedule is full. If it wasn't for director Yu Shua's appreciation, would you have hired Kaiwei to film a movie that doesn't have him as the main character?" "That's right. Do you think we're your employees? We can still do business in Hollywood. Don't think that we have to suck up to you guys just because we have some money." At this time, Zhang Kaiwei put on an honest face and advised, "Everyone, let's be quiet for a while. Don't hurt the harmony." It was probably Mr. Yang's first time coming into contact with a film crew, so he didn't know much about the situation. "I think it's just a small matter. Let's not make things difficult for director Yu Shua. Kaiwei, you're too kind. No. We must support you today. It's obvious that Lin Hui is unwilling to cooperate and wants to ruin the movie. Moreover, she's rejecting real people to appear on screen. She's looking down on the art of movies. Are you looking down on us? What do you take us for?" an assistant director said solemnly. Hui Lin shook her head with tears in her eyes. I didn't. "Please don't say that," Zhang Kaiwei said worriedly. "It's Miss Lin Hui's first time after all. It's hard to avoid the pressure." Yu Shua looked at Zhang Kaiwei gratefully. He gritted his teeth and said to Yangqing, "Mr. Yang, you might not know this, but although I'm very grateful for your investment, money isn't the problem that this movie lacks the most. This Xianxia movie requires all kinds of special effects, scenery, and motion design. All of these require a world-class team. Especially the special effects in the post-production. We signed the contract because of Kaiwei's relationship with the shareholders of the American company, ILM. If it wasn't for Kaiwei, we wouldn't have been able to complete the special effects as expected. Not to mention the standard of the special effects in China, even other American companies wouldn't be able to complete the special effects well." Zhang Kaiwei, on the other hand, waved his hand humbly. "I can't afford to say that. This is what I should do. To be able to contribute to the director and our Chinese film industry, I'm willing to kneel and beg for it." Kaiwei is so magnanimous. That's right. No matter how rich Yulei is, ILM is the world's top special effects company. Why would they care about your money? If they didn't, do you think they'd be willing to do the special effects for Huaxia's movie? Furthermore, it's someone like director Yu Shua who might be able to suppress the American director, someone replied. Yangqing frowned and asked Yu Min, "What is ILM?" Yu Min awkwardly introduced, "It's the world's #1 special effects production company. Its English name is Industrial Light and Magic. For example, Pirates of the Caribbean and Star Wars are their representative classics." It said that 8 of the top 10 special effects movies in the world were produced by ILM. "Oh. I understand." Yangqing nodded. He had seen those 2 movies before. TSK, as expected of a layman. He doesn't even know what ILM is, yet he's still pointing fingers, a producer said. Yangqing narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly. According to what you're saying, as long as we let ILM do the special effects, it'll be fine even if this Zhang Kaiwei doesn't act, right? Everyone was stunned. What did Yangqing mean by that? What? Could it be that Director Yang is also acquainted with the higher-ups of light magic? One of them laughed mockingly. Of course, no one thought so. Yangqing didn't even know what ILM was. How could he be friends with them? They all laughed mockingly. The core members of the production crew were all famous people in the Xianxia industry. Moreover, Yu Shua had won many awards, so they didn't have to worry about changing investors. Speaking of which, it wasn't Zhang Kaiwei's idea to let Hui Lin act in the kissing scene. Hui Lin was Huaxia's most popular female singer. If she gave her first kiss to Zhang Kaiwei would definitely be in the limelight. He would definitely be in the headlines for a long time. The production crew could also use this as a gimmick to make a fortune. After all, Hui Lin was a singer. She wouldn't have many acting scenes in the future. It would be best if they could squeeze out the most value from her. All the veterans in the industry knew about this. Yu Min, as an experienced agent, knew about it too. Naturally, Yangqing could guess most of it. Hui Lin's face turned red with anger when she saw so many people laughing at Yangqing. She looked up at Yangqing and said, "Brother Yang, why don't we stop filming? Let my sister withdraw her investment. If they want to find someone else to invest in them, let them do it." Yangqing looked at Hui Lin in surprise. Really? Are you willing? Zhang Kaiwei said, "Miss Hui Lin, please don't be rash. Everyone has signed a contract. If you break it at the last minute, not only will you have to pay a large sum of money, you will also have to worry about your reputation." Hui Lin bit her lip and looked at Yangqing. "Brother Yang, will we have to pay a lot of money?" Yangqing nodded. "It should be quite a lot. This collaboration is quite expensive. I think it will be difficult to get out of it without a few $100 million. Then you should discuss it with my sister. They are just messing with you on purpose," Hui Lin said anxiously. Yangqing was stunned. It seemed that this girl was not feeling wronged for him. Instead, she felt that he was being bullied by them. In the end, she was actually protecting him? Yangqing wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. How could he not understand her tender but sincere feelings? How could this girl be so silly when faced with this kind of situation? He could even hire a team of dozens of experts to serve her. What was a mere company like the Industrial Light and Magic to him? However, it was precisely because of Hui Lin's hot-headed attitude that she was trying her best not to make a fool of herself that she was so precious. She was deeply in love with him, but he did not dare to accept her. Yangqing sighed in his heart. He did not forget to take out his phone and dialed a number. After a long time, the call was picked up. Damn it. Hades. Don't you know it's nighttime in the US? Don't you know that it will affect a woman's skin when she sleeps late? Don't you know that I hate being woken up by people? Kristen's sharp scream came from the other end of the line. She did not have the usual demeanor of a goddess. One could imagine the graceful blonde beauty slapping the bed fiercely. If it wasn't for the fact that she was really angry, she would normally still call him Yang Chen. Yang Chen grinned. All right, you'll still shine even if you don't sleep. Humph, that's the truth. Kristen yawned. Say it. What's the matter? Hurry up. I still need to sleep, or I will age prematurely. Although the souls of the Protoss were strong, their bodies after reincarnation were still ordinary human embryos. This was why the main gods had their own descendants after tens of thousands of years of continuous reincarnation, even if those descendants were not Protoss, but only humans. Therefore, if they did not undergo special training, they would not be that strong. Therefore, for Kristen, who loved beauty, it was still very important to protect her skin. Of course, like Hermes, who chose to reincarnate with the body of a vampire, that was another matter. Yangqing did not beat around the bush. There was no point in being polite to such a person who had lived for God knows how many years. You know the people from Industrial Light and Magic, right? Yangqing said. The crew on the side whispered and looked at each other. They did not know who Yangqing was talking to. Fortunately, most of them understood English, so they were not completely confused. Yu Shua, on the other hand, had some understanding of Yangqing. He remembered that Yu Lei had once invited a world-class actress like Kristen, so he could not help but have a rough guess. There was a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Kristen said in a daze, "Of course I know him. It's the factory that George Lucas Jr. opened. 2 of my movies were also produced by him. That old man looks very serious, but he is actually a lecherous man in private. But he's not a bad person." "Why, did that company offend you? Why are you provoking me?" "It's just that my wife recently invested in a movie. I heard that the company is the most reliable for the post-production, but it's hard to invite them. You know that I'm not a patient person, especially when it comes to things that I'm not interested in. Since you know them, help me tell them that Huaxia's Yulei Entertainment is going to shoot a movie. I want them to do a good job in the post-production. I don't care if it's more money, but don't put on airs." Listening to Yangqing's string of confusing words, the crew members were stunned. Why did he sound like he owned the company? What Yangqing said next sent chills down their spines. "Just tell them directly. Don't talk nonsense and send someone over to sign the contract as soon as possible. Don't miss a cent of the money. How dare they delay my movie? They've really pissed me off. You know that I just tore down the FBI headquarters a few days ago. I think the company won't be any harder to take down than the FBI headquarters." Kristen giggled. "You haven't changed at all. You like to scare people. But that's more like you. Alright, it's very simple. Actually, just tell them your name and ask Lucas to ask the US government. There won't be any problems. You're in the White House and the Pentagon now. You're no different from a human nuclear weapon." Yangqing grinned. "That's great. I'll let you know when you make a call. I'm hanging up. Good night." Kristen kissed him and hung up the phone. Yangqing put the phone back into his pocket and winked at Hui Lin. "It's done." Hui Lin opened her small mouth and revealed a hint of joy. "I almost forgot, Big Brother Yang, you're very capable." Hui Lin pinched her hair in embarrassment as she spoke. Yu Shua asked with a tentative smile, "Director Yang, is it Miss Kristen?" Yangqing nodded casually. "You're quite smart." When Yu Shua heard this, he immediately revealed an ashamed expression. This time, he really had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. How could he forget that this person in front of him was an expert who was able to invite Kristen to Huaxia's debut show? How could such a person simply be a director of a company? The surrounding crew members were scrambling to ask, "Director, Miss Kristen? Which Christine? Who else could it be? Is there a second Kristen in this world who can simply invite the Light and Magic Corporation?" Yu Shua smiled. The group of people all revealed astonished and excited expressions as they looked at Yangqing in disbelief. Zhang Kaiwei's face was also filled with shock. He had gotten to know one of the shareholders of Light Magic because he had made a cameo appearance in Hollywood. Then, he had tried his best to curry favor with the American and cater to his preferences. That was how he had gotten to know him. However, for a world-class goddess like Kristen, not to mention getting to know her, there was almost no chance to even get close to her. But this ordinary-looking man in front of them, who looked no different from a roadside vendor after taking off his clothes, could get Kristen to do something for him with just a phone call? "I remember now. Wasn't Yulei International the first company in the country to invite Kristen to participate in the Star of Yulei competition as a chief judge? I thought it was just a cooperative relationship. I didn't expect it to be a friendship." The group of people looked at Yangqing again, their eyes filled with amazement. And in their eyes, Yangqing's calm demeanor was the true demeanor of an expert. This kind of person who did not reveal his talents was a true member of the upper class. This bearing, this confidence, this pride. What was originally a rather unbearable appearance was now incomparably admirable. Yangqing was a little disgusted by their stares. He said, "I don't care if you believe it or not. In any case, in the next few days, ILM will definitely send someone to sign the contract. This means that the post-production has been settled. If any of you still want our Lin Hui to act in a kiss scene in person, get lost. If I can get a world-class special effects company to work for me, I can get a world-class production team to work for me. If he had said this earlier, everyone would have thought that Yangqing was a lunatic. But now, no one doubted the veracity of his words. This time, who would still want to go against Yang Chen without any benefits? He could even order around a world-class diva like Kristen. Who the hell were they? Moreover, if they stayed in the production team and sucked up to Yangqing, who knew what benefits they might get in the future? The group of people each had their own ulterior motives. They all smiled and no one mentioned the kiss scene again. Yu Shua sighed in his heart. He was helpless against the reality of these people. Zhang Kaiwei lowered his head, his expression changing rapidly. A hint of jealousy and hatred flashed across his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. When he looked up again, his eyes were filled with gratitude and joy. That's great. With someone as resourceful as Director Yang, our film will definitely be shot more smoothly. I think Miss Lin Hui is really not used to it. Let's stick to the original plan and use a stunt double. I think it should be fine to get the angle right. Everyone agreed. Kaiwei is right. Think about it carefully. With Director Yu Shua's experience, he should be able to handle it. With that, no one had any more objections. They all thought that Hui Lin's decision to not act in a kiss scene was worthy of respect. Pfft, Yangqing sneered. His sinister aura made everyone's faces stiffen. Yangchen smirked and glanced at Zhang Kaiwei from head to toe. I've noticed that your ability to speak in human language and ghost language is indeed suitable for acting. Everyone tensed up. The sound of people gulping could be heard. Hui Lin looked at Yangqing in confusion. However, she knew that Yangqing had his reasons for doing what he did, so she didn't say anything. Mr. Yang, you seem to have some misunderstanding about me. Zhang Kaiwei's heart tightened, but he tried his best to smile warmly. Get lost. Yangqing spat out one word indifferently. Zhang Kaiwei's face turned green. Mr. Yang, what do you mean? Do you not understand what I'm saying? I'm asking you to get lost. You don't have to act in this film anymore. If you don't want to lose your job, you better get lost, Yangqing said expressionlessly. None of the crew members dared to step forward to persuade him. Director Yu Shua bit the bullet and said, Director Yang, I don't think that's a good idea. Kaiwei is the male lead after all. He didn't do anything against the rules. Are you all idiots, or are you treating me like an idiot? Yangqing said disdainfully, don't think that I can't tell what you are up to. You want to make use of our Hui Lin's first on-screen kiss to earn money from the box office. Do you think that you are the smartest? We didn't. Director Yang, please don't blame us wrongly. The crew members tried to explain. Zhang Kaiwei also said righteously, Mr. Yang, you can scold me for my acting skills, but you can't insult my character. I, Zhang Kaiwei, have professional ethics. I can't accept such groundless accusations and provocations. This is slander. If you continue to say such things about me, I will sue you Lei and you in court. I will use the law to protect my reputation. Yangqing turned around and said to Hui Lin, what should we do? Hui Lin, his words make me want to vomit. I already want to kill him on the spot. What do you think? These words might sound like a joke in the ears of others, but in Hui Lin's ears, it was very deadly. No. No, Brother Yang, you can't kill people here. There are so many people watching, it won't be good for the crew. It will cause a lot of trouble, Hui Lin quickly persuaded and begged, besides, he didn't do anything. Just let it go this time. The crew was puzzled. Why was Hui Lin still begging with such a serious expression? No matter how powerful Yangqing was, he couldn't kill people just because he wanted to. Was there still any law? Zhang Kaiwei's eyes were filled with viciousness. He said loudly, Mr. Yang, if you continue to threaten me like this, my bodyguards will definitely not sit idly by. Besides, I'm not afraid to tell you that many of my friends are influential. If they know that I've been humiliated like this, they will definitely seek justice for me. Yang Qing felt like vomiting. He took a deep breath and sneered, he's just a disgraceful actor and he really thinks he's someone important. Let me tell you, you're being supported because your company is willing to throw money at you. In my eyes, you're just a prostitute. This is Hui Lin's first time acting. But even if she doesn't act, even if she doesn't look good, with her singing ability, she's 3 streets ahead of you. You're holding onto a rich woman's feet to get to the top. Now, you're a slave and you're fooling a bunch of hot-headed celebrity chasers. Do you really think you're someone important? Damn it, seek justice. I can't take it anymore. F***ck off. After he was done, Yangchen suddenly disappeared from where he was standing and appeared at Zhang Kaiwei's position in a flash before anyone could see what was going on. A hand ruthlessly slapped the handsome face that Zhang Kaiwei was so proud of. Slap. The slap was too light for Yangchen, but for Zhang Kaiwei, it was like being kicked by a horse's hoof. Ouch. With a scream, Zhang Kaiwei was slapped by Yangchen and rolled twice before landing on the ground. The face that was slapped had a burning palm print on it. It was definitely swollen like a pig's head. What was worse was that his nose and mouth were bleeding. Everyone was shocked and looked at the scene in fear. Some of the female employees screamed, "Ah! He's hitting me!" A few of Zhang Kaiwei's bodyguards finally reacted. How could they tolerate this? They swung their sandbag-sized fists at Yangchen. Yangchen didn't care about these bodyguards who were trained in Taekwondo. He didn't even bother to block them. He grabbed the 4 bodyguards' fists, and with lightning speed, he twisted and squeezed them. Crack crack. Crack crack. After a few sounds of bones breaking, the bodyguards' arms were twisted by Yangchen. They fell to the ground one by one, moaning in pain. In an instant, the scene turned from a hubbub to a dead silence. Hence, everyone was stunned. They stared at Yangchen and subconsciously took a few steps back. Was he even human? This was more suffocating than a martial arts movie. Yangchen looked around and saw that no one else was looking for trouble. He smiled and said, "That's right. Since we're all here to work, we should respect each other. Don't try to harm others for your own benefit. Don't you think so?" The group of people quickly nodded and showed flattering smiles. But Zhang Kaiwei, whose face was half swollen like a pig's head, was bleeding and bruised, had bloodshot eyes. Zhang Kaiwei struggled to get up and wiped the blood and saliva from the corner of his mouth. He was so angry that he was shaking. Pointing at Yangchen, Zhang Kaiwei said with hatred, "How dare you hit me? You're done for. Do you know who my backer is? Just wait to go to court and go to jail. My millions of fans in Xianxia can drown you with their saliva." As soon as he said that, many people looked at Zhang Kaiwei as if he was an idiot. He could casually call for the help of an American superstar, so what was the use of your backing? Yangchen's smile froze. He glanced at Zhang Kaiwei's bodyguards and saw that they were all lying on the ground, so he hooked his finger at one of the crew members. The crew member broke out in a cold sweat. His smile was uglier than crying. He bowed and asked, "Director Yang. You. What's the matter?" Yangchen smiled innocently and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be nervous. I just want to borrow a camera." "A camera?" Yangchen nodded and smiled weirdly. Half an hour passed. The dozens of reporters and cameramen waiting outside the film crew were already eating and chatting. In this line of work, waiting was a must. How could there be surprises without waiting? Just as the reporters were bored to death, a few members of the film crew walked over and brought out a projector for the live broadcast. After the group of people put the projector in place, the reporters didn't understand what was going on. Soon, the reporters were excited. Director Yu Shua and a group of main crew members walked out one after another. Yu Shua's expression was very complicated. He signaled for everyone to be quiet and said, "Everyone, I know that everyone is wondering what we are going to do. In fact, we are going to announce a very unfortunate fact." The reporters were excited and raised their heads in anticipation. Yu Shua paused for a moment before saying, "We have to change the male lead at the last minute." Ah. The group of reporters was in an uproar again. This was breaking news. Why would such a highly anticipated movie change actors at the last minute? It would definitely be headline entertainment news. "Director Yu Shua, what's going on? Is it because of the conflict between the crew or something else?" Is Zhang Kaiwei not up to the task? Yu Shua clapped his hands, signaling for the reporters to calm down. Then, he signaled his staff to play a recorded video. Everyone, please watch the next few minutes quietly. The reporters focused and quietened down. They stared at the screen, not daring to make a sound. Soon, a pig's head and face appeared on the screen. He was in a sorry state. The reporters took a closer look and realized that it was Zhang Kaiwei, who had always been famous for his good looks. The reporters gasped. He had been beaten so badly that his eyelids were drooping. The content that followed was even more explosive. Zhang Kaiwei cried bitterly as he recounted his own secret. I was in a relationship with the second daughter of the Wang family. I wanted her to provide for me so that I could be promoted. The rumor of me having an affair with the female celebrity, Mi Yang, was actually created by me sending someone to secretly record our conversation. I used to take drugs and was almost caught. I paid the people around me to keep it a secret. I secretly slept with a gay rich businessman. Unbearable scandals were reported one after another. However, they were all Zhang Kaiwei's own problems. He did not cause any trouble for the other celebrities. Everyone, please don't think that I was forced to say these things. Today, I purposely used my connections to make Miss Lin Hui act with me in a face-to-face kiss scene. However, Miss Lin Hui was very insistent and refused to give in to the unspoken rules. I couldn't use force and was beaten up by Miss Lin Hui, who practiced martial arts. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'm willing to accept the punishment of the law. Such a final statement made the matter seem so certain. The reporters felt like they were in a dream. They were speechless. They had been looking forward to explosive news, but this was too unbelievable. Yu Shua coughed a few times and said in a loud voice, "We are heartbroken by what happened to Zhang Kaiwei. He fainted and was sent to the hospital because of the shock. In order to protect her rights as an actress, Miss Lin Hui has done such a thing. We all understand and support her. Please continue to support Miss Lin Hui and her movie. The new male lead will be announced after the investor, Yulei International, chooses the male lead. Thank you, everyone." Only then did the scene become noisy. All the reporters rushed to ask questions. However, Yu Shua signaled his men to stop them and slipped away. What happened next was easy to solve. All they had to do was take some time to hold a press conference for Hui Lin and show off a little. Everyone would naturally believe that it was Hui Lin who did this. Zhang Kaiwei's path to stardom would then be over. Instead of struggling, he would just take some money and leave. Yangqing did not choose to kill him. Firstly, this was a public matter. If he killed him, it would be hard to deal with the aftermath. Secondly, for someone like Zhang Kaiwei, such a punishment would be much more painful than killing him. Most importantly, it would raise Hui Lin's reputation. It would attract more attention and improve her image as a celebrity. Those in the crew who knew the truth did not dare to say a word. Provoking Yangqing for no reason would be courting death. As the matter was settled, Yangqing had lunch with the crew. As the director, he pretended to check on the progress of the work and discuss the selection of the new male lead. Fortunately, Zhang Kaiwei did not have many scenes. It would not take much effort to change the male lead. What interested Yangqing was the wushu director in the movie. The crew who had seen Yangqing beat someone up knew that Yangqing was a martial artist. Moreover, Yang Chung pointed out that Hui Lin knew martial arts. A lot of things had to be changed. The wushu director of the crew was quite famous in the circle. However, in the eyes of Yangqing and Hui Lin, it was just a showy but impractical move. Therefore, under Yangqing's request, the wushu director of the movie was changed to Hui Lin. The female lead was actually a wushu director. This was a big selling point of the movie. Director Yu Shua was quite excited. With Hui Lin's excellent qualifications, she could complete many difficult movements. Before that, he could design the scenes that he could not complete for the sake of the actor's abilities. After chatting for 2 hours, it was already evening. Yangqing remembered that Lin Ruashi wanted him to go home to eat her stewed pork ribs with corn. He said goodbye to her and left. "Big brother Yang, let me send you off," Hui Lin said softly when she saw this. Yangqing saw that the girl seemed to have something to say. He nodded. The two of them walked to the entrance. There was no one around, and Hui Lin was still in her costume. She looked like a beautiful heroine strolling in an autumn evening in a costume drama. "Thank you, Brother Yang. If you didn't come, I wouldn't know what to do," Hui Lin said softly. Yang Qing chuckled. "You sent me off just to say this? We don't need to say thank you." Hui Lin pursed her lips and smiled. "Of course I have to thank you. After all, we don't have any special relationship." Yang Qing could tell that something was amiss. He shrugged his shoulders uncomfortably. Hui Lin seemed to have mustered up her courage. She suddenly asked, "Brother Yang, will you help me when a man wants to kiss me in the future?" Yang Qing replied without thinking, "Of course. Don't tell them that I'm here. You can just kick them away. I'll support you." "But I can't be like this forever." "Ah? What do you mean?" Yang Qing was stunned. Hui Lin's watery eyes were covered with a layer of mist. "I'm already in my 20s. Sooner or later, that day will come." This time, Yang Qing suddenly understood the girl's meaning. That's right. What was he thinking? Did he want her to stay away from other men for the rest of her life? Who was he to her? Why were they so sure that she shouldn't be kissed by other men? Although he didn't say it, nor did he take the initiative to think about it, he clearly thought so before. Yang Qing realized that he had never thought that one day, Hui Lin would find a boyfriend and start a family. He had never thought about it. Such an awakening caused Yang Qing to be dumbstruck, and he was unable to react. Unknowingly, he had already regarded Hui Lin as a woman by his side. Looking at Hui Lin's tearful face, Yang Qing blamed himself, but at the same time, he felt bitter. The image of Lin Ruashi's heartbroken eyes and the smiles of the other women appeared in his mind, but he could not do anything to hurt them anymore. This was Hui Lin, the woman Lin Ruashi treated as a younger sister. He had even rejected Abbess Yunmiao back then. How could he do such a thing? After pondering for a long time, Yang Qing gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you really find someone you like and he also likes you, I'll naturally give you my blessings. It's just that scum like Zhang Kaiwei, of course I can't let him touch you. If you're wronged, how am I going to explain it to your sister?" Hui Lin's delicate body trembled and she clenched her fists. She understood Yang Qing's meaning, but it was more painful than not understanding it. "I understand. Goodbye, big brother Yang." After that, without waiting for Yang Qing to reply, the girl turned around and ran in with her long skirt fluttering in the wind. He walked out of the set, got into his car, started the engine, put the gear in gear, and stepped on the accelerator. The X6 steadily got on the road. It went around, and before they knew it, they had left the mountainous area, entered the provincial road, and got on the highway. Yang Qing's heart was heavy, as if it was corroded by mercury or poured with lead. It was more uncomfortable than being burned by fire. When the car got off the highway and passed through an urban road around the lake, Yang Qing was awakened by the colorful neon lights around him. Unknowingly, he had been in a daze for more than half of the road. Fortunately, he was skilled in driving. Otherwise, he didn't know if he would have had an accident. Yang Qing tried his best not to think about Hui Lin's expression and her eyes before he left. He took a deep breath and decided to play some passionate music to regain his mood. Otherwise, with Lin Ruashi's observational skills, she would definitely notice his unnaturalness when he returned home. Right at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. The moment Yang Qing pressed his hand on the player's control panel, a pink figure suddenly ran out from the green light in front of him. "Hey!" Yang Qing involuntarily screamed and slammed on the brakes. However, the other party was trying to hit him. No matter how good his driving skills were, he couldn't avoid it. When the pink figure crossed the road, she bumped into the front of her car. The force of the rebound sent her flying, and she rolled a few times on the sidewalk in front of her on the right. Yang Qing finally understood what it meant to not want one's life. Was there still justice in this world? He was just mumbling about the accident a moment ago, and it F***king happened right away. The passers-by and cars around them stopped to watch. Some of them were even ready to call the police or the ambulance. Yang Qing quickly turned on the emergency lights. After parking the car, he opened the door and went out to check on the person. However, the moment he got out of the car, he saw the person who had been hit and rolling on the side of the road jump up from the ground. How could she be unscathed after being hit like that? The passers-by also heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that she was lucky. As for Xianxia, he didn't take a closer look because he was in a hurry. Now that he took a closer look, his expression froze. Luo Xiaoxiao was dressed in a pink chiffon top and a pair of low-rise jeans. Her bangs were flat, and her long hair was curled. Her unusually cute face, coupled with her supple and curvy figure, would indeed make most men's eyes light up with perverted lust. If an ordinary person had been hit by a car, they would have been badly bruised and bleeding even if they didn't die. However, Luo Xiaoxiao's clothes and hair were only slightly disheveled. Her handbag fell to the ground. Standing up, Luo Xiaoxiao tidied her hair and pouted. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't have noticed that she was crying. She looked up and saw the stunned Xianxia. Luo Xiaoxiao blinked and pointed at Xianxia. "It's you?" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He admitted his bad luck. Are you okay?" Luo Xiaoxiao pouted. She looked at Xianxia and then at the scenic lake on the left. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Xianxia watched as the girl cried her heart out. The passers-by were pointing at them. He didn't know whether to intervene or not. Scratching his head, Xianxia walked forward and patted the girl's shoulder. "Hey, why are you crying? You were the one who rammed into my car. I didn't want to hit you. It was a green light." Luo Xiaoxiao hugged Xianxia's waist. She leaned her head against Xianxia's chest and wiped her tears. Soon, Xianxia's shirt was soaked. "Why didn't you answer my call? Even the address you gave me was fake. You bullied me. You can't take responsibility." As soon as he said that, the surrounding passers-by looked at Xianxia in a different light. He was the classic image of a heartbreaker. How could he be so heartless as to not want such an adorable and lively girl? Look at the car Xianxia was driving. It was a BMW X6. The classic unscrupulous second-generation heir. Xianxia wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The passers-by pointed at him and scolded him. "Say something. Why are you crying?" Luo Xiaoxiao sobbed for a while before she looked up. "You're Xianxia, right?" Xianxia nodded. "You still remember me? I said I wanted to be your girlfriend." "Of course I remember you. Why didn't you answer my call?" Luo Xiaoxiao asked pitifully. Xianxia smiled bitterly. "I told you I'm married but you wouldn't believe me. You're still young. Don't get involved in this mess. Can't you just live your life?" Luo Xiaoxiao let go of Xianxia and wiped her tears. She pouted. "Are all men so hypocritical?" "Hypocritical? Why would you say that?" Xianxia asked. Luo Xiaoxiao looked at the lake. "Just now, I saw a guy from my school on a date with a girl from my class. They even kissed." Xianxia was confused. "What does that have to do with you?" "Of course." Luo Xiaoxiao huffed. "That guy said he liked me last semester. He even wrote me hundreds of love letters." Xianxia felt it was inappropriate to be stared at by so many people. He pulled Luo Xiaoxiao to the lake to avoid the onlookers. Fortunately, the traffic police wouldn't come if they stopped at this section of the road. They could settle the matter quietly. Luo Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, couldn't help but blush because Xianxia was holding her hand. She was actually feeling shy. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when they reached the railing. "You rushed over and crashed into my car just because you saw that guy kissing another girl?" Luo Xiaoxiao nodded. "You're so annoying. He said he liked me and pursued me for so long. Now he's with another girl from my class." "You like that guy?" Luo Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I don't. That's why I didn't ask him to be my boyfriend." "Then why are you crying?" "Because he's too insincere. If he wants to pursue me, he should show some sincerity. And he's with another girl behind my back. It hurts my pride. I was planning to give him a chance if he wrote 1,000 love letters." Luo Xiaoxiao said pitifully. 1,000 love letters? Xianxia was on the verge of breaking down. He suddenly realized that there were times when he couldn't handle it. Ms. Luo, if you want to be sad, continue to be sad. If you want to cry, continue to cry. I have to go back for dinner. My wife is waiting for me. Goodbye. Oh no, never again. Yangqing waved his hand and tried to escape. Luo Xiaoxiao grabbed Yangqing's sleeve tightly. You're not allowed to leave. You're going to leave me again. I won't be able to see you again. I have nothing to do with you. Why do you have to see me? You've already seen my butt. I won't accept another guy because of you. You can't abandon me. Luo Xiaoxiao said righteously. Yangqing quickly turned around and covered the girl's mouth. Be gentle. Do you want the whole world to know that your butt was squeezed on my face? Luo Xiaoxiao mumbled a few times. When Yangqing released his hand, she stuck out her tongue shyly. Anyway, when you marry me in the future, we'll be husband and wife. Yangqing's brain was not responding to his commands. He was not afraid of ruthless women, but he was afraid of coquettish women. What was scarier about Luo Xiaoxiao was that she was not faking it. He could tell that this was her personality. Any other man would have fallen for her. She was a pure, soft little girl with an angel's face and a devilish body. He would have liked her before he got married. But now, he could not stand her. Hui Lin had almost made his intestines twist into a knot. Now that Luo Xiaoxiao was here, he might as well break his heart. Stop fooling around. I'm really leaving. If I don't go back, my wife will call me. Yangqing pulled Luo Xiaoxiao away forcefully. She clung onto Yangqing like an octopus. But Luo Xiaoxiao was not as strong as Yangqing. She was pushed away. Seeing that Yangqing was really going to leave, Luo Xiaoxiao stomped her feet angrily. Yangqing. If you leave me behind, I'll kill myself. Yangqing ignored her. He took out his car keys and jogged back to his car. But after running a few steps, he suddenly heard a splash coming from the lake behind him. Following that, a few passers-by who were walking by the lake screamed in fear. Yangqing turned around in shock. There was a huge splash in the lake. Luo Xiaoxiao had jumped into the lake. In ancient times, women would first cry, then throw a tantrum, then threaten to hang themselves. Now, Luo Xiaoxiao's first move was to jump into the lake. Yangqing's first reaction was that this woman had an impressive acquired internal strength. Did she think he did not know? Would jumping into the lake be a suicide mission? But then, amidst the screams of the passers-by, Yangqing realized that something was wrong. Luo Xiaoxiao did not seem to know how to swim. At first, there were still splashes on the surface of the lake. But soon, there were only a few splashes. Only Luo Xiaoxiao's palm could be vaguely seen. Young man, what are you staring at? That girl is your girlfriend, right? Hurry up and save her. An old man shouted. There were already a few passers-by who noticed the situation. Some of them took off their jackets and planned to jump down to save him. But when they heard the old man's words, they all glared at Yangqing. When a couple quarreled, the girl even jumped into the lake. If it wasn't you, the guy, who else could save her? Yangqing cursed in his heart. A woman who knew internal energy couldn't even swim. Although he felt it was strange, he couldn't just watch her die, especially under the watchful eyes of so many people. Thus, he quickly got up and jumped into the lake. Luo Xiaoxiao could no longer see the girl at the bottom of the lake. Yangqing dove deeper into the lake. He sensed for a moment in the dark water before grabbing the outstretched wrist. It did not take long for Yangqing to drag Luo Xiaoxiao's dripping wet body from the lake to the shore. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief. They kept pointing and gossiping, mostly cursing at Yangqing. Yangqing ignored them. But as soon as he climbed out, Yangqing realized something was wrong. Luo Xiaoxiao seemed to have drunk a lot of water and had fainted. This was not a big problem, but her chiffon top was sticking to her body, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Under the illumination of the streetlights, she looked like she was wearing see-through clothes. Yangqing helplessly realized that there was a reaction down there, even if it wasn't what he wanted. Although this girl had nothing to do with him, he couldn't let her be surrounded by so many people. Yangqing picked her up and walked to his car. After leaning Luo Xiaoxiao against the car, Yangqing was about to use his internal energy to force the water out of the girl's body when he suddenly saw the girl's full, moist lips pouting. It was as if she was waiting for someone to kiss her. Yangqing immediately realized that he had been tricked. He was in a daze and did not pay attention. He stretched out 2 fingers and pinched Luo Xiaoxiao's lips. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts. Luo Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and punched Yangqing's chest angrily. What are you doing? Why are you pinching me? Yangqing sneered. I should be the one asking you that. You're drowning. How do you know how to pout? Luo Xiaoxiao blushed. She blinked at Yangqing. I saw it on TV. Don't drown people have to do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? I'm waiting for you to do it. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Yangqing's face twitched. You're quite honest. Of course. I've been honest since I was young. My daddy said that it's one of my strengths. Although, I think it's one of my many strengths. Alright, you're so quick to fall for it. Honest? How could you lie to me about drowning? Yangqing was no longer in the mood to play with this woman. He pushed her away and was about to go back to the driver's seat. Luo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and giggled. Suddenly, she opened the door to the front passenger seat and got in first. Yangqing's BMW was designed with remote sensing locks. As long as the car key was within range, all the doors could be unlocked by touching it. Hence, Yangqing did not even have the time to lock the door. Luo Xiaoxiao was pleased with herself. She even buckled her seatbelt. Yangchen was so angry that he was trembling. He had never met such a troublesome woman before. If this had happened in the past, he would have killed her with a single slap or twisted her head off. However, he was no longer the cold-blooded killer he once was. He could not kill under such circumstances. Most importantly, he could not bring himself to kill her. It was like a little girl from the neighborhood who was messing around with you. Even if you were really angry, you would not go as far as to chop her to death with a knife. Yangqing opened the car door and asked coldly, "Are you coming out or not?" Luo Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I want to go with you." "I'll go wherever you go." "Where's your house?" "I'll go and take a look. I'll know the way next time." Yangchen rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. Looking at the sky, he guessed that dinner was probably ready and waiting for him at home. He was afraid that it would be troublesome. Yangqing did not want Lin Ruashi to wait and misunderstand. Hence, he took out his phone and wanted to call home. However, the moment he switched on his phone, Yangqing wanted to jump into the lake. His phone was flooded. What the f***ck? What the hell is going on? Yangqing felt that he was in deep shit today. He stared at the unresponsive phone. If it was not a gift from Lin Ruashi, he would have smashed it. Luo Xiaoxiao stuck her tongue out but pretended not to see anything. Yangqing was furious. He stuffed his phone into his pocket and clenched his fists. He glared at her. "I'll count to 3. If you don't come out by yourself, I'll throw you back into the lake." Both of them were still wet, but Yangqing did not care about such trifles. Besides, the cold did not affect them. He could not care less. Luo Xiaoxiao pouted when she saw the terror on Yangqing's face. She cried out pitifully. "Everyone, come and see. This man doesn't want me and wants to hit me. He's going to throw me into the lake." A group of people had been watching the commotion from afar. When they heard Luo Xiaoxiao's screams, they immediately gathered around. Yangqing finally understood the saying, "Women and villains are the hardest to take care of." He had the strength but he could not use it. What else could he do but punch a cotton ball? Was he going to drag this woman out in front of everyone at all costs? Could it be that no one wanted a girl as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as jade? Would she have to chase you down on the streets and cling to you? They were clearly related. Yangqing did not know how to deal with this woman. After some thought, he decided that it was more important to inform his family first. He did not want Lin Ruashi to get angry at him again. Yangchen looked around and found a young man closest to him. Smiling, he said, "Brother, can I borrow your phone for a while?" That man looked at Yangchen from head to toe, and sourly said, "I say, bro, I see that you drive a BMW, at least have some manners, don't mistreat a girl like this lady is pretty enough, you should treat her better. Why would you need a phone at a time like this? Are you going to call the police to solve a civil dispute? Xianxia wanted to bang his head against the wall and die. What kind of logic was that? That's not what I meant. I want to call my wife. She's... What? You have a wife? You're married? Why are you tormenting this girl? I... That's right. But Xianxia didn't know how to explain himself. This was a huge misunderstanding. A group of people immediately looked at him with disgust, especially the women. It was as if they had seen their father's murderer. An old lady immediately reprimanded him. No wonder public morals are getting worse. How dare a man like you say that you're having an affair in front of everyone? Do you really think you're so great just because you're rich? Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was having an affair, but at least it was not with Luo Xiaoxiao. A few of the young men's eyes lit up. They felt that this was the perfect opportunity for the hero to save the girl. Miss, I may be poor, but I have my dreams and I will definitely be loyal to my girlfriend. Believe me, in less than 3 years, I will definitely enter the world's top 500 companies. At least as a security guard. Why don't you just come with me? Pretty lady, are you cold? How about I treat you to some hot cake? The young men fought to look at Luo Xiaoxiao with longing eyes. Xianxia could not help but laugh. Fine. It seemed that no one was willing to lend him his phone. Xianxia looked back at Luo Xiaoxiao, who was on the verge of tears and acting like a resentful woman. He could only smile bitterly. Shaking his head, Xianxia could not care less about these people. He ran back to his car, started it, and drove away. Watching the BMW X6 drive away, the group of young men cursed as if they were prepared for it. TSK. Even a cake can't compare to a BMW? I knew I shouldn't have believed in love. Brothers, let's disperse. At the same time, as soon as the car left, Luo Xiaoxiao, who had been tearful just a moment ago, suddenly became cheerful and hummed a lively pop song. Keep walking in the rain. A jewel should shine. Everyone should have dreams. Xianxia glanced at the smug Luo Xiaoxiao. This girl's singing was better than Lin Ruoxi's. Then again, there were probably not many girls who could sing worse than Lin Ruoxi. He sighed dejectedly. Alright, stop laughing. I admit defeat this time. Luo Xiaoxiao stopped singing and said with a smile. You're finally willing to admit defeat? Humph, if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think that I'm a pushover. I'm honest, but I'm not stupid. Who asked you to lie to me? I cried in my bed a few times. You bullied me and lied to me. You saw how many guys flirted with me just now, but I'm not interested in them. Then why did you like me? Feelings. Dawn. That's right. It's just like how you guys like a football team and a football star. No matter if it's a low tide or a high tide, I'll always like it. There's no reason to like it. Xianxia looked at the serious Luo Xiaoxiao and teased, isn't it because your butt is pressing against my face? Luo Xiaoxiao tapped her chin with a slender finger. That's possible. But that's just the fuse. It's still a magnetic field brought about by hormones. Xianxia Luo. She of Luo. Thought. Of. Luo Xianxia found an empty parking space and parked his car. He looked at the time. He would definitely be late if he went back, so he might as well solve Luo Xiaoxiao's problem. Since you're not really stupid, you should know that I'm not joking. Xianxia said seriously. Since you're not really Miss Idiot, then you should understand that I'm not joking, Xianxia said solemnly. Luo Xiaoxiao pouted. I'm not joking. I'm still a virgin. Xianxia's expression froze. What does that have to do with you being a virgin? I was a virgin a decade ago too. What I mean is, I really have a family background, and I'm really not suitable for you. Since I haven't hated you yet, why don't we cut off the previous part and be normal friends? What do you think? Xianxia did not expect to be rid of her completely. He wanted to deal with her for the day. Luo Xiaoxiao said, didn't you say you have other lovers? Yangqing was speechless. Are you saying you want to be my lover? That's not it. Luo Xiaoxiao said. Since you're not a devoted person, why don't you let me be your wife and your wife be your lover? Yangqing was about to yell at her when Luo Xiaoxiao cut him off. It's not that I want to bully your wife. It's because if I'm the mistress, my father will beat you to death. Looking at Luo Xiaoxiao's serious expression, Yangqing almost fainted. After carefully analyzing the situation, he yelled, I don't want to be in a relationship with you at all. Why do you have to stick to me? The sudden rise in his voice caused the echoes in the car to become even more intense. Luo Xiaoxiao widened her round, watery eyes. She stared at Yangqing, who looked like he was about to lose his mind. She stood there in a daze. Gradually, Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes became moist and red. I'm sorry. Yangqing touched his face. I didn't mean to scold you or be mean to you. I know. Luo Xiaoxiao pouted. You just don't like me. Yangqing was stunned. He pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. Luo Xiaoxiao sniffed and said pitifully, this is the first time in my life that I've fallen in love with a boy seriously. I just want you to like me too. Don't hate me. Is it really that hard? Yangqing's heart ached. A sense of guilt welled up in him. She was still an inexperienced girl. Perhaps what she did to him and said those careless words was just a fantasy. She didn't really want to do anything. Yangqing hesitated for a moment. Then, he reached out and touched Luo Xiaoxiao's hair. Luo Xiaoxiao raised her head in bewilderment. Suddenly, she realized that the water on her clothes and hair was evaporating rapidly. Her body was drying up. Yangqing had used some heaven and earth energy to remove the water molecules from their clothes. For Yangqing, who had mastered Kuwei water, ordinary water was easy to control. Wow, you're amazing. Luo Xiaoxiao blinked. You can control water elemental energy so precisely. Are you at the tribulation stage? Yangqing's heart skipped a beat. You. Who are you? Luo Xiaoxiao seemed to realize that she had misspoken. She quickly covered her mouth and opened the car door. Then, she unbuckled her seatbelt and ran out of the car. Before Yangqing could ask anything, Luo Xiaoxiao slammed the door shut and ran out of the parking lot. Yangqing was stunned. He looked at the girl in the dark and laughed at himself. If I knew you were so easy to get rid of, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort. No matter what, Luo Xiaoxiao had been scared away by him. Yangqing started the car again and rushed home. He could still smell the girl's faint fragrance in the car. It was a natural fragrance, warm and full of vitality. Luo Xiaoxiao's identity piqued Yangqing's curiosity. However, he did not want to pursue the matter further. After all, it was better not to alert the enemy before he had absolute strength. Then, Yangqing remembered that he had been delayed for a long time. Lin Ruoxi and the others had not been able to contact him. What a mess. Half an hour later, Yangqing arrived home. The lights were already on, but the door was locked. Yangqing parked the car and walked carefully to the door. He took out his keys, took a deep breath, and opened the door. The moment he entered the house, he was greeted by the rich smell of corn soup. Yangqing could not help but take a deep breath. In the dining room, all the women in the house were already seated at the table. Guo Mother Wang, and Minwan were all there. Lin Ruoxi and Lan Lan were sitting together, serving pork ribs to Lan Lan. The little girl had a napkin wrapped around her waist and was eating heartily. From the small hill of ribs in front of her, one could tell that she had already finished a large pot of pork ribs. Of course, Lin Ruoxi would not only cook one pot of pork ribs. Oh my, it smells so good. Looks like my dear wife's cooking skills have improved. Having a child is quite motivating. Haha. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yangqing tried his best to look natural. He walked to his seat and sat down. However, as soon as he sat down, Yangqing was depressed to find that there were no extra bowls and chopsticks in front of him. Great, he had silently admitted that he was not going home. Looking at how Lin Ruoxi treated him like air, he knew that she was obviously angry. After all, she had specifically told him to go home early in the morning, but he had not arrived after more than an hour, and he did not even get a call. After all, a mother loved her son dearly. Guo Shuihua sighed and asked, Yangqing, where have you been? We have been waiting for you for a long time. We called more than a dozen times, but none of them got through. Why didn't you tell us? The dishes were almost all cold. Bad uncle. Lon Lon is starving. Lon Lon did not forget to provoke Yangqing while gnawing on the pork ribs. Lin Ruoshi raised her eyes and glanced at Yangqing. Her expression was indifferent, but she did not say anything. It seemed that she was too lazy to ask. Mother Wang was a little worried, but she was also dissatisfied with Yangqing's actions. Hence, she waited for Yangqing to say what he had to say. What else could Yangqing do? He told them about how he had bumped into Luo Xiaoxiao on the way back. When he finished, he did not forget to take out his waterlogged phone and place it on the table. Look, I really didn't mean to not return your calls. My phone really got waterlogged when I jumped into the lake. Guo Shuihua picked up the phone and tested it. She turned to Lin Ruoshi and said, Ruoshi, Yangqing didn't seem to do it on purpose. His phone really got waterlogged. Mother Wang also remembered what happened when they bought the shoes. She nodded and said, Miss, what young master said should be true. I saw that girl too. She was quite clingy. Maybe it's just a coincidence that we met today. Lin Ruoshi put down her chopsticks and asked calmly, I believe it's true. But what I want to know is, why did she say she liked you the first time she met you? Needless to say, this question made Yangqing speechless. She hit the nail on the head. How was Yangqing going to answer? Was he going to say it was because his face was stuck to her butt? Wasn't that a suicidal answer? It's mainly because. Yangqing looked to Mother Wang for help, but Mother Wang could not bring herself to say it. After all, she was also embarrassed. I finally understand. Lin Ruoshi said calmly, our family has a heartthrob. She fell in love with you the first time she met you. I didn't know you were so charming. Also, even if your phone got waterlogged, couldn't you borrow someone else's phone to call? Yangqing quickly said, Honey, I wanted to borrow someone else's phone, but they said I was having an affair. That's why they looked down on me and refused to lend it to me. That's enough. Lin Ruoshi stood up angrily. Her arms trembled as she supported herself on the table. Since you've admitted it, don't pretend to be innocent. Seeing the woman's sudden outburst, Yangqing was stunned. He gestured with his hands, and his mouth began to tremble. I am having an affair, but not with her. Oh no. I'm not having an affair. I'm just. Ouch. Yangqing wanted to cry, but no tears came out. How could he explain this? Lin Ruoshi obviously didn't want to listen to him anymore. She was so angry that her pretty face turned cold. After taking a deep breath, she turned around and ran upstairs. Guo Shuihua shouted, but Lin Ruoshi didn't stop. She ran to the study and slammed the table. Downstairs, Lon Lon pouted and said angrily, Bad uncle. You bully my mother. Minwan quickly went to comfort Lon Lon, afraid that this little devil would flip the table. Yangqing also didn't have the ability to quarrel with the little girl. He grabbed his hair, not in the mood to eat. He felt wronged and helpless at the same time. You child. Why are you still in a daze? Go and explain it to Ruoshi. Isn't it worse if you don't explain it to her? Guo Shuihua patted Yangqing's shoulder and said. Yangqing thought about it and agreed. He ran upstairs and knocked on the door of the study. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Ruoshi in the study didn't respond at all. From outside, Yangqing could only hear the rapid breathing inside. She was obviously angry. Yangqing helplessly looked downstairs, and bitterly waved his hands. I think we should wait for Ruoshi to calm down first. She doesn't want to see me. Guo Shuihua and Mother Wang looked at each other and smiled bitterly. At this time, any explanation would be useless. After all, Yangqing had a lot of bad records. Lin Ruoshi would definitely not believe him. However, the two adults were much more mature. If they thought about it carefully, if Yangqing really had some other relationship with that girl, why would he rush back for dinner? therefore, he wasn't too worried. It would be fine as long as Lin Ruashi calmed down and thought things through. In the end, they finished half of the dinner and cleaned it up. Fortunately, Lan Lan also ate a lot, so it was not too wasteful. Yangqing sighed as he returned to his bedroom. Just as he was about to take a shower and change his clothes, he noticed that there was a communication request from Solon on his laptop. Yangqing perked up and quickly opened it. He found that Solon had sent him a lot of documents, but he was not at home today, so he did not notice it. After opening the video chat, Sauron was wearing a pair of presbyopic glasses and looking at some information. Yangchen was used to seeing the rugged appearance of the red-haired old man. Yangchen wasn't used to seeing him wear glasses all of a sudden. Sauron is getting old too. Speaking of which, it's been quite a few years since I saved him. Seeing that Yangchen finally responded, Sauron turned his head, nodded respectfully, and said, "Your Majesty Pluto, you asked us to find areas around the world with ancient civilizations and not too much man-made damage. We have found 8 of them. All the areas and related information have been sent to you." Yangqing nodded. "I will take a closer look later. Thank you for your hard work. Did you encounter any problems along the way?" "It can't be considered a problem, but I am very curious, Your Majesty Pluto, why are you looking for such places? Most of these places are desolate and uninhabited. Because they are not suitable for human survival, there are only some traces of ancient civilizations. If it is an ordinary person who goes to those places, it is very likely that they will die." Yangqing smiled. "What I want is a place that ordinary people can't go to, so I can find what I want. Well, even if I tell you, you won't understand immediately. Let's talk about it later, I will look at the information first." Sauron was not a talkative person, so he quickly said goodbye and hung up. As soon as Yangqing pulled out the information of the 8 locations, he immediately read it carefully. Sauron sent people to investigate quite thoroughly, so it took a lot of time to read it. After reading all of it, Yangqing probably also chose the first place to go. Of course, before going, he still had to ask Xiao Qiqing's opinion, so he contacted Xiao Qiqing to listen to her opinion. Xiao Qiqing had now dropped out of school and was idle all day, so she quickly replied to her opinion. The 2 coincidentally ruled out the Great Swamp in the southern United States, the Amazon Basin, the Panamanian Forest, and other places, and chose the more remote inland of Arnhem Land in northern Australia. Not only was it a no-man's land, but it was also a place where indigenous civilization had existed since 50,000 years ago. According to Xiao Qiqing, only a place that gave birth to human beings would have enough spiritual energy to cultivate the unknown medicinal ingredients for alchemy. It was almost October. Australia was located in the southern hemisphere, and the northern part of the country would gradually enter summer in October. This was especially true for places like Arnhem Land, where water was a problem. It would be very uncomfortable to wait any longer, so they had to leave early if they wanted to go. Xiao Qiqing was cooped up at home, and she was obviously eager to go out as well. Moreover, with Yangqing around, there was no need to worry about danger, so she was full of interest. Yangqing closed his notebook and sighed. Although Lin Ruashi might still be angry at him, he still had to tell her that he was going on a long trip tonight, especially that he had to bring Xiao Qiqing along. Regardless of whether Lin Ruashi was unwilling or not, he could not accommodate her too much. After all, it involved all the women. After thinking about it for a while, Yangqing took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom. It was better to take a shower first before talking to Lin Ruashi. At the same time, in Lin Ruashi's study, Mother Wang placed a plate of cut fruits on Lin Ruashi's desk. She looked at Lin Ruashi, who was busy correcting documents with a cold expression. She could not help but smile. "Miss, are you still angry?" Lin Ruashi raised her head and pouted. "Mother Wang, don't speak up for that bad guy. You're always helping him, and you're not taking your family seriously." Mother Wang smiled bitterly. "Of course not. Mother Wang, of course I'm helping you. It's just that young master didn't lie to you this time." Lin Ruashi snorted. "Mother Wang, how do you know? He has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Didn't he secretly get involved with those vixens? He even slept with Chenny and Mingyu right under my nose." Mother Wang found it funny to hear her sour words, but she held it in. She cleared her throat and said, "Actually, young master said that the girl clung to you today was not because of young master. I was too embarrassed to say it at the time, but that day, it was actually like this." Mother Wang slowly told her about the misunderstanding between Luo Xiaoxiao and Yang Qing. As she listened, Lin Ruoxi could tell that Mother Wang was telling the truth. She immediately felt a little regretful. "Mother Wang, why didn't you say it when we were eating just now?" "This?" Mother Wang said sheepishly, "After all, it's about my face and butt. Besides, Lon Lon was there too. I was too embarrassed to say it." "Why is that girl so thick-skinned?" Lin Ruoxi frowned in dissatisfaction, but there was more regret in her eyes. It seemed that she had wronged Yangqing. Actually, when she calmed down and thought about it, if Yangqing really had something to do with that girl, he wouldn't have rushed back for dinner. The more she thought about it, the redder Lin Ruoxi felt. However, her self-esteem from a young age made her unable to put down her pride and beg Yangqing for forgiveness. Mother Wang could tell what Lin Ruoxi was thinking. She smiled and said, "Miss, don't be stubborn. If you want to apologize, go ahead. What's wrong with a husband and wife?" I don't want to apologize. Humph, he bullied me so many times. What's wrong with me misunderstanding him once?" Lin Ruoxi said stubbornly. Mother Wang sighed. "To be honest, miss, there's nothing more precious between a couple than a man who tolerates you unconditionally, especially a man like young master. It's not that he doesn't deserve you. He doesn't fight with you because he dotes on you. But you have to control your temper sometimes." Lin Ruoxi's face burned as she listened. Her heart was in a mess. She put down her pen, stood up, and walked out the door. "Mother Wang, go watch TV. I'll go coax Lon Lon to sleep." With that said, Lin Ruoxi jogged toward the bedroom, looking like she was escaping. Mother Wang reached out to stop her, but she couldn't. She looked at the fruit platter that Bai brought over and could only shake her head with a smile. When Lin Ruoxi ran to her bedroom, she found Lon Lon sleeping obediently on the bed. This child's peaceful sleep was really pitiful. For some reason, Minwan said that Lon Lon didn't sleep for a few days in the past. But ever since she slept with Lon Lon, Lanlan's sleep was like other children, and she could sleep soundly for a long time. Minwan laughed and asked if Lon Lon was afraid of her mother, so she slept obediently. But Lin Ruoxi had a strange feeling that it was because Lon Lon was by her side that she was able to settle down comfortably, which was why she was so obedient and sleeping. Of course, Lon Lon couldn't explain it. In a child's world, she could sleep whenever she wanted and eat whenever she wanted. Lin Ruoxi walked to the bedside and bent down to kiss her daughter's forehead. Lon Lon clicked her tongue, and she seemed to be having a sweet dream. She looked very cute. "Silly child, you're dreaming of good food, right? If this goes on, Mom is afraid that you'll really become a little fat girl in the future," Lin Ruoxi thought to herself. Lin Ruoxi walked out of the room quietly. She was still thinking about how to reconcile with Yangqing. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she had gone overboard. She didn't listen to his explanation and wrongly accused him, although it was really hard to believe under those circumstances. Unknowingly, Lin Ruoxi walked through the corridor on the second floor and arrived at the end. She pushed open 2 glass doors and walked to the balcony. The scenery near the courtyard in the western suburbs was beautiful, the air was fresh, and the stars could be seen scattered in the sky. Under the curtain of the night, in the quiet courtyard in front of the house, the autumn was thick, and the shadows of the trees were swaying. Lin Ruoxi leaned against the railing. She was only wearing a thin white sweater. In the past, she would have felt cold in the night breeze. However, ever since she started cultivating the nameless cultivation method taught by Yang Chen, she became half a cultivator and possessed true qi at the peak of the Hotian stage. This little bit of coldness was nothing to her anymore. However, compared to Cheng Wei, Choi Yun, and other women who had a foundation in Kung Fu, Lin Ruoxi's physical quality was still relatively ordinary, not much stronger than girls who usually exercised, and her actual combat skills were still improving. Fortunately, there were still Lu Mingyu, Anxin, and the others who were similar to her, so Lin Ruoxi was not too anxious. Just when she was thinking about how to talk to Yangqing, Lin Ruoxi suddenly saw a lonely figure sitting on the stairs downstairs from the corner of her eyes. Lin Ruoxi was stunned, it was actually Yang Qing. At this moment, Yang Chen was leisurely sitting on the ice-cold stairs with his legs crossed. He touched the soles of his feet with one hand, and held a cigarette in the other as he puffed out a cloud of smoke. His pair of eyes narrowed. Yang Qing was thinking about how to talk to Lin Ruoxi about bringing Xianxia, so that the woman would accept it more easily. Because of this, Yang Qing was immersed in thinking. He did not immediately notice that Lin Ruoxi was standing upstairs. This scene fell into the eyes of Lin Ruoxi, but it had a different meaning. Is he angry with me? Lin Ruoxi felt that Yang Qing must be angry and bored, so he was smoking alone in the cold wind. In his memory, Yang Qing hadn't smoked for a long time. Lin Ruoxi took a deep breath and said leisurely, "Stop smoking. Why are you smoking in the middle of the night? You make it sound so sad." Yang Qing suddenly realized something. He looked up and saw Lin Ruoxi leaning against the railing. He grinned and said, "Honey, you're not angry anymore?" Lin Ruoxi suddenly felt suffocated. She had clearly misunderstood him, but the first thing he asked was if she was angry. A trace of sweetness flowed through her heart. While Lin Ruoxi felt guilty, her gaze became especially gentle. "I'm not angry anymore. I'm not unreasonable. Mother Wan told me, so I'm not angry anymore." Yang Qing understood and didn't think too much of it. "I still have to thank Mother Wan." Sigh. "It's actually not a big deal. It's just that the girl is a little crazy, but I don't think we'll run into her again. It's fine." Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but burst into laughter. "That girl called Luo Xiaoxiao, is her butt soft?" Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but blush when she asked the question. Yang Qing also touched his head awkwardly, almost rubbing the cigarette but on his hair. "It's okay, not as soft as yours. Go." Lin Ruoxi glared at him and said, "Stop smoking. Even if you want to smoke, you should choose a better brand. Do you have to smoke the lowest quality ones?" Yang Qing chuckled. After taking a puff, he threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it to put it out. "I'm used to smoking. There's not much left in this pack. I'll finish it. It'll be easier to concentrate when thinking about things." Lin Ruoxi relaxed and asked, "What are you thinking about? Do you want me to help you?" Yang Qing told her that he was going to Australia and that he was bringing Xianxia with him to help him find the herbs. Lin Ruoxi didn't think much of it at first, but when she heard that he was going to bring Xianxia alone, she couldn't help but frown. Xianxia wasn't just any other woman. That woman was soft and charming, and she had slept with Yang Qing before. "I know you might feel uncomfortable, but I have no choice. I can't be careless about this. Bringing her with me can help me find and identify the herbs. As for the appearance of Arnhem, it's definitely not a place for sightseeing. I've been to the border when I was hunting down a drug lord. It's definitely a barren land. Although it won't be dangerous for me, it won't be a short trip. If I bring more people with me, it'll be troublesome and unrewarding. Ruoxi, just take it that I'm bringing Xianxia to suffer a little. Let me go." Lin Ruoxi stared at Yang Qing for a while and pondered. The best way was to go with him, but she didn't know how long Yang Qing would be gone. She couldn't bear to part with Lan Lan, and she had to take care of the company too. She really couldn't leave. Moreover, Lan Lan's grandfather might come back at the beginning of October. How could she leave at this time? In that case, other than herself, she had to find someone she could trust to look after Xianxia. She couldn't let Xianxia and her husband be alone. After thinking for a while, Lin Ruoxi said, "You can bring her along, but you have to bring another person. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." Yang Qing was stunned. "Bring another person? If it's just one person, that's fine. It's not too troublesome. But who should I bring?" "Mingyu." "Huh?" Yang Qing was stunned. "Bring Mingyu? Honey, why are you asking me to bring another woman?" Lin Ruoxi said, "Of course you have to bring another woman. At least, Mingyu won't want Xianxia to interfere." Yang Qing finally understood that Lin Ruoxi didn't have time to look after him, so she let another woman take care of him. Indeed, from Mingyu's point of view, she wouldn't want Xianxia to interfere. Lin Ruoxi continued to analyze. Actually, in terms of physical fitness, Sister Kai Ning and Xiangwei in Beijing are naturally the best. But they are too indulgent with you and won't care about you. As for Yongyan and Qianni, as my sisters who grew up with me, they actually did that kind of thing behind my back. I won't give them more chances. Forget about that little vixen Anqin, it's even more impossible for Tang Wan to. No matter how I think about it, only Mingyu is suitable. She knows the rules, listens to me, and has a hidden agenda. She's definitely not someone who can be bullied. Yangchen was drenched in cold sweat. I didn't expect Lin Ruoxi to still have such thoughts in her head. It's indeed a choice to minimize the risk. Although Lu Mingyu had made an overstepping choice in terms of feelings, she still had great respect for Lin Ruoxi in her heart. She even admired her a little. Therefore, if Lu Mingyu were to be in charge of him, it would definitely be the best choice. Yes, the more I think about it, the more I think it makes sense. Lin Ruoxi clapped her hands. It's decided then. I'll give Mingyu a long vacation. Her position will be taken by the deputy minister. As for her, she will replace me and accompany you to Australia. That way, Xia Qiqing won't be happy for nothing. Yang Qing nodded with a stiff smile. Wifey is wise. Lin Ruoxi looked at him with a smug look. Don't act like you're wronged. At least I'll let you have two beauties to accompany you. Yang Qing thought about it and agreed. He wasn't going on a vacation. He was doing heavy work. So be it if he was in charge. Under the night sky, Yang Qing stretched his back, calmed himself down, and prepared to go upstairs to sleep. At the latest, the day after tomorrow, he would take the two women to the other half of the earth. In the North Pole, under the ice cap, in a huge laboratory. Wen Tao, who was wearing a white coat, was supporting himself on a transparent button that looked like light and shadow. His eyes were staring at the various data and complicated biochemical equations that were constantly flashing on the huge screen. If the world's scientific community were to see the constantly changing characters, they would be completely dumbfounded. Because this was a combination of cutting-edge physics, biology, chemistry, and other fields. It was even a futuristic technology. It was simply beyond the imagination of human technology. Wen Tao licked his lips. The gaze in his eyes became more and more fanatical. He murmured, "That's right. That's right. Yan Buwen, although you're King dead, I still have to say. You really are a genius." In the middle of Wen Tao's spread legs, the naked Luo Tsuishan was kneeling on the ground. The enchanting woman had unknowingly stripped Wen Tao's lower body. She was using her fiery red lips to serve the high-spirited bad guy. Hearing Wen Tao's excited words, Luo Tsuishan loosened her mouth. She licked her lips and asked, "Little cripple, have you found a breakthrough? It turns out that antimatter energy can also be used in this way." Wen Tao smiled evilly and did not explain much. At this time, the door of the laboratory opened. Ning Guodong, who was wearing a black trench coat, walked in from the outside with a cold expression. Seeing Luo Tsuishan lying between Wen Tao's legs, Ning Guodong frowned, but didn't say anything. Instead, he said, "Yang Qing is leaving Zhonghai." When Luo Tsuishan saw Ning Guodong, she picked up the clothes on the side and put them on. Wen Tao stared at the screen intently and responded faintly, "Is that so? Where are we going?" Ning Guodong replied, "The first flight is to Singapore, but the final destination is Brisbane, Australia. However, according to the intelligence network, Yang Qing has already sent people to prepare a local civil plane. They should be flying to other parts of Australia." "He needs a plane?" Wen Tao glanced over. Ning Guodong said, "He is going to bring two women. One is a woman of unknown origin called Xia Qiqing, and the other is one of his lovers, Lu Mingyu, the daughter of Lu Qingshan from the Green Dragon Society. I'm afraid it is more suitable to use a plane for the sake of the two women." Wen Tao narrowed his eyes. He really knows how to be protective of women. As long as he is not going to the North Pole, let him be. Don't you want to ask what he is going to do? It has nothing to do with us. So what if we know? Luo Tsuishan put on her clothes and asked curiously, "Little cripple, don't you want to take the opportunity to go to Zhonghai to do something? Why don't we capture all of Yan Cheng's women and force him to submit?" Wen Tao looked at Luo Tsuishan as if he was looking at an idiot. "Women's views. If we only need to capture his women to deal with Yan Cheng, then you are underestimating him too much. Back then, Yan Buwen's men couldn't even kill Tang Xian. They clearly said that Yangqing was in Europe, but in the blink of an eye, he returned to Beijing. How much slower do you think he will be this time? Why don't we go there ourselves and not send those stupid cyborgs? I don't believe that we can't capture one or two of them before Yangqing comes back. Wen Tao shook his head. Let's not talk about the fact that we can't see through Yangqing's means, and we can't guarantee what kind of trump card he has. Even if we can't kill Yangqing, even if his woman dies, won't we be buried with her? We don't have any extra lives. We can't gamble with our lives. But, are we not going to do anything? Luo Zuishan said reluctantly. Of course I have to do something, but now is not the time. Wen Tao's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Yan Buwen's biggest failure is that he trusts himself too much. Although he has a backup plan, he has already attracted enough attention from Yangqing. It will be very difficult for him to defeat his opponent by surprise. Our greatest advantage right now is that Yangqing doesn't know our strength. He doesn't even know of our existence. If we make a move, it will be equivalent to exposing ourselves, and we will lose an important layer of protection. As he said that, Wen Tao turned his head to look at the image on the screen that only he could understand. He sneered and said, Yangqing. We can't let him live. Otherwise, we will be restrained no matter what we want to do. Moreover, since we already have a grudge against him, if he sees us, he will definitely not show mercy. Therefore, if we don't make a move, then we must use the power of the ninth heaven's thunder to completely kill him. Ning Guodong snorted lightly and said, not to mention Beijing, there are many people in the world who want Yangqing to die. Yan Buwen is already amazing enough, but in the end, he doesn't even know how he lost. Are you really confident? Wen Tao said disdainfully, what is Yan Buwen? Didn't he still die in my hands? The winner takes all, while the loser is in the wrong. Only those who can foresee further can obtain the final victory. From Yan Buwen's memory, I have sorted out the ultimate way of using the God's Stone that Yan Buwen has yet to fully develop. When I develop that unique power in this world, it will naturally be a piece of cake to deal with Yangqing. Luo Zuishan's hatred for Yangqing naturally ran deep into her bones. When she heard this, she couldn't help but smile. Little cripple, does that mean that something big is going to happen? Wen Tao smiled sinisterly and said, let him be proud for a period of time. We will wait and see. I want him to die the next time he sees me. I hope so, Ning Guodong said plainly and turned to leave. Luo Zuishan saw this and couldn't help but shout, Guodong, are you leaving just like that? Ning Guodong stopped in his tracks and turned around to ask, is there anything else? Luo Zuishan was stunned and a trace of sadness flashed through her eyes. Ever since he asked Ning Guodong to force himself on Lin Ruoxi, he didn't tell him that they were half-siblings. Although he managed to save Ning Guodong, heal his body, and even undergo genetic modification, Ning Guodong still couldn't accept it. However, Ning Guodong clearly didn't see herself as the same as before. But I have already died once, how can I really go back to the past? The only reason why I'm still alive is because I want to see the day when all those damned enemies are dead. Thinking of this, Luo Zuishan smiled bitterly, it's fine. You can go back to your work. Ning Guodong nodded and left. Wen Tao looked at Luo Zuishan meaningfully from behind and said indifferently, for him and Yang Lai, learning how to control the antimatter energy given by the God Stone is the most important thing. I advise you not to think too much. Luo Zuishan is already dead. The current you is just you. Luo Zuishan turned around and smiled charmingly at Wen Tao, I thought you would say that I'm a bitch. Humph. Wen Tao laughed sinisterly, that's also my favorite dog. At this point, Wen Tao suddenly grabbed Luo Zuishan's neck with one hand and fiercely pressed it against the control panel. Then, his entire body pressed against it. For a moment, the entire laboratory under the ice was filled with erotic sounds. Australia, the hinterland of Arnhem Land in the northern half of the island. Although it was not yet October, the climate here was very different from other coastal cities in Australia. Arnhem Land covered an area of nearly 80,000 square kilometers. Its tropical grassland climate had gradually turned the temperature here hot and humid during the day. This was one of the oldest prehistoric continents in the world, and it was also the world's most famous uninhabited land. The Australian Aborigines had left traces of their ancient civilization 50,000 years ago. Their descendants were still Aborigines here today. However, this did not mean that there would be long-term residents here. The Aborigines were not stupid. Even if they wanted to relocate, they would not choose to live in the most desolate part of Arnhem Land. Coupled with the rise of tourism in Australia in recent decades, many areas around Arnhem Land were developed into tourist attractions. The Aborigines were naturally willing to stay in their homeland and earn some income. Especially with the various forced modifications of the Aborigines by the white man, the number of true Aborigines in Australia was gradually decreasing. Fewer and fewer Aborigines were willing to stay in such a barren land. In fact, the deepest part of Arnhem Land had long been shrouded by all kinds of ferocious creatures and the harsh natural climate. Even the most ancient Aborigines could not guarantee their safety. Therefore, in the heart of Arnhem Land, there was no one. However, in the sky above this almost forgotten land, in the middle of the morning, a civilian plane was silently flying over. The sun was shining brightly in the clear sky. We have entered the central zone. Highland grassland, 270 m above sea level. The temperature is 93 degrees Fahrenheit. The plane is decelerating. After the pilot reported the situation below, he waited for Xianxia's instructions. At that moment, Xianxia was being hugged tightly by Lu Mingyu. The woman was clinging to him with an unwilling and aggrieved expression. Xianxia, on the other hand, was looking forward to something excitedly. The three of them were wearing camouflage gear with long sleeves and long pants. It was made of the most durable material for traveling in the wild. They were also carrying parachutes on their backs. Mingyu baby, didn't I say I'll jump with you in my arms? What are you afraid of? Xianxia smiled bitterly. He had promised to bring them here to parachute and land. Since the two women had never done such extreme sports before, they were just playing along. At first, Lu Mingyu thought it was interesting and agreed readily. However, when it was time to jump, she was so afraid that she did not dare to move her feet to the cabin door. Can't we land the plane? Although Lu Mingyu felt that it was embarrassing to be so afraid in front of Xianxia, she could not overcome the fear in her heart. Parachuting may seem exciting, but when it came to jumping, not everyone could stand it. Xianxia felt helpless. There are many situations down here, and the grassland is not suitable for landing. If we hit a rock or a tree, we won't be able to dodge in time. Parachuting is relatively safer. Besides, I'm all prepared. If you suddenly say we're not going to jump, it would be a waste of time. Ugh. I shouldn't have come. No wonder General Lin didn't want to come himself. This is simply harming me. Haha, I already told you, this time, you're not here to enjoy, you're here to suffer with me. Xianxia saw that the woman was about to cry, but he laughed especially happily and said, "Pilot, open the cabin." He didn't care about Lu Mingyu's objections and screams. Xianxia hadn't played for many years, so his heart was itching. Hoo-hoo. A violent gust of wind blew into the cabin, and the plane's door opened. Bon voyage, Your Majesty Pluto. Xianxia laughed heartily and signaled to Xianxia to let her jump first. Xianxia was very bold. After all, in America, a woman who could even be a swindler, parachuting was definitely not something too exciting. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia jumped down like a sparrow. TSK, look at her, this girl is so energetic. Xianxia patted the woman's back and hugged Lu Mingyu tightly. He shouted and followed suit. From afar, it looked like two colorful flowers, one high and one low, had suddenly bloomed in midair and slowly fallen. As the strong airflow blew past her ears, Lu Mingyu slowly opened her eyes after a few seconds. Xianxia was looking at her with a smile. That smirk on his face made her want to take a bite out of him. Are you still afraid? Xianxia shouted loudly. Because during the fall, his voice would be quickly scattered by the airflow. Lu Mingyu carefully raised her head and looked down at the ground that was gradually approaching the two of them. She felt a lingering fear, but at the same time, she felt quite excited. The grassland, which was a mixture of withered yellow and green, and some lonely little rivers in the distance, as well as the protruding rocky hills, made the entire field of vision seem especially wide. It's magnificent. Lu Mingyu murmured. If it wasn't for Yang Qing's strong hearing, he wouldn't have heard it at all. This was indeed a kind of natural beauty that couldn't be seen in tourist attractions. However, Yang Qing was also very clear that ordinary people who came to such a place would only have a slim chance of survival. As the parachute landed, the hot and humid temperature on the ground swept over them. Not far away, Xianxia was the first to reach the land. After throwing down the parachute bag, she ran over with a frown and said, "If I had known earlier, I would have brought some sunscreen. My skin will definitely peel from the sun." For the convenience of walking, among the three of them, only Yang Qing carried a heavy backpack to carry some drinking water and wild food. Although the two women carried bags, they were empty. They planned to use them to store some alchemy materials in case they found them. Lu Mingyu also found it difficult to adapt. She subconsciously circulated a trace of true qi in her body, and finally felt a little better. After Yang Qing noticed it, he immediately said, "Mingyu, don't use too much true qi. Your cultivation is still not high. If you use your precious true qi to lower your temperature, your body will quickly weaken. We won't leave in an hour or two. We may need to walk here for a week or two to find the materials." Hearing this, Lu Mingyu felt helpless, but she could only obediently stop circulating her true qi. In fact, the reason why Yang Qing said this was to let Lu Mingyu's body get sufficient training. Relying on true qi to walk was ultimately lazy. If she could use her body to search for the materials, it would be very obvious to Lu Mingyu's body. To enter the Xiantian realm, strengthening the body was also an essential element. For example, Kai Ning and Qiang Wei had practiced martial arts since they were young, so they didn't have any obstacles in this aspect. Their tendons were extremely tough. The other women needed a period of training. Yang Qing then asked the two women to wait, and ran over to get Xianxia's parachute. After that, he went over and placed the two parachutes on the grassland. "Yang Qing, what are you doing?" asked Xianxia curiously. Yang Qing dusted off the dirt on his hands. "I'm making a mark for the plane to see. It'll also help us remember our starting point. After all, we didn't bring any communication devices this time. It'll be troublesome if we have to tell the plane the exact coordinates, so it's more convenient to fix a point." Since they had come in a hurry, Yang Qing didn't think it was necessary, so he didn't prepare any special communication devices. As for normal phones, not to mention the problem of battery, they might not even have a signal. Yang Qing wasn't sure if they could find the materials, or how much they could find. If they found a lot, it would be better to send a plane to transport them. "Where are we going?" asked Lu Mingyu, wiping the sweat on her forehead. Yang Qing looked at the sun, then at the time. After confirming the direction, he said, "We're deep in Arnhem, so let's go north. More than 80% of Australia's people live along the coast. If we can't find any materials along the way, we'll just treat it as an inland tour." "How is this a tour? We've only been standing here for a while and we're already sweating. It's so sticky and stuffy," complained Lu Mingyu. Although she wasn't the daughter of a rich family, she did grow up in the city. It was hard for Lu Mingyu to accept such a desolate place. Yang Qing pinched the woman's cheek with a smile. He then looked at Xianxia, whose face was also slightly red from the sun. "Let's go. Let me know if you find anything. I don't know which materials can be used to refine pills." When Xianxia saw how intimate Yang Qing was with Lu Mingyu, a hint of envy flashed across her eyes. She pursed her lips into a smile and nodded. It was easy for Xianxia to figure out the reason why he suddenly asked Lu Mingyu to tag along. However, she wasn't in any position to say anything, so she could only accept it. Fortunately, although Lu Mingyu found out from Lin Ruoxi why she was asked to tag along, she didn't do anything to contradict her. Of course, the two women weren't familiar with each other, and they both had their own agendas. It was inevitable that they were a little off when they chatted. Yang Qing saw it, but he didn't take it to heart. As long as it wasn't too intense, there was no need for him to get involved in women's affairs. However, he still had to keep his distance from Xianxia, so that Lu Mingyu wouldn't feel embarrassed, and it would be hard to explain to Lin Ruoxi when they got back. Arnhem absorbed a lot of heat in the afternoon, turning it into a huge steamer. There were more rivers and shallow lakes everywhere, as well as some tropical trees, making the place even more humid. Xiaoqiqing kept wiping her sweat. She was a little uncomfortable, but she still stopped every time she came across a plant that looked similar. Yangqing was impressed by this. This woman looked delicate, but she was very determined. Lu Mingyu felt better after cultivating. Along the way, she saw that Xiaoqiqing was behaving herself and tried her best to find her. Her impression of her changed slightly. When it was almost evening, the three of them arrived at the foot of a small rock. Yangqing asked the two women to take a seat and rest. He took out 2 bottles of water from his backpack and gave them to Lu Mingyu and Xiaoqiqing. Lu Mingyu drank 2 mouthfuls of water to relieve her dry throat. Seeing that Yangqing wasn't drinking, she handed her bottle over. Yangqing, why aren't you drinking? Here you go. Yangqing pushed it back and smiled. I'm not trying to save water for you. With my cultivation, I can control the water in my body freely. I don't need to drink too much. Your bodies are still at the level of a normal human. If you can't drink a gallon of water a day, you'll suffer from heat stroke. Xiaoqiqing panted and smiled. You make it sound like you're not human. Hey, why are you cursing? Yangqing raised an eyebrow. The two women burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became more harmonious. After resting for a while, Yangqing got up and said, let's go a little further. The rivers are a little dense here. Let's find a dry place to spend the night. Lu Mingyu asked curiously, why do we need to find a dry place? Isn't the river good? It's more convenient to get water. Don't think too highly of the rivers here. Yangqing said, in Arnhem, the real rulers are over 100,000 estuarine crocodiles. These crocodiles are carnivorous. The larger ones can eat more than one meal. They can swallow you whole with just one mouth. Hearing that, the two women trembled and got up immediately. Yangqing smiled. Although you don't have to worry about your safety with me around, I don't want to be on guard against crocodiles all the time. Besides, places with abundant water have many mosquitoes, snakes, and scorpions. There are 21 of the 25 most venomous snakes in the world in Australia. I've been observing the land along the way. Don't be careless. Xiaoqiqing gulped and asked, Yangqing, why do you seem to know everything? Lu Mingyu also nodded in confusion. She found it quite amazing that the guy who only knew how to play games and doze off in the company was actually knowledgeable about science other than fighting. Yangqing was a little annoyed by the way the women looked at him. He said helplessly, it's not a big deal. You don't know how I've survived since I was young. There are many places that are harsher than this. When I was 13, I could already survive alone in the snowy Siberian mountains for more than a month. I don't lose to anyone when it comes to survival. Knowing most of the animals and plants in the world, understanding their conditions, and learning how to use them to survive is a compulsory course. Besides, I have a photographic memory, so it's not a problem for me. It's a pity that I don't know which plants are medicinal ingredients, and their names must be different from the scientific names. Otherwise, it would be much faster for me to come here alone. While explaining to the two women, Yangqing asked them to carry their backpacks and continue their journey north. Lu Mingyu was a little scared when she heard that they would be sleeping outdoors for a few days. Yangqing, can't you fly us? Why don't you find the nearest city to stay? Yangqing shrugged. You'll have to ask Jiqing about that. Xiaoqiqing explained, some medicinal ingredients can't be found during the day, such as those that have a unique luster. Some only show their special appearance in the morning and shrink back after sunrise. It's precisely because these elixirs can't be found at any time that they're particularly difficult to find. If we have to spend time going back and forth, the chances of finding them will be even lower. As they were talking, Xiaoqiqing suddenly let out a soft "eh?" Her eyes locked on the direction of a small river in front of them. Gradually, a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. Looking at Xiaoqiqing's expression, Yangqing immediately thought of something. What did you find? Xiaoqiqing suppressed her excitement. I'm not sure yet. Let's take a closer look. Saying that, the woman took the lead and ran to the shallow riverbank. A dense patch of aquatic plants blocked the riverbank, and Xiaoqiqing's target was an ordinary-looking eucalyptus tree by the riverbank. Seeing that, Yangqing quickly grabbed the woman's hand and pulled Xiaoqiqing back. Wait. I told you not to walk in front of me. Xiao was taken aback, but she obediently retreated behind Yangqing. Yangqing smiled evilly. Stand behind and watch. Saying that, he walked straight to the edge of the riverbank. Just as Yangqing set foot on the riverbank, something happened. Roar. A rough roar intertwined with the sound of the aquatic plants and waves. Suddenly, a giant creature pounced out from the aquatic plants. Like a bolt of lightning, the giant creature opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Yangqing's leg. Xiao Qiqing and Lu Mingyu screamed at the same time, their beautiful faces pale. A huge green and black estuarine crocodile was about to bite Yangqing, but Yangqing's right leg was the first to exert force. Bang! With a muffled sound, the tip of Yangqing's foot hit the estuarine crocodile's jaw. Woo! After being hit by Yangqing's foot, the enormous body flew back a few meters like a kite with a broken string, and crashed into the water. After a large splash, the estuarine crocodile frantically wagged its tail and fled. Its poor little brain could not imagine what kind of terrifying prey it had encountered. Yangqing whistled. This thing has thick skin and flesh, I thought I would kick it to death. Although he did not use too much force, to be able to withstand his kick, this estuarine crocodile's strength was evident. This scene, however, scared Lu Mingyu and Xiao Qiqing half to death. Lu Mingyu was on the verge of tearing up. She rushed forward and slapped Yangqing's back. You're still in the mood to whistle? Do you think it's funny? Do you know you almost scared me to death? Hee hee. Yangqing grinned and said, let me show you how dangerous this place is. I told you that there are more than 100,000 crocodiles here. Crocodiles are natural hunters, and their attack speed is so fast that humans can't even see it with their naked eyes. Every water source here has to be checked before approaching. Remember this. Xiao Qiqing patted her chest and looked at Yangqing gratefully. But you didn't have to scare us like that. Yangqing rubbed his nose and asked, it won't happen next time. Oh right, you want to check this tree? Yes. Xiao Qiqing walked to the side of the tree and looked at it seriously. Yangqing identified it and frowned. This looks like a eucalyptus tree, but the veins of the leaves are different, and the bark seems to be a little reddish-brown. Xiao Qiqing confirmed something and said, this should be a red sparrow tree, a relatively common but rare medicinal herb. It is rarely seen in Xianxia, and is used to refine some low-grade pills. Yangqing was happy at first, and then said gloomily, the whole tree? Doesn't that mean I have to make a trip to move it? Xiao Qiqing shook her head. The red sparrow tree doesn't need anything else. We only need the root hairs at the tip of its roots. They can't be too old, and we need those tender roots. The old ones won't have that special medicinal effect. Yangqing was confused. There were so many things to do, but since they only needed the roots, it was easy. Wasn't it just digging the tree's roots? I'm the best at physical work. However, in the process of digging, Yangqing also listened to Xiao Qiqing's suggestion and left a few root hairs. This was to prevent the rare materials from being dug to death, and to keep the tree alive. It could be dug again if needed in the future. The first day finally had some results, and this gave Yangqing some confidence. After all, it was just the beginning. They walked for a while at night, and after realizing that they didn't have any results, the three of them found a dry cave, laid some tree bark as a mattress, and made do with it for the night. The next morning, near the cave where they spent the night, Xiao Qiqing's sharp eyes discovered a medicinal ingredient called dragon knot seed, which absorbed dew in the morning. This made her extremely happy. Yangqing was a little puzzled. He had seen this plant before, but he didn't know that this weed was actually a medicinal ingredient in the eyes of cultivators. However, what he was sure of was that the primitive land outside of Xianxia did have a lot of medicinal ingredients that hadn't been used up. The three of them ate and slept in the open for 4 consecutive days, and the medicinal ingredients in their bags were almost 80% full. In the 3 bags, there were at least 20 kinds of medicinal ingredients. According to Xiao Qiqing, if all the medicinal pills that could be refined were refined successfully, there would be about 10 kinds of medicinal pills, and as many as 100 pills. Of course, the premise was that Yangqing could comprehend the Samadhi true fire and successfully refine the pills. What troubled Yangqing was that he was still one step away from breaking through the Samadhi true fire. He had vaguely touched the threshold, and was just one step away. It would take at least a week's journey to reach the northern coast from Arnhem. Yangqing was not in a hurry, and he would pack as much as he could. After all, he still had the sumera ring with the mustard seed. He was just worried that the medicinal ingredients might go bad, so he didn't dare to put them in recklessly. In these 4 days, the two women's skin had obviously become tanned, but their physical strength had also improved a lot under Yangqing's guidance. Lu Mingyu, in particular, had been practicing the skill, and had the vital energy to nourish her meridians. With proper guidance, her physical fitness improved rapidly, and her physical strength had obviously more than doubled compared to when they first arrived. On the 5th night, the two women were already very familiar with spending the night in the wild. They found a place under a cliff and followed the method Yangqing taught them. They peeled off some tree bark and took some dry grass to make a bed, and then they planned to sleep. Yangqing didn't need those. Looking at the 3 bags that were almost full of medicinal ingredients, he pondered and said, "We don't lack water, but we're out of food. I'm considering if I should make a trip to a nearby city tomorrow to get some food before continuing to search for medicinal ingredients." Lu Mingyu stretched and mumbled, "Why don't you call the plane too? We'll go back to the city first." Do we really have to walk for another week? Yangqing was also thinking about his family in Zhonghai. This time, without the threat of Yan Buwen, he wasn't too worried that someone would take advantage of the situation. However, he felt that something was wrong because he didn't have any communication devices. Also, he didn't know if Lanlin's grandfather had returned to Zhonghai. He promised Lin Ruoshi that he would do his best to make Lanlan stay, so it was time to go back and confirm it. "You're right. Once the sun rises, I'll call the plane over," Yangqing said decisively. The starry sky above the grassland was exceptionally vast and dazzling. Yangqing raised his head to take a look, then laid down on his back. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. "Who's there?" Yangqing suddenly got up, and in a flash, he was already standing on the grassland tens of meters away. Lu Mingyu and Xianxia were also startled. They also got up and ran out, not knowing what was going on. Yangqing's face was solemn as he looked at the sky hundreds of meters away. He saw a mysterious man with long black hair standing in the air. He was wearing a black outfit, a black belt, and a Peking opera mask, but it was a metal mask. Yangqing clenched his fists tightly, not because he was angry, but because he was nervous. Yangqing couldn't help but be nervous. Because the mysterious man in front of him gave him a sense of threat that he had never felt before. Yangqing vaguely felt that this wasn't the first time he had interacted with this mysterious man at such a close distance, but he definitely hadn't displayed his true strength before. I can't see through the other party's cultivation at all. Who are you?" Yangqing could feel that the other party didn't come with good intentions. The mysterious man's voice was obviously deliberately modified, and it sounded rather hoarse and deep. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you know very well that you're not my opponent." Yangqing narrowed his eyes and did not answer. Lu Mingyu and Xianxia were confused, but they looked at Yangqing worriedly. How could they not know that this person was here to cause trouble for Yangqing? "I've been looking for you for a few days, and I've finally found you." The masked man chuckled darkly. "I don't have much time, so I'll give you 2 options. The first option is to hand over the Endless Resolve Restoration Scripture. The second option is for me to control you and personally take the scripture from you." Yangqing cursed inwardly. His luck was terrible. Based on the pressure he felt from his opponent alone, if he were to fight this guy whose cultivation he could not even see through, wouldn't he be dead by a hair's breadth? If he had completely mastered the power of the Tai Ching Heavenly Lightning, he might have had a fighting chance. However, the current him had not fully absorbed the cultivation of the first stage of the 9 Heavenly Lightning Tribulation. How was he supposed to fight? With a heavy gaze, he looked at Lu Mingyu and Xianxia behind him and said, "Run as far away as you can. Don't get caught up in this. I don't have the spare energy to take care of you." Lu Mingyu wanted to say something, but Xianxia knew the gravity of the situation. She quickly grabbed Lu Mingyu and ran toward the grassland behind them. After the women had run some distance away, Yangqing felt a little unseen. Although he knew he was no match for the masked man, Yangqing did not have the habit of admitting defeat. Moreover, the masked man had broken the rules of the Treaty of Gods by coming to Australia from Xianxia. If he made a big fuss, he might be able to attract the other overgods. However, the masked man seemed to have seen through Yangqing's thoughts. He sneered and said, "You want to use the law of space to attract the other overgods?" Yangqing's pupils shrank. How could the masked man be so calm? You won't have the chance. As soon as he finished speaking, a tsunami of icy ethereal force burst out from the masked man's body. Like a giant hemispherical sky, it instantly covered hundreds of square meters of the surrounding area. As soon as Yangqing sensed the unique nature of this ethereal force, he blurted out, "Northern Dark Ice Soul." "Oh. You can recognize it." The masked man smiled eerily. "In the profound ice domain formed by the Northern Dark Ice Soul, your meager law of space will not have any effect. No overgod will come to help you." Yangqing gritted his teeth. "You're from the Yen family? You're Yen Feiyun's father?" During the battle with Yen Feiyun, Yangqing learned from the Yen siblings that the Yen clan's unique technique was the Northern Dark Ice Soul. Just a moment ago, he thought that this person was from the Luo clan. Who would have thought that he was from the Yen clan? Did Yen Sanyang fail to dissuade her father? If this was really the Hongming Heaven Stage Elder Yen Wuchen, then what was the purpose of him wearing a mask? Could it be that there was something strange about his appearance? You ask too many questions. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand it over or not? Yangqing clenched his fist. Come and get it yourself if you can. All right. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The masked man snorted coldly. He raised his arm slightly and brought it down. Illusory ice star shower. Countless ice spikes appeared all around the mystic ice realm. They were like ice arrows that flashed from a bright blue semi-sphere of light, shooting towards Yangqing's direction. Lu Mingyu and Siyao Qiqing, who had already run far away, held their breaths when they saw this scene. The torrential blue light beams were like the Grim Reaper's barrage of bullets, completely covering Yangqing's tiny figure. In the icy rain, Yangqing's dimension law could be used unscrupulously against cultivator Huaxia. Knowing that using heaven and earth energy alone would not do him any good, Yangqing decided to use both methods at the same time. Unseal, dimension barrier. Yangqing's psychic energy suddenly exploded. The parallel space around his body suddenly twisted, blocking the ice arrows from all directions. The ice arrows contained an abundance of true inner force. After eating away at the parallel space, they gradually began to envelop Yangqing's body in a layer of ice. Yangqing secretly complained. Only after coming into contact with this guy's true inner force did he realize how ferocious it was. It was clearly the same Northern Dark Ice Soul technique, but it was on a completely different level compared to Yen Feiyun and the others. It seemed that the opponent was at least a tribulation stage cultivator at the weak water stage. Otherwise, the same technique would not be able to produce such a huge qualitative change. I advise you not to rely on that little bit of dimension law. You've only learned it halfway. Even the previous Hades would not be able to use dimension law to fight with me. The masked man seemed to be advising him kindly, but his words were filled with contempt. Yangqing roared, and the Nanming Li fire burst out of his body. The surrounding ice was corroded by the Li fire and gradually melted away. However, the ice arrows that kept coming from all directions were still too much for Yangqing to handle. Yangqing did not believe it, so he opened up his mental energy and planned to use the dimension law to shatter the ice domain. Dimension shock. With Yangqing as the center, the parallel space was like a huge wave, rolling and rolling, exploding in all directions. Rumble. The ice domain was heavily damaged by the dimension law, but it only produced a torrential response. I already said that this little bit of dimension law is not enough, the masked man laughed sinisterly. I don't have the time to train with you. Just surrender. As he spoke, the masked man's figure flashed, and he was less than 10 meters away from Yangqing. A strange purplish-black true inner force was condensed in one of his hands. Yangqing could feel that he could not let that true inner force touch him, or the consequences would be unimaginable. You're lucky. If it wasn't for the fact that I want your technique and can't kill you, I would really be reluctant to give up this purple butterfly fantasy. Yangqing did not dare to let him get close. He did not know what the purple butterfly fantasy was, but it was definitely not something good. Yangqing hurriedly condensed all the heaven and earth energy within the range of his ability, turning it into the power of the Kuei water that he had just comprehended. After it formed a huge and thick shield in front of him, he pushed the Kuei water out. In the ice domain, another deep blue power of the Kuei water almost engulfed the entire ice domain. You overestimate yourself. With a roar, the masked man was not afraid of the Kuei water's freezing cold at all. He penetrated the Kuei water's shield alone. It was like a heavy cannonball in the face of a huge wave. It was as if the cannonball of a human body was only an empty shell. It recklessly pierced through the illusions. Yangqing's battle instinct made him react immediately, but his heaven and earth energy was not enough to break through the ice domain. When he touched the barrier, the masked man had already caught up to him. A purplish-black purple butterfly fantasy wrapped around Yangqing's body in the blink of an eye. Ah! Yangqing involuntarily let out an unbearable cry of pain. His body spasmed and stiffened as he fell to the ground. His entire body was surrounded by purplish-black mist. Yangqing only felt that his dantian was imprisoned by a strange energy. All the meridians in his body had completely lost their usual vitality, and his body's functions were rapidly deteriorating. Furthermore, his brain was not listening to him, and his mental strength was rapidly draining away. In just a moment, Yangqing felt as if he had fallen seriously ill. His blood was drained, and he was about to collapse. Yangqing! Lu Mingyu saw this scene from afar, and her tears flowed like a fountain. She wanted to rush over regardless of anything. But Xiao Qiqing still held her back, and even used all her strength to push the woman. Don't go over. You'll only die if you go over. You, let go of me. Lu Mingyu flung Xiao Qiqing away with all her might. Xiao Qiqing had not practiced any martial arts, so she fell to the ground immediately. Seeing Lu Mingyu running towards Yangchen, Shui Jiqing couldn't care less about the wound on her hand. She gritted her teeth and ran after her with tears in her eyes. The masked man looked at the two women running towards him from afar and sneered. Your women are quite loyal. Even at a time like this, they didn't abandon you and ran away. Unfortunately, you're now a cripple. I'm afraid they're going to despair. Yangcheng's face was pale. He was breathing heavily, and it was extremely difficult for him to even make a sound, let alone continue fighting. Staring at the masked man, Yangcheng felt like his lungs were going to explode. He had no way to fight back. Seeing that Lu Mingyu was about to reach him, Yangcheng used all the strength in his body to yell, "Run," but there was nothing he could do to stop her. The masked man scoffed. Say goodbye to your woman. I'm not in the mood to kill a female mortal. Come with me to a place, and hand over your endless resolve restoration scripture. He. As he said that, the masked man prepared to lift Yangcheng off the ground. However, in that split second, the masked man suddenly frowned and retreated like a bolt of lightning. Bang! There was a loud noise that sounded like it could shatter metal. An arrow that looked like it was condensed from an inky black ethereal force plunged into the ground where the masked man had been standing. Then, the eerie ethereal force disintegrated on its own. At the same time, it emitted an unknown stench and slowly dissipated. Yangcheng was not the only one who was dumbfounded. The masked man was even more frightened. Although he could not see what the masked man looked like, he was certain that the ethereal arrow that was as black as ink had given him quite a bit of pressure. Yangcheng's meridians were sealed, his mentality was weak, and his dantian was like a piece of rock. He could not sense anything, which was equivalent to losing his cultivation. In this state, he could not sense who had shot the ethereal arrow, and he did not know what the other party's cultivation was. He could only feel a gloomy aura shrouding the sky. Who are you? With such a high cultivation, you should have nothing to fear. Why don't you come out and meet me? The masked man asked in a low voice. A sinister laugh came from the dark void, as if the white bones had come back to life. You know you can't do anything to me, and I don't want to fight you. Why don't we stop and leave so that we don't attract the attention of the gods? What do you think? The masked man's body trembled. He was obviously very angry, but he did not dare to go against the mysterious guest. Although he did not think he would lose, if he attracted the attention of a god that he could not deal with, it would not be worth it. Humph. Consider yourself lucky. The masked man sneered at Xianxia. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to turn around and disappear into the night. A few breaths after the masked man left, the gloomy aura also dissipated. Xianxia knew that the two of them had left. He was confused. He did not know who had hurt him, nor did he know who had saved him. What he was sure of was that the person who had saved him did not mean to help him. He just wanted to keep him alive for some reason. Otherwise, he would not have left him lying on the ground. Lu Mingyu and Xiao. Qiqing ran to him and fell beside Xianxia. Lu Mingyu picked Xianxia up and let Xianxia lean on her. She reached out and touched Xianxia's pale face, tears streaming down her cheeks. What? What's wrong with you? Say something. Don't scare me. Xianxia barely recovered some of his strength. He stretched out a hand and wiped away the tears on Lu Mingyu's face. Why are you crying? Your man is not dead yet. Lu Mingyu hugged Xianxia tightly. What's wrong with you? Don't let anything happen to you. I'm scared. She had never seen Xianxia so haggard. It was difficult for the woman to face all this calmly. It was as if her heart had been twisted into pieces. A strong pain and uneasiness lingered. Xianxia let out a long sigh. I think I'm poisoned. I can't exert any strength, and my head feels dizzy. I can't raise my cultivation at all. Damn it, I should be immune to all poisons. At the side, Xiao Qiqing's eyes were red as she worriedly asked, Did you get hit by some secret technique? What did he do to you? Xianxia recalled and said, I think, it's called Purple Butterfly Fantasy Vine. Shui Jiqing's eyes widened as she covered her mouth and sucked in a deep breath of cold air. Xianxia frowned. Do you know about this thing? Xiao Qiqing stared at Xianxia in a daze. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and sorrow. On a towering mountain made of ice and snow near the pole of the North Pole. After the autumn equinox, the North Pole began to enter the polar night and gradually spread to the south. At this moment, the sky was full of twinkling stars, shining on an elegant and beautiful figure on the glacier. She was wearing a long black silk dress that fluttered in the wind. In this world of ice and snow, her fair skin that was exposed to the air was as dazzling as the bright moonlight. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall, as if it had touched the ice and snow on the ground. The woman seemed to be staring at something, thinking about something. However, on that breathtakingly beautiful face, there was not the slightest hint of emotion. She didn't know when, but a tall figure in a black robe had appeared more than 10 meters behind the woman. The man in the black robe was wearing a cloak, but under the cloak was a ferocious-looking iron mask with a green face. The man in the black robe laughed sinisterly at the woman. That Xianxia is too weak. Are you sure he's the one in your prophecy? Athena didn't turn around. She retracted her gaze and said calmly, He's not dead? The iron mask said disdainfully, That kid isn't stupid. I used some tricks and he knew he couldn't do anything to me. He was worried that you would suddenly appear, so he ran away. That Xianxia should be injured, but with the protection of the endless resolve restoration scripture, he won't die. Not dying is enough. Athena seemed to be mumbling to herself. My great prophecy spell won't be wrong. It's just that the future needs to be tampered with to become the future. The iron mask snorted. I heard from King that if your great prophecy spell fails, it's your own fault. Why don't you say that you destroyed your own great prophecy spell? How dare you? Athena snorted coldly. Suddenly, an extremely powerful divine aura burst out. Boom, boom, boom. The area within a radius of 10 miles was shocked by this divine aura. The glaciers shook violently and collapsed. It was as if a small nuclear bomb had exploded with Athena at the center. The iron mask, who was only a dozen meters away, fell to the ground in panic. He didn't even have the strength to get up. The iron mask was terrified. He quickly begged, I know I'm wrong, please spare my life, my lady. He had never seen Athena's power before. He didn't expect the goddess to release her aura and make him unable to resist. Although it was mostly due to the fear in his heart that he couldn't muster the strength to resist, it was enough to predict that if they really fought, Athena would only need a few moves to completely destroy him. Athena retracted her aura like a receding tide. Humph, figure out what you are. Even your king may not be able to defeat me. How dare you gossip in front of me? If you dare to do this again, I'll turn you into ashes. The Iron Mask quickly kowtowed and admitted his mistake. I'm stupid. Stupid. Athena turned around and said indifferently, get up. Your next task is to replace me and search the world for all kinds of godheads left behind by the Protoss. Also, keep an eye on the underground room in the North Pole. I need to know the research progress of the God Stone. Without my orders, don't make any decisions. Milord, this lowly one has some doubts. Aside from you, milord, based on what this lowly one can see, even Poseidon, Apollo, and the other sovereigns might not be a match for those experts from Hongmeng and the hidden clans. As for Ares and Venus, they weren't even comparable to some soul formation cultivators. Why did you spend so much effort to use the power of the God Stone to resurrect those ordinary Protoss? Even if they were resurrected, I'm afraid they wouldn't be of much use. Athena sneered. Are you trying to say that except for me and Zeus, the rest of the Protoss are useless? The Iron Mask didn't say anything, but it was obvious that this was what he thought. After all, if it wasn't for the fear of Athena, the experienced tribulation stage masters like Xianxia would have already searched the world for rare treasures. How could it be possible for Xianxia to go to Australia to find so many ingredients for alchemy? If you really think that this is our true strength, then it's a joke. Athena said disdainfully. I'll tell you the truth. Right now, we only have the basic power of the law of space. Compared to my true combat form, we only have less than 40% of our power. As the other gods are weaker than me and Zeus, I'm afraid they only have less than 20% or 30% of their power left. What? The Iron Mask shouted in disbelief. The gods only have 20% or 30% of their power left? Athena turned around and raised her eyebrows. Why, you don't believe me? No. No. The Iron Mask quickly shook his head. Since you said so, it must be the truth. Athena said indifferently, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. After all, ever since we came to Earth, our power has been declining until we suffered such heavy losses. That is the shame of the Protoss and our sore spot. No one is willing to think too much about it. It's just funny that Xianxia and the other cultivators think that our power is really limited. But, it won't be long before I create the thing I want, then the revival of the Protoss will be just around the corner. In the center of Arnhem, a bonfire was burning brightly under the rock rampart. Xianxia sat cross-legged next to the bonfire with a solemn expression. His complexion looked a little more normal, not as pale as before, but still dull. Lu Mingyu sat on a tree bark cushion and looked at the man nervously. Xiaoqiqing's brows were tightly furrowed, looking a little lost. After a long time, Xianxia opened his eyes and let out a long sigh before shaking his head. Is it still not working? Lu Mingyu asked with difficulty. Xianxia smiled bitterly. I can't use any true yuan at all. My dantian feels like it's blocked by a rock. My veins are also very weak, and my body is very weak. It's like I've become a normal person, right? Xiaoqiqing said bitterly. Xianxia bit his lips and nodded helplessly. This purple butterfly fantasy vine. Is there really no way to cure it? I don't know. Xiaoqiqing tried her best to recall. I've only read a little about this poison in the Shao clan's books, but it's very brief. I only know that the purple butterfly fantasy vine is a special poison refined from a poisonous insect in ancient times. The user can use their true yuan to turn it into a poisonous mist, which will be injected into the enemy's body along with their true yuan. The most special thing about this poison is that it's only effective on cultivators of the same level or lower cultivation. If the opponent's true yuan is weaker than the opponent, the poison won't be able to penetrate into the opponent's dantian. Once you're hit by the purple butterfly fantasy vine, your dantian will be completely sealed. At the same time, the true yuan in your limbs will be drained, and you'll be unable to use any strength. That's why it's a very powerful poison that can control cultivators. It's not that I can't lift it up. I just feel like I'm no different from an ordinary person walking on the streets. Xianxia laughed at himself. It's been so many years since I became an assassin. I've forgotten what it feels like to be an ordinary person. I really can't lift it up. Xianxia said with tears in her eyes, how can you still smile? Do you know that only your special body and blood can resist some of the purple butterfly fantasy vine's poison? If it were any other cultivator, they might not even have the strength to speak. You're lucky to be able to move and talk like an ordinary person. Hearing Xianxia's words, Lu Minggu's eyes reddened again. Looking at the man's self-deprecating look, her heart was particularly sour. Seeing that the two women were about to cry again, Xianxia quickly interrupted them and asked, I'm asking about the solution. Really? Xianxia shook her head and gritted her teeth. I don't know. There's no way to get rid of it in the books. In fact, the purple butterfly fantasy vine is very rare to begin with. Since the other party could use such a precious poison passed down from ancient times to deal with you, it seems like they're very afraid of you. They're worried that something might happen, so they want to control you 100%. A fierce look flashed across Xianxia's eyes. Indeed, if it wasn't for the mysterious person who suddenly appeared, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of being captured. Given the other party's methods and the fact that he was now an ordinary person, it was only a matter of time before he was forced to reveal his cultivation method. Unfortunately, he couldn't be sure if the other party was Yan Wuchen from the Yan family, nor did he know who the mysterious person was. However, he had no time to think about that now. He had actually lost his cultivation. His strength and functions had greatly regressed to that of an ordinary person. That was the biggest grievous news. He couldn't possibly hope that the purple butterfly fantasy vine's poison would disappear on its own. It seemed like he could only take it one step at a time. There was always a way out, and there would always be a way. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to survive. He had too many enemies. If he gave up now, wouldn't his family be destroyed by his enemies sooner or later? Moreover, if he collapsed first, how could the women support him? Thinking of this, Xianxia pulled himself together again. His eyes were filled with determination. He must not collapse. Xianxia had no choice. He could ask Kristen and the others, or he could ask Jane to try scientific medicine. He couldn't give up when there was still hope. Growing up in an inhumane environment and experiencing countless life and death situations, Xianxia's greatest weapon was his indomitable will to fight with everything he had, to survive and overcome everything. Lu Minggu and Xianxia felt that Xianxia had suddenly condensed a strong aura. They couldn't help but hold back their tears as they looked at him in a daze. The gloomy atmosphere from before had been swept away completely at this moment. Xianxia reached out and threw some dry firewood into the bonfire. He patted the dust and said calmly, since we can't solve this problem for now, the first thing we have to do is to get out of here alive. If I still had my cultivation, Arnhem would be nothing, but now that I don't have any special abilities, it's different. We can't stay here for long. We have no food or communication tools, and this is a no man's land. It's not realistic to wait for people to find us. We have to get to the northern coast as soon as possible, find a place with people, and find a way to get back. Although the journey will be difficult, fortunately, I still have the strength of an ordinary person. With my experience, it shouldn't be a problem to get you out of here. Of course, I have to apologize. It was supposed to be a relatively safe journey, but you'll have to suffer a little this time. Xianxia, you. Xianxia was stunned. She thought that Xianxia, who had lost his cultivation, would be depressed for a while, even if he didn't give up. She didn't expect this man to calm down so quickly and start to face the difficult situation. He didn't even forget to take care of their feelings. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want me to cry and slap the ground? Let me tell you, you're not allowed to cry. As long as I'm alive, I won't give up on anything. I'll think of a way sooner or later. Xianxia smiled. Lu Minggu felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She looked at the determined man with a gentle gaze, and a sense of fulfillment and pride welled up in her. This was the man she was willing to be a shady figure, a man she couldn't get along with day and night, but she was willing to follow him. For a woman, a man's mediocrity wasn't scary. What was scary was losing the will to improve and persevere. At this moment, Lu Mingyu felt that even if she died here with her man, it wouldn't be a big deal. Her emotional thinking had already made her feel satisfied. Yangqing saw the two women staring at him in a daze and smiled, "Don't just stand there. Although it's very depressing, it's better to be alive than dead. Hurry up and sleep. We'll leave early tomorrow when the weather isn't hot. It'll take at least 4 or 5 days to get to the seaside. We can only continue our journey after we've rested well." The two women obediently agreed. Although Yangqing had lost his cultivation, he could still be their backbone. The three of them had experienced such a tiring day and suffered such a heavy blow. It was already late at night and they were exhausted. Very soon, the two women fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Yangqing opened his eyes drowsily in the darkness. In his mind, other than finding a way to recover his cultivation, he was also thinking about how to wait for enemies to come knocking on his door when he returned. But no matter how he thought about it, there wasn't a good way. He could only take it one step at a time. The night passed. The next morning, the three of them carried their bags. After all, they couldn't leave the herbs behind, so they continued their journey. Before leaving, Yangqing even stuffed a few pieces of charcoal that were burnt last night into the bag. Seeing this scene, Lu Mingyu couldn't help asking curiously, "Hubby, aren't you tired? Why did you bring the charcoal? Although we don't have food and water, we still have a lighter, so we can start a fire at any time." Originally, Lu Mingyu wasn't used to calling Yangqing so intimately in front of Xianxia, but after last night, Lu Mingyu especially wanted to call him that. Yangqing explained with a smile, "We're not using it to start a fire. It's mainly because the water here isn't clean, and there are many parasites and toxins. We don't have much time to start a fire to boil the water, so we can use charcoal to filter the water and absorb the toxins to prevent too many impurities." After losing his cultivation, Yangqing didn't dare to take too many risks. The blood in his body was still fighting against the toxins, and it would be terrible if something happened to the women's bodies. At that time, he wouldn't be able to treat them. Lu Mingyu didn't expect Yangqing to be so meticulous. She smiled and didn't ask any more. Under the sun, Yangqing led the two women all the way to the north. But this time, Yangqing was helpless to find that he actually began to feel tired and strenuous. Furthermore, his body began to sweat more like the two women. The hot temperature in the savannah made Yangqing finally understand why ordinary people weren't willing to live here. It was like steaming buns. Lu Mingyu and Xiaoqiqing's lips were also a little chapped because of the lack of water and the large amount of sweat, but they were more worried about Yangqing's physical condition. Along the way, there was a lack of water. When they passed by a dried-up riverbank, Yangqing couldn't care less about the two women's puzzlement. He threw himself on the sand and dug the riverbed with his hands. After digging more than half a meter deep, the two women were pleasantly surprised to see that there was still water flowing out. Usually, in a riverbed that has just dried up, there will be water trapped in the sand below, but it's also a matter of luck, and our luck is pretty good. The two girls were overjoyed. After all, they just didn't say it out loud. In fact, they were already extremely thirsty. "Let me help you dig." Lu Mingyu rushed to Yangqing's side and stretched out her slender hands. Ignoring the mud and filth, she began to dig the hole with all her might. Xiaoqiqing was stunned for a moment, then she pursed her lips into a smile and followed suit, digging out all the mud. Seeing this, Yangqing couldn't help but smile and said, "I don't need your help. I can dig it myself." Lu Mingyu raised her hand to wipe the sweat off her face. "You've already become an ordinary person, yet you're still pretending to be stunned. If you don't talk more, do you think we'll hurt your pride by helping you?" "You. I didn't mean that." Yangqing smiled bitterly and said, "Baby Mingyu, you've rubbed the mud on your nose. Are you going to apply a facial mask?" Only then did Lu Mingyu realize that her hands were dirty. She pouted angrily and glared at Yangqing, but continued to dig. Although it was just such a small matter, but for a city beauty like Lu Mingyu, a young lady, to get dirty and dig the mud with him, Yangqing could still feel a trace of warmth. This was clearly a woman who didn't want him, who had become an ordinary person, to be too tired. Although he was aggrieved, Yangqing was still willing to turn this kind of affection into motivation. However, Xiao also treated him like this, which really made Yangqing feel that he couldn't bear it. When the hole was dug, the water inside continued to gush out. Lu Mingyu frowned and said, "There's water, but how do we get it up? And it looks so muddy." "Watch me." Yangqing raised his eyebrows and took out a t-shirt. After sucking up the muddy water from the hole, he squeezed the water into the utensils he carried and purified it with charcoal. Finally, there was a relatively clear and drinkable water source. The two girls didn't expect there to be such a method, and immediately admired Yangqing for having so many tricks to survive in the wild. After drinking enough water and filling up the water bottle they carried, the three of them continued on their way. After losing his cultivation, Yangqing paid special attention to the situation of the grass on the ground. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any danger on the way. However, they kept on rushing, and when the sun was bright in the afternoon, Xiaoqiqing's stomach made a gulp sound. Because there were only the three of them in the vast wilderness, they were immediately overheard. Yangqing turned around and saw that Xiaoqiqing had already lowered her head in embarrassment, clutching her stomach and biting her lips. "Hubby, I'm also very hungry. I didn't eat anything last night, and I've been walking for a long time today," Lu Mingyu said. Xiaoqiqing felt embarrassed, but when she heard Lu Mingyu say that, she knew that she was taking care of her feelings, so she couldn't help but look at her gratefully. Lu Mingyu's impression of Xiaoqiqing had also changed a lot. She didn't think that this girl was a vixen who only wanted to hook up with Yangqing. After all, a fox spirit wouldn't try to stop her when it was so dangerous last night. It would have been more appropriate for her to run away by herself. And now, she was still trying so hard to go through hardships together. Moreover, regarding Yangqing losing his cultivation, Xiaoqiqing was only sad, and didn't have any feelings of disgust. As a woman, Lu Mingyu could see that this girl was sincerely thinking for Yangqing. Although she felt uncomfortable, Lu Mingyu was still willing to believe that this was a kind girl who could be friendly with. Yangqing nodded. Although his body had become like an ordinary person's, he still had a relatively strong hunger tolerance and other qualities. He neglected the fact that the two girls' stamina wouldn't be able to keep up. Indeed, if they kept walking and only drank water without replenishing their calories, they would eventually run out of energy. Looking left and right, he didn't find any prey that could be eaten. When his gaze fell on a tree with gray bark growing at the edge of a pile of rocks, Yangqing's gaze paused. "Follow me." Yangqing waved his hand and ran to the tree. He saw that there were many green fruits growing on the tree. Yangqing climbed up the tree fork and plucked the fruits one by one. "Look, this is a wild figure. The leaves are oval and there's fluff at the bottom to retain moisture. The whole fig can be eaten with the skin on. Although it doesn't look delicious, you guys have to put up with it and replenish your vitamin C. Let's walk a bit more, I'll see if I can find any food." At this time, their stomachs were rumbling, and the two girls didn't care how sour the fruits were. They bit down on 3 or 4 of them. If it wasn't for the fact that they were so disgusting, they would have finished all the fruits. Yangqing also took a few, but he knew that if he couldn't eat something with high calories, he wouldn't be able to last, so he had to continue looking for food. For a moment, Yangqing felt like he had returned to the time when he was a child trying to survive alone in the wild, trying his best to survive. But now, he had to take 2 women with him, and he had lost his cultivation. His strength wasn't even as good as Lu Mingyu, who could use her inner force. Compared to back then, it could be said that he was worse. After walking for another 10 miles, the 3 finally came to an area with a shallow river. Yangqing saw that it was already evening, so he asked the women to find a place to spend the night under a rock wall. "Pay attention to your own safety. Gather some dry grass and tree bark to make a simple bed for sleeping at night. I'll go look for something to eat in the river," Yangqing said. The 2 women naturally didn't have any objections. These days, they had learned a lot from Yangqing about living in the wild. Soon, they went to gather all kinds of materials and planned to start a fire. Yangqing ran to the river and looked around. As there were no fishing rods or other tools, fishing was not practical, and the river here didn't seem to have any fish. but heaven never bars one's way. Xianxia's sharp eyes glanced over. It was a water snake as thick as a small arm. It was swimming under him. Xianxia recognized that it was a spiky scale water snake. It wasn't poisonous. In fact, most water snakes weren't poisonous. Moreover, there was nothing to be afraid of even if it was poisonous. He reached out and grabbed the water snake directly onto the shore. When it came to catching snakes, Xianxia was already an expert. After he easily grabbed the snake's head, the snake opened its mouth. No matter how it struggled, it was of no use. Without much hesitation, Xianxia opened his mouth and bit down hard on the snake's head. Pooey! After the snake's head was bitten off, Xianxia spat it on the ground, ending its life. This way, it was more convenient to take it back. Because he didn't bring any tools like a knife before he set off, Xianxia had to use the most primitive method to save time. Fortunately, he had eaten all kinds of animals raw when he was young. Although biting a snake's head was disgusting, he was used to it. But if the women saw this scene, they would definitely close their eyes in shock. Although one snake was a little less, it was still meat. Xianxia happily ran back to the rock wall, but just as he was about to arrive, he heard Lu Mingyu let out a panicked scream. Xianxia's heart trembled as he quickly quickened his pace and ran over. However, as soon as he saw the scene on the rock wall, Xianxia's expression became solemn. They saw a curled-up viper with a flat head hissing as it issued an attack signal. It seemed that the activities of the three people in this area had aroused its disgust and uneasiness, and it had already begun to prepare to attack in anger. Lu Mingyu and Xiao were cowering by the fire, but they nervously and carefully retreated. You guys hide further away. This is an Australian taipan snake, one of the most venomous snakes in the world. If it moves, we won't be able to dodge it with our current strength. Xianxia said seriously. Hearing Xianxia's words, the two women subconsciously took a few steps back, but they were already against the rock wall. There was no way out. Xianxia didn't hesitate. After throwing the corpse of the thorny scale snake to the side of the fire, he moved closer to the taipan snake. Xianxia, what are you doing? Xiao hurriedly shouted. Xianxia grinned at the two women, indicating that he was fine. Then, he picked up a branch from the ground and approached the head of the taipan snake. Just as Xianxia was about to use the tree fork to press the snake's head into the ground, the taipan snake made the first move. Su! The taipan snake's coiled body shot out, flying up from the ground and fiercely attacking Xianxia's arm. Xianxia didn't even have time to react before his arm was bitten by the venomous snake. Damn it! Xianxia cursed angrily. Although he was prepared, he was still very depressed. If it was in the past, he had a divine spark and a powerful mental strength that was enough to control the spatial laws, so no matter how fast the snake's attack was, it would not be able to escape his eyes. But now, after being poisoned by the purple butterfly fantasy vine, not only did he lose his cultivation, his mental strength was also weakened, and he could not see clearly at all. However, Xianxia did not intend to let this evil creature go. He reached out and grabbed the taipan snake's neck with one hand and pinched the snake's head with the other. He opened his mouth and bit the part below the snake's head. Crack crack. After the sound of the snake's tendons breaking, the snake's head was bitten off by Xianxia, finally ending the life of this poisonous creature. Lu Mingyu and Xiao were already in a daze. When they regained their senses, they screamed and ran towards Xianxia. They couldn't see the taipan snake's attack at all because the speed of the snake's attack couldn't be seen with the naked eye. When you thought it had bitten you once, it had actually bitten you 3 or 4 times. Although the scene of Xianxia biting off his tongue scared the two women and made them feel disgusted, the scene of Xianxia being bitten by a snake terrified them the most. Hubby, how are you? Lu Mingyu supported Xianxia as Xianxia was about to collapse to the ground. Don't worry. I won't die. Xianxia threw the taipan snake's body near the fire and said with a bitter smile, although I have lost my cultivation and my mental strength is weak, my body and blood are not afraid of this little bit of poison. I should be fine after some rest. These words were easy to say, but Xianxia did not tell the woman that the venom of this taipan snake could kill hundreds of people with each mouthful of venom. Nearly 200,000 mice had died, and it was definitely not something that humans could resist. If an ordinary person was bitten, their internal organs would start to corrode in a short period of time, and they would die miserably. Lu Mingyu looked at Xianxia's complexion, which had just improved a little, and after being bitten by the snake, it immediately became deathly pale. His lips turned green, and he could not help but sob, "Why do you have to catch that snake? Can't you just chase it away? You're already like this, yet you're still so competitive. Why are you competing with the snake?" In her words, it was inevitable that she blamed Yangqing for not knowing how to take care of his own body. Yangqing struggled to point at the two snakes on the ground. "One snake is not enough to replenish the strength of the two of you. It's already dark, and since it's rare to have a game delivered to our doorstep, of course we'll keep it." Lu Mingyu couldn't help but hold her breath, and her eyes reddened. Xia Qiqing, who was at the side, also looked at Yangqing in a daze. The two women never thought that Yangqing would rather be poisoned and injured to keep this venomous snake. Was it to give the two of them food to replenish their strength? This kind of method could be said to be stupid, but how could they not be moved? Especially Xia Qiqing. It was one thing for Lu Mingyu to be Yangqing's lover, but she was just a lonely and pitiful person living under someone else's roof. Not only did he not abandon her at such a difficult time, but he also thought about her. This care made the heart of Xia Qiqing, who had a miserable life since childhood, feel as if it was about to melt. She couldn't help but look at Yangqing with even more complicated feelings. However, Yangqing didn't think too much about what the women thought of him. He just instinctively wanted the two women to return safely. "Mingyu darling, if you don't mind, dig a small hole and bury the snake's tongue. Don't touch it with your hands. Even if the snake's head is dead, there's still venom. I'm afraid that something might happen," Yangqing said. Xia Qiqing hurriedly said, "I'll do it. Mingyu, you take care of Yangqing." With that, Xia Qiqing picked up the branch and went to deal with it. She could only help a little. Yangqing heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I don't have much strength now. Let me rest for a while and deal with the snake. I'll roast it for you." Lu Mingyu shook her head and wiped her tears. "What should we do?" "I'll do it. You can rest." Yangqing smiled. "Actually, if it were me, I would throw it into the fire and roast it with ashes. However, you definitely can't stand the snake's skin and internal organs, so I'll tear off the snake's skin first, dig out the internal organs, and roast it with a branch. You must roast it well. There are many parasites in snakes. If you eat something like a tongue worm, it will make you vomit nonstop. It's very easy for something to happen." Listening to Yangqing's long-winded explanation, Lu Mingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This man spoke weakly, but he was still so detailed, afraid that he would miss any details and hurt the two of them. She had to admit that although this man was muddle-headed when he lived in the city, he was well-versed in everything when he came to this inhuman place. Thinking about the scene of Yangqing biting the poisonous snake without hesitation, Lu Mingyu's heart trembled. What kind of environment did he grow up in to be able to do such a terrifying thing so easily? Thinking about this, she felt even more sorry for Yangqing's past. Lu Mingyu asked Yangqing to lie on the tree bark that had been laid out. Then, she dealt with the two snakes according to Yangqing's instructions and roasted them over the fire. After resting for about an hour, Yangqing could finally move normally after the poison in his body was neutralized by his blood. Unfortunately, his blood couldn't do anything to an ancient poison like the purple butterfly fantasy vine, which made Yangqing feel rather helpless. After the snake meat was roasted, although there were no spices, it still emitted a meaty fragrance. To the two hungry girls, no matter how disgusted they felt, they still wanted to eat it. However, when they saw Yangqing get up, they quickly handed the roasted snake meat to Yangqing. However, Yangqing waved his hand. "I don't need it. I'm used to surviving in the wild, so I have the ability to endure hunger. You guys haven't eaten for a long time, so eat your fill first. When we set off tomorrow, I'll look for food along the way." "But..." Lu Mingyu frowned. "You should eat some. You were poisoned again just now, so it's very harmful to your body." Yangqing smiled and lowered his head to take a bite. "How about this? You guys eat. I'll walk around and maybe find something to replenish my strength." After saying that, Yangqing got up and walked toward the dark grassland. In fact, Xianxia was also quite hungry. After losing his cultivation, his body's quality was greatly reduced, and he had become somewhat dependent on food. However, the two girls needed food to replenish their strength for the journey. Therefore, instead of staying by the bonfire and watching them eat, he might as well look for something to eat. Watching Xianxia leave, Lu Mingyu and Xiao looked at each other. They could see the helplessness and gratitude in each other's eyes. It seems like he's determined not to let us eat it. Lu Mingyu forced a smile. Then let's eat. Xiao nodded and took a bite of the snake meat. It wasn't delicious and was sour and rough, but it was better than the wild figs they only ate during the day. Is he always so good to you? For no reason, Xiao suddenly asked. Lu Mingyu was biting the snake meat with great effort. When she heard this question, she was startled for a moment. Then, she smiled and said, I didn't know he had such a side to him in the past, but he always protected us. Although now I have a better understanding of the real him. I would rather never have such a moment. Xiao pursed her lips and didn't ask any more questions. She silently continued to eat the snake meat. In her heart, she was thinking that if there was a man who treated her like this, she would be willing to die with him here. Eating snake meat wasn't a pleasant thing. The two girls ate for more than 40 minutes before they managed to get the snake meat off the bones. They were so tired that their cheeks hurt. They were only 80% full. At this time, in the distant darkness, Xianxia also came back excitedly. What surprised the two girls was that Xianxia seemed to have gained something. He actually brought back a pile of weird-shaped things. He was even half-naked and took off his clothes. As he got closer, the two women realized that Xianxia was holding a pile of something that looked like mud, but it looked quite solid. Lu Mingyu and Xiao stood up involuntarily, not daring to approach Xianxia. Hubby, what are you holding? Xianxia tossed the lump onto the ground. Instantly, a dense group of small bugs crawled out from the debris under the illumination of the fire. Ah! The two women involuntarily screamed and hugged each other. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the pile of dirt was filled with tiny holes, and it was actually the nest of the insects. Xianxia laughed and said, It's okay, this is just a part of a termite nest, it's not lethal to humans, but this is good stuff. Termite nest. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a pile of fat termites crawling on the ground. They had only seen such things on TV, this was the first time they saw it in real life. Lu Mingyu said anxiously, Why did you bring such a thing over for no reason? Aren't you going to scare us to death? Xianxia scratched his head and sat down with a smile. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed all the termites on the ground, then stuck out his tongue and ate them all. You. The two women widened their watery eyes, filled with disbelief, and frowned, unable to say a word. Xiao even felt a little nauseous, and involuntarily covered her mouth. Xianxia chewed on the termites, frowned, and swallowed them, then continued to find the escaping termites, grabbing them and sending them into his mouth. As he ate, he explained, at the same weight, termites have more than twice the calories of beef, so it's still worth eating. You guys definitely can't stand it, so I'll eat it. Although Xianxia was talking about the scientific theory of nutrition, from an emotional point of view, the two women still felt that it was too disgusting. Then come back after eating. Why did you bring back a whole termite nest? Lu Mingyu mumbled. Xianxia shrugged. Termite nests are made of a mixture of soil and termite saliva. The indigenous people will use the smell of termite nests to disperse the mosquitoes in the wild. I saw that you were bitten by all kinds of mosquitoes when you sleep at night, so I brought a bunch of them back. Hearing Xianxia's words, the two women finally understood. Although their hearts were warm, after all, Xianxia left the most delicious food for them, and he went to eat those disgusting insects. However, it was really difficult for him to accept it immediately. He closed his eyes, not daring to watch the scene of Xianxia eating termites. Xianxia didn't think much of it. This kind of nostalgic behavior in his eyes would definitely be considered crazy in the eyes of ordinary people. However, Xianxia knew very well that with his current physical condition, if he wanted to leave Arnhem with the two women, he would have to do everything in his power to survive. Disgusting or filthy, the most important thing was to survive. At daybreak the next day, the three of them set off again. With the experience from the past few days, the two women were no longer surprised by Xianxia's weird behavior. Along the way, Xianxia used all kinds of methods to catch things like Papuan pythons, Australian tortoises, scorpions, and spiders. When the two ladies saw Xianxia cutting off the head of an Australian spider and swallowing it whole, they almost fainted from the shock. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't force them to eat the high-protein food that was precious to him. Instead, he cooked relatively normal meat for them. On the fourth day, they were not far from the northern coast of Australia. The three of them stopped by a river. Xianxia used the barb-like thorns on the Pandora tree by the river and a fiber he pulled out from his bag to make a fishing line and hook. He also dug out some rosewood button worms from a rotten wood. He used some of them as bait and ate some of them himself. With such simple equipment, Xianxia managed to catch 2 catfish. This kind of freshwater fish thrived in all the major waters of the world, so Xianxia wasn't too surprised. After surviving in the wild for a few days, the two women were very familiar with living and barbecuing. After eating the catfish, they had enough energy to continue their journey. Shui Jiqing heaved a sigh of relief when she found out that they would be able to leave Arnhem in a day. She then said regretfully, "I've been busy with my journey these past few days. I didn't even have the time to collect the herbs. What a shame." Xianxia laughed at himself. "Even if I did, it wouldn't be of much use. At least, I haven't thought of a way to recover my cultivation, let alone understand the Samadhi true fire." Xiao Qiqing said helplessly, "You can't force an epiphany. After all, the Samadhi true fire is much more profound than the Li fire. You're still so young, it's already rare for you to be able to cultivate to such a level." Xianxia knew that she was just comforting him, but he didn't want to say anything more. He knew his own situation better than anyone else. He had a vague understanding of the Samadhi true fire, but he was still missing something. However, all of this was just an armchair strategist for him, who had no cultivation at the moment. After half a day's journey, the temperature gradually dropped, and the plants gradually turned coastal. Although it was still uninhabited, the three of them felt that they were not too far away. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly saw a few off-road vehicles coming from behind a small hill. They were heading towards them at high speed. Xianxia immediately felt that something was wrong. Because those 3 off-road vehicles were clearly modified military off-road vehicles. As far as he knew, there was no army stationed in this area. In other words, this group of people were non-government armed forces. Sure enough, when the 3 off-road vehicles approached a certain location, Xianxia saw a few bronze-skinned muscular men with headscarves. They all looked ferocious and ill-intentioned. They held machine guns and looked at the 3 of them with murderous intent. Lu Mingyu grabbed Xianxia's arm nervously. Knowing that they couldn't escape, she asked worriedly, "Hubby, are they coming to catch us?" Xianxia's heart was heavy. If he had cultivation, he wouldn't care about what this group of people wanted to do. However, the current him, apart from his rich combat experience, was no different from an ordinary person. How could he protect the 2 women beside him? Lu Mingyu did have the internal strength at the peak of the acquired stage, but she lacked actual combat experience. Judging from the imposing manner of these strong men, it was obvious that they were all top-notch mercenaries who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Even if Lu Mingyu had combat experience, she wouldn't be able to escape from so many machine guns. "Don't say anything. Let's see what they're up to." Xianxia grabbed the woman's hand tightly. Xiao Qiqing also hid behind Xianxia and didn't dare to make a sound. When the 3 off-road vehicles approached, they surrounded the 3 of them. A yellow-haired, bearded white man held a G36C short rifle in his hand and looked at the 3 of them mockingly. "Asian, Xianxia? Japanese? Korean?" The big man asked in English with an accent that wasn't very standard. Xianxia couldn't tell which mercenary group they were from, but even if he did, Xianxia wouldn't say who he was. If he lost his cultivation and became enemies with the other party, it would be equivalent to suicide. Therefore, Xianxia knew that he couldn't let them know who he was. "We're from Xianxia. We landed in Arnhem because of a plane accident. How can I help you?" Xianxia tried his best to speak in English. The big man seemed to have realized something. His eyes glanced at the two women beside Xianxia with a hint of greed. My friend from Xianxia, you must be tired. Why don't I treat you to a drink? Also, I didn't expect such beautiful ladies to visit this godforsaken place. My name is Ryan. I'd like to invite you ladies to our base as guests. Clayan laughed heartily, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The meaning behind his laughter was obvious. The other mercenaries also opened their mouths and whistled happily, their eyes locked on the two women. Lu Mingyu and Xiaoqiqing were shocked by the scene. They immediately held on to Xianxia tightly, not daring to let go. Hubby, what should we do? Although Lu Mingyu had been cultivating for a while, she had never really fought before. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. He really ran into a grey mercenary group. This was because such mercenaries were completely devoid of morals. They had no rules and regulations and would commit any crime. However, he had lost his cultivation and the three of them couldn't escape. Although Xianxia did not know why there were mercenaries here, nor did he know what they were doing here, he knew that he could not fight them head-on. He turned around to look at the two ladies, signaling them not to resist and to follow them first. Even if he had lost his cultivation, Xianxia did not think that he had to go all out. The calmer he was, the higher his chances of survival would be. Only by following their intentions and finding an opportunity to escape or counterattack when they were unprepared would he have a chance of survival. Please lead the way then. Xianxia smiled faintly. Clayan grinned and gestured to his subordinates, who immediately gave up 3 seats in the off-road vehicle. Under the aim of a few guns, Xianxia and the two ladies got into the 3 off-road vehicles and returned to the mercenary base in the north. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the 3 of them realized that they had arrived at a seaside area along the northern coast. Not far away, there were raging waves crashing against the shore. On a high ground along the coast, there were 7 to 8 temporary canvas tents. It must be the temporary base of the Grey Mercenaries. Many burly men with automatic rifles patrolled back and forth. Judging from the number of people outside, there were at least 30 people in this mercenary group. What caught Xianxia's attention was that there was a transport ship and 2 guard boats parked at a small bay by the seaside. It must be the transport that the mercenaries used. Based on Xianxia's experience, he could tell that they were doing black market transactions and were waiting for the other party to pick up their goods. To put it bluntly, this group of mercenaries was involved in smuggling. This gave Xianxia a little more hope. This was because mercenaries who were involved in smuggling were generally weaker than those who fought in wars. Before Xianxia could think of a solution, the 3 of them were pulled out of the vehicle and walked into the base. Under the greedy gazes of the mercenaries of different skin colors, Lu Mingyu and Xiaoqiqing were terrified. However, they had no other choice but to follow behind Xianxia. Clayan walked to the entrance of a grey tent, lifted the curtain, and pointed his gun inside. Let's go in, friends of Xianxia, Ryan said with a smile. Xianxia asked as calmly as possible, what do you plan to do with us? Ryan put on a fake smile. I've already sent someone to inform our boss. When he comes to see you, he'll naturally deal with it. Having said that, he forcefully pushed Xianxia into the room. Naturally, the 2 women were also stuffed into the tent. As soon as they entered the tent, 2 strong men with guns stood guard outside, not giving the 3 of them any chance to escape. Lu Mingyu said worriedly, what do they mean by this? They're not going to kill us or tell us the reason. Are they going to lock us up? Since they want us to meet their leader, he should be the leader of this mercenary group. We'll know once we meet him. As Xianxia spoke, he glanced at the items in the tent. Soon, he furrowed his brows and noticed that something was wrong. Inside the tent, there were wooden boxes of all sizes. Moreover, these boxes were of excellent workmanship. It was obvious that they contained some valuable items. Each box was placed separately, afraid that it would be damaged. Xianxia, did you discover something? Xiaoqiqing was bold and couldn't help but ask. Xianxia pondered for a while before walking to a relatively smaller wooden crate. He carefully opened the wooden lid on it. Inside the box, there were several layers of thick newspapers. What made Xianxia especially surprised was that these newspapers were actually in Chinese characters. In that case, these boxes definitely had something to do with Xianxia. After lifting the newspaper, there was a layer of soft plastic inside, which was also used for protection and cushioning. When he saw what was wrapped in the innermost box, Xianxia's eyes widened. He finally understood why this group of mercenaries was so careful. This is... Xianxia, who was following behind, also covered her mouth in disbelief. Xianxia nodded and said in a deep voice, Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, and it's a rare item among the Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. The Cloud Dragon engraved jar. The market price is at least 10 million. Lu Mingyu also came to a sudden realization. Although she didn't understand antiques, she had heard of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. She immediately cried out, could it be that they are smuggling cultural relics? And it's not just any ordinary smuggling. Think about it, if they had other empty tents, they would have locked us there. There's only one possibility for us to be locked in a tent filled with boxes of cultural relics, and that is that all the tents are the same, and all of them are smuggled valuable cultural relics. It's no wonder that they've used a transport ship for this mission. With so many cultural relics, I'm afraid it's worth more than 1 billion. I think that regardless of whether it's Xianxia or any other country, as long as the government finds out that so many cultural relics are missing, they will definitely be wanted all over the world. Just as Xianxia was speaking, a magnetic voice came from outside the tent. Good eye, you can actually recognize what kind of goods it is. Then, a tall, lean, and muscular Asian man in a camouflage tight short-sleeved shirt, with shoulder-length hair and stubble on his face walked in, speaking standard Huaxia language. Behind the man was Ryan, who was grinning and showing his yellow teeth. The man's gaze lingered on Lu Mingyu and Xianxia for a while before turning to Xianxia. With an evil glint in his eyes, he said, Young man, I heard from Ryan that your plane broke down and you were stranded in Arnhem? Xianxia asked in surprise, You're from Huaxia? The man was taken aback, but seeing that Xianxia wasn't afraid at all, he said thoughtfully, Looking at you, you really aren't a spy sent by any country. You don't even know me? I'm the leader of the Hydralisk mercenary group, Xianxia. People call me Spiky. How about it, have you heard of me? As he asked this, Xianxia's eyes were like a venomous snake, staring at Xianxia's facial expression and the changes in his eyes. Xianxia shook his head calmly, No, not at all. This was the truth. Maybe the Hydralisk mercenary group was too unknown, or maybe it was newly formed in the past 2 years, Xianxia really hadn't heard of it. It's fine if you don't, I believe you guys. You guys have nothing to do with the unit that's after us. Xianxia grinned. He could tell that Xianxia really didn't know anything. If that was the case, he didn't have to worry about their whereabouts being exposed. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyu asked expectantly, So, you guys can let us go? Go? Xianxia wagged his finger, This beautiful lady, you think too highly of our character. Xianxia clenched his fist, thinking that this wouldn't end well, while the two women paled. Xianxia snorted, Us brothers have been waiting for a deal in this godforsaken place for the past few days. It's been so hard, it's been so boring. Could it be that 2 such beautiful ladies have delivered themselves to our doorstep? As the leader, if I don't give my brothers some benefits and don't let you go over and let them take turns a few times, how can I justify myself? You're shameless. Lu Mingyu didn't expect the other party to be so direct. Xianxia bit her lip and hugged her chest uneasily. Xianxia seemed to be regretful, I'm really sorry. Although we're all Huaxia people, we're all people who live our lives by the gun, so we can't care about this. Don't worry, if you guys serve my brothers well, maybe someone will be willing to bring you guys along. If that's the case, maybe you guys won't die so early. Not only did you steal your own country's cultural relics, you're also doing such dirty things like bullying women. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Mingyu angrily reprimanded. Xianxia looked at the woman with a bitter smile. Lu Mingyu's courage was commendable, but wasn't her words adding fuel to the fire? But then again, adding fuel to the fire or not didn't make a difference at this time. His gaze was already silently analyzing the surroundings, looking for an opportunity. Sure enough, the veins on Xianxia's forehead popped when he heard this. Ashamed? Haha. You sanctimonious people who think that you're the sons and daughters of the upper class, what do you know? Xianxia sneered, What do I have to be ashamed of? If I didn't grow up in that country, my father, an upright official, wouldn't have been framed and killed by those sons of B** cheese. My little sister wouldn't have been raped and beaten into a retard by a bunch of bastards. My mom wouldn't have cried herself blind and committed suicide by taking sleeping pills. I've been a soldier at the border for so many years, and I've been hungry every day. I've been thinking about home every day and night, but when I get home, they all die. I've been a soldier, so that those bastards can eat and drink well all day long. These bullshit cultural relics and antiques, they're just going to be used by those bastards to earn entrance fees in the museum. I might as well take them and exchange them with the foreigners for some money to spend and feed my brother's poor families. Are you saying that others can be the bad guys, while my brothers and I have to be good people for the rest of our lives? F***CKU. Not only were Lu Mingyu and Xiao stunned, but Yangqing was also moved as he looked at the furious Jinzai. This long-haired man was still smiling a moment ago, but now, he was like a ferocious beast. Lu Mingyu and Xiao were speechless. They knew that Jinzai was in the wrong, but they felt sad for his life. As the saying goes, a hateful person must have a pitiful side. Yangqing sighed deeply. He had seen too many people like this. If they had a warm family, why would they become mercenaries? That was why he wasn't at a loss like the two women. You look like you've been wronged. Don't you think you're childish? Yangqing sighed. What did you say? Jinzai scolded. Shut up. Yangqing didn't mind at all. Regardless of whether he said anything, the other party wouldn't let them go. You think the whole world owes you. The country owes you, the people around you, and even God has mistreated you. But have you ever thought that the people you hate and the things you hate are nothing compared to what you're doing now? Those who harmed you for their own benefit are indeed hateful and deserve to die. But you didn't point your finger at them. Instead, you harmed the country and the lives of innocent people. Jinzai's facial muscles twitched. The flames in his eyes looked like he wanted to devour someone. Yangqing said faintly, if your parents were still alive and saw you like this, do you think they would still be willing to acknowledge you as their son? You're 100 times worse than those who killed them. What's the difference between you and those who killed your parents and those you hate? If you really have the ability, then make your enemies suffer and pay the price. You have to live a good life and thoroughly live the good life that your family didn't get to live. Right now, you're neither a human nor a ghost. You think you're taking revenge on the country, harming others, and foolishly leading a group of people to the gates of hell. That's what you call taking revenge. I can only say that you're all cowards who only know how to deceive yourselves. In the end, all of you and your family will be finished. You can choose not to believe what I say, but what I said is the truth. In the end, Yangqing lamented in his heart. Didn't he also do a lot of stupid and violent things because of the hardships he suffered since he was young? Lu Mingyu and Xiao suddenly understood something. They looked at Yangqing with glistening eyes. It was as if the danger around them was no longer there. Yangqing's calm attitude had infected them. Jinzai's face turned red and green. Many emotions flashed in his eyes. In the end, he sneered. Say whatever you want. I've come this far and I've already let go. What's the use of your glib tongue? Men rely on their fists. Clayan couldn't hold it in anymore. Boss, I'll get my brothers to bring the women to your tent first. Jinzai waved his hand. There's no need. Let the patrolling brothers take over. Those who have worked hard go first. Clayan nodded enthusiastically. As soon as he called out, 2 strong men immediately rushed in with their rifles. They planned to bring the 2 women out of the tent. Boss, what should we do with this man? Clayan asked again. Jinzai grinned. Don't we have a brother who likes this kind of thing? This guy looks young and tender. Let's give him to a brother who likes this kind of thing to play with. Clayan's smile was especially wretched. He strolled toward Yangqing. Since boss said so, you have to serve our 2 brothers well. Hee, I'll personally send you over. Seeing Clayan walk over with the 2 strong men, the 2 women instinctively hid behind Yangqing. Hearing those filthy words, their pretty faces turned even redder. Time seemed to drag on. The women didn't dare to breathe. Lu Mingyu had already clenched her fists. She planned to fight with her life on the line if the other party made a move on her. Yangqing didn't change his expression. He quietly waited for Clan to reach less than half a meter in front of him. All of a sudden, Yangqing moved. Although he had lost his cultivation and his body functions were similar to that of an ordinary person, his close combat acumen and skills were still there. With a downward hook, Yangqing had already hit the musculoskeletal junction of Clan's arm without Clan expecting it at all. Ow! Clan screamed, but his hand involuntarily lost its strength. At that moment, Yangqing's other hand had already grabbed the rifle in Clan's hand. Two. Sparks flew out from the muzzle. Yangqing raised the rifle and directly shot a bullet through Clan's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Clan's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground. Xianxia and the other two mercenaries at the entrance of the tent were shocked, perhaps because they didn't expect Yangqing to have the ability to resist. Furthermore, his movements were so swift and decisive. Without hesitation, Yangqing raised his gun and fired at the other two men who were close to him. At such a close distance, they didn't even have time to react. The two muscular men fell to the ground again. This was also what Yangqing had calculated beforehand. The mercenaries weren't very strong. They were just slightly trained troops. Although he had lost his cultivation, he could still use his skills to gain the upper hand even if he had the strength and speed of an ordinary person. However, after the commotion, Xianxia finally came to his senses. After he flew out of the tent, he shouted for the other mercenaries to gather around. Yangqing immediately squatted down and picked up the gun and ammunition on the ground. Right now, he could only rely on guns. He couldn't run out of bullets at a critical moment. Speaking of which, it had been many years since he had used a gun as a tool to fight for his life. Fortunately, Yangqing's use of a gun was already ingrained in his bones. He could use it immediately. Lu Mingyu and Xiaoqiqing calmed down a little. They looked at Yangqing nervously. "Hubby, what should we do now?" Lu Mingyu heard the footsteps outside but she couldn't see what was going on outside. She asked anxiously. Yangqing said in a low voice, "I don't think they will attack randomly because the boxes inside are full of treasures. If they accidentally shoot them, they will lose tens of millions." This was also what Yangqing was relying on. Luckily, there were priceless relics here. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to threaten them. Any grenade from the other party would be enough to kill the three of them. As expected, Xianxia's furious roar could be heard from outside. "You bastard! I didn't know that you had some tricks up your sleeves. But do you think you can escape just like that? You killed 3 of our brothers. This debt will be repaid with blood. If you have the guts, don't come out. If you dare to reveal even a finger, I'll skin you." Xiaoqiqing whispered anxiously, "Yangqing, why don't the 3 of us pick up our guns and shoot outside? Since they don't dare to attack us first, let's attack them first. Since they are all outside, we might be able to kill a bunch of them if we shoot randomly." "No." Yangqing frowned. "If we attack first, it's equivalent to forcing them to kill us. They must have heavy machine guns and grenades. They might blow us up before we can kill a few of them. Then what should we do? Are we just going to wait for death?" Yangqing pondered but he couldn't think of a good idea. Without his cultivation, he didn't even have the ability to sense things. Yangqing helplessly realized that it was so hard to be an ordinary person. He had fallen to the point where he couldn't even protect his own woman. The feeling of humiliation lingered in his heart, making it hard for Yangqing to breathe. But at this moment, it suddenly became quiet outside. Yangqing had a feeling that the other party was definitely doing something dangerous. Before he could figure it out, a few metal lumps were suddenly thrown into the tent from the outside. Zzz. Waves of yellow and white smoke began to fill the air. Tear gas bomb. Yangqing couldn't help but shout out. It had been too many years since he had experienced a battle of this level. He never thought that the other party would have such a move. Not only would the tear gas bomb make people cry, but it would also make it difficult for them to breathe until they were poisoned to death. This kind of thing would indeed not destroy the cultural relics here. At the same time, it would cause the 3 of them to suffocate to death without being able to resist. There's no other way. Let's rush out. You guys stand behind me and hold your breath. Xianxia no longer hesitated. This was the only way to fight to the death. He could only hope that Lu Mingyu's internal energy could be used. As long as she could help him hold back about 10 people, with his spear skills and footwork, he might be able to successfully counterattack. However, Xianxia knew that since the enemy had retreated and threw the gas grenades, they must have been prepared. Once they got out, there would be machine guns aimed at the exit of the tent. Therefore, they must not go through the main entrance of the tent. Lu Mingyu and Xiao had already smelled the poisonous gas. They could not open their eyes properly and could only nod. Xianxia dashed to an empty spot at the back of the tent and fired a barrage of bullets. At the same time that the bullets tore a large piece of the tent apart, the two mercenaries in the distance were unlucky enough to be hit as well. Charge! Xianxia took the lead and rolled on the ground, breaking through the tattered tent. In the process of rolling, he immediately saw the position of the 3 strong men surrounding the tent. The rifle bullets were like homing missiles. The moment the 3 brawny men pulled the trigger, they were hit in the head by Xianxia. Red and white matter flew out of their heads, like flowers of death blooming on top of their heads. Even in death, they couldn't believe that Xianxia was able to hit them so accurately in the split second when they rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he had killed the 5 enemies behind him. Xianxia's confidence was boosted. There was still hope. Lu Mingyu and Xiao also ran out. The woman could not stop coughing, but she was at a loss. You guys run to the beach. Mingyu, use your Nigong and run with Jiqing. I'll cover you. Xianxia shouted. Lu Mingyu did not have much combat experience. She grabbed Xiao hand and ran towards the beach. Trying to run? No way. Roars of killing could be heard from both sides. Jinzei and the rest of his men were no longer holding back. They drove the military off-road vehicle and used the heavy machine guns on it to fire at the 3 of them. Get down. As Xianxia lay down, he pushed Lu Mingyu and Xiao down as well. A round of bullets flew right over the heads of the 3 of them. Taking advantage of the gap, Xianxia suddenly turned around and raised his gun. He aimed at the fuel tank of the nearest off-road vehicle and fired fiercely. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, and black smoke billowed. The 4 armed mercenaries in the car were instantly blown away like human missiles, tumbling in the air. Hearing such a scream, Jinzei was also shocked. He did not expect Xianxia's marksmanship to be able to hit a moving off-road vehicle so accurately. However, he didn't have the time to think about who this person was. The only way was to kill Xianxia's group, and he had to do it at all costs. Everyone, jump! Retreat! Jinzei was worried that Xianxia's marksmanship was too accurate. If they all died from the fuel tank explosion on the vehicle, it would be too unjust. The remaining mercenaries of different skin colors were also terrified. So many of their brothers had died in such a short time, and they were killed by a seemingly quiet pretty boy. How could they not be shocked? However, because of this, everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they were determined to kill Xianxia's group. In an instant, everyone ducked behind cover. There were rocks and tents, and they were no longer exposed to the outside world. However, a barrage of bullets rained down on them. The hail of bullets weaved into a dense web of death. This was originally a good opportunity. Xianxia knew that they were shooting randomly, and he could rely on his marksmanship to kill a few people. However, Xianxia was annoyed to find that his rifle was out of bullets. Damn it! Mingyu, you guys hide and don't run around. Xianxia shouted at the 2 girls. At this time, the opponents had already hidden themselves. If he shot them, it would not be worth it. Xianxia threw the gun at Jinzei and the others. He crouched down and ran towards the nearest corpse, intending to pick up another rifle and continue fighting. Lu Mingyu got up from the ground and was about to pull Xiao to hide behind a rock when she saw something from the corner of her eyes. Her face turned pale. Watch out! Lu Mingyu screamed, but it was too late. One of the mercenaries who had fallen from the exploded off-road vehicle was not completely dead. At this time, his face was covered in blood, and he gritted his teeth and threw a grenade in the direction that Xianxia was heading to. Xianxia had lost his cultivation, so he could not pay attention to every direction. He did not notice this scene. When he heard Lu Mingyu's shout, he finally got a hold of himself and instinctively jumped away. Boom! The grenade exploded, creating a shockwave that sent Xianxia flying and tumbling a few times. Good job! Xianxia shouted in surprise, he's out of bullets. Brothers, kill him. After tumbling a few times, Xianxia's face was covered in dust. His body could not withstand such a violent impact. His lungs were in turmoil, and he felt dizzy. However, Xianxia knew that he definitely couldn't stay where he was. Borrowing the dust from the grenade's explosion, Xianxia half-crawled and half-rolled towards the nearest rifle. The group of mercenaries chased after him relentlessly. The bullets chased after Xianxia's figure. Two. Sparks exploded from the muzzles of more than 10 guns. Although most of the bullets hit the rocks and the ground, there were still some that hit by luck. Pussy. Xianxia clenched his teeth and realized that his abdomen and calf had been hit by bullets. Although his body still retained a certain degree of toughness, he had lost the endless resolve restoration scripture's heaven and earth restoration scripture's protection, and the purple butterfly fantasy vine's ability to eat away at his body, so it was difficult for him to withstand the impact of the bullets. Xianxia felt the bullets drilling into his abdomen and calf, especially the bullet in his abdomen. He suddenly felt something sweet in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After rolling on the ground, Xianxia's face was covered in sweat and mud. He staggered, and his speed suddenly dropped. Luckily, there was a rock in front of him that barely blocked his body. But the enemy's bullets were so dense, and with the grenade, this protection was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood. Seeing that Xianxia was shot, Lu Mingyu forgot to breathe. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she rushed out from behind the rock without hesitation. Mingyu! Xianxia saw that and screamed. But Lu Mingyu had no intention of turning around. Gritting her teeth, Xianxia rushed toward Xianxia without caring about anything else. At this moment, life and death had nothing to do with it. For the two women, they could not control their own footsteps. Even if it was no different from suicide. When Xianxia realized that the two women were running over to save him, his heart sank. Go back. It's dangerous. But Lu Mingyu would not listen to him. She knew that in the past, Xianxia would not even have a chance to be shot, let alone get shot. But now, Xianxia could not move because of the bullets. If she did not save him and escape, he would definitely die. Lu Mingyu could only take a gamble. She bet that with her internal energy, she would have a chance to carry Xianxia for a while. Even if they were to jump into the sea, their chances of survival would be much higher than here. Running in front of Xianxia, Lu Mingyu lifted Xianxia up and let Xianxia hook his arm around her neck. She said with red eyes, "Don't try to be brave. If this drags on, we will not have a chance. I will use my internal energy to speed up and run to the beach. This is our only hope. If we die together." Xianxia looked at the resolute woman in a daze. His heart felt like it was being burned by fire and corroded by sulfuric acid. The pain was unbearable. Actually, with Lu Mingyu's internal energy at the peak of the Hotian stage, if she abandoned him, her chances of survival would be much higher. But this woman chose the most stupid path. Looking at the Xianxia who did not have any cultivation, she actually ran over and used all her strength to help him up. She was panting and her delicate face was covered in dust, but it was filled with worry. No matter how slow he was, he would not be unable to understand the woman's incomparably precious feelings. However, because of his incompetence, these two women were going to die with him here. Xianxia could not say anything more. At this critical moment, there was no time to delay. All of this happened in a few seconds. Lu Mingyu had already picked up Xianxia and ran towards the beach. Xianxia led a group of mercenaries and rushed out. Since Xianxia did not have a weapon, they had nothing to fear. Seeing a large number of bullets sweeping towards them, Xianxia, who was running with all her strength, looked back. Her eyes flashed with a trace of determination. Suddenly, she moved horizontally and ran behind the two of them. Almost at this moment, a few bullets hit Xianxia's back. Pfft! The woman's clothes were dyed red, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The cold blood landed on the back of Xianxia and Lu Mingyu's necks. Just when the two of them realized that Xianxia had run behind them, everything had already happened. No! Xianxia could not help but roar, while Lu Mingyu was stunned. But, what happened next made the two of them unable to take care of themselves again. Xianxia, who was at the front, suddenly took out a grenade and threw it at the two of them with a sinister smile. "Hubby, run!" Lu Mingyu heard the laughter and saw the grenade flying towards her. She used all her strength and true qi to push Xianxia forward. She knew that if she ran with him, they would not be able to escape the grenade's explosion. Xianxia could only feel the woman using an irresistible force to push him more than 10 meters away, and he rolled a few times before falling to the ground. In the process, Xianxia heard a violent explosion that hurt his eardrums. Kaboom! The grenade exploded behind them. Smoke and dust flew into the air, and the two women's figures could no longer be seen clearly. Xianxia got up in a daze. His mouth was wide open, his eyes were wide, and his nose was trembling. He felt like his whole body was trembling. He had already forgotten about the gunshot wounds on his abdomen and legs. Xianxia couldn't even hear anything from the outside. All he could see was the two delicate bodies lying on the ground after the smoke was blown away. They were no longer moving. The waves were crashing against the reefs on the shore. The sea breeze blew away the pungent smoke, bringing with it a whistling sound. His face was wet, but he didn't know if it was tears or blood. Xianxia's world was dead silent. Coincidentally, at this moment, the hail of bullets stopped. Xianxia led a group of mercenaries, carrying guns, and walked over slowly from afar. Everything was set in stone. Facing the two women and a man who had been shot twice, they didn't need to waste their bullets. "Damn it, we're so unlucky. Go and see if the women are dead or not. Break that guy's legs first." Xianxia shouted. "Yes. Boss. Cut them up and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks." These desperados were already infuriated. They couldn't wait to peel off Xianxia's skin and pull out his tendons. Naturally, they rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to them. He just stood there with his head lowered, as if none of this had anything to do with him. In his mind, the voices and smiles of the two women kept flashing. He still remembered the first day they met. In an unfamiliar office, the woman was the first to shake hands with him. She playfully scratched his palm and winked at him playfully. He still remembered the embarrassment and sadness she showed when she was provoked in the restaurant to thank him. He still remembered running together under the night lights. That night at the bar, she told him everything. That night at the hotel, it was like fire. "I belong to you tonight. Tomorrow morning, you'll still be you, and I'll still be me, okay?" The woman asked him innocently, blushing. His thoughts wandered. It was as if he had once again seen a woman sneakily watching him on the streets of Los Angeles. Once again, the look of panic and unwillingness appeared on his face when his trick was exposed. That was a night filled with bone-piercing hatred as he recounted his miserable life experiences. She was always alone, but she always showed a gentle and charming smile. All of this seemed to have lost its meaning. In front of him, two beautiful figures lay miserably in the gravel. A type of humiliation, unwillingness, anger, pain, despair, sorrow. All sorts of complicated emotions interweaved together, causing Xianxia to feel as if the tendons and veins in his entire body were about to explode. His blood flowed faster and faster. Waves of violent emotions caused the pain that had been suppressed in the deepest part of his heart and mind to surge violently again. All the bones in his body were making cracking sounds due to the swelling and compression of his muscles. His dantian, which had been sealed by the purple butterfly fantasy vine for a long time, began to stir. It was as if it was waiting for something to summon it. The anger that he had been suppressing was finally going to erupt at this moment. Gradually, Xianxia's Adam's apple moved, and he slowly raised his head. A group of mercenaries who were about to capture Xianxia suddenly felt a violent and murderous aura coming from the man in front of them. It was an instinctive fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. The primitive sense of self-protection made the group of burly men, who were used to burning and looting, shudder in fear. It was as if a layer of gloomy black fog was gradually spreading from the body of the man who was riddled with scars. Sand flew, and stones moved. With Xianxia as the center, circles of strong vortex-like air currents began to revolve around him. Jinzei also realized that something was wrong because he clearly saw that when Yangqing raised his head, his eyes were actually scarlet. What made Jinzei and the mercenaries even more afraid was the fire. They couldn't believe that there was a golden fire dancing in Yangqing's eyes. They couldn't believe their eyes, but no matter how much courage they mustered, they couldn't help but start to step back uncontrollably. A huge pressure that they had never felt before made it hard for them to breathe. This was a pressure that surpassed the murderous aura. It was like an ant facing a giant, and it had surpassed the limits of comparison. Yangqing didn't have any clear consciousness at the moment. However, the hidden illness that was once suppressed by the endless resolve restoration scripture burst out in his anger, and his brain fell into a frenzied and bloodthirsty state again. The hysterical anger that he hadn't felt for a long time was like a fuse, and it completely ignited the purple butterfly fantasy vine and the endless resolve restoration scripture in his dantian. The moment the crack was blown open, the heaven and earth power in his dantian was like a flood or a fierce beast, like an underwater volcano erupting in reverse. The unprecedented power of heaven and earth expanded and repaired all the meridians in his body in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the impact was even more domineering than before, and it caused his meridians to expand by more than double. His cultivation that had transcended the shackles became endless fuel for the fire in Yangqing's heart. What was fire? He used wood to make fire, stone to strike fire, and thunder to ignite fire. But the human heart could also become fire. He used his heart to train his thoughts to become fire, his heart as the king's fire, his kidney as the subject's fire, and his energy sea as the people's fire. He obtained the samadhi true fire. Yangqing had never thought that the samadhi true fire that he lacked was the heart's fire that he had once abandoned. He had always been unable to take this step, not because he couldn't comprehend it, but because he didn't know it and was unwilling to comprehend it. But at this moment, his whole body was filled with anger. When he broke through the purple butterfly fantasy vines restrained effortlessly, the samadhi true fire burned fiercely. The samadhi true fire was a heavenly fire that tempered everything in the world. The purple butterfly fantasy vine that was resisting in his body was instantly evaporated from Yangqing's body as soon as it was burned. Without the obstruction of the ancient poison, Yangqing's cultivation naturally returned, and his cultivation increased again in this wave of impact. Although he was still a distance away from the second stage of the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation, he had made great progress. But at this moment, Yangqing wasn't thinking about this at all. When his red eyes, which were burning with the samadhi true fire, looked at Jinzei and the other mercenaries in front of him, there was only one thought in Yangqing's mind: kill. It was as if he didn't want to see this group of people for another second. Yangqing instinctively activated the power of heaven and earth, which turned into the samadhi true fire that he had just comprehended, and formed a winding fire dragon. Different from the red color of the Nanmingli fire, the samadhi true fire was like golden sunlight, but the power of the heavenly fire that could incinerate everything was a few times stronger than the Li fire. As the group of people screamed in shock and disbelief, the fire dragon roared and bit through the dozens of people instantly. The bodies of the dozens of people were shattered in the blink of an eye, and they evaporated from the entire grassland. There was no need for any words or screams. After recovering his cultivation, it seemed so natural and without any suspense to wipe out these people. When he looked at the emptiness in front of him, Yangqing's rationality gradually became clear. The endless resolve restoration scripture quickly began to suppress the tyrannical hidden illness. All this while, he thought that the hidden illness had been eradicated, but it was still being suppressed. This was unexpected to Yangqing, but he gradually understood that this body would never be able to get rid of it. It was like a brand that would always exist after being illuminated by the divine light. However, Yangqing no longer rejected it. After his cultivation recovered, the 2 gunshot wounds on his body had also healed. The bullets were directly dissolved in his body, and the wounds all over his body had also healed. In a flash, Yangqing came to Lu Mingyu's side. After carrying the woman, Yangqing immediately checked the condition of the woman's body. What made Yangqing relieved was that Lu Mingyu only suffered some minor internal injuries because of the protection of the acquired peak inner strength. Although she was injured by the grenade, she fainted. After injecting a stream of heaven and earth energy into her body, her injuries healed quickly. The true qi in Lu Mingyu's body started to flow, and she gradually regained consciousness. Opening her eyes, Lu Mingyu saw Yangqing looking at her with joy. She blinked as if she was dreaming. How? Don't say anything. Let's rest for a while. I'll take a look at Jiqing. Yangqing did not dare to delay any longer. Xiao Qiqing's life was still uncertain. Facing this silly woman who used her body as a meat shield to block bullets for the two of them, Yangqing no longer thought about how to get along with her. He just wanted to save her life. End of chapter 1073. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.